The Invincible Big Shot is about to be born. Chapter 394 to Chapter 472. As the no-beginning battle stages array exploded, the destructive shockwaves swept out in all directions. The surrounding buildings were reduced to nothingness, not even a speck of dust was left behind. Cracks started to appear on the ground like a piece of bread being torn apart by an invisible force. Dewy Sovereign, Starry Sky Sovereign, and the other sovereigns were shocked and fled in panic. Even the 8 Desolation Sovereign, who was sent flying by the Fixed Sky Sovereign, also fled in fear. However, both of them were struck by the shockwaves at the same time and were sent flying back. The 8 Desolation Sovereign crashed into the ground in the distance, turning the surrounding buildings into dust. He coughed out mouthfuls of blood and felt as if all the divine veins in his body were about to rupture. Was this the power of a sage? Even the Fixed Sky Sovereign, who was already a sage, was smashed to the ground. His blood and energy were in turmoil, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. He was already a sage and felt that he wasn't far from the sage realm. Even if he couldn't fight back, he could still escape. But now, he couldn't even withstand the shockwaves. More importantly, Liu Yiping didn't use any sage energy, it was just an ordinary finger force. Zhu Ling blocked the shockwaves with an invisible force and stood firm like a divine mountain. He stood on the no-beginning battle stage and looked at Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping, with me here, you won't be able to touch a single hair of the Fixed Sky Sovereign. You've only been here for a few million years, you're no match for me. I advise you to leave. The Fixed Sky Sovereign is the new master of the divine world nurtured by the immortal master. I've been here for a few million years and I'm no match for you? Liu Yiping snickered. He didn't seem to move, but he was already in front of Zhu Ling. He punched out, and instantly, billions of heavenly dragons flew out. The heavenly lightning turned into a sea of lightning. The sun and the moon dimmed, and the land seemed to have fallen into an endless abyss. With one punch, the world fell into eternal darkness. Everyone was shocked. What kind of vast power was this? Zhu Ling's expression changed. He roared and punched out with both fists. When his fists punched out, golden lightning filled the sky, as if it came from the beginning of heaven and earth, as if it came from the origin of the lightning world. Within the golden lightning, sage energy pierced through the heavens. Rumble. Zhu Ling's fists collided with Liu Yiping's. Heaven and earth trembled. Dewy, Grand Luo, Starry Sky, and the Yin-Yang sovereigns felt as if their souls and hearts were being crushed. Dewy, Grand Luo, and the Starry Sky sovereigns coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Even Heaven Ruler, who was a Saint Realm master, was no exception. Everyone ignored their injuries and fled in panic. They only wanted to escape from the Flying Dragon City, and the further the better. Zhu Ling also felt her body tremble, and she was pushed back by the terrifying force all the way to the edge of the stage. Zhu Ling only felt the blood vitality in her chest churn and her throat heat up. Opening her mouth, she spat out a mouthful of golden blood that glowed with auspicious light. This was the blood of a saint. This mouthful of blood resembled a golden mountain as it slammed into the endless arena, causing it to tremble. The crowd was shocked to see the golden lightning saint, Zhu Ling, being sent flying by Liu Yiping's single punch. She even spat out a mouthful of blood. The golden lightning saint Zhu Ling was an ancient saint in the immortal world. He had been a saint for tens of millions of years, and he was a powerful saint from the ancient era 50 million years ago. Yet, he couldn't withstand a single punch from Liu Yiping. However, Liu Yiping had only been a saint for several million years. How are you so strong? Zhu Ling couldn't believe it. He couldn't accept that he had lost to Liu Yiping. Zhu Ling had been a saint since the ancient era, and he hadn't slacked off in the past 50 million years. With the help of the Heavenly Court's resources, he had swallowed top-grade chaos spiritual pills to cultivate every day. Every 10,000 years, his holy energy would increase by a fraction. But now, he couldn't even defeat Liu Yiping, who had been a saint for several million years. How am I so strong? Liu Yiping was indifferent, because you're too weak. I'm too weak? Zhu Ling's face turned purple hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, and he felt like vomiting. Liu Yiping calmly walked towards Zhu Ling. In fact, he wasn't wrong. Zhu Ling was too weak. Even though Zhu Ling had been a saint since the ancient era, and had been a saint for 50 million years, he had only been a minor saint, there were 3,000 grand Daos in the universe, and other than the 3,000 grand Daos, there were 100,000 minor Daos. Some saints had proven their grand Daos, while others had proven their minor Daos. Zhu Ling had proven his minor Daos, while Huang Xiaolong had proven his grand Daos. Moreover, he had comprehended the most important 1,000 grand Daos in the Fortune Jade Disc. I don't believe that I can't defeat a minor saint who has proven his Dao for several million years. Zhu Ling snorted coldly. Holy qi surged from his body, and an auspicious cloud appeared above his head. The auspicious cloud above his head was the same as Lu Yiping's. It was pure and flawless white. As he summoned his auspicious cloud, Zhu Ling's holy qi surged wildly. His Dao qi turned into Dao dragons, and the auspicious light soared into the sky. The entire flying dragon continent saw this auspicious light. Zhu Ling's fists once again pushed towards Lu Yiping. The Dao dragons and auspicious clouds holy qi merged with his fists. As his fists pushed towards Lu Yiping, they surged endlessly, as if they were going to flatten 10,000 worlds. In the blink of an eye, his fists reached Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping's expression remained calm as he looked at his opponent's surging fist energy. He summoned the auspicious cloud above his head. Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud blossomed with auspicious light, completely overshadowing Zhu Ling's auspicious cloud. Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud was also white, but it was 10 times bigger than Zhu Ling's. Zhu Ling's auspicious cloud was 1 mu in size, but Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud was 10 mu in size. Zhu Ling was shocked when he saw Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud. He found it hard to believe that the auspicious cloud was formed by the accumulation of holy qi. If Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud was so big, didn't that mean that Lu Yiping's holy qi was 10 times his? Lu Yiping had only attained his Dao for a few million years, but the amount of holy qi he could gather was so much higher than his. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to gather holy qi. Zhu Ling had been gathering holy qi for tens of millions of years, but his auspicious cloud was only 1 mu in size. Suddenly, Lu Yiping's Dao qi surged out, and a Dao of lightning flew out. This Dao of lightning contained all of the lightning element's minor Daos. It was the source of all lightning energy, and it was above the lightning world's origin. The Dao of lightning. You've comprehended the Dao of lightning. Zhu Ling exclaimed in shock. There were 3,000 Daos in the universe, and the Dao of lightning was ranked high among the 3,000 Daos, ranked 17th. He didn't expect Lu Yiping to have comprehended a Dao, and it was the 17th ranked Dao of lightning. Although he was known as the Saint of Golden Lightning, the Golden Lightning he comprehended was only a minor Dao of lightning. Its power was far from being comparable to Lu Yiping's Dao of lightning. Suddenly, Lu Yiping's Dao qi shone brightly, and another Dao of lightning flew out. This grand Dao was even more resplendent than the grand Dao of lightning, and the aura it contained was even stronger. Just the aura alone was enough to make Zhu Ling's heart palpitate. This grand Dao consisted of earth, metal, water, fire, and wood. Zhu Ling was barely able to maintain his composure when he saw the grand Dao of lightning, but when he saw this grand Dao, his expression changed drastically. 5 elements grand Dao. Among the 3,000 grand Daos, there were 10 supreme grand Daos. The 5 elements grand Dao was one of the 10 supreme grand Daos, ranked 10th among the 3,000 grand Daos. Impossible! Zhu Ling screamed. Even the celestial master failed to comprehend a supreme grand Dao. How did you do it? As the saint of metal and lightning who had cultivated for 50 million years, he understood how difficult it was to comprehend a supreme grand Dao. Even the celestial master failed to comprehend a supreme grand Dao. Celestial master? Lu Yiping sneered and punched out. The auspicious cloud shone brightly as boundless holy energy, lightning, and 5 elements grand Dao flew out along with Zhu Ling's fist. Lu Yiping's grand Dao of lightning and 5 elements grand Dao collided with Zhu Ling's fist. In an earth-shattering explosion, the grand Dao of lightning and 5 elements grand Dao shattered Zhu Ling's fist into nothingness. The grand Dao of lightning and 5 elements grand Dao swallowed Zhu Ling whole. Zhu Ling paled when he saw the grand Dao of lightning and 5 elements grand Dao swallowing him whole. A chaos spiritual artifact appeared in his hand. This chaos spiritual artifact was a lightning spear. The aura it exuded was much stronger than the 8 Desolation Sovereign's low-grade golden Qilin halberd. It was a mid-grade chaos spiritual artifact. Zhu Ling stabbed out with the lightning spear in his hand. In an instant, lightning energy surged out and blasted towards Lu Yiping's Grand Dao of Lightning and Five Elements Grand Dao. However, it was useless. Even with a mid-grade chaos spiritual artifact in his hand, no matter how hard he pushed the saint energy in his body, no matter how hard he pushed the lightning energy he had comprehended, he still couldn't stop Lu Yiping's Lightning Grand Dao and Five Elemental Grand Dao. With a loud explosion, Zhu Ling felt an unimaginable force slamming into him. He was sent flying from the edge of the endless battle stage and was completely blown out of the endless battle stage. The Zhu Ling was like a meteor that emitted lightning as it smashed into the end of the Flying Dragon City. The Flying Dragon City shook. Dong, when the Zhu Ling smashed into the end of the Flying Dragon City, it was as if the world was about to be destroyed. A mushroom-shaped wave of air exploded. Even though everyone was very far away, they still felt their minds buzzing and their ears losing their sense of hearing from the explosion. As the shockwaves exploded, the palaces of the various super clans in the city crumbled and turned into dust wherever the shockwaves passed by. The rumbling sounds were endless. Dui, Big Luo, and the other sovereigns in the starry sky were horrified when they saw the buildings and palaces in the Flying Dragon City being destroyed, leveled, and razed to the ground. The steadying ruler stared at the golden lightning sage, Zhu Ling, who had been sent flying. Apart from shock, he couldn't help but feel terrified. Lu Yiping sent Zhu Ling flying with a single punch before walking toward the heaven-stabilizing ruler. The sky-stabilizing ruler's face was pale as he said in a trembling voice, "Lord Lu Yiping, I am the new master of the divine realm chosen by the divine master." However, just as he finished speaking, Lu Yiping reached out and grabbed his neck. Lu Yiping lifted him up with one hand and said indifferently, "The master of the divine world chosen by the divine master? Who the hell does the divine master think he is? You injured my disciple, damaged his soul sea, and laid down the blood sea chaos demon formation, causing his inner demons to act up and turning him into a demonic creature. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you just because you have that idiot Hao Tian behind you?" Hao Tian was the name of the master of the divine world. Lu Yiping's cold voice resounded through the Flying Dragon City. His hand tightened, and the sky-stabilizing ruler felt his throat being crushed. To his horror, he realized that all his strength had been sucked away, and he couldn't even struggle. Suddenly, a loud boom came from the end of the Flying Dragon City. The golden lightning sage, Zhu Ling, who had just been smashed into the ground, flew out from the sand and rocks. Zhu Ling's hair was disheveled, and his entire body seemed to be charred. The smell of charred flesh was the result of the five elements' fire energy. His armor was in tatters, and his expression was one of shock, anger, and humiliation. Sensing Lu Yiping's murderous intent, Zhu Ling said, "Lu Yiping, if you dare to kill the sky-stabilizing ruler, you'll become the enemy of the entire divine world. Think carefully about the consequences. Is it worth it to become the enemy of the entire divine world just to avenge your disciple?" Lu Yiping squeezed his hand, crushing the sky-stabilizing ruler's throat inch by inch. The power of the great Dao of lightning surged out of his hand and blasted into the other's body, wildly destroying his vitality and saint veins. In the end, the sky-stabilizing ruler's saint veins were completely destroyed. His vitality vanished, and his aura gradually dissipated. Zhu Ling's expression changed. Lu Yiping looked at Zhu Ling. "It's worth it to become the enemy of the entire divine world just to avenge my disciple." His voice reverberated through the Flying Dragon City. Dui, Grand Luo, and the other rulers of the starry sky were all shaken. "It was worth it to become the enemy of the entire divine world just to avenge my disciple." What kind of shocking words were these? Who in the myriad of worlds would dare to become the enemy of the entire divine world? Lu Yiping dared. He, the cosmic saint, dared. Bewildering ruler clenched his fists tightly. Lu Yiping called upon the power of the five elements to envelop the sky-stabilizing ruler, incinerating him in the blink of an eye. A Saint Realm Master had fallen. Dui, Grand Luo, and the others were even more shocked than when they'd seen the barbarian dragon ruler fall. Zhu Ling's expression was extremely ugly when he saw Lu Yiping incinerate the sky-stabilizing ruler. He'd once told the sky-stabilizing ruler that as long as he was around, Lu Yiping wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on his head. But now, Lu Yiping had annihilated the sky-stabilizing ruler. Lu Yiping didn't look at Zhu Ling. Instead, he turned to look at the Octaterra ruler. The Octaterra ruler had just been defeated by the sky-stabilizing ruler on the platform of no beginning. Now that Lu Yiping had wiped out the sky-stabilizing ruler, he was inwardly delighted. However, when he saw Lu Yiping looking at him with an unfriendly gaze, the Octaterra ruler paled. "You're the Octaterra ruler?" Lu Yiping asked. The Octaterra ruler's heart trembled. "This junior is indeed Octaterra." Lu Yiping pulled the Octaterra ruler in front of him with a wave of his hand. The Octaterra ruler felt like his soul was about to leave his body when he saw Lu Yiping standing right in front of him. Trembling, he asked, "Lord Lu, may I ask how I've offended you?" "The Een Borer tribe," Lu Yiping said coldly. Hearing this, the Octaterra ruler's face turned ashen. Just as Lu Yiping was about to extract the Octaterra ruler's memory fragments to search for information regarding the Een Borer tribe, a giant beast claw reached out from the void, aiming for Lu Yiping's back. This beast claw had 5 razor-sharp claws, and its attack speed was too fast for anyone to react to. Moreover, the power it contained far surpassed Zhu Ling's previous attack. Even Zhu Ling couldn't react in time. By the time Zhu Ling reacted, the beast claw had already pierced Lu Yiping's back. Du Yi, Great Luo, and the other sovereigns were shocked when they saw the beast claw piercing into Lu Yiping's back. Taurus Longjiao and Mei's Tian's expressions changed drastically. "Master! Master!" Immediately after, a 2-headed beast with a giant tail and millions of wraiths wrapped around its body walked out from the void. The beast's ferocious aura stunned Dewey and the others. Just as the beast appeared, Lu Yiping's cold voice sounded, "Dark Hell Ghost Beast." It was a true Saint Stage Dark Hell Ghost Beast. Everyone looked over and saw Lu Yiping walking out from another part of the void. As it turned out, the ghost beast was just an illusion left behind by Lu Yiping. The Dark Hell Ghost Beast did not expect it to attack Lu Yiping's illusion. Lu Yiping looked in another direction and said, "Little turtle of the Een Borer race, come out." Everyone was shocked and looked in the direction Lu Yiping was looking. It was empty. Zhu Ling was also confused as she could not sense any Een Borer race experts. At this time, specks of light appeared in the surroundings. These specks of light gathered and formed a 2-meter-tall middle-aged man. Zhu Ling's heart trembled when she saw the middle-aged man. Heaven and Earth Incarnation. To use Heaven and Earth Incarnation, one needed to comprehend the Transformation Grand Dao. The Transformation Grand Dao was ranked higher than the Lightning Grand Dao in the 3000 Grand Dao. The middle-aged man was one of the Een Borer race's progenitors, called Inu. Inu looked at Lu Yiping and said calmly, "Your divine sense is not bad. You can sense my presence." He then said, "Lu Yiping, going against the Een Borer race will not end well. With your cultivation realm and strength, if you submit to the Een Borer race, we will unify 10,000 worlds and let you rule 1,000 worlds." Zhu Ling's expression sank and she snorted coldly when she heard the Inu of the Een Borer race talk about unifying the 10,000 worlds. Lu Yiping looked at the Een Valley and the Dark Hell Ghost Beast and said solemnly, "If I don't die in this life, I will definitely destroy the Een Moths." Inu shook his head, "That's a pity." He then turned to Zhu Ling, "How about the 3 of us join forces and kill that Lu guy?" Zhu Ling's eyes flickered before she finally nodded. "All right." Een Valley smiled, "Good, you will soon find out how wise your decision today is." Saying this, a cloud appeared above his head. His auspicious cloud was the same as Lu Yiping's and Zhu Ling's. It was also a pure and flawless white. However, Zhu Ling's auspicious cloud was only 1 mu, and Lu Yiping's was only 10 mu. However, the auspicious cloud in Een Valley was 14 mu. It was 14 times the size of Zhu Ling's and almost half the size of Lu Yiping's. Auspicious cloud St. Chi surged like an endless sea, emitting a bright and auspicious light. When Zhu Ling saw the auspicious cloud in Een Valley, she was shocked. For every mu of auspicious cloud, the saint power would increase by more than just a little. She didn't expect the Simba clan elite's auspicious cloud to have cultivated to such a level. Even in the entire immortal world, there were not many who could surpass this person. Suddenly, Great Dao Qi filled Een Valley's body and a Great Dao flew out. This Great Dao shone with an uncertain light, sometimes gold, sometimes black, sometimes red, and sometimes rainbow. The Great Dao of Transformation. Zhu Ling's heart sank. This Imba clan elite had indeed comprehended the 14th ranked Great Dao of Transformation. Immediately after the Great Dao of Transformation, another Great Dao flew out from Ingu's body. This great Tao was even thicker than the great Tao of transformation. Its light was even brighter, and its aura was stronger. It was even stronger than the aura of Lu Yiping's previous great Tao of the 5 elements. This great Tao was filled with destruction. It was the source and root of destruction. Zhu Ling was shocked to see Yin Valley's great Tao. The great Tao of destruction. The great Tao of destruction was one of the 10 great Tao of destruction, ranked 8th. Du Yi, Big Luo, and the rulers of Starry Sky were equally shocked. Although they hadn't entered the Saint Realm, they had heard of the 3,000 great Daos and 100,000 minor Daos in the Saint Realm. 3,000 great Daos were far more powerful than 100,000 minor Daos. Among the 3,000 great Daos, the higher the ranking, the more powerful they were. In the immortal world, if a saint could comprehend one of the top 100 great Daos, it would be an incredible feat that would shock the entire immortal world. As for the top 10 supreme great paths, no one had been able to comprehend them since the Archean celestial court. Even the current lord of the immortal world had not been able to comprehend the supreme great path. Once a supreme saint of the great path appeared, it would shock the ages and startle all the realms. Now, 2 saints of the great Tao had appeared in succession. Zhu Ling and the others were still in shock when another great Tao flew out from Yin Valley's body. Although this great Tao wasn't a great Tao of destruction, it was still one of the top 100 great Daos. Infinite space, infinite time, infinite heaven and earth, infinite power, this was the true meaning of the infinite great Tao. After the infinite great Tao, several more great Daos flew out from Yin Valley. Yin Yang great Tao, life great Tao, infinity great Tao, truth great Tao, fire great Tao, water great Tao, matter great Tao, destruction great Tao, transformation great Tao, and infinite great Tao. There were 10 great Daos in total. All of them were in the top 100 great Daos. The Yin Yang great Tao, the life great Tao, and the immeasurable great Tao were all in the top 20. 10 great Daos illuminated the heavens. The light of the great Daos shot straight into the firmament. The firmament was blasted open, and the clouds within a million miles were blasted away. Air billowed, and the powerhouses in every corner of the flying dragon continent saw the light of these 10 great Daos. At this moment, all the powerhouses in the flying dragon continent raised their heads and looked at the light of the 10 great Daos that illuminated the firmament in shock. Du Yi, Big Luo, and the sovereigns in the starry sky were all suppressed by the power of these 10 great Daos. They all flew away in a panic, far away from the flying dragon city. 10 great Daos, and all of them are in the top 100. There's even a great Tao of destruction. Zhu Ling looked at the 10 great Daos around Yin Valley, and her heart was in turmoil. At this moment, the black hell demonic beast beside Yin Valley also had an auspicious cloud above its head. The cloud was 8 acres large, and 7 great Daos flew out at the same time. These 7 great Daos were all in the top 1,000. Yin Valley stood proudly, and his aura locked onto Lu Yiping. With his hands behind his back, he said, Lu Yiping, you have the 5 elements great Tao of destruction, but my destruction great Tao can completely suppress your 5 elements great Tao. My great Tao is stronger than yours, and my auspicious cloud saint energy is stronger than yours. You must die today. I gave you a chance just now, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. At this point, Yin Valley suddenly threw a punch at Lu Yiping. When the punch was thrown, the power of the 10 great Daos roared, and the heavens and earth brightened. The flying dragon continent seemed to have entered daytime. The black hell demonic beast also attacked at the same time. Its body instantly expanded, and its mountain-like beast claws struck out. The power of the great Tao filled the sky, and saint energy flooded the heavens and earth. 8 p.m. Second update, Zhu Ling hesitated for a moment before also circulating her Tao and holy force, punching at Lu Yiping with both fists. The 3 Tao-proving sages attacked at the same time. Heaven and earth changed color, and all living things trembled. The entire flying dragon city was like a straw hut that was about to be flung into the air. Even bewildering sky's expression changed drastically. The 3's attacks pierced through the void and arrived before Lu Yiping in the blink of an eye. Die. Yin Yu's eyes were cold. Although sages were said to be immortal and indestructible, that wasn't absolute. When the destructive power exceeded the limit of a Tao-proving sage, it could still kill them. When Pangu split the sky, he was stopped by 3,000 connate demon gods. Later on, Panga used the heaven-splitting divine axe to slay more than half of them. Among the 3,000 Khanate demon gods, there were many Sage Realm cultivators. Liu Yiping watched as the three's attacks pierced through the void and arrived before him. His expression remained unchanged, and the auspicious cloud above his head glowed with auspicious radiance. The great Tao of the five elements and the great Tao of thunder flew out. However, a third great Tao flew out. When this great Tao flew out, terrifying cracks appeared in the surrounding space. These were cracks, not cracks. It was as if the entire flying dragon city couldn't withstand the power contained in this Tao. This great Tao was so bright and powerful that it completely suppressed the power of the five elements' great Tao. It even suppressed the power of the Yin Valley's great Tao of destruction. When this Tao flew out, Du Yi, Grand Luo, Starry Sky, and the others seemed to see the reincarnation of all things. Reincarnation Tao! Zhu Ling exclaimed. The reincarnation Tao was ranked 7th among the supreme Taos. Yin Yu was also shocked. He couldn't believe it. He had always been proud of comprehending the destruction Tao, but Liu Yiping had comprehended 2 supreme Taos, while Yin Yu, Zhu Ling, and the others were still in shock. Tao after Tao flew out from Liu Yiping's body. Including the reincarnation Tao, 5 elemental Tao, and lightning Tao, there were a total of 20 Taos. Moreover, every single one of them was ranked in the top 50. 20 rays of light of the great path shot straight into the sky, piercing through it. The radiance of the 10 great Tao of Yin Valley, which had just illuminated the flying dragon continent, dimmed under the radiance of Liu Yiping's 20 great Tao. The radiance of Liu Yiping's 20 great Tao completely covered the radiance of the 10 great Tao of Yin Valley. Liu Yiping punched out. In an instant, the cycle of reincarnation appeared once again. The 5 elements intertwined with one another. Light shone brightly, darkness as deep as the abyss. Countless bolts of divine lightning raged, and 20 different grand Taos followed Huang Xiaolong's fist force to meet Yin Valley, Dark Hell Ghost Beast, and Zhu Ling's grand Taos. Rumble, a loud explosion shook the heavens. Heaven and earth flickered for a moment. It was as if the flying dragon continent had been hammered by a gigantic hammer. All the rankers in the flying dragon continent felt their entire bodies freeze. Those who were high up in the sky all fiercely smashed onto the ground, and those who were on the ground all knelt down. The flying dragon city was lifted up by the waves of air and completely dispersed. As for Du Yi, De Luo, Xing, and the others who had escaped from the flying dragon city, they all spat out blood as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Yin Valley, the Dark Hell Ghost Beast, and Zhu Ling felt a terrifying force slamming into them, forcing them to retreat. The Yin Valley was still alright. It was only blasted several thousand miles away, but the Black Hell Ghost Beast was smashed out of the flying dragon city, smashing into the ground. As for the Zhu Ling, her divine armor had completely exploded, and terrifying cracks appeared on her sacred body, smashing to the end of the sky. The earth trembled incessantly. Rumbling noises resounded endlessly. When the Dark Hell Ghost Beast and Zhu Ling crashed into the ground, they stirred up a cloud of dust that swept across countlessly. Du Yi, De Luo, and the others were dumbfounded. Not only did Huang Xiaolong block the 3 Holy Realm experts' attacks with one punch, but he also sent them flying. Liu Yiping's attack was so powerful, even Yin Valley, who had 14 mu of auspicious clouds, was sent flying by Liu Yiping. Everyone was stunned speechless for a long time. Yin Valley stabilized himself, and he felt his blood boiling. Heat rose in his throat, and when he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Liu Yiping in horror. The fusion of 2 supreme grand Taos was so powerful. Moreover, Liu Yiping had comprehended 20 grand Taos, and all of them were ranked in the top 50. Yin Valley found it hard to believe. He had reached Saint Realm earlier than Zhu Ling, and he had only comprehended 10 grand Taos. He was well aware of how difficult it was to comprehend grand Taos. He had reached Saint Realm 60 million years ago, but he had only comprehended 20 grand Taos. Just comprehending the destruction grand Taos alone took him 50 million years. However, Liu Yiping had only reached Saint Realm a few million years ago, and not only had he comprehended 2 supreme grand Taos, but he had also comprehended more than 20 grand Taos. You've only reached Saint Realm a few million years ago, but you've already comprehended 20 grand Taos. Yin Valley's face was gloomy. Taurus Longjiao sneered when he heard that. Liu Yiping had the Creation Jade Disc's main disc. After reaching Saint Realm, he had already comprehended most of the 1,000 Grand Daos in the main disc. He had also comprehended most of the 700 Grand Daos in the 7 Creation Jade Discs that he had obtained. So now, Liu Yiping had comprehended more than 20 Grand Daos. Liu Yiping walked toward Yin Valley, glanced at the auspicious cloud above his head, and said, "You're just a facade." Auspicious cloud saint power was not the only factor that determined a person's combat strength. The most important factor was the 3,000 Grand Daos. Yin Valley saint power was indeed stronger than his, but his Grand Daos were much stronger. When he heard Liu Yiping say that he was just a facade, Yin Valley's face turned ugly. At this moment, Liu Yiping suddenly took a step forward and came in front of him. He threw a punch. Yin Valley was shocked and raised his fist to block. However, the three of them could not block Liu Yiping's punch, let alone him now. Instantly, Yin Valley was sent flying again. Yin Valley opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with anger. "Liu Yiping, so what if you have 2 Grand Daos? You can't kill me. If I want to leave, I'll leave. You can't stop me." As he said that, his figure flashed and he flew away. "Liu Yiping, the next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you." Just as Yin Valley was about to leave, Liu Yiping's Grand Daos suddenly shone brightly. Another Grand Daos flew out. When this Grand Daos flew out, the entire Flying Dragon continent space was locked. Yin Valley, who was flying away, was blocked by an invisible force and bounced back. Spacetime Grand Daos. Yin Valley looked at Liu Yiping's Grand Daos and was shocked. Spacetime Grand Daos were ranked 3rd among the 3,000 Grand Daos. It could control the surrounding time and space. The stronger one was, the larger the spacetime area they could control. With Liu Yiping's current sage power, it was easy for him to seal the entire Flying Dragon continent spacetime. When the Dark Hell Ghost Beast and Zhu Ling saw Liu Yiping's spacetime Grand Daos, their expressions were the same as Yin Valley's. "Spacetime Grand Daos, it's actually Spacetime Grand Daos." Zhu Ling muttered to herself as if she had lost her soul. Even the immemorial Heavenly Emperor could not comprehend the Spacetime Grand Daos, but Liu Yiping did it. Where did this Liu Yiping come from? 3 Supreme Grand Daos. Du Yi, Grand Luo, and the other sovereigns who were hiding in the distance exclaimed in shock. Comprehending one type of Supreme Great Dao was already a matter that shocked the myriad worlds. But now, Liu Yiping had comprehended 3 types. On top of that, he had comprehended the 3rd-ranked Grand Dao of space and time. Liu Yiping looked at the shocked Yin Yu. In a flicker, he appeared in front of Yin Yu and punched again, sending Yin Yu flying. Liu Yiping's punch landed squarely on Yin Yu's chest. The Yin Yu Divine Armor's chest was completely penetrated. Not only was the Divine Armor penetrated, but even Yin Yu's Saint Physique was also penetrated. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw Yin Yu's Saint Physique being penetrated. Yin Yu was a saint who had cultivated 10 Grand Daos and possessed the Supreme Grand Dao of Destruction. His Saint Physique was nourished by Grand Dao energy day and night, almost invincible. But now, it was penetrated by Liu Yiping's punch. How terrifying was Liu Yiping, who possessed 3 Supreme Grand Daos. With a single punch, the Dark Hell Ghost Beast roared and charged at Liu Yiping. Its mountain-like beast claws slammed down on Liu Yiping's head. However, just as it was about to hit Liu Yiping's head, Liu Yiping raised his hand and stopped it. It was as if Liu Yiping was holding up a chaotic divine mountain, holding the Dark Hell Ghost Beast back. No matter how hard the Dark Hell Ghost Beast tried to increase its strength, it couldn't shake Liu Yiping in the slightest. Liu Yiping's 3 Supreme Grand Daos burst forth, and with a twist of his hand, the Dark Hell Ghost Beast screamed in pain. Its claws were actually broken by Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping threw the Dark Hell Ghost Beast's claws to Taurus Longjiao. "Keep them for tonight's barbecue." Dewey and the others didn't know what to say. The Dragonhorn Golden Bull took the Black Hell Ghost Beast's claw and grinned. "Okay, I'll get some good ingredients later." The Dark Hell Demonic Beast was furious. It opened its mouth and roared, attacking Taurus Longjiao. "How dare you blaspheme my holy body? Die!" However, before his attack could reach Taurus Longjiao, Liu Yiping sent him flying with a punch. Liu Yiping's punch landed squarely on his opponent's throat. The throat was the weakest part of the Black Hell Ghost Beast's defense. With a crack, the throat of the black hell ghost beast was shattered by Liu Yiping. An astonishing hole appeared in its throat, from which the blood of a saint gushed out like a golden spring. The black hell ghost beast was thrown into the air. It took a long time before it fell to the ground. It didn't get up again for a long time. Zhu Ling, whose divine armor had exploded and whose body was covered in cracks, felt a sharp pain in her throat when she saw this. Liu Yiping looked at Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling's expression changed drastically. Lord Liu Yiping. However, she didn't know what to say. She had changed the way she addressed Liu Yiping. She no longer had the confidence and calmness that she had at the beginning of the convention of 1,000 races. Liu Yiping walked over slowly. What do you want to say? Zhu Ling stuttered. Please let me go. Her voice was so weak that it couldn't be heard. Liu Yiping took a step forward and arrived in front of Zhu Ling. He also punched Zhu Ling's throat. Zhu Ling felt an intense pain from her throat to the depths of her soul. It wasn't real pain just now, but it was real pain this time. The hole in Zhu Ling's throat seemed to be bigger than the black hell ghost beast's. Zhu Ling crashed next to the black hell ghost beast, causing sand and dust to fly all over the black hell ghost beast's face. What did you just say? Say it again, Liu Yiping said to Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling wanted to speak, but found that she couldn't even open her mouth. She was shocked, angry, and regretful. If she had known that this would be the result of her trip to the divine world, she wouldn't have asked to come. She looked at Liu Yiping walking over and couldn't help but despair. Liu Yiping arrived in front of Zhu Ling, and a small mountain appeared in his hand. The small mountain expanded, becoming a mountain that was more than 10,000 meters tall. The mountain exuded a heaven-opening aura, and there was a gourd vine at the top of the mountain that glowed with rainbow light. Zhu Ling, the black hellish demonic beast, and Yinggu all opened their eyes in astonishment. Mount Buzhou. You restored Mount Buzhou's vitality. Zhu Ling was in disbelief. The heavenly court of the immortal world also had Mount Buzhou stone, but their immortal master had used all kinds of methods to restore Mount Buzhou's vitality. Liu Yiping didn't say anything. He tossed Mount Buzhou into the air and let it fall freely, smashing into Zhu Ling and the black hell ghost beast. Zhu Ling and the black hell ghost beast felt the sky darken, and a loud boom rang in their ears. They felt as if they were falling, as if they were smashed into the ground. After one hit, Mount Buzhou fell back into Liu Yiping's hand. Liu Yiping looked at the dying Zhu Ling and the black hell ghost beast. He picked them up like they were corpses, sealed their saint energy, and threw them into the cauldron of heaven and earth. Then, he walked towards Yinggu. Yinggu used all his strength and flew up crazily. A sacred artifact appeared in his hand as he crazily attacked the locked space of the Flying Dragon continent, causing the entire Flying Dragon continent to tremble. However, no matter how he attacked, he was unable to break through. Liu Yiping didn't stop him, and let him attack. The space of the Flying Dragon continent had been sealed by his spacetime Great Tao. If he wanted to break it open, he would have to defeat him, or Yinggu could comprehend the spacetime Great Tao like him. Otherwise, Yinggu wouldn't be able to break it even if he attacked for 100 or 1,000 years. Yinggu attacked madly, looking at the approaching Liu Yiping. His heart was filled with fear. Liu Yiping brought out Mount Buzhou, and the mountain crashed down on his opponent. Yinggu was shocked, and the saint artifact in his hand attacked Mount Buzhou, trying to block it. However, he was pushed away by Mount Buzhou, and after a while, Mount Buzhou slammed into the ground at the end of the sky. Liu Yiping arrived at the end of the sky, and Mount Buzhou flew up in his hand. 3 Supreme Great Tao energy poured into Mount Buzhou, and it slammed down on Yinggu again. The ground shook. After a few more times, Liu Yiping did the same, picking up the dying Yinggu like he was picking up a corpse, sealed his saint energy, and threw him into the cauldron of heaven and earth. As for his saint artifact, he also threw it into the cauldron of heaven and earth. Liu Yiping returned to Taurus Longjiao and ruler Enigma's side. He looked at the trembling Dui, Big Luo, and the group of rulers in the distance, and then left with Taurus Longjiao and ruler Enigma. Dui, Big Luo, and the rest fell to their knees. It was only after Liu Yiping had disappeared for a long time that Dui, Big Luo, and the rest could finally relax. Many rulers and experts looked at the Flying Dragon city that had turned into ruins, and the Flying Dragon continent that looked like it would collapse at any moment. They couldn't calm down for a long time. Recalling the scene of Zhu Ling, Dark Hell Ghost Beast, and Yinggu being tortured by Lu Yiping, Du Yi, Big Luo, and the rest felt an urge to drink water. The Saint of Heaven and Earth. Dewey muttered softly, and when he said the words Saint of Heaven and Earth, his heart trembled. 8:30 p.m., second update, unparalleled in the myriad worlds. The Grand Ruler whispered with a complicated expression. 3 Supreme Grand Daos, attacking 3 sages. If this wasn't unparalleled in the myriad worlds, then what was? However, the Immortal Lord won't let the matter rest so easily after the Golden Lightning Saints incident, right? Dewey hesitated. The ruler's heart sank, and they felt uneasy. If the Immortal World's Lord were to vent his anger on the Divine World because of the Golden Lightning Saint, the entire Divine World would suffer. Immortal World. In the Central Continent, countless immortal palaces floated above the Jiotian continent. Between the palaces, there were countless heavenly soldiers in all kinds of armor. This was where the Immortal World's heavenly court was located. Hao Tian sat on the Immortal World's Lord's throne, looking at the message talisman in his hand. The message talisman was about the Divine World's convention of myriad races. It was extremely detailed and vivid. After reading it, Hao Tian calmly stood up from his throne and walked out of the hall to the observation platform. From here, he could see the Central Continent's endless scenery. 3 Supreme Grand Daos. Hao Tian sighed as he looked at the horizon. After leaving the Flying Dragon City, Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the mysterious Sky Ruler arrived at a barren mountain valley on the Flying Dragon continent. He threw Zhu Ling, the Dark Hell Ghost Beast, and Yinggu out of the cauldron of heaven and earth. Then, he started to flip through their memories. From their memories, Lu Yiping learned a lot about the Immortal World's heavenly court and the immemorial Yin Borer. However, Lu Yiping didn't kill the 3 of them. Instead, he kept them alive because they would be of great use in the future. Then, Lu Yiping's group of 3 went to the Flying Dragon Continent Star Maple Divine Sect. From Yingyu and the Dark Hell Ghost Beast's memories, Lu Yiping learned that the Yin Borer race's headquarters was hidden in the Star Maple Divine Sect. The Star Maple Divine Sect was one of the super sects of the Flying Dragon Continent. However, it was very ordinary among the many super sects of the Flying Dragon Continent. Normally, it got along well with the various super sects of the Flying Dragon Continent. On the surface, it acted in an upright manner. Very quickly, Lu Yiping arrived at the Star Maple Divine Sect. As soon as he arrived, Lu Yiping's Jianshu began to shake violently. Not only the Jianshu, but even Mount Buzhou was shaking. Without another word, Lu Yiping immediately raised Mount Buzhou and expanded it to its largest size. At the same time, the power of the 3 Supreme Great Paths poured into Mount Buzhou and blasted it towards the ancestral grounds of the Celestial Maple Divine Sect. Mount Buzhou turned into a huge river of flowing light and slammed into the grand array of the ancestral land of the Star Maple Divine Sect. With a loud bang, the restrictions around the ancestral land of the Star Maple Divine Sect were shattered. Mount Buzhou continued its momentum and crashed into the ancestral land of the Star Maple Divine Sect. Enemy attack. Activate the Purple Star Divine Array. Everyone, attack. Fierce voices rang out from the ancestral grounds of the Star Maple Divine Sect. In the next instant, silhouettes rushed out from the Star Maple Divine Sect's ancestral land. There were probably tens of thousands of them. However, the tens of thousands of Yinba clan experts who had just rushed out from the ancestral grounds of the Star Maple Divine Sect were instantly blasted away by Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou was unstoppable as it plowed through the Yinba clan experts. In an instant, the sky above the ancestral grounds of the Star Maple Divine Sect was covered in a rain of blood. The strongest of the Yinba clan experts was a supreme ruler. The weakest was a supreme god. How could they withstand Lu Yiping's 3 Supreme Great Paths? Mount Buzhou flew back into Lu Yiping's hand. There was no more aura in the ancestral grounds of the Star Maple Divine Sect. Looking at the disciples rushing out from the various peaks of the Star Maple Divine Sect, Lu Yiping said indifferently, "Kill them all." Some of the disciples of the Star Maple Divine Sect were from the Yinba clan. Those who weren't had already submitted to the Yinba clan. Immediately, Taurus Longjiao and Mei's Tian broke through the sky and rushed into the Star Maple Divine Sect. The sky pillar in Taurus Longjiao's hand enlarged and swept out. The sect master and the supreme elders of the Star Maple Divine Sect were swept away like leaves. Soon, blood dyed the countless peaks of the Star Maple Divine Sect red. Blood gathered into a stream and flowed between the peaks. Liu Yiping arrived at the Star Maple Divine Sect's ancestral grounds and punched out. His fist broke through space and smashed the Imba clan's treasury door. As the Dark Bora race's treasury door was smashed into smithereens, shocking treasure chi and chaos spiritual chi rushed out from the treasury. The treasure chi and chaos spiritual chi were like torrential waves crashing against the Star Maple Divine Sect's ancestral land. Just from the treasure chi and chaos spiritual chi, one could see how shocking the treasures of the Imba clan's treasury were. Liu Yiping walked into the Imba clan's treasury door and looked around. All kinds of chaos lights flickered as if he had entered a colorful world. Taurus Longjiao and Mei's Tian had finished cleaning up the Star Maple Divine Sect's disciples and arrived at the treasury door. When they saw the dazzling world in front of them, they were stunned. Even Taurus Longjiao, who had followed Liu Yiping for many years, couldn't help but feel shocked. Previously, they had found the Imba clan's treasury in the Heavenly Water Mainland's land of Black Devils. But compared to the treasury in front of them, it paled in comparison. Liu Yiping ignored the treasures, chaos spiritual herbs, and chaos spirit stones. He went straight to the place where the tree creation tree was kept. He summoned the tree creation tree and started to merge with the tree creation tree. The tree creation tree that was 280,000 meters long glowed brightly as it continued to grow. The tree trunk grew thicker, and the number of Grand Dao runes on the tree trunk increased. The amount of profound yellow chi in the tree creation tree increased. Soon, the tree creation tree broke through 290,000 meters. One day later, when the tree creation tree broke through 300,000 meters, light erupted from the tree creation tree like an erupting volcano. In that instant, the chaos spiritual chi disappeared as it transformed into profound yellow chi. The Grand Dao aura around the tree creation tree increased exponentially, and it lit up the treasury. Taurus Longjiao and the mysterious sky ruler were enshrouded in a dazzling light. The Dragonhorn Golden Bull and mysterious sky hegemon couldn't hide their shock as they stared at the glorious achievements. When the tree creation tree broke through 300,000 meters, the words on the tree trunk shone brightly, and the 11th stage of the immortal skywood art appeared. Based on the tree creation tree's previous growth, the 11th stage of the immortal skywood art would only appear when it reached 320,000 meters. But now, at 300,000 meters, the tree creation tree transformed, and the 11th stage of the immortal skywood art appeared. After breaking through 300,000 meters, the tree creation tree continued to devour the remaining tree pieces in the treasury and continued to grow. In the end, it stopped growing at 340,000 meters. Liu Yiping then took out the Buzhou Mountain and merged it with the Buzhou Mountain stones in the treasury. Several days later, the Buzhou Mountain's height reached 21,000 meters. Next, Liu Yiping sat cross-legged under the tree creation tree, devouring the profound yellow chi as he cultivated the immortal skywood art and continued to comprehend the Fortune Jade Disc's Grand Dao. Taurus Longjiao and the mysterious sky ruler also began to cultivate under the tree creation tree. 300 years went by. As Liu Yiping continued to devour the profound yellow chi, the auspicious cloud above his head grew every 100 years. 300 years later, the auspicious cloud had grown from 10 mu to 13 mu. Liu Yiping's immortal skywood art had also reached the 10th stage. As for the 8 pieces of the Fortune Jade Disc's Grand Dao, he had almost fully comprehended them. In these 300 years, there were no major movements in the immortal world, nor did the Lord of the immortal world send an army to the divine world. This made Du Yi, Big Luo, and the others, who had been on tenterhooks in the divine world, heave a sigh of relief. 300 years later, Liu Yiping and the other 2 left the Star Maple Divine Sect. Before leaving, the 3 of them took away all the treasures in the Inyang Bora race's treasury. After leaving, Liu Yiping did not leave the Flying Dragon continent. Instead, he went to the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's headquarters. In these few hundred years, the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce had sent many messages, saying that they had found the building tree and Buzhou Mountain stone. When the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's president Xie Chuhan learned of Liu Yiping's arrival, she quickly led a group of True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's experts to welcome Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping explained his purpose of visit, and Xie Chuhan took out the building tree and Buzhou Mountain stone that she had prepared beforehand. In these few years, the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce had found quite a lot of building tree and Buzhou Mountain stone. Although it could not be compared to the Inyang Bora race's treasury, it was much more than the sky water lair. Lu Yiping paid the purple gold chaos water to the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce according to the price they had agreed on. After putting away the building tree block and Buzhou Mountain stone, Lu Yiping left the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce and found a place to fuse the building tree block and Buzhou Mountain stone. A few days later, the building tree finally grew to 370,000 meters after merging with the building tree. As for Buzhou Mountain, it had grown to 30,000 meters. When the building tree grew to 370,000 meters, the black-yellow qi gushed out like an ocean, and the Grand Dao runes on the tree grew by a lot. Lu Yiping stood under the building tree and looked up. Between the lush branches and leaves, heaven-opening words intertwined to form a mysterious diagram that flickered with light. Lu Yiping looked at these mysterious diagrams and felt that they were extremely profound and mysterious. These mysterious diagrams seemed to contain a supreme Grand Dao technique. However, these diagrams were not complete yet. Taurus Longjiao looked at the building tree's abnormally thick trunk and said, "I wonder how is the building tree's defense?" Lu Yiping laughed. "Try attacking with all your might." Taurus Longjiao was stunned. "Full power?" Lu Yiping nodded. "Full force. Use all your bull strength." Taurus Longjiao walked towards Xianxia and stood 100 meters away from him. Light flickered as he transformed into a golden bull. His true form was his strongest defensive state. After transforming into its true form, Taurus Longjiao's entire body shone with a golden light, and its dragon horns flickered with lightning. When its aura reached its peak, it suddenly slammed its claws at Xianxia. The monstrous thunder power and the sky-filling golden light bombarded the tree of creation. There was a loud bang. Xianxia stood still, while Taurus Longjiao was forced to retreat. He gem in bewilderment was shocked. Taurus Longjiao was a supreme sovereign, only half a step away from the Saint Realm. Moreover, he had transformed into his true form to attack, which was comparable to several supreme sovereigns attacking at the same time, but Xianxia hadn't even flinched. Not even a piece of tree bark fell off. Taurus Longjiao didn't believe it and attacked again with all his might. Xianxia still didn't move, but Taurus Longjiao was forced back even further. When he came to a stop, he felt the blood in his body churning, and his hands were in extreme pain. Ruler Mystery Heaven was shocked. Lu Yiping said to Taurus Longjiao, "With Xianxia's current defense, let alone you, even many Dao-confirming sages wouldn't be able to break through his defense." "Even Dao-confirming sages can't break through his defense?" Ruler Mystery Heaven was shocked. Dao-confirming sages were the strongest existences in the myriad of worlds. If even Dao-confirming sages couldn't break through Xianxia's defense, then how strong was Xianxia's defense? Taurus Longjiao smiled bitterly. "No wonder I couldn't break through Xianxia's defense even after using my bull strength. Even Dao-confirming sages couldn't break through Xianxia's defense, let alone a ruler like him." Looking at Xianxia in front of him, Taurus Longjiao couldn't help but feel powerless and defeated. A few thousand years ago, Xianxia had just regained its vitality and sprouted a pea-sized sprout. Now, it was already a 370,000 meters tall tree. Even his all-out attack couldn't shake it at all. This made Taurus Longjiao feel like he was in his twilight years. Was he old? Lu Yiping sensed the change in Taurus Longjiao's expression and said, "Don't be discouraged. Your talent and cultivation speed aren't inferior to the Golden Lightning Sage Zhu Ling. Sooner or later, you'll surpass her." Then, his gaze landed on Xianxia. "Xianxia is the universe's #1 divine tree. You definitely can't compare to it." Taurus Longjiao nodded seriously. Lu Yiping retrieved Xianxia, then strolled around the Flying Dragon continent with Taurus Longjiao and Mysterious Heaven Ruler. As they strolled, he tried to sense the Barbarian Dragon token he had obtained from the Barbarian Dragon's abode. According to Lu Yiping's thoughts, the Barbarian Dragon's abode should be on the Flying Dragon continent. As long as he was within a certain range, he would be able to sense the Barbarian Dragon's abode through the token. However, the Flying Dragon continent was very vast. It wasn't easy to find the Barbarian Dragon's abode with just a token. 1 month later, there was still no result. 3 months later, it was still the same. Lu Yiping didn't feel discouraged. Finally, on the 4th month, when they were passing by the ruins of an ancient city, the Barbarian Dragon token finally vibrated. Lu Yiping was overjoyed. He followed the direction of the token and flew towards the depths of the ancient city. In the end, he found the barbarian dragon's abode somewhere underground. The three of them blasted open the restrictions of the abode and successfully entered the abode. However, after searching for a while, Liu Yiping was disappointed. Although there were many treasures in the abode, there wasn't the creation jade disc. Liu Yiping, on the other hand, found a lot of information about the immemorial heavenly court in the abode. He even found some information about Xianxia's main body. This was a pleasant surprise. The immortal world. Liu Yiping muttered. From the information, Liu Yiping knew that Xianxia's main body was in the immortal world. As for where in the immortal world, he wasn't sure. However, knowing that it was in the immortal world, it was easy to find. Now, he had only obtained fragments of Xianxia. How big was Xianxia's main body? If Xianxia merged with the main body, it would grow to a terrifying extent. After plundering the treasures in the barbarian dragon's abode, Liu Yiping left the flying dragon continent. However, he didn't head to the immortal world immediately. Instead, he searched for the nests of the Bora race. Other than their headquarters, the Bora race had hundreds of nests in the divine world. Among these nests, there were pieces of Xianxia. Although there weren't many pieces of Xianxia in these nests, many little drops made an ocean. If Xianxia merged with all the pieces of these nests, it should be able to break through to 400,000 meters. Once it broke through to 400,000 meters, Xianxia would bear fruit. Therefore, for the next 10 years, Liu Yiping searched for the nests of the Bora race. From Yu, Liu Yiping already knew the location of these nests, so it wasn't difficult to find them. After 10 years, Xianxia finally broke through to 400,000 meters after fusing with the pieces of Xianxia in the treasure trove of the Bora race's nests. Today, first uncle had a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and underwent a craniotomy. He couldn't calm down to write. That's it for today. Normal updates will resume tomorrow. When the creation tree reached 400,000 meters, an auspicious light flickered between the leaves at the top of the creation tree. A dazzling yellow fruit slowly grew out. When this fruit grew out, the entire creation tree seemed to gain a new color. It was dazzling, mysterious, and full of vitality. The 400,000-meter-tall creation tree had lush foliage and was incomparably huge. It was dazzling, but Liu Yiping and the others immediately saw the fruit. It wasn't big, only the size of 2 thumbs, but it gave Liu Yiping and the others a feeling that it was a living creature that contained the essence of the grand Tao of heaven and earth. The fruit emitted a strange fragrance. Taurus Longjiao had never smelled anything so fragrant before. Looking at the fragrant fruit, Taurus Longjiao couldn't help but swallow. As for Ruler Enigma, he almost drooled. Even Liu Yiping felt his appetite increase when he looked at the fruit. After reaching 400,000 meters, the creation tree's foliage grew even more luxuriant, and the 12th stage of the immortal skyward art appeared. Previously, when the creation tree reached 300,000 meters, the 11th stage appeared. Now, at 400,000 meters, the creation tree transformed again, and the 12th stage appeared. When the creation tree stopped growing, Liu Yiping threw Zhu Ling, Yu, and the dark hell ghost beast out. Zhu Ling, Yu, and the dark hell ghost beast were equally shocked when they saw the creation tree. Creation tree! Zhu Ling exclaimed. Liu Yiping didn't just restore Mount Buzhou's vitality, he also restored the creation tree's vitality. The creation tree had grown to 400,000 meters, and it had even borne fruit. Dao fruit. Yu stared at the fruit excitedly. Although the Dao fruit was only the size of 2 thumbs, it was a super tonic even for Sage Realm experts. Swallowing a Dao fruit like this could save a Sage Realm expert tens of thousands of years of cultivation. For example, he had cultivated for 60 million years, but his auspicious clouds were only 14 mu. Swallowing a Dao fruit like this could increase his auspicious clouds by an entire mu or more. Not bad, Dao fruit. Liu Yiping said. Then, he controlled the creation tree's millions of roots to pierce into the chests of Zhu Ling, Dark Hell Ghost Beast, and Yinggu. Zhu Ling, Dark Hell Ghost Beast, and Yinggu were all true saints. Their saint physique's defenses were extremely strong, and many chaos spiritual treasures couldn't break through their saint physique's defenses, but Xianxia was able to do so without any hindrance. Zhu Ling, Dark Hell Ghost Beast, and Yinggu were both shocked and furious. Liu Yiping, what are you trying to do? Zhu Ling was terrified. She had a bad feeling about this. Lu Yiping didn't look at the three of them. Instead, he looked at Jianshu's golden fruit. Why do you think I didn't kill you back then? Zhu Ling looked at the fruit and guessed Lu Yiping's thoughts. She roared, Lu Yiping, you killed a saint. You won't have a good ending. In the Yin Valley, the black hell ghost beast struggled frantically. Both of them knew what Lu Yiping was going to do. However, the three of them had already been sealed by Lu Yiping, and their struggles were futile. The creation tree started to glow. The three of them felt the saint energy in their body, and even the grand Tao energy they comprehended, flowing into the creation tree through the roots. Zhu Ling attacked the creation tree's roots madly. However, no matter how hard they attacked, the creation tree's roots didn't break. Even when Yinggu and the dark hell ghost beast attacked at the same time, the creation tree's roots didn't break. When it was 300,000 meters tall, Jianshu's defense was already shocking. Even true saints couldn't break through its defense, not to mention now that it had broken through 400,000 meters, its defense was even more shocking. Yinggu could feel all the saint energy and grand Tao energy in his body being absorbed by the creation tree. He roared, Lu Yiping, you won't die a good death. Kill me if you have the guts. Lu Yiping said indifferently, don't worry, I will do as you wish. It won't be long before your other primal ancestors reunite with you. In the Yin Valley, the black hell ghost beast and Zhu Ling attacked crazily, cursing Lu Yiping. However, as the creation tree's roots continued to absorb their saint energy and grand Tao energy, they became weaker and weaker. If it were other items that could open the heavens, they wouldn't be able to absorb the saint energy. However, as the universe's #1 divine tree, the creation tree could. The creation tree's roots glowed with golden light. Taurus Longjiao and Mei's Tian could clearly see the three primal ancestors' saint energy and grand Tao energy being channeled into the creation tree's trunk. In the end, the three primal ancestors' saint energy and grand Tao energy were completely sucked dry. Following that, the creation tree started to extract their saint energy. Sensing that their saint body origin was being extracted, the three from Yin Valley were even more terrified. Their saint power and great path strength had been extracted. As long as their saint body origin was still there, they would still have the opportunity to cultivate their saint power and great path strength back. However, if their saint body origin was also extracted, they would never have the chance again. The three primal ancestors despaired. Half a day later, the three primal ancestors' saint energy was completely sucked dry. Just as the three primal ancestors' saint energy was sucked dry, the branches and leaves beside the original fruit flickered, and 3 golden fruits grew out. The 3 fruits emitted the same exotic fragrance. One was the size of a thumb, the other was the size of 2 thumbs, and the last one was the size of a small fist. These 3 fruits were different from the creation tree's original fruit. The original fruit was yellow in color, but these 3 fruits were milky white, the same color as the 3 primal ancestors' auspicious clouds. Taurus Longjiao and Mei's Tian couldn't hide their shock seeing the 3 primal ancestors' saint energy, grand Tao energy, and saint energy growing out from the creation tree. Lu Yiping's fire grand Tao flew out from his body. The fire grand Tao was ranked 19th among the 3,000 grand Taos. Then, the reincarnation grand Tao, ranked 7th, flew out. After the fire grand Tao flew out, it turned into a fire dragon that coiled around Zhu Ling, Yinggu, and the dark hell ghost beast. At the same time, the reincarnation grand Tao enveloped the space around the 3 primal ancestors, sealing their souls and vitality. Under the fire grand Tao's burning, the 3 primal ancestors slowly turned into ashes. Everything disappeared, and with Lu Yiping's reincarnation grand Tao, they didn't even have the chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation. After killing the 3 primal ancestors, Lu Yiping's hand reached out, and the white thumb-sized fruit fell into his palm. He passed the fruit to Mei's Tian and said, "You can refine this Tao fruit." This Tao fruit was condensed from Zhu Ling's saint energy, grand Tao energy, and saint energy. Mei's Tian was flattered, and he waved his hand in a fluster, "Master, I can't take this Tao fruit." Lu Yiping shook his head, "Take it. With this Tao fruit, your chances of entering the saint realm will be higher, and the creation tree will grow more Tao fruits in the future." In the end, under Lu Yiping's order, Mei's Tian accepted the fruit. 8 p.m. Second watch, Lu Yiping then plucked the white Dao fruit the size of 2 thumbs and gave it to Taurus Longjiao. This Dao fruit was formed by extracting the Saint Force, Dao Force, and Origin Force of the Black Hell Ogre Beast. Taurus Longjiao was at the critical juncture of becoming a saint. With this Dao fruit, he should be able to ascend quickly. Master, this Dao fruit is more useful to you. It's a waste to give it to me. Taurus Longjiao shook his head and was about to refuse when Lu Yiping shook his head. This Dao fruit is more useful to me, but it's just as important to you. Besides, I'll have plenty of Dao fruits in the future. He then had Taurus Longjiao accept it. Taurus Longjiao finally accepted the Dao fruit. Next, Lu Yiping and the others sat cross-legged under the tree of creation and swallowed Dao fruits to cultivate. Lu Yiping swallowed the fist-sized white fruit first. This Dao fruit was formed by extracting the Saint Force, Dao Force, and Origin Force of the Yin Valley. Therefore, it was much larger than Taurus Longjiao and Maxim's. This fruit contained more Saint energy and Great Path energy than Saint energy. As Lu Yiping refined the Dao fruit, the auspicious cloud above his head slowly grew. Originally, it was only 10 mu in size, but now it was approaching 11 mu. Lu Yiping's Saint Force also grew noticeably. 1 mu of auspicious cloud could gather 100 million Saint Force. Lu Yiping's original 10 mu of auspicious cloud was a billion Saint Force. As the auspicious cloud approached 11 mu, Lu Yiping's Saint Force also approached 11 billion. When Lu Yiping finished refining the Dao fruit, the auspicious cloud above his head had grown to 11 mu, but it was still a long way from 12 mu. Lu Yiping immediately plucked the yellow Dao fruit from Xianxia and swallowed it. This yellow Dao fruit contained far more grand Dao energy than the one in the Yin Valley. As soon as it entered his mouth, it transformed into a monstrous grand Dao energy that poured into Lu Yiping's body. Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very quickly, the auspicious cloud grew to 12 mu. However, after Qin Yan had grown to a certain extent, it would become harder for it to grow. Therefore, several days later, when Lu Yiping had completely refined the yellow Dao fruit, the auspicious cloud had just broken through to 13 mu. As for Bewildering Heaven and Taurus Longjiao, their refining speed was far slower than Lu Yiping's. Thus, when Lu Yiping finished refining the 2 Dao fruits, the 2 of them were still cultivating. Lu Yiping did not interrupt them. He sat cross-legged at the bottom of Jianshu and continued cultivating the immortal Skywood technique. Now that his immortal Skywood technique had reached the 10th level, his saint body's defense had far surpassed the Yin Valley, the Abyssal Ghost Beast, and Zhu Ling. If his immortal Skywood technique reached the 12th level, his defense would be as terrifying as the 400,000-meter-tall Jianshu. Thus, he had to cultivate the immortal Skywood technique to the 12th level as soon as possible, and the secret of longevity to the 49th level. Since the Jianshu had grown to 400,000 meters, the black and yellow qi was much denser than when it was 300,000 meters tall. Thus, Lu Yiping's cultivation speed was much faster than before. After several hundred years, Lu Yiping finally reached the 12th level of the immortal Skywood technique. However, the secret of longevity was still a little short of the 49th level. As for the great Daos and the 8 good fortune jade discs, Lu Yiping had already comprehended most of them. After several hundred years, he had finally comprehended all the great Daos in the 8 good fortune jade discs. The first good fortune jade disc contained 1,000 great Daos, and the other 7 discs contained 100 great Daos. Thus, Lu Yiping had comprehended 1,700 great Daos. For example, Yin Valley had only comprehended 10 great Daos in the Saint Realm, which was already rare in the Yinba clan. However, Lu Yiping had comprehended 1,700 great Daos in the Saint Realm. This was simply shocking. Of course, this was mainly because Lu Yiping possessed the good fortune jade disc and had a bloodline connection with it. Thus, he was able to comprehend 1,700 great Daos. If it were any other sage, even if they obtained the good fortune jade disc, they wouldn't be able to refine it. They wouldn't be able to comprehend 1,700 great Daos like Lu Yiping. After several hundred years, Lu Yiping reached the 12th level of the immortal Skywood technique. When he stopped cultivating, Taurus Longjiao and ruler Mi Tian had already finished refining the Dao fruit. Their transformation was shocking. Taurus Longjiao had successfully entered the Saint Realm. Although he hadn't confirmed his Tao, entering the Saint Realm meant that he had crossed the threshold of the true Saint Realm. As for ruler Tian, he had entered the late-stage sovereign realm. His battle strength far surpassed ordinary late-stage sovereigns. Liu Yiping stood up and looked at the two's transformation. He nodded and smiled. Not bad. Taurus Longjiao grinned. It's all thanks to Master's nurturing. Ruler Tian fell to his knees and kowtowed in thanks to Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping helped He Gem and Mystery Heaven to his feet and asked, "Do you know how your eldest apprentice brother, second apprentice brother, and third apprentice sister are doing?" He had 4 personal disciples, and He Gem and Mystery Heaven was his youngest personal disciple. He Gem and Mystic Heaven was stunned, and he said, "Eldest senior brother should be in the immortal world. As for second senior brother and third senior sister, I don't know." He then told Liu Yiping some details about his eldest senior brother. "Master, why don't I go with you to the immortal world?" Ruler Tian said. "I haven't seen eldest senior brother in many years." Liu Yiping thought for a moment, then shook his head. "You shouldn't go to the immortal world for now." He then added, "I'm afraid that something big will happen there." "Something big?" Ruler Tian blinked, then nodded. Afterward, Liu Yiping gave Ruler Tian some pointers on the problems he had encountered in his cultivation over the years. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. Liu Yiping parted ways with Ruler Tian and headed to the immortal world with Taurus Longjiao. The immortal world was the leader of the myriad of worlds. Although it wasn't too far from the God world, the journey from the God world to the immortal world was fraught with difficulties. First of all, one had to pass through the realm walls of each world. Without a certain level of strength, one wouldn't even be able to pass through the realm walls. Even ordinary paramount gods wouldn't be able to do so. After passing through the realm walls, one would have to travel through the boundless Milky Way. The Milky Way between the realms was filled with spatial storms and all sorts of terrifying creatures. The weather was so bad that even paramount gods would find it difficult to travel. However, to Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, these spatial storms and terrifying creatures were minor problems. After leaving the God world, Liu Yiping used the great Tao of spacetime to bring Taurus Longjiao through the boundless Milky Way. In the blink of an eye, they were 1,000,000 kilometers away. The two of them didn't stop to rest. After an indeterminate amount of time, they arrived in front of an enormous river. What flowed in this river was a type of water from the stars. Stardust rolled about within it, blocking the path of the two of them. They couldn't see the source nor the end. This river was called the Black Abyss Star Sand River. As long as one crossed the Black Abyss Star Sand River, they wouldn't be far from the immortal world. However, crossing the Black Abyss Star Sand River wasn't an easy task. The Black Abyss Star Sand River had a terrifying devouring power. Once one was sucked into the Black Abyss Star Sand River, even a sovereign realm expert would find it hard to survive. Liu Yiping and the Black Abyss Star Sand River broke through the billowing astral energy and entered the space above the Black Abyss Star Sand River. Then, they turned into 2 streaks of light and sped towards the opposite bank. As soon as the two entered the space above the Black Abyss Star Sand River, they encountered the terrifying devouring power at the bottom of the Black Abyss Star Sand River. However, this devouring power was negligible to Liu Yiping and the Black Abyss Star Sand River. The Black Abyss Star Sand River formed its own space. Therefore, Liu Yiping and the Black Abyss Star Sand River needed some time to cross it. However, as they passed through the Black Abyss Star Sand River, the two were attacked by numerous sand beasts. The Black Abyss Star Sand River had been around for countless years. It had probably existed for even longer than the immortal world and divine world. In these countless years, the Black Abyss Star Sand River had given birth to some fierce beasts with spiritual intelligence. These fierce beasts' physiques were extremely similar to the Black Abyss Star Sand River. Many sovereign realm experts couldn't sense their existence. Moreover, they were strong, with many of them not weaker than sovereign realm experts. Therefore, many sovereign realm experts would be injured if they weren't careful. Encountering these Black Abyss Star Sand Beasts, Liu Yiping and the Black Abyss Star Sand Beasts exploded. Although Taurus Longjiao had just entered the Saint Realm, his strength had increased by several folds. Even several peak late-stage sovereign realm experts couldn't withstand a single finger attack from him. He had twin bloodlines, and his combat strength was much stronger than the fixed heaven ruler when he entered the Saint Realm. An hour later, Lu Yiping and the Black Abyss Stars Sand River passed through the Black Abyss Stars Sand River without any hindrance and arrived at the opposite bank. Then, without stopping, they rushed towards the immortal world. As the two of them continued to fly forward, an extremely vast and resplendent world finally appeared at the end of the Milky Way. Taurus Longjiao smiled as he looked at this vast world that was emitting resplendent light and illuminating the endless space. Awesome, I've finally seen the home of my dreams. After leaving the God realm, Taurus Longjiao hadn't seen a single soul along the way. Now that he was finally in the immortal realm, he smiled from the bottom of his heart. Although he was born in the dragon realm, he had special feelings for the immortal realm. The first time he met Lu Yiping was in the immortal realm. The first time he had barbecued meat and drank wine with Lu Yiping was also in the immortal realm. Many of his firsts with Lu Yiping were also in the immortal realm. Moreover, he had spent his childhood in the immortal realm. I wonder how uncle is doing right now. Taurus Longjiao sighed. He had an uncle in the immortal world who had brought him up. When we reach the immortal world, we'll head to Demon Ox Mountain first, Lu Yiping said. Taurus Longjiao's uncle's residence was on Demon Ox Mountain. Master, your matter is more important. We can go to Demon Ox Mountain in the future, the Dragonhorn Golden Bull said. He knew that Lu Yiping's main purpose in coming to the immortal realm was to find Master Jianshu and the Imba race's headquarters. As long as he could find the headquarters, he might be able to completely destroy the Imba race. Lu Yiping shook his head. My matter isn't urgent. Let's go to Demon Ox Mountain first. Taurus Longjiao nodded and grinned. Alright, we'll drink fruit wine then. Fruit wine was a specialty of Demon Ox Mountain. The first time Taurus Longjiao barbecued meat and drank wine with Lu Yiping was the fruit wine. The unique taste of the fruit wine was unforgettable for Taurus Longjiao. Lu Yiping smiled. Alright, let's drink for 3 days and 3 nights. Alright, let's drink for 3 days and 3 nights. Taurus Longjiao smiled. The two quickly flew towards the immortal world. With their full strength, the immortal world grew closer and closer. The light of the immortal world grew brighter and brighter. As the two approached the immortal world, their bodies were illuminated by the light of the immortal world. Finally, the two arrived in front of the immortal world's boundary wall. Lu Yiping's great Dao light surged and directly passed through the boundary wall. Taurus Longjiao followed closely behind. The two entered the immortal world one after another. As soon as they entered the immortal world, the picturesque scenery of the immortal world appeared before their eyes. At this time, the sun had just risen. The morning sun shone on the vast land of the immortal world. It was beautiful and magnificent. Taurus Longjiao looked at the beautiful immortal world in front of him and took a deep breath of the surrounding spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of the immortal world was different from that of the God realm. This unique spiritual energy that only belonged to the immortal world made Taurus Longjiao feel incomparably comfortable. Lu Yiping also breathed in the spiritual energy of the immortal world and smiled. The air of the immortal world is still the most comfortable. Then, he stepped forward with Taurus Longjiao. Not long after, the two arrived at a city in front of them. The city was extremely lively. Lu Yiping smiled. Let's go take a look. The two landed on the main road in front of the city gate and then followed the flow of people into the city. Almost all of the people in the city were human cultivators. These human cultivators wore the immortal robes of various sections. In the God realm, they cultivated divine power. In the immortal world, they cultivated immortal power. The heavenly court is recruiting. Are we going to take the test? Forget it. With our aptitude, we can't even pass the first test. The immortal master is recruiting so many soldiers. Is he going to war with the demon realm again? The demon realm's demon lord has been invading the immortal world in recent years. In the city, in a restaurant, some experts were chatting. I wonder what the requirements are for this test. I'm not very sure. In the past, one had to be at least in the immortal realm to participate in the test. This time, it seems that the requirements are relaxed. It seems that the half-immortal realm is enough. Listening to the discussion of these human experts, Taurus Longjiao was surprised. Half-immortal realm can participate in the test? How Dian recruited so many cannon fodder. It's useless. If they really went to war with the demon realm, the half-immortal realm experts would be useless. Good news. Our spirit dragon city's city lord has broken through to the Xian immortal realm. The Meng family and the Zhu family are going to have a marriage alliance. Is it true? The Zhu family sage, the Golden Thunder sage, didn't really die, did he? Shoo. How dare you talk about the Golden Thunder sage? The discussion around them continued to enter their ears. Taurus Longjiao smiled. It seems that the news of Zhu Ling has spread in the immortal world? Lu Yiping nodded. Zhu Ling was a Dao-confirming sage, so it was normal for the immortal world to be shaken by the death of a Dao-confirming sage. In the divine world, one cultivated the gods, while in the immortal world, one cultivated the immortals. Therefore, the realms in the immortal world were different from those in the divine world. Immortals were equivalent to gods in the divine world. Above them were true immortals, celestial immortals, profound immortals, high immortals, peerless immortals, golden immortals, grand unity golden immortals, perfected golden immortals, heavenly monarchs, immortal emperors, and celestial venerables. A heavenly venerable was equivalent to the ruler of the divine world, and above that was the saint realm, the saint realm. Regardless of whether it was divine cultivation or immortal cultivation, the ultimate goal was to prove one's Tao and become a saint. All the different paths led to the same destination. Author's note: the mistake in the previous chapter of Qin Yun has been corrected. Now Lu Yiping's Qin Yun is 17 mu. Who's the marriage between the Meng and the Zhu? I don't know. I heard it's Empress Meng Qiantong and Immortal Emperor Zhu Heng. What? Empress Meng Qiantong? She's my goddess. Goddess my ass. Why don't you take a look in the mirror? You're not even fit to be Empress Meng Qiantong's horse. If I'm not fit to be Empress Meng Qiantong's horse, then I'll clean her shoes. In the surrounding streets, shops, restaurants, and even the experts of the various sects and clans were talking about the marriage alliance between the Meng clan and the Zhu clan. The Meng and the Zhu were giants in the immortal world. As the most outstanding disciple of the Meng, Meng Qiantong had both beauty and strength. She was the dream lover of all the male disciples in the immortal world. Therefore, the male disciples of the immortal world were greatly affected when they heard that the marriage was between Meng Qiantong and Zhu Heng. You guys don't know, but I heard Empress Meng Qiantong doesn't agree to this marriage. Someone suddenly said. Empress Meng Qiantong doesn't agree to this marriage? That's right. Empress Meng Qiantong said that she won't consider marriage until she reaches the sage realm. When the crowd heard this, they once again started discussing heatedly. Lu Yiping stopped when he passed by a restaurant. 3 Lives Restaurant. Lu Yiping looked at the name of the restaurant and thought of some things from the past. I didn't expect this small city to have a 3 Lives restaurant. Taurus Longjiao said. Although Spirit Dragon City was very prosperous, it was just an insignificant city in the immortal world. The city lord was only an abstruse immortal. Let's go in and have a seat. Lu Yiping said and entered the restaurant with Taurus Longjiao. The restaurant was decorated in a very grand manner and occupied a large area. It had 2 floors, each of which was 1,000 square meters. Business was good and there were almost no empty seats. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao didn't go to the 2nd floor. They went to an empty seat in the corner of the 1st floor and sat down. The two called the waiter over. Lu Yiping threw a supreme great immortal stone to the waiter. The shop assistant held the piece of supreme great immortal stone in a daze. In the immortal world, the exchange rate of immortal stones was 100 to 1. 1 piece of supreme grade immortal stone was equivalent to 100 pieces of high-grade immortal stones, 10,000 pieces of middle-grade immortal stones, and 1,000,000 pieces of low-grade immortal stones. Therefore, a piece of supreme grade immortal stone was a huge sum in a small city like Spirit Dragon City. A piece of supreme grade immortal stone could buy a small courtyard in Dragon Spirit City. Give us 2 jars of 3 Lives wine and a table full of good food and wine, Lu Yiping said. The waiter came back to his senses and replied respectfully, all right, please wait a moment, sirs. Then he smiled bitterly and said, but, sirs, do you have any high-grade or medium-grade immortal stones? 2 jars of 3 Xing wine and a table of good food and wine won't cost that much. Lu Yiping smiled and said, I'll leave the rest to you. I have some questions for you. The waiter's eyes widened as he stuttered, you're giving me the rest? He couldn't believe it. Lu Yiping smiled and said, that's right. Then he asked, "Is 3 Lives Old Man still in charge of 3 Lives Restaurant?" The waiter was startled, then he shook his head. "No, our 3 Lives Restaurant has been under Lord Zhu Huqing's control since a million years ago." "Zhu Huqing?" Lu Yiping was puzzled. "Yes, Lord Zhu Huqing is our Lord 3 Lives' nephew," the waiter said. "Nephew?" Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao looked at each other. They remembered that 3 Lives Old Man didn't have any nephews. 3 Lives Old Man doesn't have any brothers or sisters, so how could he have a nephew? Lu Yiping asked. The waiter shook his head. "I'm not sure about this. I only heard it from the elders of the restaurant." Lu Yiping asked a few more questions about 3 Lives Old Man. A while later, the waiter left in high spirits. Soon, he returned with 2 jugs of 3 Lives wine and a table full of dishes for Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. 3 Lives Old Man entered the Azure Lightning Holy Manor? After the waiter left, Taurus Longjiao shook his head. "I'm afraid 3 Lives Old Man's fate is more likely than not." The Azure Lightning Holy Manor was a cultivation dwelling left behind by the Azure Lightning Holy Saint. When the Azure Lightning Holy Manor appeared a million years ago, 3 Lives Old Man entered the manor and never came out again. The Azure Lightning Holy Manor was covered in layers of restrictions. If 3 Lives Old Man didn't come out, he was probably dead inside. Lu Yiping shook his head and didn't say anything. Then, he clinked his cup with Taurus Longjiao. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the 2 left the restaurant. When the 2 left the restaurant, they saw a 7 to 8-year-old girl in tattered clothes crying and begging passers-by. "Big brother, big sister, I beg you, please save my mother, I beg you." Although the little girl's clothes were tattered, it couldn't hide her cute and delicate appearance. Although she was only 7 or 8 years old, her cultivation wasn't low. She was already in the half-immortal realm. Even in the immortal world, it was rare for a 7 to 8-year-old disciple to cultivate to the half-immortal realm. When Lu Yiping saw the black phoenix tattoo on her arm, his heart moved and he walked over. When the little girl saw Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao walking over, she couldn't help but go up to Lu Yiping and beg, "Big brother, I beg you, please save my mother." "Little sister, what happened to your mother?" Lu Yiping squatted down and asked. Hearing Lu Yiping's question, the little girl said, "My mother and I came to seek refuge with relatives. On the way, we were robbed by bad people. My mother was heavily injured and she protected me as we escaped here. My mother has been vomiting blood and is about to die." Speaking of this, the little girl started crying. Her cries were extremely mournful. "Where is your mother? Take us to see her," Lu Yiping said. Hearing this, the little girl hurriedly led Lu Yiping to the north of Spirit Dragon City. Finally, they arrived at a dilapidated courtyard overgrown with weeds in the north of Spirit Dragon City. In the corner of the courtyard, a beautiful woman with a noble temperament and creamy skin was lying on the ground. However, her aura was weak and her body was covered in blood. Just as the little girl said, her mother's injuries were extremely serious. The beautiful woman's immortal meridians were shattered and her soul was on the verge of collapse. If they didn't save her, she would definitely die. "Mother!" The little girl rushed to the beautiful woman's side and cried. Her tears were like plowing plows as she shook the beautiful woman with all her strength. However, the beautiful woman couldn't even open her eyes. Lu Yiping summoned the tree of life and the life force continuously poured into the beautiful woman's body. Soon, the beautiful woman's face began to turn rosy. After stabilizing the beautiful woman's injuries, Lu Yiping recalled the tree of life. Then, he took out an immortal pill and had the little girl feed her mother. Seeing her mother's rosy complexion and no longer vomiting blood, the little girl thanked Lu Yiping and fed her mother the immortal pill. The beautiful woman sat cross-legged and began to refine the immortal pill's medicinal efficacy. Seeing the little girl's nervous expression, Lu Yiping said, "Don't worry. Your mother's injuries will be completely healed tomorrow." At this time, the sky gradually darkened. Lu Yiping made Taurus Longjiao build a bonfire not far away and then cleared the surrounding weeds. Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the little girl sat by the bonfire and chatted. "What is your name?" Lu Yiping asked the little girl warmly. The little girl was very obedient and said, "Big brother, my name is Huang Kersen." "Huang Kersen?" Lu Yiping laughed, "Your name is very nice. You are from the Black Phoenix race, right?" How is the Black Phoenix race now? Hearing Lu Yiping mention the Black Phoenix race, Huang Kerson's eyes suddenly turned red and she started to cry loudly. Our Black Phoenix race is gone. Huang Kerson cried loudly. Gone? Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjia's face sank. After Huang Kerson calmed down, Lu Yiping asked, Kerson, what happened to the Black Phoenix race? Huang Kerson sobbed, a few days ago, my mother and I went out to train. When we came back, we found out that our people were all killed. There were corpses and blood everywhere. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjia's eyes turned cold when they heard this. Do you know who did it? Taurus Longjia asked. Huang Kerson shook her head, I don't know. When my mother and I came back, we saw a group of masked men in black moving the corpses. My mother didn't dare to make a sound and secretly left with me. We originally wanted to go to my grandfather's house but we met bandits on the way. Masked men in black, Lu Yiping muttered, what are the characteristics of those masked men in black? Huang Kerson thought for a while and said, they should be men. They were tall and their eyes had a demonic light. My mother said that they might be human demonic cultivators. Human demonic cultivators? Taurus Longjia frowned. In the immortal world, there were many human demonic sects and experts. So, just knowing that the other party was a human demonic cultivator was not enough to find the culprit. Lu Yiping fell into deep thought. Even though he only knew that the other party was a demonic cultivator of the human race and it was difficult to find the culprit, the Black Phoenix race was not weak. There were not many demonic cultivator sects that could destroy the Black Phoenix race. At this moment, Huang Kerson's stomach rumbled. Kerson, you haven't eaten for a long time, right? Lu Yiping asked. He then took out a huge beast claw, cut off a piece, and roasted it over the bonfire. This beast claw belonged to the dark hell ghost beast that he had killed earlier. The beast claw was huge. He and Taurus Longjia had roasted it many times. They had already eaten one, and now there was only one left. Soon, the aroma of beast meat filled the air. Huang Kerson smelled the fragrance of the beast meat and felt her whole body was very comfortable. She felt as if she was floating in the air. She looked at the golden and fragrant beast meat on the bonfire and asked, Big brother, what beast meat is this? It's so fragrant. I've eaten a lot of immortal beast meat but none of them are as fragrant as this. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjia smiled. The world of immortals doesn't have this kind of meat. Taurus Longjia smiled. There should only be one in the myriad of worlds. Huang Kerson's cute eyes widened. There's only one in the myriad worlds? What kind of beast is that? It's the dark hell ghost beast. Taurus Longjia smiled. Dark hell ghost beast? Huang Kerson looked puzzled. She shook her head and said, I don't know. Lu Yiping smiled. After the meat was cooked, he cut off a small piece and gave it to Huang Kerson. It wasn't that he was reluctant, but Huang Kerson was only in the half-celestial stage. It was difficult for her to refine the vast amount of saint origin contained in the dark hell ghost beast meat. Even if it was only a small piece, it was still extremely vast and terrifying for Huang Kerson. However, with Lu Yiping around, there was no need to worry about Huang Kerson's dantian exploding. Huang Kerson took the small piece of beast meat and salivated. Even so, she still ate it very elegantly and slowly. She took a small bite and felt that her mouth was full of fragrance. The fragrance seemed to seep into every pore in her body and even into her spirit ocean. Big brother, this beast meat is simply too delicious. Huang Kerson was surprised. Lu Yiping and Huang Kerson smiled. This beast meat contains very strong true core. So, after you finish eating, sit down cross-legged and use the Dark Phoenix race's cultivation method to refine the true core, Lu Yiping said. Lu Yiping didn't say saint origin, only true core. Huang Kerson nodded. After a while, she finished eating the small piece of beast meat and sat down cross-legged as she was told. She used the Dark Phoenix race's cultivation method to refine the true core in the beast meat. Not long after Huang Kerson started using the Dark Phoenix race's cultivation method, a vast torrent suddenly rushed out of her body and rushed into her body. Huang Kerson was shocked. However, at this moment, a warm energy suddenly wrapped around her. The torrent in her body became extremely gentle and then flowed into her dantian, where it was continuously converted into celestial core. Lu Yiping's palm emitted a holy light that enveloped Huang Curson and guided the saint origin in her body. After the saint origin was completely smoothed out, he stopped. Lu Yiping had used a secret technique to seal most of the saint origin in Huang Curson's body. In the future, as Huang Curson used the Dark Phoenix race's cultivation method to cultivate, the saint origin would slowly seep out. Therefore, Huang Curson's cultivation speed would be 100 times faster than before. At the very least, before the saint origin in her body was completely refined, her cultivation would continue to rise at an astonishing speed. Seeing Huang Curson refining the black hell ghost beast meat, Taurus Longjiao said, "This girl's bloodline is very pure. It's not any lower than Huang Weiming's." After a pause, he said, "Since the Dark Phoenix race was annihilated, that brat Huang Weiming wouldn't have died, right?" Lu Yiping didn't say anything. The night passed. The morning sun shone brilliantly into the courtyard. Huang Curson was the first to wake up. When she woke up, she was pleasantly surprised. "I broke through to the immortal realm? I'm an immortal now?" Her little face was full of disbelief. She said excitedly to Lu Yiping, "Big brother, did I really break through to the immortal realm?" Lu Yiping said with a smile, "It's true. You are now in the immortal realm." Huang Curson stood up, hugged Lu Yiping and kissed him. Then she cheered. The half-celestial realm was still immortal. Only by entering the immortal realm could one shed their mortal body and become an immortal. Immortals and half-celestials had completely different statuses in the immortal realm. No wonder Huang Curson was so happy. Looking at the cheering Huang Curson, Taurus Longjiao seemed to see Luo Shui when he was young. He said with emotion, "I wonder how Luo Shui is now." Lu Yiping muttered, "He should be fine." He felt that Luo Shui should still be alive. In the immortal realm, he had asked the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce and other chambers of commerce to look for Luo Shui. However, the immortal realm was vast and it wasn't easy to find a person. So until now, there was still no news of Luo Shui. However, Lu Yiping felt that in the future, there would definitely be a day when he would coincidentally meet Luo Shui. Not long after Huang Curson woke up, her mother, Chen Yitao, also woke up. When she woke up, Chen Yitao's injuries had completely healed. After she learned from her daughter that it was Lu Yiping who saved her, she walked towards Lu Yiping. Chen Yitao's injuries had healed and her complexion was very good. She was even more beautiful than yesterday. She came in front of Lu Yiping and bowed to thank him. "Yitao thanks sir for saving my life." Her voice was like a nightingale and very pleasant to listen to. 9 p.m. Second update, "It's nothing." Lu Yiping helped her up and said, "Moreover, I'm old friends with Huang Weiming of the Black Phoenix race." Chen Yitao was shocked, "Lord knows old ancestor Huang Weiming?" Huang Weiming was one of the strongest old ancestors of the Black Phoenix race, an immortal emperor expert. Lu Yiping nodded, "I know him, but I haven't seen him for 4 million years." He then asked, "Tell me more about the Black Phoenix race." Huang Weiming was someone he met before he entered the Saint Realm. When Chen Yitao heard Lu Yiping asking about the Black Phoenix race, she said, "A few months ago, I went out to train with Curson. When I returned, I discovered that the Black Phoenix race had undergone a huge change. At that time, there was blood and corpses everywhere. I was afraid that the black-robed masked men would discover me, so I didn't dare to get too close. After that, I used my clan's immortal artifact to conceal my aura and escaped with Curson. Originally, I wanted to go to Ziluo City to seek refuge with my big brother, but I didn't expect to encounter bandits on the way." Chen Yitao said gratefully, "If it wasn't for you guys, I'm afraid I would have died long ago." "Do you know if Huang Weiming is still alive?" Lu Yiping asked. Chen Yitao shook her head, "I don't know." Lu Yiping asked a few more questions. "Big brother, where are you guys going? Why don't you come with us to Ziluo City?" Huang Curson pleaded with a reluctant look on her face. Chen Yitao scolded softly, "Curson, don't be rude, call him Lord." Lu Yiping waved his hand, "It's fine." He then smiled at Huang Curson, "We're going to Demon Bull Mountain. Since it's on the way, let's go to Ziluo City together." Huang Curson cheered when she heard that and revealed a sweet smile, "Thank you, big brother. I knew big brother is the best." Taurus Longjiao smiled, "Am I not good? Big brother Xiao Jin is also good." Huang Curson stuck out her tongue and smiled sweetly. Taurus Longjiao grinned. This was the first time he was called Big Brother. Xiao Jin, he thought of Tang Ben from the Azure Thunder sect in the Divine World. Taurus Longjiao picked an immortal item from his spatial artifact and passed it to Huang Kursen. He smiled and said, "This is our first meeting. Big Brother Xiao Jin doesn't have anything good to give you. Take a look and see if you like this sword." When Chinny Tao saw the small sword, she quickly waved her hand and said, "Lord Xiao Jin, this is too precious. Kursen cannot accept it." Taurus Longjiao said, "It's just a small toy." Then he asked Huang Kursen to accept it. This small sword was a supreme-grade immortal artifact. It was one of the hundreds of supreme-grade immortal artifacts that he and Lu Yiping had obtained after destroying a sect in the immortal world millions of years ago. These things were useless in his spatial artifact. Huang Kursen took the small sword and waved it around. She liked it very much and happily thanked Taurus Longjiao. After that, Lu Yiping and the rest left the small courtyard. Before leaving Spirit Dragon City, Chinny Tao went to a shop to buy an immortal robe. After changing into the immortal robe that was stained with blood, Chinny Tao shone brightly and became even more beautiful. She attracted a lot of attention from the passers-by. After leaving Spirit Dragon City, Lu Yiping and the rest headed north. Lu Yiping and Huang Kursen were not in a hurry, so they accompanied Huang Kursen and Chinny Tao. Along the way, Huang Kursen was chattering non-stop and asked questions. Huang Kursen tilted her head and asked Lu Yiping, "Big Brother, how do you know everything? I asked you so many questions and you still don't know any of them." Lu Yiping laughed, "The more books you read, the more you know." Huang Kursen said, "But I also read a lot of books." Chinny Tao smiled, "How old are you? You only read a few hundred books and you dare to say it's a lot." Because Zilua City was still far away and they were not in a hurry, when they passed by some cities, they would stop for a night. Normally, they would travel during the day. A few days later, when they passed by a city called Mingguang City, Lu Yiping and the rest were stopped by someone. The people who stopped Lu Yiping and the rest were a group of burly men. There were about 30 to 40 of them and they all looked fierce. Chinny Tao saw this group of burly men and her face changed. Huang Kursen hid behind Lu Yiping. "Hee, two little ladies, we meet again. What a coincidence." The leader stared at Chinny Tao and grinned. He had a mouth full of yellow teeth and his eyes stared in front of Chinny Tao. He smiled, "We haven't seen each other for a few days and you have become prettier." Huang Kursen said to Lu Yiping, "Big Brother, they are the robbers who tried to rob us earlier." The group of robbers looked at Lu Yiping. One of them laughed, "This brat is not bad looking. Let's capture him and make him third sister's concubine. What do you all think?" The group of robbers cheered in agreement. "Make him third sister's concubine," Taurus Longjiao snorted coldly. In an instant, his voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking the entire Mingguang City. At this moment, all the experts in Mingguang City felt their souls tremble and they looked towards Taurus Longjiao's direction in fear. Huang Kursen and Chinny Tao saw the group of robbers standing there stiffly with blood spurting out from their 7 orifices. Yes, they were spurting out blood and not flowing out. This group of robbers fell to the ground at the same time. The ground was empty and all of them were dead. Chinny Tao was shocked. Although these robbers looked neither fish nor fowl, they were very strong. Many of them were gold immortals, and their leader was even a primordial unity golden immortal like her. How could the Dragonhorn Golden Bull kill them all with just a snort? "Let's go." Lu Yiping didn't look at the group of robbers and walked forward with Taurus Longjiao. The road ahead was blocked by the corpses of the robbers, but when Lu Yiping walked past them, the corpses were blown away by the wind like loose sand, disappearing without a trace. Chinny Tao was shocked. Just now, these robbers were all killed by Taurus Longjiao's snort. Then what happened to the corpses? Why did they suddenly become loose sand and scattered by the wind? Was it Lu Yiping? However, she didn't sense any energy fluctuations from Lu Yiping and there were no other energy fluctuations in the surrounding space. Chinny Tao was bewildered and followed with her daughter. Huang Kursen didn't think too much and just exclaimed, "Brother Xiao Jin, you are so powerful. You are as powerful as my grandfather and grandfather." "Oh, is that so?" Taurus Longjiao laughed, "Who is your grandfather?" Huang Kursen said proudly, "My grandfather is Chen Wanli, the head of the Chen family in the accumulative moon continent." People call him the 10,000-mile sword god and also the 10,000-mile sword emperor. My grandfather is the #1 sword expert in the accumulative moon continent. So your grandfather is the #1 sword expert in the accumulative moon continent. Taurus Longjiao laughed. Huang Kersen said, my uncle is also powerful. He is an invincible lord of heaven and also the city lord of Ziluo City. Also, my uncle and Meng Hongyu of the Meng family are best friends. Meng Hongyu is the younger brother of Empress Meng Qiantong. Meng Qiantong? Taurus Longjiao said. Is this Meng Qiantong very famous? After the two entered the immortal realm, the name they heard the most was Meng Qiantong. Huang Kersen and Chen Yitao looked at Taurus Longjiao weirdly as if they were looking at an alien. Of course Empress Meng Qiantong is very famous, very very famous. Huang Kersen's expression was a bit exaggerated. Brother Xiaojin, don't tell me you don't even know Empress Meng Qiantong? Taurus Longjiao was a bit embarrassed by Huang Kersen's exaggerated expression. I've been in seclusion with Master for many years and just came out so I don't know. No wonder. Huang Kersen said. Empress Meng Qiantong is the most famous empress in the immortal realm and also the youngest empress. She cultivated for less than 3 million years and is already peak immortal emperor late stage. Peak immortal emperor late stage in less than 3 million years. Lu Yiping nodded. Such talent was rare. Huang Kersen said. Yes, Empress Meng Qiantong is the person all the girls in the immortal realm admire. She's very pretty, even prettier than my mother. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao looked at Chen Yitao. Chen Yitao blushed and said. Actually Kersen is right, Empress Meng Qiantong is prettier than me. She, Heavenly Queen Mother, Jiutian Mystical Maiden and Goddess Ho Tu are the 4 great beauties of the immortal realm. Heavenly Queen Mother is quite pretty. Taurus Longjiao smiled. Huang Kersen asked. Brother Xiaojin, have you seen Heavenly Queen Mother? Of course. Taurus Longjiao smiled. She likes our master a lot. Huang Kersen and Chen Yitao opened their mouth wide and looked at Lu Yiping in disbelief. Immortal Lord Hao Tian pursued Heavenly Queen Mother but never succeeded. This was something many people in the immortal realm knew. Heavenly Queen Mother didn't even like Immortal Lord Hao Tian but she liked this person, Huang Kersen said in disbelief. Heavenly Queen Mother likes Big Brother? She suspected that her brother Xiaojin was boasting. Lu smiled. Don't listen to Xiaojin. He's just joking with you. Huang Kersen patted her chest and said, I thought brother Xiaojin was serious, so it was just a joke. I knew it, how could Queen Mother of the West like Big Brother? Lu Yiping smiled and said, why? Do you think Big Brother is not worthy of Queen Mother? Huang Kersen was stunned and explained. That's not it. I just don't think it's possible. Immortal Lord Hao Tian pursued Heavenly Queen Mother for tens of millions of years but never succeeded. I've never heard of Heavenly Queen Mother liking anyone. Taurus Longjiao wanted to say something but Lu Yiping stared at Taurus Longjiao. Taurus Longjiao could only shut his mouth. He took out a jade jar and poured it into his mouth. Chen Yitao noticed what Taurus Longjiao was drinking and exclaimed. Purple gold chaos water? Taurus Longjiao didn't mind. Purple gold chaos water. Huang Kersen's round eyes widened. Big brother Xiaojin, do you usually drink the purple gold chaos water like this? She had seen her uncle and grandfather drinking the purple gold chaos water before and they would drip it drop by drop into their mouths. Taurus Longjiao was different. He took a jade jar the size of a wine jar and poured it into his mouth. Taurus Longjiao smiled. Yes, master, and I drink it like this. Actually, this purple gold chaos water tastes like plain water. He took out another jade jar from his spatial artifact and passed it to Huang Kersen. Huang Kersen took the jade jar and was stunned. She opened the jar and saw a jar full of purple gold chaos water. Brother Xiaojin, you gave this to me? Huang Kersen couldn't believe it. Taurus Longjiao smiled. Of course it's for you. Don't be stingy. There's more after you finish it. Huang Kersen swallowed. She thought about it and wanted to return the purple gold chaos water to Taurus Longjiao. Lu Yiping said, keep it. We have a lot of purple gold chaos water. We usually use it to water the trees and flowers. Water the trees and flowers? Chen Yitao didn't know what to say. In the end, Huang Kursen kept the purple gold chaos water. Big brother, thank you. Huang Kursen said seriously. When I grow up, I will repay you. Lu Yiping smiled. Oh, then when you grow up, how do you plan to repay us? Huang Kursen thought about it and said, when the time comes, I will earn a lot of money and give it to you. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao smiled. Chen Tao also smiled sweetly. They talked and laughed along the way. When they arrived at Ziluo City, it was dusk. The sun was setting in the west. There was a different kind of beauty. Ziluo City was very big. It was much bigger than Spirit Dragon City. It was very lively. Chen Tao had been here a few times. She was familiar with the city and found the city lord's residence. Who are you looking for? The guards at the gate didn't recognize Chen Tao. I want to see your city lord. Chen Tao took out a token. My name is Chen Tao. I am your city lord's younger sister. The guards were shocked. They took the token, and when they realized it was their city lord's token, they didn't dare to delay and rushed in to report. At this time, in the main hall of the city lord's residence, Chen Zifeng was listening to the housekeeper's report. Chen Zifeng asked solemnly, my sister, you still haven't found her? The housekeeper quickly said, not yet. Then, he stuttered, I'm afraid Missy Tao has already. He stopped here and didn't dare to continue. Chen Zifeng's face was gloomy. Find out who annihilated the Dark Phoenix tribe. The news of the Dark Phoenix tribe's annihilation had spread, causing a huge commotion in the accumulated Moon mainland. When the Chen family's experts heard the news, they were furious. Who didn't know that the Dark Phoenix tribe and Chen family were close friends? Now that the Dark Phoenix tribe was annihilated, how could the Chen family not be angry? Right at this time, one of the guards rushed in and reported, Lord Castellan, there is a young lady named Chen Tao outside. She says she is your younger sister and wants to see you. What? Chen Zifeng was pleasantly surprised when he heard the news. He quickly rushed out of the residence. Outside the residence, Chen Zifeng saw Chen Tao and Huang Kursen standing outside. Yitao, Kursen. Chen Zifeng called out in surprise. Big brother. Chen Tao went up to greet Chen Zifeng, tears rolling down her cheeks. Big uncle. Huang Kursen hugged Chen Zifeng's thigh and cried loudly, many of the Dark Phoenix tribe's uncles are dead. Chen Zifeng's eyes reddened and he patted Huang Kursen's back. Kursen, don't worry, Big Uncle will find the culprit and avenge your Dark Phoenix tribe's uncles. After Chen Tao and Huang Kursen calmed down, Chen Zifeng looked at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. 9 p.m. Second update, these two are? Chen Zifeng asked with a puzzled expression. Chen Tao hurriedly introduced them to Chen Zifeng, Big Brother, Kursen, and I ran away from the Black Phoenix Mountain. We ran into bandits on the way and I suffered heavy injuries. It was Lord Lu and Lord Xiaojin who saved me. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. Chen Zifeng cupped his fists at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Many thanks for saving my little sister. Zifeng is eternally grateful. His tone was sincere. It's nothing. Lu Yiping smiled. Huang Kursen said, Uncle, Big Brother and Big Brother Xiaojin are very powerful. Later on, we ran into a group of bandits in Bright Light City. Big Brother Xiaojin only snorted once and they all died. Chen Zifeng was stunned. He smiled, is that so? Huang Kursen's words carried no harm. How would she know what was powerful? Thus, he didn't take it to heart. Chen Zifeng then politely invited Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao into the residence. He then arranged a courtyard for Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Meanwhile, Chen Zifeng summoned his sister, Chen Tao, to the main hall and asked about the Dark Phoenix tribe and Chen Tao's journey. Chen Tao didn't hide anything and told him everything. Chen Zifeng was relieved when he found out that his sister Chen Tao had escaped from the Black Phoenix race. Big brother, did no one from the Black Phoenix race escape? Chen Tao suddenly asked Chen Zifeng. Chen Zifeng knew what his sister meant. He sighed and shook his head, none of the Black Phoenix race's experts should have escaped. Chen Tao's face was pale, then what about Huang Huai? Huang Huai was Huang Kursen's father and her husband. Chen Zifeng shook his head and didn't say anything. Chen Tao burst into tears. Don't worry, since it's confirmed that it's a human devil cultivator, we will definitely find the culprit and seek justice for the Black Phoenix race. Chen Zifeng comforted her. Chen Yitao nodded. By the way, do you know the background of that Master Lu? Chen Zifeng asked. Chen Yitao shook her head and said, no, I only know that his surname is Lu and that he wants to go to Demon Ox Mountain. Demonic Ox Mountain? Chen Zifeng was shocked. Purple-eyed Demonic Ox tribe? Are they from the Purple-eyed Ox Devil clan? They didn't mention that. Chen Yitao hesitated for a moment before saying, Big brother, Lord Lu is very strong. He shouldn't be weaker than Lord Father. What? Not weaker than Lord Father? Chen Zifeng exclaimed in shock, you're saying that he's a peak late-stage immortal emperor expert? Chen Yitao nodded. She then explained in detail how Taurus Longjiao killed the group of robbers. She also described the strange scene where the bodies of the robbers were suddenly blown away by the wind like loose sand. The strangest thing is that I didn't sense any energy fluctuations from Master Lu at that time, Chen Yitao said. But the corpses of those bandits just drifted away without any warning. Chen Zifeng's expression turned solemn. Also, that Lord Xiaojin, he gave Kursin a jar of purple gold chaos water. Chen Yitao added, it's as big as a wine jar. She then used her hands to make an approximate shape of the jar. A wine jar of purple gold chaos water? Chen Zifeng was shocked again. Yes, he said that this purple gold chaos water tastes like plain water if one drinks too much. Sometimes, they use it to water trees and flowers. Chen Yitao added. Chen Zifeng was stunned. Oh right, big brother, Lord Xiaojin also gave Kursin a top-grade immortal artifact small sword. Chen Yitao recalled something and said. She then took out the small sword and handed it over to Chen Zifeng. Chen Zifeng didn't pay much attention to it at first, but after taking a closer look, he was shocked. Could this be the Crimson Radiance Emperor's Crimson Radiance sword? What, the Crimson Radiance Emperor's Crimson Radiance sword? Chen Yitao was shocked. The Crimson Radiance Emperor Palace was annihilated in the past, the Crimson Radiance Emperor was killed, and the Crimson Radiance sword's whereabouts are unknown. This is the Crimson Radiance sword? In the past, the Crimson Radiance Emperor Palace provoked someone and was annihilated. Although millions of years had passed, many experts in the accumulated Moon mainland still remembered it. In the past, the Crimson Radiance Emperor Palace was the #1 force in the accumulated Moon mainland, and the Crimson Radiance Emperor was the #1 expert in the accumulated Moon mainland. After the Crimson Radiance Emperor Palace was annihilated, the Qin family became the #1 force in the accumulated Moon mainland, and her father, Qin Wanli, became the #1 expert in the accumulated Moon mainland. Chen Zifeng stared at the small sword in front of him and said, I'm not sure if this is the Crimson Radiance sword, but Lord Father fought with the Crimson Radiance Emperor in the past. In a few days, you and I will return to the Qin family and let Lord Father see if this is the Crimson Radiance sword. Chen Yitao nodded. If this is the Crimson Radiance sword, then why is it in their hands? Chen Yitao asked, could it be that they were the ones who annihilated the Crimson Radiance Emperor Palace? The Crimson Radiance Emperor was an invincible immortal emperor. Anyone who could annihilate the Crimson Radiance Emperor Palace was a heavenly venerable. Chen Zifeng's expression turned solemn. Even if they weren't the ones who annihilated the Crimson Radiance Emperor Palace, I'm afraid it was the sect or elders behind them. Right at this time, a loud boom shook the Violet Silk City, shaking the city. What's going on? Chen Zifeng's face tightened, and he flew up to the Castellan Manor. When he arrived above the Castellan Manor, he saw that the originally sunny Violet Silk City was suddenly filled with devil chi. Rays of devil light shot up to the sky, enveloping the entire Violet Silk City. Clearly, someone had arranged a devil array formation to cover the entire Violet Silk City. Then, screams sounded from all directions of the Violet Silk City. One by one, masked black-robed men walked out from the devil chi. Chen Yitao, who followed Chen Zifeng out, saw this group of masked black-robed men, and her face was filled with shock and anger. Big brother, the Black Phoenix race's people were killed by them. Chen Zifeng was shocked. There were not many masked black-robed men, only 400 to 500 of them, but each of them had a strong aura. The leader sneered, that's right, we annihilated the Black Phoenix race. Now, it's the Violet Silk City's turn. After we annihilate the Violet Silk City, the Qin family's main manor will be next. Chen Zifeng's heart sank. Why? In his memory, the Qin family did not seem to have any enmity with devil cultivators. Why? The leader of the masked black-robed man laughed loudly. No reason, just because our Lord Holy Lord has chosen your cumulus continent. Chosen our cumulus continent? Chen Zifeng was puzzled. The masked black-robed man smiled. Our Lord Holy Lord needs a batch of souls above the golden immortal realm, so he chose your cumulus continent. Chen Zifeng's face turned ugly. Did the other party mean that he wanted to collect souls above the golden immortal realm, so he wanted to kill all the powerhouses above the golden immortal realm in the cumulus continent? Chen Zifeng suddenly flashed, and the invincible heavenly lord's immortal power was activated to the extreme. The longsword in his hand slashed at the masked black-robed man's head. As expected of an invincible heavenly lord, your strength is not weak. The leader of the masked black-robed man looked at the sword chi slashing down and smiled indifferently. It's a pity that you're just ants to me. Then, he flicked his finger. A terrifying ray of light shot out from the black-robed leader's finger and pierced through Chen Zifeng's sword chi. Before Chen Zifeng could react, the terrifying ray of light hit his chest. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and his body flew out like a broken kite. In the end, he smashed into the Castellan Manor. With a loud explosion, countless buildings in the Castellan Manor were smashed into pieces. Dust billowed. The divine armor on Chen Zifeng's chest was completely shattered by the black-robed leader's finger force. Chen Zifeng vomited blood non-stop, and there was a hole in his chest. Blood continued to spurt out from the hole. Big brother! Chen Yitao's face turned pale. She rushed to Chen Zifeng's side and called out anxiously. Chen Zifeng looked at the black-robed leader with fear in his eyes. Immortal Emperor. The black-robed leader in front of him was actually an immortal emperor. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary immortal emperor. If it was an ordinary immortal emperor, with his invincible heavenly monarch realm strength, it was impossible for him to not be able to block a single attack. The black-robed leader chuckled. Today, everyone in the Ziluo city will die. He then walked towards Chen Zifeng. Since you're the Ziluo city's Castellan, you'll be the first to die. As he spoke, his palm slammed down on Chen Zifeng. A black palm imprint the size of a mountain appeared above Chen Zifeng and Chen Yitao's heads in an instant, and it slammed down. Before the palm imprint landed, Chen Yitao felt like she was going to be crushed into pieces. Mom! A childish voice rang out. Huang Kersen cried as she rushed out from one of the Castellan Manor's courtyards. She wanted to rush towards Chen Yitao and Chen Zifeng. When the black-robed leader saw Huang Kersen rushing out, he chuckled and increased the strength in his palm. The palm imprint expanded and enveloped Huang Kersen within it. Just as the palm imprint was about to turn Huang Kersen, Chen Yitao, and Chen Zifeng into meat paste, the black palm imprint suddenly stopped in midair without any warning. Time and space seemed to have stopped. The black-robed leader and a group of black-robed men behind him were stunned. I wonder which expert is here. The black-robed leader looked around and said solemnly, please come out. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures, one in blue and one in gold, walked out from a courtyard in the city lord's mansion. The two figures didn't walk very fast, but when they passed by the huge black palm print, the huge black palm print collapsed inch by inch, turning into wisps of black gas that dissipated with the wind. The leader of the masked men in black was shocked. This black palm print was condensed from the immortal emperor's power in his body. Even experts at the same level as him would not be able to disperse it silently. Who are you? The leader of the masked men in black stared at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao with a grave expression. Before he attacked, he had already checked. There were no immortal emperors in Ziluo City. These two people should not be from Ziluo City. Holy Master? Lu Yiping looked at him expressionlessly. You are the Yinyang Bora race's lackeys. Panic flashed in the eyes of the masked black-clothed leader. A large saber appeared in his hand, and he suddenly slashed at Lu Yiping. At the same time, he roared to his subordinates behind him, kill. Kill everyone in Ziluo City. Looking at the incoming saber, Lu Yiping remained calm. With a flick of his finger, the leader of the masked men in black was sent flying. The huge saber in his hand shattered into countless pieces, scattering all over the ground. When the leader of the masked men in black crashed to the ground, his black robe, divine armor, and even his mask shattered, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. Seeing the middle-aged man's face, Chen Zifeng exclaimed, "Purple Young Immortal Emperor." Chen Yitao was also surprised. The Purple Young Immortal Emperor was the patriarch of the Celestial Demon Palace on the Lingxiao continent, which was right next to the Baiyue continent. He was also a very famous Celestial Emperor on the Lingxiao continent. The Celestial Demon Palace had always been on good terms with the Chen clan. Is it the Celestial Devil Palace that annihilated the Dark Phoenix clan? Chen Zifeng was furious. The Purple Young Immortal Emperor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Liu Yiping in shock and anger. Hearing Chen Zifeng's words, he laughed but did not answer. At this time, the group of men in black scattered and rushed toward Zilluo City. When they were about to massacre the people in Zilluo City, Taurus Longjiao snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, countless lightning bolts flew out. These lightning bolts instantly engulfed the group of men in black. When the lightning bolts disappeared, the group of men in black fell to the ground and turned into charred corpses. Chen Zifeng was shocked. Although he did not know the exact strength of these men in black, judging from the aura they exuded, each of them should be a lord of heaven. 2 of them were even stronger than him and should be immortal emperors like the Purple Young Immortal Emperor. But now, they were all killed by Taurus Longjiao with a flick of his finger. The Purple Young Immortal Emperor was also shocked when he saw all the experts he brought with him were killed by Taurus Longjiao with a flick of his finger. Liu Yiping did not say anything. He grabbed the air and pulled the Purple Young Immortal Emperor in front of him. The Purple Young Immortal Emperor found that the strength in his body was completely sealed and he could not move at all. His eyes were filled with fear as he begged, "My lord, please spare my life. We were just following orders." Liu Yiping said coldly, "I know." After a pause, he said, "That's why you deserve to die." Then, he struck out his palm and endless chaos divine flame rushed into the Purple Young Immortal Emperor's body. After the chaos divine flame rushed into the Purple Young Immortal Emperor's body, it destroyed everything in his body, including his internal organs. The Purple Young Immortal Emperor screamed in pain. However, Liu Yiping controlled the power of the Chaos Divine Flame and did not kill the Purple Young Immortal Emperor immediately. Chen Zifeng, Chen Yitao, and the others were shocked when they saw the Purple Young Immortal Emperor screaming in pain. One had to know that the Immortal Emperor's will was extremely strong and could endure almost any kind of pain. But now, the Purple Young Immortal Emperor was still screaming in pain. After burning for a while, Liu Yiping extracted the Purple Young Immortal Emperor's memory fragments. After looking through them, he flicked the Purple Young Immortal Emperor away. When the Purple Young Immortal Emperor was sent flying, the Chaos Divine Flame completely enveloped him. Amidst the miserable screams, the Purple Young Immortal Emperor was incinerated, not even ashes were left. Seeing that the Purple Young Immortal Emperor and the others were killed by Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, Chen Zifeng struggled to get up and walked towards Liu Yiping. He said respectfully, "Zifeng thanks my lord for saving us." Liu Yiping sent out a finger force and a green light entered Chen Zifeng's body. Chen Zifeng felt a warm current flowing through his body and the injuries he suffered earlier healed at an astonishing speed. "It's nothing. Moreover, I have some connections with your Chen family," Liu Yiping said. He then said, "Clean up the scene and seal off the news." Chen Zifeng nodded respectfully. He knew that Liu Yiping was worried that the news would leak and alert the Divine Devil Palace. "Let's go," Liu Yiping said to Taurus Longjiao. Since he knew that the Divine Devil Palace had submitted to the Yinyang Bora race, he naturally had to make a trip to the Divine Devil Palace. Moreover, the Divine Devil Palace was not far from the Demonic Bull Mountain. 9:30 p.m. Second update. Just as Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were about to leave, Huang Kursen suddenly called out, Big brother Xiao Jin." Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao stopped. Huang Kursen ran over and hugged Liu Yiping. "Big brother, will we be able to meet again in the future?" Chen Zifeng and Chen Yitao jumped in shock when they saw Huang Kursen hugging Liu Yiping. Immortal Emperor Ziyang was a late-stage Immortal Emperor, but Liu Yiping sent him flying with a flick of his finger. It was clear that Liu Yiping was a Heavenly Venerate expert. Heavenly Venerates were supreme existences in the immortal world. How could a little girl like Huang Kursen blaspheme them so easily? Just as Chen Zifeng and Chen Yitao were about to pull Huang Kursen away, Liu Yiping waved his hand at the two of them, indicating that he was fine. Liu Yiping rubbed Huang Kursen's head and smiled, "Of course we will meet again." When Big Brother has time in the future, I will visit you at the Chen family's headquarters. Huang Kersen smiled happily. All right, then I will wait for Big Brother and Big Brother Xiao Jin at the Chen family's headquarters. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao smiled. Under Huang Kersen's reluctant gaze, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao flew into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the two of them left for a long time, Chen Zifeng and Chen Yitao stood up. Chen Zifeng looked at the direction Lu Yiping disappeared and didn't move his gaze away for a long time. He was guessing Lu Yiping's identity. After a long time, Chen Zifeng retracted his gaze and looked at the hundreds of black-robed men's corpses on the ground. His face sank. I didn't expect even the God-Devil Palace to submit to the Dark Boar race. The Dark Boar race wanted to unify the 10,000 worlds and wreaked havoc in the various worlds. This was something that everyone knew. Therefore, the various experts in the 10,000 worlds didn't have a good impression of the Dark Boar race. Big Brother, let's go back to the Chen family's main residence first, Chen Yitao said. Chen Zifeng nodded, and then he summoned his subordinates and ordered them to prepare to return to the Chen family's main residence immediately. After Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left Ziluo City, they activated the power of space-time Great Path and teleported continuously. Soon, they left the Cumulus mainland and arrived at the Lingxiao mainland. The two of them rushed towards the God-Devil Palace without stopping. Just as Lu Yiping was heading towards the Divine Devil Palace, the Divine Devil Palace Master, Fan Xiaozhou, was studying a longsword with a group of Divine Devil Palace patriarchs. This sword was only as long as an infant's arm. The body of the sword was covered with densely packed teeth marks. These teeth marks were scattered in a picturesque manner. From afar, they looked like patterns. They had obtained this sword from a sex treasury after they had annihilated it. After studying it for a while, they increasingly felt that this sword was the key to opening a certain treasure. However, they were still unable to activate the restriction within the sword. Don't these teeth marks look like constellations? An old ancestor of God-Devil Palace suddenly asked. Constellations? Fan Xiaozhou took a closer look. It looks like a star array diagram from the primordial era? Another old ancestor added. Just as Fan Xiaozhou and the rest were studying the sword, the God-Devil Palace shook violently, causing the entire palace to shake violently. The palace where Fan Xiaozhou and the rest were in began to crumble. Fan Xiaozhou and the rest flew out of the main hall in shock. Just as they flew out, the main hall behind them collapsed completely, turning into ruins. The Divine Devil Palace's experts were shocked and enraged. When they looked over, they saw that the other peaks of the Divine Devil Palace were also crumbling and collapsing. One by one, the palaces were buried by the collapsing peaks. As the peaks collapsed, sand and dust billowed. While the Divine Devil Palace's experts were still in shock and anger, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao passed through the sand and dust, walking towards the Divine Devil Palace's experts. Just as Fan Xiaozhou was about to speak, Taurus Longjiao suddenly punched out. In an instant, the Divine Devil Palace's space trembled, and divine lightning rumbled in the sky. Within the divine lightning, resplendent holy light shone. When Fan Xiaozhou and the rest saw the resplendent holy light within the divine lightning, their faces changed. Holy light. Then, they looked at Taurus Longjiao, Saint Realm expert. Fan Xiaozhou and the Divine Devil Palace's experts who were about to attack fled in panic. Indifferent to Fan Xiaozhou and the rest, Taurus Longjiao smiled when he saw Fan Xiaozhou and the rest trying to escape. At this time, the divine lightning in the sky arrived behind Fan Xiaozhou and the rest. When Fan Xiaozhou and the rest turned around, they saw the divine lightning in front of them. The Divine Devil Palace's experts were struck by the divine lightning, and exploded one after another. Fan Xiaozhou was blasted into the distant mountain range. Loud explosions shook the heavens, and the earth cracked. Hundreds of millions of Divine Devil Palace's disciples fled in a frenzy. Before they could see what Lu Yiping did, the storm formed and engulfed every corner of the Divine Devil Palace. Screams filled the air. Blood rained down. The Divine Devil Palace was in chaos. Some of the Divine Devil Palace's disciples hid underground, hoping to use the power of the ground to escape the disaster. However, the storm passed through the ground and nothing could stop it. Soon, the Divine Devil Palace regained its peace. Lu Yiping came to Fan Xiaozhou and pulled him out of the ruins. Fan Xiaozhou was on his last breath. He looked at Lu Yiping and asked, "Why? Why?" Indifferent to Fan Xiaozhou's question, Taurus Longjiao smiled and slapped Fan Xiaozhou's face, completely deforming it. "You know the Yinba clan, right?" Taurus Longjiao said, "Don't tell me you don't know them." Fan Xiaozhou was startled, then laughed, "There's no harm in telling you. Our Lord Holy Lord has joined forces with the Lord of the Demon World. The Demon World's army will invade the immortal world soon. Anyone who goes against our Lord Holy Lord will not have a good ending. It's not too late for you to submit to the Yinba clan now." Lu Yiping couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He retrieved his memory fragments, read them, and burned him to ashes with Dao fire. Lu Yiping frowned after killing Fan Xiaozhou. He thought Fan Xiaozhou knew about the Yinba clan's holy lord, but Fan Xiaozhou was just an insignificant character in the Yinba clan. The one who usually contacted Fan Xiaozhou was only an in-name disciple of the Yinba clan's holy lord. Moreover, the disciple in name of the sacred lord of the Dark Boar race wore a mask every time he contacted Fan Xiaozhou. Therefore, Fan Xiaozhou did not know the true identity of the disciple in name. He only knew that this disciple should be from the immortal world's heavenly court. Holy Lord, this old man hid very well. Even the Yin Valley didn't know where he was hiding. "I'm afraid the Lord of the Demon World doesn't know either," Taurus Longjiao said. Lu Yiping thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to Demon Bull Mountain first." Since he knew that the Yinba clan's holy lord's in-name disciple was in the immortal world's heavenly court, he could look for him when the time came. It didn't matter if he couldn't find him. If the Demon World's army invaded the immortal world, the Yinba clan's holy lord would definitely appear. However, just as Lu Yiping was about to leave, he suddenly saw a sword in the ruins in the distance. He walked forward and pulled the sword out of the ruins. "Is this the Buzhou Sky Sword?" Taurus Longjiao was surprised when he saw the sword full of teeth marks. The Buzhou Sky Sword was one of the immemorial Celestial Emperor's swords. "It is the Buzhou Sky Sword." Lu Yiping nodded. In the past few years, he had comprehended the 100 steels. There were records of the Buzhou Sky Sword in the steels, so Lu Yiping was certain that the tooth mark in front of him was the Buzhou Sky Sword. Moreover, Lu Yiping knew that there were two Buzhou Sky Swords. When the two Buzhou Sky Swords merged into one, they would be able to find the immemorial Heavenly Court's treasury. In the past, the immemorial Heavenly Court was attacked by the long-armed Divine Ape race and the Yin Boar race. The immemorial Heavenly Court's supreme treasure was destroyed and the whereabouts of the immemorial Heavenly Emperor's treasury were unknown. Until now, the long-armed Divine Ape race and the Yin Boar race were still searching for the immemorial Heavenly Court's treasury. Lu Yiping touched the sword body and the tooth marks on the sword body lit up. Starlight burst out and illuminated the surroundings as if they had entered the starry sky. Previously, Fan Xiaozhou and the Fiend God Palace's ancestor had used all sorts of methods to break through the Buzhou Sky Sword's restrictions, but now, Lu Yiping had unlocked all of the restrictions with a casual swipe of his hand. After the starlight shone out from the sword body, it formed a star diagram in the surrounding space. However, this star diagram was incomplete. When the two swords merged into one and the star diagram was complete, they would be able to find the immemorial Heavenly Court's treasury. Lu Yiping kept the Buzhou Sky Sword in the cauldron of heaven and earth and then headed towards the Demon Bull Mountain with Taurus Longjiao. When they left, Taurus Longjiao took away the Fiend God Palace's treasury. The Demon Bull Mountain was located in the east of the High Firmament mainland, not far from the Fiend God Palace. Therefore, the two soon saw the mountain from afar. Taurus Longjiao couldn't hide the excitement in his heart as he looked at the Demon Bull Mountain illuminated by the sunlight in the distance. Lu Yiping looked at the Demon Bull Mountain with mixed emotions. Several million years ago, when he and Taurus Longjiao left the mountain, he wasn't even a saint. Now, not only was he a saint, but he was also a Dao-confirming saint. After stopping for a while, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao walked towards Demon Ox Mountain. When they arrived, the Demon Ox Mountain was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It seemed like a joyous occasion was being held. Experts from the surrounding forces were streaming into the Demon Ox Mountain in an endless stream. Taurus Longjiao stopped one of them and asked. Only then did he learn that the patriarch of the Purple-Eyed Ox Demon clan wanted to accept a disciple. So it's that Bratnyo gang who wants to accept a disciple. Taurus Longjiao laughed. Back then, Niu Gang had followed behind him obediently. Many years had passed, and he had become the clan leader. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao followed the crowd into the Demon Ox Mountain. Although Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao did not have an invitation, the Demon Ox Demon Clan's disciples did not stop them. Instead, they politely invited Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao in. The Demon Ox Mountain was one of the strongest forces in the High Firmament mainland, and it was as famous as the Fiend God Palace. Therefore, there were many experts who came to participate in the celebration. Lu Yiping glanced around and estimated that there were at least 100,000 people in the square. At this time, the Demon Ox Demon Clan's patriarch, Niu Gang, was sitting with several ancient clans' patriarchs, chatting happily. Suddenly, the Golden Sparrow race's patriarch spoke. The Dark Phoenix race, Hidden Fog Immortal Sect, and Twin Dragons Valley were annihilated one after another. The immortal world is becoming more and more chaotic. Everyone in the hall quieted down. At this time, the White Tiger race's patriarch's communication symbol vibrated. He took it out and was shocked. He said to Niu Gang and the others, "I just received news that the Fiend God Palace was annihilated." What? Niu Gang and the others were flabbergasted. When did this happen? Niu Gang couldn't believe it. The Fiend God Palace was located not far from the Demon Ox Mountain. How could the Fiend God Palace be annihilated? It was annihilated not long ago. The White Tiger race's patriarch said, "Fan Xiaozhou, the Fiend God Palace's several hundred ancestors, and several 100 million disciples, none of them managed to escape." Niu Gang and the others looked at each other in shock. The Fiend God Palace was one of the strongest forces in the High Firmament mainland, no weaker than the Demon Ox Mountain. Yet, not a single person managed to escape. Right at this time, the Demon Ox clan's disciple outside shouted, "The Silver Wolf race's patriarch has arrived." Niu Gang frowned hearing that. The Demon Ox clan and the Silver Wolf race had always been enemies. What was Lang Guanyao doing at the Demon Ox Mountain? The Golden Sparrow race's patriarch, White Tiger race's patriarch, and the others looked at Niu Gang. They were all aware of the enmity between the Silver Wolf race and the Demon Ox clan. "Let him in," Niu Gang said. Just as he finished speaking, a large number of experts of the Silver Wolf clan rushed in from the outside. There were a lot of people from the Silver Wolf clan, perhaps several thousand of them. Moreover, all of them were experts. The disciples of the Demon Ox clan who were guarding outside wanted to stop them, but they were all sent flying by the experts of the Silver Wolf clan. The Golden Sparrow race's patriarch, White Tiger race's patriarch, and the others were surprised when they saw Lang Guanyao leading the Silver Wolf race's experts to enter the Demon Ox clan's disciples and barge in. Niu Gang stood up and walked out with the Demon Ox clan's experts. When they arrived outside the hall, Niu Gang's face sank when he saw the Silver Wolf race's experts rushing in. He looked at Lang Guanyao and asked, "Lang Guanyao, what's the meaning of this?" Lang Guanyao didn't answer. Instead, he introduced the middle-aged man beside him to Niu Gang. "Niu Gang, this is General Yu Liang from the Heavenly Court." He then added, "General Yu Liang is a general." Whether it was Niu Gang, the Golden Sparrow race's patriarch, or the White Tiger race's patriarch, their expressions changed when they heard that. Only heavenly venerables could become a general of the Heavenly Court. The late-stage immortal Emperor Niu Gang hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Niu Gang of the Demon Ox clan greets Lord Yu Liang." The Golden Sparrow race's patriarch, the White Tiger race's patriarch and the others also hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. General Yu Liang from the Heavenly Court had his hands behind his back. He nodded and said proudly, "I didn't come here for anything special. Your eldest disciple, Niu Yushu, colluded with the demon world and killed our Heavenly Court's experts. I request the higher-ups of your Demon Ox clan to follow me back to investigate." What? Niu Gang and the higher-ups of the Demon Ox clan didn't dare to believe it. Impossible. Niu Gang immediately said, "My eldest disciple couldn't have colluded with the demon world." Where is he? Niu Gang knew his eldest disciple very well. He stayed by his side all year round and his only hobby was to study formations. Moreover, he watched him grow up. How could he have colluded with the demon world? Your eldest disciple? Lang Guanyao smiled indifferent, "He's naturally in Yama's prison." Yama's prison? Niu Gang and the other Demon Ox clan's experts' hearts sank. Yama's prison was a place where the heavenly court of the immortal world imprisoned criminals. Basically, after entering it, they wouldn't have the chance to come out. Yu Liang looked at Niu Gang and said indifferently, "Correct, your eldest disciple is now in Yama's prison. Now, all of you follow me to Yama's prison." His voice wasn't loud, but it was unquestionable. Niu Gang suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Lord Yu Liang, you came here and accused my eldest disciple of colluding with the demon world. Then you want to imprison all the higher-ups of the Demon Ox clan in Yama's prison. Isn't this against the rules?" Generally speaking, only when there was conclusive evidence would one be locked up in a place like Yama's prison, which was a place of severe punishment. But now, Yu Liang wanted to imprison all the higher-ups of the Demon Ox clan without even investigating. Niu Gang continued, "Moreover, I don't know if my eldest disciple is really colluding with the demon world." Yu Liang's eyes turned cold. "You mean to say that I'm framing your eldest disciple?" Lang Guanyao shouted at Niu Gang, "Niu Gang, you've got guts, you actually dare to question Sir Yu Liang and the heavenly court." One of the ox demon ancestors couldn't help retorting, "Even if Niu Yushu is really colluding with the demon world, it doesn't mean that our entire ox demon clan is colluding with the demon world. You want to imprison all of our higher-ups in the Yama prison, you're clearly framing us for colluding with the demon world." Yu Liang suddenly struck out with his palm, sending that ox demon ancestor flying. The old ancestor of the ox demon clan smashed into the main hall with a loud bang, causing the ground to shake. Everyone looked at him in shock, only to see a huge blood-red palm imprint on his chest. The palm imprint had almost penetrated his chest. No one expected Yu Liang to suddenly make a move, and so heavily at that. Niu Gang and the other ox demon ancestors couldn't help glaring at Yu Liang. Indifferent, Yu Liang swept his gaze over Niu Gang and the other ox demon ancestors present. "What, you want to rebel? I advise you to stay put. Outside is the heavenly court's army of 1,000,000. If you dare to make a move, I'll give the order and the army will come in. At that time, your entire ox demon clan will be wiped out." Hearing that the heavenly court's army had arrived, Niu Gang and the others couldn't help but be alarmed. At this time a voice sounded, "Stop." Everyone looked over, only to see a tall and sturdy ox demon clan powerhouse with a golden horn on his head walking over. This person was the ox demon clan's strongest powerhouse, Niu Yi, and also Taurus Lone Jia's uncle. Seeing Niu Yi's arrival, Yu Liang's expression remained calm. Although Niu Yi was also a heavenly venerable, he was only an early heavenly venerable, while Yu Liang was a mid-heavenly venerable. Old Patriarch. Niu Gang and the others hastily stepped forward to greet Niu Yi. Niu Yi nodded. He glanced at the heavily injured ancestor in the main hall and frowned. He looked at Yu Liang, "General Yu Liang, right? If you have evidence to prove that the higher-ups of our ox demon clan colluded with the demon realm, we can follow you to the Yama prison." After a pause, his voice turned cold. "If you don't have any proof, then forgive our ox demon clan for being unable to listen to you." Then he added, "Furthermore, you came to our ox demon clan and seriously injured our old ancestor for no reason. You have to give us an explanation." Hearing Niu Yi's words, Yu Liang laughed heartily. His laughter was full of ridicule. "You want me to give your ox demon clan an explanation?" Saying this, his aura rose sharply. "Good, then I'll give your ox demon clan an explanation." Suddenly, he sent a palm strike towards Niu Yi. Yu Liang had not used his full strength just now. Now that he no longer concealed his strength, he struck out with his full strength. His palm energy whistled through the air, causing everyone present to feel suffocated. Niu Yi was also shocked. Middle stage heavenly venerable. Niu Yi couldn't help retreating, but Yu Liang's palm force was too fast. Just as it was about to hit Niu Yi's chest, a golden light pierced through the air. The golden light was so fast that no one could see it clearly. In the blink of an eye, it slashed across Yu Liang's palm force. By the time everyone reacted, Yu Liang's palm force had already been cut into countless pieces. Then, Yu Liang's palm force dissipated. Not only Niu Yi, Niu Gang, Lang Guanyao, and the others, but even Yu Liang was stunned. Everyone looked in the direction of the golden light and saw two figures, one blue and one gold, walking in. When Niu Yi and Niu Gang saw Lu Yiping and Taurus Lone Jiao, their faces were filled with disbelief, excitement, and joy. "Lord Lu, Big Brother Xiao Jin!" Niu Gang shouted in pleasant surprise. Although several million years had passed, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's appearances had not changed. Therefore, Niu Gang recognized Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao at a glance. Niu also stepped forward excitedly, stopping in front of Liu Yiping and bowing, "Lord Liu." Liu Yiping helped Niu up, smiling as he said, "I've said it before, there's no need to be so courteous when you see me in the future." Taurus Longjiao grinned at Niu, "Great uncle, I'm back." Niu smiled amiably, "It's good that you're back. Little Gang has been waiting for you, looking forward to your return every day." Yu Liang's face sank when he saw Niu Gang, Liu Yiping, and Taurus Longjiao chatting happily, completely ignoring him. Looking at Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, Yu Liang said, "Since you're also from the Ox Demon clan, follow me to the Yama's prison with the Ox Demon clan's higher-ups." When Taurus Longjiao heard that Yu Liang was going to imprison him and Liu Yiping in the Yama's prison, he grinned and walked over to Yu Liang. Niu didn't see that it was Taurus Longjiao who broke Taurus Longjiao's palm. Seeing that Taurus Longjiao was about to make a move, Niu couldn't help but say, "Xiao Jin, don't be impulsive, you're not his opponent." Several million years ago, when Taurus Longjiao left, he wasn't even an immortal emperor. In Niu's heart, even if Taurus Longjiao had broken through to the immortal emperor realm, he was still far from being Yu Liang's opponent. Just as Niu's words fell, Taurus Longjiao's palm flew towards Yu Liang. Seeing this, Yu Liang smiled indifferent, "You're courting death." He suddenly sent out a palm to meet Taurus Longjiao's palm. Bang! The moment Yu Liang's palm collided with Taurus Longjiao's palm, Yu Liang felt an unimaginably terrifying force rushing towards him. Yu Liang's face felt like it was hit by a chaotic beast. With a loud crack, he was sent flying towards the Silver Wolf clan's experts like a kite with a broken string. Lang Guanyao dodged in a panic. However, the Silver Wolf clan's experts behind him were sent flying one after another. Miserable screams filled the air. After plowing a path through the Silver Wolf clan's experts, Yu Liang's body landed at the end of the square. Everyone looked over in shock and saw that Yu Liang's face and head had been slapped out of shape, dripping with blood. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Niu and Niu Gang. The Silver Wolf clan's patriarch, Lang Guanyao, looked at Taurus Longjiao in horror. Yu Liang was a mid-stage heavenly venerable, yet he was sent flying with a single slap. What kind of strength was this? Even an ordinary late-stage heavenly venerable wouldn't be able to do that. Was he a peak late-stage heavenly venerable, or an invincible heavenly venerable? An invincible heavenly venerable was the strongest person below the Saint realm. Taurus Longjiao looked at Yin Guanyao. Yin Guanyao's face changed as he retreated in shock. He stuttered, "There are a million heavenly quartz troops outside." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Taurus Longjiao grabbed him. Taurus Longjiao's left hand pinched Yin Guanyao, then he raised his right hand and slapped Yin Guanyao's face. Yin Guanyao's face exploded, blood, flesh, and bone splattered all over the ground. Taurus Longjiao slapped Yin Guanyao's head again. This time, Yin Guanyao's head exploded. Everyone turned pale when they saw Taurus Longjiao slapping Yin Guanyao to death in such a simple and crude manner. Yin Guanyao was an invincible immortal emperor, yet he was slapped to death. At this time, a Silver Wolf clan's expert notified the Heavenly Quartz army outside. The Heavenly Quartz army swarmed in like a swarm of locusts. Taurus Longjiao sneered when he saw the Heavenly Quartz army. The million-strong army of the Heaven Court was shocked to see Yu Liangxian lying on the square in the distance, covered in blood. "Lord Yu Liang." One of the commanders rushed to Yu Liang's side and called out. Lord Yu Liang opened his eyes and glared at Taurus Longjiao and Liu Yiping. His hatred and killing intent soared to the sky as he roared, "The Ox Demon race colluded with the Devil World, kill them for me. Annihilate the Ox Demon race, kill." Yu Liang's hatred couldn't be quelled and he roared, "Set up the Demon Extermination Grand Formation, kill them all." The Heavenly Quartz army immediately set up the Demon Extermination Grand Formation. Layers of golden light bloomed as the army threw the spears in their hands. In an instant, the million spears rained down on Liu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, Niu, and the rest. The destructive power of the million spears caused the Golden Sparrow race and White Tiger race's experts to turn pale. The Golden Sparrow race and White Tiger race's experts hurriedly retreated, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. The White Tiger race's patriarch retreated to a safe distance, watching the million spears flying towards Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. He shook his head and said, "Going against the heavenly court, foolish." In the immortal world, no matter how strong one was, going against the heavenly court meant death. No matter how strong one was, it was impossible to go against the heavenly court. It seems like the ox demon race is destined to perish. The golden sparrow race's patriarch shook his head and sighed. Taurus Longjiao looked at the million spears raining down on him, and the heavenly court's heavenly pillar appeared in his hand. In an instant, the heavenly court's heavenly pillar grew to the size of a pillar supporting the heavens. Taurus Longjiao roared, and the heavenly pillar in his hand swept out. Wherever the heavenly pillar swept across, all the spears turned into dust. The sky full of spears exploded into nothingness. Everyone was dumbfounded. Saint energy! A saint expert! The golden sparrow race's patriarch, white tiger race's patriarch, Yu Liang, and the rest exclaimed in shock. The golden retriever in front of them was neither a peak late-stage heavenly venerable nor an invincible heavenly venerable, but a saint expert. Once he became a saint, he would be a half-saint. The difference between a saint and an invincible celestial venerable was like heaven and earth. Yu Liang's heart sank. He hadn't expected the Demon Ox clan to have a saint realm master. Niu Yi, Niu Gang, and the others were also shocked. They never thought that Taurus Longjiao had already entered the saint realm. At this moment, Taurus Longjiao's body suddenly shone with golden light. He soared into the sky and swung the heavenly pillar in his hand again. The heavenly pillar, which contained an astonishing amount of holy power, swept towards the heavenly court's army. Instantly, the heavenly court's million-strong army fell to the ground like rain. Some of them exploded in midair. The million-strong army of the heavenly court and the demon-exterminating army were no match for Taurus Longjiao. "I'll destroy you with one strike." There was no room for discussion. As the heavenly pillar swept across, no one in the heavenly court's army could stop it. An immortal emperor commander frantically activated a chaos spiritual treasure-grade shield in an attempt to block Taurus Longjiao's super cudgel. However, the shield was instantly destroyed by the heavenly pillar along with the commander. Blood rained down from the sky. However, the blood of the heavenly court's army did not fall. It was as if an invisible force was holding them back. It was Liu Yiping who was controlling the blood with his mind power and not letting it drip down. Naturally, he wouldn't allow the blood of the heavenly court's army to fall and taint the Demon Ox Mountain. In a sense, the Demon Ox Mountain could be considered his home in the immortal world. A heavenly court commander saw Taurus Longjiao sweeping the heavenly pillar towards him and shouted in fear, "My master is the heavenly court's marshal Yan Quan." Yan Quan was one of the 4 strongest marshals in the heavenly court. He guarded the immortal world and was also a saint realm master. However, Taurus Longjiao's heavenly pillar did not stop and swept through his body. The commander who claimed his master was the heavenly court's marshal Yan Quan was instantly destroyed like the rest of the heavenly court's army. Everyone's expression changed. This person is crazy. He even dares to kill Marshal Yan Quan's disciple. Marshal Yan Quan is a saint realm master who's been in the immortal world for millions of years. It's said that he's only half a step away from becoming a saint. Many of the experts in the crowd discussed in shock. Taurus Longjiao's expression did not change. His heavenly pillar continued to sweep. It continued until it reached the end of the heavenly court's army. It only stopped when it swept through the last heavenly court soldier. The heavenly court's army was swept clean. The heavenly court's army that had filled the sky like a swarm of locusts was now empty. Sunlight shone down from the sky and dyed the Demon Ox Mountain with a layer of golden light. Taurus Longjiao landed in front of Yu Liang. Yu Liang was terrified. His voice was hoarse as he stuttered, "Even if you're a saint realm master, you won't have a good end for going against the heavenly court. You don't have to worry about that." Taurus Longjiao said coldly as he stabbed the heavenly pillar into Yu Liang's chest. Boom, the Demon Ox Mountain shook. Yu Liang was blasted into the ground by the heavenly pillar. He was deader than dead. The heavenly court's generals had a high status, second only to the heavenly court's marshals. Generally speaking, they would only fall in wars between worlds. But now, before the war with the devil world had even begun, Yu Liang had died on the Demon Ox Mountain. Watching Taurus Longjiao kill Yu Liang without any hesitation, everyone was shocked. Niu Yi and Niu Gang wanted to stop Taurus Longjiao, but they were a step too late. Just as they opened their mouths, they saw Yu Liang being blasted into the ground. Their mouths were agape, and they felt their throats go dry. After killing Yu Liang with one strike, Taurus Longjiao looked at the remaining Silver Wolf tribe experts. While the remaining Silver Wolf tribe experts were still in a state of panic, Taurus Longjiao merely sneezed. In an instant, lightning energy rumbled, blasting the remaining Silver Wolf tribe experts away. At this point, the Silver Wolf tribe experts, the Heavenly Court's army, and the Heavenly Court's generals, Yu Liang, were all dead. But in the next moment, some experts noticed that the huge pit where Yu Liang was blasted into had been restored to its original state. Even the buildings on the Demon Ox Mountain were undamaged. Niuei waited for Taurus Longjiao to stop, then walked over with a bitter smile on his face. "Lord Lu, big brother Xiao Jin, you were too impulsive." Niu Gang and the Demon Ox clan's experts were also worried. Lu Yiping's expression remained unchanged, and he said with a smile, "Sometimes, being impulsive isn't necessarily a bad thing." Niuei didn't know what to say. Even the Heavenly Court's army of 1,000,000 was annihilated, and even the Heavenly Court's generals were killed. How was this not a bad thing? Could it be that killing the Heavenly Court's generals was a bad thing? Subsequently, Niu Gang's disciple ceremony continued. However, the Demon Ox clan's experts couldn't bring themselves to celebrate when they thought of the Heavenly Court's wrath. At this time, far away in the central continent, there stood a majestic divine mountain. It was the immortal world's #1 divine mountain, Mount Kunlun. On the summit of Mount Kunlun stood a peerless beauty, looking at the rolling clouds in front of her in a daze. "Where are you now?" The peerless beauty muttered to herself, "Are you all right?" Speaking of this, she took out a jade tablet and carefully rubbed it in her hand, as if she was rubbing the lover she yearned for day and night. While the beauty stared at the clouds in a daze, a pure beauty who looked like a maid walked over from afar. She bowed and said, "Queen Mother, the peaches in the garden are about to ripen. May I know who will be invited to the Feast of Peaches?" The Queen Mother of the Heavens wasn't interested at all. She said, "What's so interesting about the Feast of Peaches without him?" She'd met him for the first time at the Feast of Peaches. She still remembered his peerless charm, his elegance, and his domineering aura. But he'd never been to the Feast of Peaches after that. Without him, the Feast of Peaches was meaningless to her. "Keep the invitation list as usual," the Queen Mother said lazily. Queen Mother of the West said lazily, "After Little Red is done, let me look through it again and see if there's anything to add." "Yes, Queen Mother," the pure beauty replied respectfully. A while later, Lil Red finished the list and handed it to the Queen Mother. The first one to be invited was Hao Tian, the ruler of the celestial world. The Empress frowned when she saw Hao Tian's name. She took out a pen and crossed out Hao Tian's name. Then she gave the list back to her maid, Xiao Hong. "Invite him according to this list. In the future, don't invite Hao Tian to the Feast of Peaches." Lil Red opened her mouth to persuade the Queen Mother, but didn't say anything in the end. She left with the order. News of the Queen Mother's peaches ripening and the Feast of Peaches soon spread. Those who received the Queen Mother's invitation were overjoyed. In the Heavenly Court of the Immortal World, the Lord of the Immortal World, Hao Tian, didn't look too good when he didn't receive the Queen Mother's invitation. "Your Majesty, the Queen Mother doesn't know what's good for her." Marshal Ma Ting snorted beside Hao Tian. "Your Majesty is the Lord of the Immortal World. It's her fortune that you've taken a liking to her. But she's been rejecting your Majesty for so many years. How dare she not invite your Majesty to the Feast of Peaches? She doesn't know what's good for her." Ma Ting's words angered Hao Tian. As the Lord of the Immortal World, he had all kinds of women. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't win the Queen Mother's heart, let alone possess her body. The Queen Mother kept rejecting him, and this became the laughingstock of the entire celestial world. At this time, Ma Ting added, "Your Majesty, why don't you make a move and suppress this Queen Mother of the West, capture her, and bring her back to the Heavenly Palace? You can occupy her body first, and at that time, you won't have to fear that her heart will not belong to you." Hao Tian's eyes flickered. Actually, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of this idea before. However, every time he thought of the backing behind the Queen Mother, he was terrified. Others might not know the true identity of the Queen Mother, but he more or less knew. "Your Majesty." Seeing that Hao Tian was moved, Ma Ting continued, "You are now the strongest in the myriad of worlds. why do you have to worry about the people behind the Queen Mother? Hao Tian thought for a moment and shook his head, there's no hurry. Let's talk about it after I comprehend the Grand Tao of Destiny. Once I comprehend the Grand Tao of Destiny, I'll be the true number one expert in the myriad of worlds. At this point, a domineering aura swept out from his body. It won't be too late to suppress her then. Among the 3,000 Grand Taos, the Grand Tao of Destiny was ranked second. As long as he comprehended the Grand Tao of Destiny, he would be able to control the fate of all living beings in the myriad of worlds. At that time, he wouldn't have to be afraid of anything. Right, Your Majesty, there's news from the Aparagodania continent. There's a situation in the High Firmament continent. Ma Ting suddenly remembered something and said, the Demon Ox Mountain colluded with the Demon World. General Yu Liang led 1,000,000 troops to capture the Demon Ox clan, but a Saint Realm expert appeared in the Demon Ox clan. Yu Liang and 1,000,000 troops were killed by the other party. Hao Tian was stunned and raised his eyebrows, a Saint Realm expert. Ma Ting nodded, even Yan Quan's disciple was killed by the other party. He then added, after killing Yu Liang and our Heavenly Court's 1,000,000 troops, the other party went to the Yama prison. Not only did they kill the experts guarding the Yama prison, but they also destroyed the Yama prison. What? Hao Tian's eyes turned cold, did you find out who the other party is? Ma Ting lowered his head and said, I've already sent people to investigate, there should be a result soon. Then, he added, Your Majesty, I found news about the Long-Armed Divine Ape clan. In the past, the Long-Armed Divine Ape clan and the Een Bora race joined hands to destroy the ancient Heavenly Court. They have been hiding in the ancient Frigid Abyss ever since. Oh, in the ancient Frigid Abyss. Hao Tian was surprised. In the past, after the Long-Armed Divine Ape clan and the Een Bora race joined hands to destroy the ancient Heavenly Court, they suddenly disappeared without a trace. No one knew where the Long-Armed Divine Ape clan went. Yes, in the ancient Frigid Abyss. Ma Ting said with certainty, moreover, Yuan Kong must have obtained the Bell of Chaos from the ancient Heavenly Emperor. All these years, he must have been hiding in the ancient Frigid Abyss to refine the Bell of Chaos. The Bell of Chaos, this was a supreme treasure second only to the Pangu Axe, the Fortune Jade Disc, and the Grand Mist Bead. Lu Yiping's Chaos Bell technique came from the Bell of Chaos. If the Chaos Bell technique could be used in conjunction with the Bell of Chaos, its power would be unparalleled and terrifying. The Bell of Chaos. Hao Tian's eyes burned with desire. Yes, the Bell of Chaos. Ma Ting smiled respectfully and said, Your Majesty, when you fully comprehend the Grand Tao of Destiny and obtain the Bell of Chaos, you will definitely sweep through the myriad worlds. At that time even the saints won't be your match. Hao Tian smiled and muttered, however, Yuan Kong of the Long-Armed Divine Ape clan has been a saint for many years and is extremely powerful. Moreover, there are many saints in the Long-Armed Divine Ape clan. It won't be easy to take the Bell of Chaos from him. The ancient Heavenly Court's strength was unquestionable. The Long-Armed Divine Ape clan and the Een Bora race were able to break through the ancient Heavenly Court's defenses. Hao Tian thought for a moment and said, Prepare well. After the Feast of Peaches, we will enter the ancient Frigid Abyss. Although the Long-Armed Divine Ape clan was very strong, the Immortal World's Heavenly Court was still able to suppress the Long-Armed Divine Ape clan. Remember, the Bell of Chaos must not be leaked. Hao Tian said to Ma Ting. Yes, Your Majesty. Ma Ting hurriedly replied. After Lu Yiping and the Dragonhorn Golden Bull destroyed the Yama's prison and rescued Niu Gang's eldest disciple, Niu Yushu, on their way back to the Demon Bull Mountain. Along the way, they passed by a few cities, and all the disciples were talking about the Feast of Peaches. The Feast of Peaches was a grand event in the immortal world. Anyone who was invited by the Heavenly Queen Mother would be honored by their family and sect. I heard that the Heavenly Queen Mother crossed out His Majesty Hao Tian's name. She didn't invite His Majesty Hao Tian. Is the Heavenly Queen Mother really that beautiful? Everyone discussed. The Feast of Peaches. Lu Yiping read aloud. Niu Yi, who was following beside Lu Yiping, smiled and said, The Heavenly Queen Mother also invited me to the Feast of Peaches. Your Majesty, why don't you join me? Participate in the Feast of Peaches? Lu Yiping hesitated. Taurus Longjiao chuckled, It's good to participate in the Feast of Peaches. The Queen Mother's peaches are the best in the immortal world, the taste is very nostalgic. He then turned to Lu Yiping, Master, you haven't seen the Queen Mother for so many years. Since you're back in the immortal world, why don't you go see her? Lu Yiping remained silent. Lu Yiping had mixed feelings about the Queen Mother. A moment later, Lu Yiping said to Niu Yi, alright, I'll go with you. Niu Yi smiled happily, great. He then asked, does Lord know the Queen Mother? Lu Yiping nodded. Since Niu Yi would know about it during the Feast of Peaches, there was nothing to hide. Niu Yi hesitated for a moment and said, my lord, I'm afraid the heavenly court will not let the matter of Yu Liang go. Since you know the Queen Mother, why don't you ask her to plead with His Majesty Hao Tian? Taurus Longjiao chuckled, plead with clear heaven? That guy should be the one pleading with Master. Niu Yi was stunned. Taurus Longjiao smiled, don't worry, Uncle Yi. Nothing will happen. Master is here. Niu Yi opened his mouth, wanting to remind Lu Yiping, but he swallowed his words. However, hearing Taurus Longjiao's confidence in Lu Yiping, Niu Yi couldn't help guessing Lu Yiping's current strength. Could it be that Lord Lu Yiping had already entered the Saint Realm? Along the way, Niu Yi couldn't help but ask curiously, Lord, could it be that you've already entered the Saint Realm? Niu Gang, who was traveling with them, looked at Lu Yiping in shock. Lu Yiping nodded, it's been several million years since I entered the Saint Realm. Hearing this, Niu Yi and Niu Gang's faces lit up with ecstasy. So you've already proven your way and become a saint, Niu Yi said excitedly. No wonder Xiao Jin is so confident in you. It had been millions of years since he had proven his Tao and entered the Saint Plane. In that case, Lord Lu's auspicious cloud should be 1 or 2 mu of land. Knowing that Lu Yiping had already been a saint for millions of years, Niu Yi and Niu Gang, who had been feeling uneasy, felt a lot more at ease. Since Lu Yiping had already been a saint for millions of years, then even if he could not contend against the saints of the heavenly court, he could at least protect himself. As the date of the Feast of Peaches was not far away, Niu Yi and Niu Gang made preparations as soon as they returned to the demonic Bull Mountain. Since Niu Yi was heading to the Feast of Peaches, he naturally had to prepare a gift. However, Niu Yi didn't know what to prepare. Over the years, the Demon Bull Mountain had been suppressed by the Silver Wolf clan, so they didn't have a luxurious life. When Taurus Longjiao found out that Niu Yi was having a hard time preparing a gift, he couldn't help but smile. Uncle Yi, you don't have to prepare a gift. I'll do it. He then took out a spatial artifact and handed it over to Niu Yi. Niu Yi opened the spatial artifact and saw a mountain of chaos spirit stones piled up inside. He couldn't see the end of it, and he had no idea how many other heavenly treasures there were. Niu Yi's eyes widened. Taurus Longjiao smiled. These are the treasures I obtained after destroying the Fiend God Palace with my master. My master and I have no use for these things. Uncle Yi, you can distribute the immortal artifacts and armors to the younger members of the Demon Bull clan. In the future, let our Demon Bull clan's brothers eat and drink well. Of course, let them sleep well. Niu Yi was extremely touched, but when he heard Taurus Longjiao's last sentence, he couldn't help but laugh. He punched Taurus Longjiao lightly and said, you brat, you didn't let your Uncle Yi dote on you in the past in vain. Alright, then Uncle Yi will accept these things. I'll thank you on behalf of those brats. Taurus Longjiao smiled. I still have some purplish gold chaos water here. Uncle Yi, take it and cultivate. Don't worry about running out of purplish gold chaos water. When you run out, there'll be more. He then took out another spatial artifact and handed it to Niu Yi. Niu Yi thought that Taurus Longjiao didn't have enough purplish gold chaos water, so he didn't put it to heart. But when he opened the spatial artifact, an astonishing amount of chaos chi rushed out like a sea of chaos, almost suffocating him. Niu Yi calmed down and looked at the spatial artifact in shock. Inside the spatial artifact, buckets of purplish gold chaos water were arranged in an orderly manner on the ground. This. Niu Yi jumped in fright. Xiao Jin, where did you get so much purplish gold chaos water? Purplish gold chaos water was rare even in the world of immortals. This was his first time seeing so much purplish gold chaos water. Taurus Longjiao smiled. Don't worry, Uncle Yi. I didn't steal this purplish gold chaos water. Master has a treasure that can produce an endless supply of purplish gold chaos water. It can produce 1 bucket a day. Master has more than 1,000,000 buckets in his possession over the years. More than 1,000,000 buckets. Niao Yi's heart trembled. How much was that? That's why Master has an endless supply of purplish gold chaos water. Taurus Longjiao smiled. And neither Master nor I use purplish gold chaos water to cultivate. That's why we have no use for it. You can drink it like water in the future. Niao Yi stared blankly at the countless buckets of purplish gold chaos water. Drink it like water? While Niao Yi stared blankly at the purplish gold chaos water, Lu Yiping sat cross-legged under the foundation tree, circulating the secret art of longevity to devour the foundation tree's primordial qi. Now, he had fully comprehended the 1700 great Daos in the 8 pieces of the Fortune Jade Disc. Even the immortal Skywood technique had reached the 12th level. Only the secret art of longevity was close to reaching the 49th level. That was why his main focus now was on the secret art of longevity. Of course, as he circulated the secret art of longevity to devour the primordial qi, the saint energy in his body grew day by day. However, just like how the ancient gods cultivated their totems, the further they progressed, the harder it was to condense the totems. It was the same for the saint realm. The further one progressed, the harder it was for the saint energy to grow. Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud was now 17 mu. It would take at least 200 to 300 years to break through to 18 mu. Several days passed. Lu Yiping stopped cultivating and set off for the Kunlun Divine Mountain with Taurus Longjiao, Niao Yi, Niao Gang, and the others. The immortal realm was vast and boundless. There were 5 main continents. The demonic bull mountain was in the Aparagodania continent while the Kunlun Divine Mountain was in the central continent. The distance was quite far, so Lu Yiping and the others had to travel a few days in advance. Since the Feast of Peaches could only bring a maximum of 4 people with them, Lu Yiping did not bring many people with him. There were only 5 of them. Originally, Lu Yiping and the others were on the demonic bull clan spaceship. However, Lu Yiping felt that the demonic bull clan spaceship was too slow, so he took out the Inzhou clan spaceship. Lu Yiping had found it on Yin Yiping's body after he killed Yin Yiping. Naturally, Yin Yiping's spaceship was far superior to the demonic bull clans. Niao Yi and Niao Gang stood at the bow of the spaceship, looking at the mountains behind them in awe. The spaceship did not stop. After exiting the Aparagodania continent, they soon entered the central continent. The Kunlun Divine Mountain was finally in sight. One update today, when Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others arrived at the Kunlun Divine Mountain, there was already a sea of people. Spaceships were shuttling back and forth, and there were all kinds of mounts. It was Niao Gang's first time attending the Feast of Peaches. Seeing the sea of people in front of him, he was shocked. It was his first time seeing so many experts from different sects and clans. He was a late-stage immortal emperor and was considered one of the top experts in the Lingxiao continent. However, when he arrived, he realized that almost all the people here were immortal emperors, and many of them were stronger than him. Isn't there too many people here? Niao Gang couldn't help but ask. Niao Yi smiled. All the sects and clans with celestial lords in the immortal world were invited by the Heavenly Queen Mother. It's normal that there are so many people here. There should be more in a few days. There were only a few days left before the Feast of Peaches. When the Feast of Peaches really arrived, there would definitely be more experts from different continents in the immortal world. However, not all of them were invited by the Heavenly Queen Mother. Some of them are just here to join in the fun, Niao Yi said. There are so many experts gathered at the Kunlun Divine Mountain. Some of them are here to see if they have the chance to meet some experts and try their luck. Niao Gang looked at the Kunlun Divine Mountain in the distance and sighed. The Heavenly Queen Mother is not only beautiful, but also a saint. She is also the leader of the female immortals in the immortal world. I wonder who would be lucky enough to marry her. Niao Yi scolded, watch your words. The Heavenly Queen Mother is not something you can talk about. Taurus Longjiao, however, winked at Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping ignored Taurus Longjiao's flirting and drove the spaceship towards the city in front. Under the Kunlun Divine Mountain, there was a huge city called Kunlun City. It was one of the biggest and oldest cities in the immortal world. Since the Feast of Peaches had not arrived yet, the experts from all over the immortal world had entered Kunlun City. When some of the experts from the various clans and sects saw Lu Yiping's spaceship, they took the initiative to make way for him. Liu Yiping's flying ship came from the Yin Valley and was a saint artifact. Sensing the saint aura of Liu Yiping's flying ship, these experts took the initiative to avoid it. Which sage's flying ship is this? I don't remember there being any sage's flying ship in the immortal world that looks like this, a sect master said in surprise as he looked at Liu Yiping's flying ship. Who is that blue-robed young man? No, I don't. He should be a disciple or descendant of a saint. Everyone discussed in low voices. In the immortal world, almost every continent had celestial venerables. There was no lack of celestial venerables, but there were very few saint realm experts, and even fewer Tao-proving sages. Therefore, as long as a saint flying ship arrived, it would inevitably cause a heated discussion among the experts. In the crowd, a young man looked at Liu Yiping's back with envy and said, I wonder when I can become a disciple of a saint. Many people had rushed over to the Kunlun God Mountain to see if they could catch the eye of a saint and be taken in as a disciple. If they could be taken in as a disciple of a saint, even if it was just an in-name disciple, it would be a meteoric rise. Let's just forget about it. His companion shook his head and chuckled, even though our talents are decent, we're still far from the requirements of a saint. If we could be taken in as a disciple by a saint realm expert, we'd be having a fever in front of Buddha. In the midst of the discussions, Liu Yiping's flying ship arrived before Kunlun City and came to a stop. The few of them got off the flying ship and kept it before entering Kunlun City. After entering Kunlun City, it was even more crowded. The streets that could normally fit 10 horse carriages were now extremely crowded. As for the restaurants and shops on both sides of the streets, they were even more crowded. Let's find a place to stay first. With so many people here, I'm afraid the restaurants would be full. Niuyi said. However, Taurus Longjiao smiled and said, you don't have to worry about a place to stay. Master has a mansion here. Even though it's not big, it's enough for the few of us to stay. Relying on his memory, Liu Yiping brought Niuyi and the others to the mansion that he had purchased back then. Even though Liu Yiping had yet to attain his Tao back then, he was still quite wealthy. Therefore, the mansion that he had purchased was located in the central area of Kunlun City. It was extremely prosperous with many shops around it. However, when Liu Yiping arrived at the mansion, he frowned. He had not been here for millions of years. There was a row of shops built beside the walls of his mansion. Not only were these shops leaning against the walls of his mansion, they were even at the same height as the walls of his mansion. From afar, the entrance of his mansion seemed to be concave. Even Taurus Longjiao frowned when he saw it. Go and ask what's going on, Liu Yiping said in a deep voice. Then, he led Taurus Longjiao and the others to one of the shops. The business of the shop was quite good. The hall was quite lively. When Liu Yiping and the others entered, no one greeted Liu Yiping and the others. Liu Yiping went straight to the counter in the hall. Behind the counter, Taurus Longjiao asked, who allowed you to build these shops? The person in charge of the counter was stunned. For a moment, he did not understand what Taurus Longjiao meant. Taurus Longjiao continued, I mean, who allowed you to build these shops beside the walls of the mansion? The person in charge of the counter understood what Taurus Longjiao meant. He looked at Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao and the others and smiled, we don't seem to have to tell you who allowed us to build these shops. Then, he added, these shops belong to the Sacred Confucian Chamber of Commerce. The Sacred Confucian Chamber of Commerce. Niuyi and Niugang were shocked. No wonder Niuyi and Niugang were shocked. The Sacred Confucian Chamber of Commerce belonged to the Zhu clan. Taurus Longjiao heard that these shops belonged to the Sacred Confucian Chamber of Commerce and smiled, so they belonged to the Zhu clan. He and Liu Yiping were no strangers to the Zhu clan. The Golden Lightning Saint Zhu Ling who died in Liu Yiping's hands was a saint of the Zhu clan. In the immortal world, no matter which force it was, as long as it had a saint overseeing it, it would be a super giant in the immortal world. However, the Zhu family had 3 Tao-confirming sages, a family with 3 saints. The only forces that could be on par with the Zhu family in the immortal world were the Meng family, the Wu tribe, and the Kunlun Divine Mountain. Of course, with Zhu Ling's death, the Zhu clan only had 2 saints left. Even so, the Zhu clan was still a supergiant in the immortal world. The Sacred Confucian Chamber of Commerce was spread all over the immortal world. Yes, these shops belong to the Zhu clan. We are all disciples of the Zhu clan. The person in charge of the counter raised his head and said, "Is there anything else?" "If there's nothing else, you may leave." "What if we don't leave?" Taurus Longjiao asked. The person in charge of the counter sneered, "Don't leave? Are you trying to be unreasonable?" Then, he said to the Zhu clan guards in the hall, "Break their legs and throw them out." The Zhu clan guards surrounded them, but as soon as they got close to Lu Yiping's group, they were all sent flying. The person in charge of the counter was stunned when he saw the guards flying out of the shop. He looked at Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and was about to say something when Taurus Longjiao suddenly slapped the person in charge. Before the person in charge could react, he was sent flying by Taurus Longjiao. With a loud bang, the person in charge crashed through the shop's wall and fell to the ground. His body was covered in blood and he fainted. The shop's lobby was a mess. Some of the experts who had been doing business in the hall retreated out of the shop in fright. Lu Yiping said to Taurus Longjiao, "Raise these shops to the ground for me." Taurus Longjiao chuckled, "Yes, master. Watch me." He was the best at this kind of work. Immediately, he punched out. In an instant, fist waves rolled out and swept away one shop after another. There were dozens of shops, and each of them was protected by the Zhu family's experts. But now, they were all destroyed by Taurus Longjiao's fist waves. The various experts who were doing business in the shops fled for their lives. When they came out, they were shocked to see the shops that had been destroyed and turned into dust. Everyone looked at Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others. Which family are these people from? How dare they destroy the Zhu family shops? The Zhu family must have sent Dao-proving sages to participate in this feast of peaches. Now that their shops are destroyed, there will be a good show to watch. Everyone discussed. The Zhu family's disciples who ran out rushed up in anger, but they were all sent flying by Taurus Longjiao. Lu Yiping opened the mansion's restriction and led Taurus Longjiao and the others into the mansion. At this time, in a luxurious mansion in Kunlun City, Zhu Heng looked at his subordinate Zhang Guang and said, "Miss Meng Qiantong refused to accept the things I asked you to send to her." Meng Qiantong had come with the Meng family's experts to the Feast of Peaches. She was in Kunlun City now. Zhu Heng knew that Meng Qiantong was coming, so he sent his servant, Zhang Guang, to deliver the gifts. He wanted to invite Meng Qiantong to come out and talk about the Guqin, but Meng Qiantong returned everything. "Yes, young master," Zhang Guang replied. Then he hesitated and said, "Miss Meng Qiantong also said that you shouldn't send anything to her anymore." Zhu Heng frowned. At this time, one of the Zhu family's experts hurried in, stopping in front of Zhu Heng and reporting, "Young lord, news just came from Shuangming Street, saying that several dozen shops there were destroyed." "What?" Zhu Heng and Zhang Guang were both stunned. "What happened?" Zhu Heng's face darkened as he asked. "The people from the uninhabited mansion on Shuangming Street have returned," the Zhu clan expert hurriedly said. Zhu Heng was stunned and asked in a deep voice, "Have you found out the identity of the other party?" The mansion on Shuangming Street had been empty for millions of years. Why would he show up at the Feast of Peaches? Was it a coincidence? Or was he also here to attend the Feast of Peaches? "I have sent someone to investigate," the Zhu clan expert replied, "but there is no result yet." The immortal world was vast, and although the Zhu family was powerful, it would take a long time to investigate a few people. Zhu Heng thought for a moment and said, "Is Uncle Zhu Jingshan still in Kunlun City?" Zhu Jingshan was the Zhu family's expert in Kunlun City. He was a Saint Realm expert and had been in the Saint Realm for nearly 20 million years. "Lord Zhu Jingshan is still in Kunlun City," Zhang Guang said, "but young master, the Feast of Peaches is in a few days, and the Confucian saint will come in person. Why don't we wait for him to come and let him decide?" Zhu Heng said, "Are you afraid that Uncle Zhu Jingshan can't deal with the other party?" Zhang Guang explained, "I think that the Feast of Peaches is just around the corner, and we shouldn't make a big deal out of it." Zhu Heng's eyes flashed and he finally nodded, "All right, then we will wait for grandfather to come and deal with it." A few days passed in the blink of an eye. More and more experts gathered in Kunlun City, and as more and more experts gathered, there were naturally more conflicts between the big families and sections. However, with the Feast of Peaches around the corner, everyone restrained themselves and didn't make a big deal out of it. Nothing much happened in the past few days. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao stayed in the mansion to cultivate. Niao Yi, Niao Gang, and another old ancestor of the Demon Ox clan went out for a trip. A few days later, the Feast of Peaches arrived. Before dawn, experts from all over Kunlun City rushed to the Kunlun Divine Mountain. From afar, it looked like a swarm of ants had covered the entire Kunlun Divine Mountain, and they were wriggling to the top of the mountain. Lu Yiping and the others also left the mansion early and followed the crowd to the top of the Kunlun Divine Mountain. Just as Lu Yiping and the others were walking to the top of the Kunlun Divine Mountain, they suddenly heard a surprised cry, "Lord Lu!" Lu Yiping turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. A beautiful woman was looking at him with a face full of pleasant surprise. She was none other than Chen Yitao, whom he had saved earlier. Other than Chen Yitao, there was also Chen Zifeng. Both of them were following behind an old man. From the looks of it, this old man should be the #1 expert of Yaya mainland, Chen Wanli. Chen Yitao and the others stopped in front of Lu Yiping. Chen Yitao and Chen Zifeng were pleasantly surprised as they respectfully saluted Lu Yiping. Chen Yitao turned to Chen Wanli and said, "Father, this is Lord Lu and Lord Xiaojin that we told you about earlier." Chen Wanli quickly bowed to Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao to express his gratitude. Lu Yiping, Chen Yitao, Chen Wanli, and the others exchanged some pleasantries before walking together. A short while later, the group arrived at the top of the Kunlun Divine Mountain. There was another space at the top of the Kunlun Divine Mountain. It was extremely spacious, and at the center of the mountain peak was a large pool. Inside the pool, a jade spring flowed, enshrouded in mist, creating a pleasing sight to the eyes. Around the large pool were palaces made of jade. Carved on the stone pillars were various kinds of divine beasts and strange drawings. Many experts who came to the Kunlun Divine Mountain were drinking and chatting by the pool. Since the grand banquet had yet to begin, the Queen Mother had yet to come out. Just as Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, Chen Wanli, and the others arrived at the top of the mountain, there was a sudden commotion. "It's Lord Confucian Sage. Zhu family's Lord Confucian Sage is here." Everyone looked over and saw a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe walking over, escorted by more than a dozen Zhu family experts. This middle-aged man was one of the Zhu family's 3 sages, the Confucian Sage. He was also the leader of the Zhu family's 3 sages and one of the immortal world's top 10 experts. His strength was far above the golden lightning sage Zhu Ling. One of the experts following behind the Confucian sage suddenly stepped forward and said to Zhu Heng. Zhu Heng was stunned for a second, then he looked over in Lu Yiping's direction with a cold glint in his eyes. Noticing Zhu Heng's strange expression, the Confucian sage stopped and followed Zhu Heng's gaze to Lu Yiping's direction. When he saw Lu Yiping, the Confucian sage was stunned for a second, then he walked over to Lu Yiping. All the experts present were surprised and turned to look at Lu Yiping. Judging from Lord Confucian Sage's reaction, he seems to know this blue-robed young man? Zhu Heng was also puzzled. Just as the Confucian sage was walking towards Lu Yiping, inside the Queen Mother's palace, the maid Xiao Hong ran up to her excitedly. "Queen Mother, he's here, he's here." The Queen Mother was confused when she saw her maid Xiao Hong running up to her and telling her that he's here, he's here. Why is he here? Who's here? The maid Xiao Hong rushed in and gasped for breath. "It's Master Lu is outside." What? The Queen Mother's body trembled as she looked at her maid Xiao Hong in disbelief. Her beautiful face was overjoyed. "You mean Master Lu? Master Lu is here. He's here to participate in this year's Saturn Peach Banquet?" The maid Xiao Hong nodded and smiled. "Yes, Queen Mother, it's Master Lu. I saw it clearly just now, it's Master Lu. He's here with Xiaojin." When the Queen Mother heard this, she immediately rushed out of her bedroom like a whirlwind. When the maid Xiao Hong saw the Queen Mother rushing out like a whirlwind, she opened her mouth and wanted to say, "Queen Mother, you are still wearing your sleeping robe." However, before she could say anything, the Queen Mother had already disappeared. The maid Xiao Hong couldn't help but rush out anxiously. Outside, the Confucian sage stood in front of Lu Yiping. He looked at Lu Yiping and his eyes gradually changed. "The Heavenly Saint." "What, the Heavenly Saint?" The Confucian sage's words were like a stone that stirred up thousands of waves. Countless experts present were in an uproar. Everyone looked at Lu Yiping with shock and awe. "He's the Heavenly Saint? The Golden Lightning Saint, Valley, and Dark Hell Ghost Beast were defeated by him? I heard that he killed the Golden Lightning Saint. The crowd was in an uproar. Chen Yitao, Chen Zifeng, Chen Wanli, and the others who were standing beside Lu Yiping were even more shocked. The Heavenly Saint? The person who was chatting with them was actually the Heavenly Saint. Chen Yitao's little heart was beating wildly. Zhu Heng, who was following behind the Confucian sage, was also shocked. He felt his hands and feet go cold. At the same time, he was glad that he did not act impulsively because of the shock. Impulse is the devil. Fortunately. While everyone was looking at Lu Yiping in awe, a whirlwind rushed out from the inner hall of the Queen Mother's palace. Everyone caught a whiff of an intoxicating fragrance. When the whirlwind stopped, everyone looked over and saw that there was an extremely charming and incomparably beautiful woman in front of them. Queen Mother. An expert standing not far away from the Queen Mother stuttered. The moment he opened his mouth, he suddenly felt like he was about to drool. This was because he realized that the dignified and incomparably beautiful Queen Mother was actually wearing a nightgown. Good heavens, the nightgown had a slit in the front. Although it couldn't be seen, it was enough to make one's blood boil. Everyone's gaze shifted from Lu Yiping to the Queen Mother. Everyone's blood was boiling. After the Queen Mother came out, her beautiful eyes were fixed on the light blue figure in the crowd. Perhaps she was excited, her delicate body trembled, and her beautiful eyes were filled with joy. Little Lu, you're finally here. Her voice was extremely pleasant to the ears. Hearing it made one's heart pound, as if they were about to fall in love. No matter how much they listened to it, they still wanted to listen to it. When the Queen Mother came out, she stared at Lu Yiping, then called out to little Lu with a shy expression. Some of the people who were drinking spat out the wine in their mouths. In an instant, it was as if it was raining wine. Some of the patriarchs and sect chiefs were sprayed with wine. Niu Yi and Niu Gang's eyes widened as they looked at Lu Yiping, then at the Queen Mother. Chen Yitao's cherry lips were wide open. So, Big Brother Xiao Jin's words were true. The Queen Mother really liked Lord Lu. Seeing the Queen Mother come out, Lu Yiping smiled and said, "Big Sister Wang." Some of the experts who just spat out the wine in their mouths spat out the remaining wine in their mouths. Pooh! Loud noises filled the air. Queen Mother, Big Sister Wang, if it weren't for Lu Yiping's identity as the Heavenly Saint, everyone's gaze would have been sharp enough to kill Lu Yiping. Niu Yi and Niu Gang choked on their wine. At this moment, the Confucian sage standing in front of Lu Yiping suddenly punched at Lu Yiping with the auspicious cloud above his head. As one of the immortal world's top 10 experts, the Confucian sage's auspicious cloud had reached 16 mu. As the Confucian sage punched out, holy energy rushed out from the auspicious cloud. In an instant, the sky changed color. Not only the Queen Mother's palace, but even the Kunlun God Mountain shook. Everyone's expression changed. No one had expected that the Confucian sage would suddenly attack Lu Yiping. The Queen Mother was enraged seeing the Confucian sage attacking in her palace, especially at her small path. She shouted, "Zhu Ru, you dare!" Zhu Ru was the Confucian sage's real name, but it had the same pronunciation as midget. Therefore, it was a taboo for the Confucian sage. No one dared to call him by his real name. Just as the Queen Mother was about to attack, Lu Yiping's body suddenly emitted a bright light. The auspicious cloud above his head bloomed, and the auspicious light was so bright that it was hard for everyone to open their eyes. Everyone was shocked when they saw the auspicious cloud above Lu Yiping's head. Even the Confucian sage was shocked. 17 mu. Didn't they say Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud was only 10 mu? How could it be 17 mu? Several hundred years ago, Lu Yiping and Zhu Ling fought in the Yin Valley, and the Black Hell Ghost Valley, and the auspicious cloud was only 10 mu. Therefore, the Confucian sage naively thought that Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud was still 10 mu. Not only the Confucian sage, but even the Queen Mother was stunned. 17 mu of auspicious cloud. Hao Tian's auspicious cloud was only 17 mu, right? Lu Yiping punched out, facing the Confucian sage's fist. Boom, the two collided. Heaven and earth shook violently. Everyone felt their bodies tremble. A terrifying force swept out, and countless sect experts were affected by the force of the two. They were all sent flying, and there were screams of pain. The Queen Mother's palace trembled and was about to collapse. Fortunately, the Queen Mother activated the Kunlun Divine Mountains array in time, and the palace did not collapse. The Confucian sage was also sent flying out of the Kunlun Divine Mountain and crashed into the mountain peak opposite it. With a loud bang, the mountain peak's rubble rolled down, and a cloud of dust rose. Everyone was shocked. The Confucian sage was one of the top 10 experts in the celestial world, but he was sent flying by Liu Yiping with a single punch. Liu Yiping took a step forward and arrived in front of the opposite mountain peak. At this moment, the Confucian sage, who was blasted into the mountain peak, suddenly flew out of the mountain peak. With a roar, he suddenly threw another punch at Liu Yiping. The great Dao Qi wrapped around his body, and great Daos flew out one after another. There were a total of 42 great Daos. Among the 42 great Daos, one of them shot into the sky, and the other great Dao's light completely paled in comparison. Karma Great Dao. Everyone was shocked. The Karma Great Dao was ranked 6th among the strongest Great Dao, ranked higher than the Reincarnation Great Dao and the Destruction Great Dao. Now that Liu Yiping is invincible in the myriad of worlds, this book can actually be finished after writing about the celestial world. Recently, he has been slowing down, updating once a day, and preparing for the new book. It should be released next month. The Confucian sage urged the 42 Grand Daos and the Karmic Dao to attack Liu Yiping. At the same time, he roared, "Liu Yiping, I know you have 3 Supreme Grand Daos, but you only have a little over 20 Grand Daos. I have 42 Grand Daos now, and all of them are ranked in the top 100. I don't believe your 3 Supreme Grand Daos can block my 42 Grand Daos." The Confucian sage's eyes were sharp. Indifferent to the Confucian sage's words, Liu Yiping smiled. Grand Daos flew out one after another, and soon, there were 20 Grand Daos. Then, 21, 22, 23, in the blink of an eye, there were 42 Grand Daos. 42 Grand Daos. This Liu Yiping actually comprehended 42 Grand Daos. He has only been a true saint for a few million years. Seeing that Liu Yiping actually had 42 Grand Daos, the experts present were shocked. One had to know that the Confucian sage was the immortal world's oldest existence. He had been a true saint for more than 100 million years, and he had only comprehended 42 Grand Daos when he was in the primordial heavenly court. However, Liu Yiping had only been a true saint for a few million years, yet he had also comprehended 42 Grand Daos. Not only were the various sect and patriarchs shocked, but even the Confucian sage and Empress Dowager were shocked. The Empress Dowager's beautiful eyes were filled with joy, the kind of joy one would feel after seeing their little lover grow up. When she had first met Liu Yiping, she was already a true saint, while Liu Yiping had not even entered the true saint realm. Therefore, her master had objected to their relationship. Now, Liu Yiping had finally become a true saint, and he had comprehended 42 Grand Daos. Moreover, it was 17 mu of auspicious clouds. Her master wouldn't object to their relationship anymore, right? While everyone was still in shock over Liu Yiping's 42 Grand Daos, Liu Yiping's body suddenly emitted a bright light, and another Grand Dao flew out. 43. The Confucian sage's eyes widened. The Empress Dowager's beautiful eyes also widened. Then, 44 Grand Daos appeared. 45, 46 Grand Daos. Soon, the number of Grand Daos reached 50, 60, even 70. When Liu Yiping had 70 great Daos in an instant, the Confucian sage's expression changed. Liu Yiping suddenly punched out, and 70 great Dao surged out with a roar along with the power of his fist. It was as if the world could not withstand Liu Yiping's punch. It trembled, whimpered, and wept. A strange howling sound echoed in the air. Boom! Liu Yiping's fist power directly penetrated the Confucian saint's fist power and landed on the Confucian saint's chest with unstoppable force. The armor on the Confucian saint's chest exploded, and the fist force blasted into the flesh of his chest. When the Confucian sage was sent flying, everyone could clearly see a fist-shaped bump protruding from the Confucian sage's back. This was the result of Liu Yiping's punch penetrating his internal organs and penetrating his back. The Confucian saint once again blasted into the opposite divine mountain. Just now, he had only smashed into the surface of the opposite divine mountain for tens of meters, but this time, the Confucian saint blasted through tens of thousands of miles of the opposite divine mountain, causing it to collapse. Although this divine mountain was not as solid as the Kunlun divine mountain, it was still a divine mountain from the ancient times and was almost indestructible. But now, it collapsed all the way, and the entire divine mountain was completely turned into gravel and powder. Dust flew all over the sky. The rumbling sound was endless. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. The Confucian saint, one of the top 10 powerhouses in the immortal world, was still sent flying by a punch after displaying the power of 42 great Daos. At this moment, Liu Yiping pulled out the Confucian saint buried under the gravel with one hand. Everyone looked over and saw that the Confucian saint's armor was completely shattered, and there was a terrifying hole in his chest. This terrifying hole almost occupied his entire chest, and blood was constantly gushing out of the hole, causing the ground to shake. This was the blood of a Tao-proving sage. A normal drop of it contained enough power to destroy a continent. The Confucian saint was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Zhu Heng and the experts of the Zhu family were pale, their eyes were filled with horror, and their hearts were trembling. If the Confucian saint was defeated, they could imagine what would happen to them. Not to mention them, even the entire Zhu family would be finished. Suddenly, a shocking light burst out from the Confucian saint's body. Under the power of this light, the hole in the Confucian saint's chest began to gradually heal, and the vitality in his body was constantly restored. "It's the light divine bloodline," an old ancestor exclaimed. The light divine bloodline was the strongest bloodline in the ancient times. This bloodline was called immortal, and it was even stronger than the Phoenix bloodline's nirvana power. With this bloodline, no matter how serious the injury was, it could be healed. Some people said that people with the light divine bloodline could recover even if their divine soul was shattered. Seeing that the Confucian saint's injury was about to heal, a great Tao suddenly flew out from Liu Yiping's body. When this great Tao flew out, the surrounding world instantly fell into a prison of death. Under the influence of this great Tao, some of the nearby experts felt that their vitality was about to be devoured. The great Tao of death. Everyone's expression changed. Although the great Tao of death was not one of the top 10 great Daos, it was ranked 12th among the 3,000 great Daos. Its terrifying power made people pale. When the Confucian saint saw Liu Yiping's great Tao of death, he was also shocked. At this moment, Liu Yiping punched the hole in the Confucian saint's chest that was about to heal. Suddenly, the power of death of the great Tao of death roared and madly poured into the Confucian saint's body, frantically destroying the vitality in his body. The Confucian saint's vitality that was constantly recovering was crazily devoured by the power of death of the great Tao of death. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the Confucian saint's body appeared gray. The Confucian saint was horrified to find that his light divine bloodline had completely dimmed. Just when the power of death was about to completely cover the Confucian saint, Liu Yiping suddenly withdrew his hand and stopped. Then, Liu Yiping used the power of the great Tao of time and space to seal the Confucian saint's power and threw him into the cauldron of heaven and earth. From the moment the Confucian saint suddenly attacked Liu Yiping to when Liu Yiping blasted the Confucian saint away, sealed him, and put him into the cauldron of heaven and earth, everything happened in a flash. By the time everyone reacted to it, Liu Yiping had already disappeared from where he was. The Queen Mother was just about to speak, but seeing that Liu Yiping had already disappeared, she could not help opening her mouth and stopping there. Everyone present was taken aback. No one expected that after Liu Yiping put the Confucian saint away into the cauldron of heaven and earth, he suddenly disappeared and left again. Only Taurus Longjiao guessed what Liu Yiping was going to do after leaving. The Zhu family had 3 saints, the Saint of Golden Thunder and the Confucian saint were already dealt with. There was only Saint Azure left. Now, Liu Yiping was naturally making a trip to the Zhu family's headquarters. Otherwise, once the matter of the Heavenly Peach pageant spread and Saint Azure escaped, it would be difficult to find him. Sure enough, not long after Liu Yiping left, the news of Liu Yiping destroying the Zhu family's headquarters and punching Saint Azure spread out. In the immortal world's heavenly court, Hao Tian looked at Marshal Ma Ting in surprise. "What did you say? Liu Yiping comprehended more than 70 great Tao? Furthermore, Qing Yun cultivated to 17 mu like me. According to the original outline, there is indeed a chaos realm above the myriad realms. It's just that, starting a new book next month, I really don't have the energy to write 2 books. But some book friends said that it's fine to update this book slowly and can wait. So, I'm considering whether to write about the Chaos Realm after the immortal world ends. In addition, Celestial Venerable Rebirth has been unbanned. Friends of Qidian and Genesis can read it now. Ma Ting lowered his head and said, yes, during the Immortality Peach Banquet, all the experts present saw it with their own eyes. The Confucian sage couldn't even withstand one move from Liu Yiping. Moreover, the Confucian sage used 42 grand daos, but he still couldn't withstand one punch from Liu Yiping. At that time, Liu Yiping didn't even use Mount Buzhou. Ma Ting's words caused Haotian's face to darken. Several hundred years ago, during the Divine World Convention, Liu Yiping fought with Zhu Ling and the others. Auspicious Cloud was only 10 mu, and he had only comprehended 20-odd grand daos. How could he have comprehended 70 grand daos in just a few hundred years? How could he have cultivated Auspicious Cloud to 17 mu in just a few hundred years? Haotian was so agitated that he almost roared at the end. According to his original plan, he would wait until he fully comprehended the Grand Tao of Destiny before taking the Bell of Chaos from the long-armed Divine Ape race. At that time, he would deal with Liu Yiping. However, he didn't expect Liu Yiping to have cultivated Auspicious Cloud to 17 mu and comprehended 70 Grand Daos in just a few hundred years. His Auspicious Cloud was only 17 mu. Although he had comprehended more than 90 Grand Daos, Liu Yiping had comprehended 3 Supreme Grand Daos, while he only had 2. Ma Ting's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he faced the roaring Haotian. Haotian was the lord of the immortal world, the ruler of the immortal world. He was above the gods, immortals, and Buddhas of the myriad worlds. He had always been confident, calm, and unperturbed. He had never lost control and lost his temper like this before. Your Majesty, could it be that Liu Yiping has a treasure on him that can rapidly increase his strength? Ma Ting asked cautiously. Treasure that can rapidly increase one's strength? Haotian calmed down and looked at Ma Ting, waiting for him to continue. Ma Ting guessed, I've looked into it. Whether in the divine world or the immortal world, this Liu Yiping has always asked the Chamber of Commerce to help him find Mount Buzhou stone and Jianshu tree block. Haotian was startled, his eyes glinting. What do you mean? After the stone of Mount Buzhou was shattered by the witch ancestor, no one in the myriad of worlds could restore its vitality. However, a few hundred years ago, Liu Yiping used Mount Buzhou when he fought with Lord Zhu Ling and the others. Ma Ting said, since Liu Yiping can restore the vitality of Mount Buzhou, he might be able to restore the vitality of Jianshu as well. Jianshu? Haotian's eyes were blazing. Ma Ting said, that's right. Legend has it that the fruit of creation has the effect of seizing the good fortune of heaven and earth. Liu Yiping's sudden increase in cultivation over the past few hundred years might have been due to him consuming the fruit of creation. Hearing this, Haotian could not calm down. He got up and paced back and forth in the main hall. Where is Liu Yiping now? Haotian asked. Liu Yiping has just destroyed the Zhu residence and captured Saint Azure. He has already left the Zhu residence. We haven't found out where he is now. Ma Ting thought for a moment and said, My lord, Liu Yiping has an extraordinary relationship with the Ox Devil clan. The Taurus Longjiao is his mount and has accompanied him for millions of years. The two have a very deep relationship. Why don't we capture the Ox Devil clan and the Taurus Longjiao? Then lure Liu Yiping to our immortal world's heavenly court and borrow the power of the heavenly court's saints and the heavenly circuit immortal formation to kill Liu Yiping. Ma Ting's suggestion moved Haotian. Indeed, if he allowed Liu Yiping to continue growing, it would be even more disadvantageous for him. Now, if he borrowed the power of the heavenly court's saints and the heavenly circuit immortal formation, there was still hope to kill Liu Yiping. Now, including him, there were a total of 16 saints in the heavenly court. As long as he lured Liu Yiping to the heavenly court, the 16 saints would attack at the same time. Liu Yiping would definitely not be able to escape. Haotian pondered. Your Majesty, Ma Ting said again, if we don't get rid of Liu Yiping, he will definitely become a disaster. However, after some consideration, Haotian shook his head. Liu Yiping has the Buzhou mountain and Jianshu. With our heavenly court's current strength, we only have a 50% chance of killing him. If we and Liu Yiping are both injured, the Yin Bora race and the Devil world will definitely take the opportunity to attack the immortal world. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Ma Ting asked carefully. Hao Tian pondered and said, I have already reached the final stage of comprehending the creation Grand Tao. Within 100 years, I will definitely be able to completely comprehend the creation Grand Tao. At that time, we will head to the ancient frigid abyss, seize the bell of primal chaos, hold the convention of the myriad realms, and lure Lu Yiping here. We will deal with Lu Yiping at the convention of the myriad realms. After Lu Yiping annihilated the Zhu family, he came to a certain desolate mountain in the immortal world and set up a formation to isolate the surrounding space. Then, he threw Confucian Sage and Saint Azure out of the cauldron of heaven and earth. Confucian Sage and Saint Azure looked at Lu Yiping in shock and anger. Lu Yiping, we are Tao-confirming sages and have obtained the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens for treating Tao-confirming sages like this? Saint Azure rebuked Lu Yiping angrily. Lu Yiping's expression was cold. Heavenly Tao? In the future, I will be the heavenly Tao. Confucian Sage and Saint Azure were stunned. Lu Yiping summoned Xianxia. The 400,000-meter-tall Xianxia towered between heaven and earth. Black and yellow qi rolled, and the qi of the great Tao surged on the tree body, dazzling Confucian Sage and Saint Azure. Xianxia. The two looked at the Xianxia in front of them, their faces full of shock and disbelief. Just as the two people's faces were full of shock and disbelief, the Xianxia's tens of millions of tree roots suddenly turned into extremely sharp blades, breaking through Confucian Sage and Saint Azure, two people's defenses, piercing into the two people's chests. The two people startled awake, immediately guessing what Lu Yiping wanted to do, and could not help struggling frantically and roaring repeatedly. However, the two people's strength was the same as the previous Golden Thunder Holy Zhu Ling, already sealed by Lu Yiping, unable to shake the Xianxia at all. Very soon, Confucian Sage and Saint Azure, two people, felt their holy power, power of great Tao, and sacred physique source power continuously pouring into the Xianxia from the tree roots. After struggling for a while, Confucian Sage knew that he could not escape. Looking at Lu Yiping, his eyes full of hatred, Lu Yiping, I curse you to die a horrible death. All people related to you will all die a horrible death. As Confucian Sage's words faded, a blood-red cloud immediately condensed high up in the sky. This blood-red cloud was the curse great Tao that Confucian Sage had comprehended. This was the curse that Confucian Sage condensed with the last of his strength. Although the curse great Tao was not one of the 10 supreme great Taos, it was second only to the 10 supreme great Taos, ranking 13th. Seeing that the cursed blood cloud was about to fall on Lu Yiping, suddenly, light surged around Lu Yiping, and the fire great Tao flew out. The power of the fire great Tao instantly incinerated the other party's cursed blood cloud. Lu Yiping looked at Confucian Sage, whose face was full of hatred. Curse great Tao, unfortunately, your strength is too weak. Even if you use the curse great Tao at your peak, you can't curse me. Confucian Sage's face was filled with despair. After a while, Confucian Sage and Saint Azure's holy power, power of great Tao, and sacred physique source power were all extracted. Between the branches of the Xianxia, two golden Tao fruits grew. These two Tao fruits were larger than the Tao fruits of Yin Valley, Zhu Ling, and the Black Hell Ghost Beast, especially the Tao fruit condensed from Confucian Sage's holy power, power of great Tao, and sacred physique source power. It was the size of two fists. Everyone suggested that after writing about the immortal world, continue to write about the chaotic world. Well, then continue to write about the chaotic world. After all, Yi Wuchen was also in the chaotic world. After extracting Confucian Saint and Saint Azure's Saint power, power of the Great Path, and power of the Saint Physique, Lu Yiping burned Confucian Saint and Saint Azure clean with the flame of the Great Path. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to swallow the fruit of Tao to cultivate. The auspicious cloud above Lu Yiping's head circulated with auspicious light. He swallowed Saint Azure's fruit of Tao first. Immediately, Saint Qi surged, and the auspicious cloud above his head began to slowly expand. The auspicious cloud that was originally 17 acres began to approach 18 acres. Although Saint Azure's strength was not comparable to Confucian Saint, it was still much stronger than Yin Valley back then. Therefore, the fruit of Tao born by his Saint power, power of the Great Path, and power of the Saint Physique's origin was much better than Yin Valley's. After refining Saint Azure's fruit of Tao, Lu Yiping then refined Confucian Saint's fruit of Tao. After completely refining the two fruit of Tao, Liu Yiping's auspicious cloud finally broke through to 18 acres. However, there was still a gap from 19 acres. Liu Yiping felt the saint power in his body that had become much more vigorous. He blasted out a punch. Saint power surged, passing through layer after layer of continental space. In the end, it only stopped after crossing thousands of continental spaces. Within thousands of continents, all the powerhouses felt this sudden terrifying power and were so frightened that they all trembled. After Liu Yiping blasted out a punch, he withdrew his saint power. He did not leave this barren mountain. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and continued to cultivate the secret of longevity. Taking advantage of this closed-door cultivation, he decided to cultivate the secret of longevity to the 49th level before leaving. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed. His longevity incantation had finally reached the peak of the 49th level. When the secret of longevity cultivated to the 49th level, Liu Yiping confirmed that there was still the 50th level of the secret of longevity. As long as he collected more good fortune jade discs, the 50th level of the secret of longevity would appear. After cultivating the secret of longevity to the 49th level, Liu Yiping stopped cultivating and took out the message talisman. When he opened it, it was full of messages from Taurus Longjiao. There were 7 messages. Liu Yiping's gaze fell on the last message. Primordial cold abyss, Liu Yiping muttered. The last message was about the main body of the creator. All these years, Taurus Longjiao had been helping him inquire about the main body of the creation tree. After 100 years, he finally had some clues. According to the information that Taurus Longjiao had found, the main body of the creation tree was now lost in the ancient cold abyss. Taurus Longjiao had already gone to the ancient cold abyss to search. Liu Yiping took a step forward, vanishing on the spot as he sped towards the ancient frigid abyss. The ancient frigid abyss was located at the extreme north of the immortal world. It could be said to be the end of the immortal world. The ancient frigid abyss was extremely cold. It spewed out a type of extreme cold energy all year round. Even immortal emperors wouldn't dare to casually enter the ancient frigid abyss. Just as Liu Yiping was rushing towards the primordial frigid abyss, a bright light flashed above the entrance of the primordial frigid abyss as a giant flying ship appeared. A large group of figures stood on the bow of the flying ship. Each of these figures had astonishing saint chi. They were all powerhouses above the saint rudiment realm. There were a total of 401 people. The leader was the lord of the immortal world, Hao Tian. In the past 100 years, with the help of the heavenly court's resources, Hao Tian had finally completely comprehended the Destiny Great Tao, which was ranked second among the 3,000 Great Taos. After successfully comprehending the Destiny Great Tao, Hao Tian led a group of heavenly court experts to the ancient frigid abyss. He couldn't wait to snatch the Bell of Chaos from Yuan Kong. This time, Hao Tian led 400 powerhouses. Including him, there were a total of 16 Tao affirmation saints. The rest were more than 380 Saint Rudiment Realm powerhouses. For the Bell of Chaos, the Heavenly Court's powerhouses were almost all out. Hao Tian looked at the ancient frigid abyss in front of him and said to Ma Teng and the others, "When we enter the ancient frigid abyss, everyone activate the Saint Armor Array on your body to conceal your aura. After obtaining the Bell of Chaos, retreat immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty." Ma Teng and the others responded respectfully. Hao Tian controlled the flying ship and broke through the frigid abyss's billowing cold air. He entered the ancient frigid abyss and soon disappeared into the billowing cold air. This flying ship had a great origin. It was called the Boat of Fortune. It was the flying ship of the ancient heavenly court's ancient heavenly emperor. It was also a supreme treasure. Although it was not as good as the Bell of Chaos, it was not much worse. This time, Hao Tian led all the Tao affirmation saints of the heavenly court and brought all the strongest saint artifacts and supreme treasures. Hao Tian controlled the Boat of Fortune and headed to the deepest level of the ancient frigid abyss. There were a total of 10 levels in the ancient frigid abyss. The lower one went, the colder the cold air and the more shocking the restrictions. The long-armed divine ape clan lived in seclusion on the 9th level. As for the 10th level, there were terrifying chaotic cold air storms everywhere. Even Tao affirmation saints did not dare to stay for long. Legend said that the 10th level led to the endless chaos. Soon, Hao Tian controlled the Boat of Fortune to enter the 2nd level. After arriving at the second level, there were more ferocious beasts in the frigid abyss. Although the climate in the ancient frigid abyss was harsh, it was extremely suitable for experts and ferocious beasts who cultivated dark and cold techniques. Therefore, there were many ferocious beasts in the ancient frigid abyss. There were also many human experts who lived in seclusion here. Along the way, the experts under Haotian's command killed all the ferocious beasts and human clan experts they encountered. However, Haotian and the others activated the boundary formation of the Boat of Fortune and did not make any noise. Just as Haotian and the others entered the third level, they suddenly felt a shocking fluctuation of saint power in front of them. Then, they heard an earth-shattering roar of a bull. Ma Teng, who was beside Haotian, opened his heaven's eye. Through the layers of space, he saw a huge golden bull fighting with a group of ferocious beasts. Taurus Longjiao. Ma Teng was surprised. It's Lu Yiping's mount. Oh, Lu Yiping's mount? Haotian was stunned. Then, he looked over and his eyes turned cold. It really is Lu Yiping's mount. Then, he began to search for Lu Yiping's whereabouts. After a while, Haotian confirmed that Lu Yiping was not around and signaled to Ma Teng with his eyes. Ma Teng understood and respectfully responded. Then, he broke through the air and flew in the direction of Taurus Longjiao. Just a day after Haotian and the Heavenly Court experts entered the ancient frigid abyss, Lu Yiping also arrived at the entrance of the ancient frigid abyss. However, when Lu Yiping took out his communication talisman and tried to contact Taurus Longjiao, he did not receive a reply even after a long time. After a while, Lu Yiping tried again, but he still did not receive a reply from Taurus Longjiao. Lu Yiping frowned, then broke through the cold air and entered the ancient frigid abyss. After entering the ancient frigid abyss, Lu Yiping flew, sensing the changes in the trees while trying to contact Taurus Longjiao. However, the messages he sent to Taurus Longjiao were like stones sinking into the sea. There was no reply. Lu Yiping searched all the way, from the first level to the second level, and then to the third level. When he arrived at the third level, Lu Yiping passed by the place where Taurus Longjiao fought with the ferocious beasts. His heart sank when he felt the remnant energy of Taurus Longjiao in the air. Lu Yiping circled the space around Taurus Longjiao's remnant energy for a long time, but he did not find any other clues. It seemed like the other party had handled the matter well. The only thing he could confirm was that something had happened to Taurus Longjiao. Lu Yiping's expression was ugly. He searched for a while more before leaving to continue to the fourth level of the ancient frigid abyss. According to his guess, Taurus Longjiao should still be alive, but was captured by the other party. It was very likely that the other party was still in the ancient frigid abyss. Therefore, as long as he followed the ancient frigid abyss, there was still hope of finding Taurus Longjiao. However, when Lu Yiping reached the seventh level, he still did not find any trace of Taurus Longjiao. Finally, Lu Yiping reached the eighth level. Just as Lu Yiping reached the eighth level, the creation tree in his body shook violently, flickering with light. Ever since Lu Yiping regained the vitality of the creation tree, it had never trembled like this. Lu Yiping was delighted. The main body of the creation tree was indeed in the ancient frigid abyss. Only if the main body of the creation tree was here would the creation tree react so violently. If it was the creation tree, no matter how many pieces there were, the creation tree would not react so violently. Lu Yiping suppressed the excitement in his heart and flew in the direction of the creation tree's reaction. Finally, he arrived in front of an ancient divine mountain. This primordial divine mountain was completely black in color, and it was covered in layers of black ice. These black ice shone with a chilling luster. Under the shocking cold chi of the eighth level of the ancient frigid abyss, the black ice's hardness was comparable to many ancient divine metals. Moreover, it emitted a heart-palpitating black smoke. The cold chi turned into smoke, showing how cold the black ice was. If some immortal emperor experts came into contact with the black ice, they would be instantly frozen by the black ice cold chi. Lu Yiping did not look at the ancient divine mountain. Instead, he looked at the shocking spatial rifts on the top of the mountain. These spatial rifts ranged from a few meters to a few hundred meters. There were tens of thousands of spatial rifts of various sizes, covering the sky above the ancient divine mountain. It was a shocking sight. An astonishing suction force came from these spatial rifts. Even though Lu Yiping was only near the ancient divine mountain, he could feel the terrifying suction force. Liu Yiping estimated that even a Saint Realm expert would find it difficult to escape once they were sucked in. At that time, they would drift forever in the chaotic space. The creation's main body was inside one of the spatial rifts. Liu Yiping didn't dare to be careless. The auspicious cloud hovered above his head, and at the same time, he circulated the immortal skyward art. Light swirled around Liu Yiping's body as he soared into the air, arriving in front of the spatial tear. Immediately, a horrifying suction force made Liu Yiping's figure unsteady for a while. Even the light flowing around Liu Yiping's body was torn apart by this terrifying suction force. Liu Yiping stabilized his body with great difficulty. Looking around, he saw great turbulence everywhere. Even with his eyesight as a saint, it was difficult for him to see far. Even his Eye of Thunder punishment could not see through the layers of space here. Even the power of his soul was greatly suppressed here. There was a supreme power here. Even the power of a saint was weak in the face of this supreme power. If Liu Yiping had not been certain that the creation's main body was in the deepest part of the space, he would have turned around and left when he saw the grey turbulence in front of him. Although saints of Tao validation lived as long as the heavens and were almost immortal, it did not mean that saints of Tao validation were immortal. In the universe, there were many powers above saints of Tao validation. Liu Yiping used the creation senses to break through the layers of turbulence and carefully flew forward. As he flew forward, the creation in his body vibrated more and more violently. After flying like this for several hours, Liu Yiping stopped and looked at the scene in front of him in shock. In the void in front of him, there was an unimaginably huge tree standing between heaven and earth. This tree's trunk was as big as a continent. He could not see the bottom of the tree, nor could he see the top of the tree. The giant tree stood between heaven and earth, eternal and indestructible. Liu Yiping had previously imagined the size of the creation's main body, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was still shocked. This tree's trunk was as big as a continent. No wonder there were legends of prehistoric races and primordial gods living and reproducing here. While Liu Yiping was shocked, he also could not hide his excitement. If his creation fused with the main body of the creation, then to what extent would his creation grow? Right now, his creation was 400,000 meters. If his creation fused with the main body of the creation, its growth would definitely be more than 10 times. It might even grow to 10 million feet. 100 million feet, not 10 million feet. If it was 100 million feet, then how many levels would his immortal skyward art have? 100 million feet. What kind of concept was that? Liu Yiping took a deep breath and called out the creation in his body. The creation flew out of his body in joy. Immediately, the creation flew towards the main body of the creation like a wild horse. In the past, when the creation swallowed and fused with the tree chunks, it would suck them all over. But this time it took the initiative to fly towards the main body of the creation. And when it arrived in front of the main body of the creation, it actually took the initiative to fuse with the main body of the creation. Liu Yiping was stunned. As the creation fused with the main body of the creation, the lifeless main body of the creation suddenly bloomed with rays of light. Moreover, the rays of light grew stronger and stronger. In the beginning, it was only a section of the tree that was emitting light. But soon, the rays of light extended to the main body of the creation at an astonishing speed. It was the top and bottom of the creation. The entire main body of the creation was glowing with vitality. This continued for about an hour. The creation in his body and the main body of the creation had completely fused together. The main body of the creation shone brightly, and the profound yellow aura roiled like a river. Moreover, the profound yellow aura began to transform. Layer by layer, it transformed into a higher grade of gas. Grand Mist Aura. Liu Yiping exclaimed in surprise as he watched the profound yellow aura transform layer by layer. Grand Mist Aura was one of the strongest types of gas at the beginning of the universe. With Grand Mist Aura, he could quickly break through to the True Sage Realm and become an existence surpassing the True Sage Realm. In the end, all of the profound yellow aura transformed into Grand Mist Aura. The main body of the creation grew thousands of new branches. Between the branches, the veins on the leaves formed pages of the immortal skyward art's mental cultivation method. Previously, the creation had only revealed the 12th layer of the immortal skyward art's mental cultivation method. Now, the 49 layers of the immortal Skywood Art's mental cultivation method were revealed one by one. Looking at the 30-plus layers of the immortal Skywood Art's mental cultivation method, Liu Yiping's heart was filled with excitement. He was unable to calm down for a long time. Under Liu Yiping's control, the creation that had fused with the main body of the creation flew towards him. When the Jianshu flew towards Liu Yiping, it was as if a continent was moving. Shockwaves rolled out and the grand mist aura rolled out like a boundless ocean. When the Jianshu arrived in front of Liu Yiping was like an insignificant speck of dust in front of the Jianshu. Liu Yiping looked at the Jianshu and was even more certain that the immemorial heavenly emperor had used the heaven-splitting divine axe or the earth-splitting chisel to chop off the Jianshu. With the Jianshu's current terrifying defense, only the heaven-splitting divine axe or the earth-splitting chisel could cut it. It seemed like the heaven-splitting divine axe or the earth-splitting chisel were in the hands of the immemorial heavenly emperor. However, if the immemorial heavenly emperor had such supreme treasures, why was the immemorial heavenly court invaded by the long-armed divine ape race and the Yin-Yang voodoo race, or was there a hidden reason? As Liu Yiping pondered, he shrunk the Jianshu to the size of a palm and landed in his hand. The palm-sized Jianshu in Liu Yiping's hand blossomed with layers of radiance. The grand mist aura was so dense that it couldn't be dissolved. However, Liu Yiping could feel that the Jianshu in front of him wasn't at its peak. After all, it had been chopped off by the heaven-splitting divine axe or the earth-splitting chisel. Even if it had recovered its vitality, there was still a gap between it and its peak. Moreover, there were definitely many pieces in the hands of the Yin-Yang voodoo race or in other places. Yin-Yang voodoo race. Liu Yiping thought of the Yin-Yang voodoo race and his eyes became indifferent. Now, he was waiting for the Yin-Yang voodoo race's holy lord to appear. The Jianshu seeped into Liu Yiping's palm and entered Liu Yiping's body. After putting the Jianshu back into his body, Liu Yiping went back the way he came. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate the immortal Skywood Art. He first looked for the Taurus Longjiao. He had a feeling that the Taurus Longjiao was still in the immemorial cold abyss. However, a few hours later, when Liu Yiping returned to the spatial entrance, he was dumbfounded. The spatial entrance had disappeared. Liu Yiping scanned his surroundings, bewildered. He couldn't have misremembered the spatial entrance's location, but how could it have disappeared? Could it be that this spatial entrance could move on its own? The more Liu Yiping thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. The more he thought about it, the darker his expression became. Spatial entrances that could move were extremely rare, but they did exist. If he couldn't find the spatial entrance, he would be trapped here forever. Although he was a Tao-confirming sage was not omnipotent. With this in mind, Liu Yiping activated his Eye of Thunder punishment and saw through the layers of space in an attempt to find a way out. But in this space, his Eye of Thunder punishment was greatly restricted and he couldn't see through the layers of space. In the end, Liu Yiping had no choice but to summon the Jianshu. He urged the Jianshu's millions of roots to pierce into the deepest part of the space, carefully sensing the changes in this space. With the help of the Jianshu's millions of roots, Liu Yiping sensed the subtle changes in this space. A few days later, he finally found the spatial entrance. A few days later, Liu Yiping came out of the spatial entrance, feeling relieved. After coming out of the space, Liu Yiping continued to fly deeper into the 8th layer. However, he didn't find the Taurus Longjiao until he reached the 10th layer of the immemorial cold abyss. Liu Yiping had no choice but to withdraw from the immemorial cold abyss after his fruitless search on the 10th layer. After exiting the immemorial cold abyss, Liu Yiping thought for a while and came to the largest city nearby. He then asked the Seven Treasures Chamber of Commerce, the #1 merchant association in the immortal world, to help him find the location of the Taurus Longjiao. After learning that it was Liu Yiping, the president of the Seven Treasures Chamber of Commerce hurriedly rushed over and personally promised Liu Yiping that he would use all the resources of the Seven Treasures Chamber of Commerce to help Liu Yiping find the location of the Taurus Longjiao. After that, Liu Yiping cultivated the immortal Skywood Art while waiting for news from the Seven Treasures Chamber of Commerce. Not long after, the news circulated out. The overlord of the immortal world, vast heaven, wanted to gather the experts of the myriad realms for the convention of the myriad realms. When this news circulated out, a huge commotion occurred. I heard that many world overlords from the Dragon World, Divine World, Thunder World, Radiant World and Underworld have led their subordinates and rushed over to the immortal world. The convention of the myriad realms, the experts of the myriad realms will gather in the immortal world. How shocking would that scene be? The last time the convention of the myriad realms was held was 5 million years ago, right? In the countless cities of the immortal world, everyone was discussing the convention of the myriad realms. Although the Immortality Peach banquet organized by the Queen Mother was also a rare event in the immortal world, it was still much inferior when compared to the convention of the myriad realms. The Immortality Peach banquet invited experts from all over the immortal world. As for the convention of the myriad realms, it was a gathering of all the experts of the myriad realms. As the news of the convention of the myriad realms spread out, the immortal world started to become more lively. Lu Yiping sat cross-legged under the tree and focused on cultivating the immortal skywood art. He didn't care about what was happening in the outside world. Time flowed by. The date of the convention of the myriad realms gradually approached. Experts from the various realms traversed through the universe and arrived in the immortal world. The immortal world grew more and more lively. When Lu Yiping was focused on cultivating the immortal skywood art, the president of the Seven Treasures Chamber of Commerce reported to him that they found out that the overlord of the immortal world, Vast Heaven, led a group of experts from the heavenly court into the ancient frigid abyss. Oh, Vast Heaven entered the ancient frigid abyss a few days ago? Did you find out why they entered the ancient frigid abyss? Lu Yiping stood up. The president of the Seven Treasures Chamber of Commerce respectfully replied, "We found out that after Vast Heaven and the others entered the ancient frigid abyss, they fought against the long-armed divine ape race. As for why they fought, we have yet to find out." The long-armed divine ape race is in the ancient frigid abyss? Lu Yiping started. Yes. After the heavenly court was destroyed, the long-armed divine ape race went into seclusion in the 9th level of the ancient frigid abyss. The president of the Seven Treasures Chamber of Commerce replied. After that, Lu Yiping asked a few more questions regarding the long-armed divine ape race and Vast Heaven. Lu Yiping's eyes flashed. Although he couldn't be sure that Taurus Longjiao's disappearance was related to Vast Heaven, it was too much of a coincidence that Taurus Longjiao went missing on the second day after Vast Heaven entered the ancient frigid abyss. A while later, Lu Yiping soared into the air, leaving the Seven Treasures Chamber of Commerce as he flew towards the headquarters of the heavenly court. From the president of the Seven Treasures Chamber of Commerce, he learned that Vast Heaven entered the ancient frigid abyss with all the marshals of the heavenly court following him. Hence, whether Taurus Longjiao's disappearance was related to Vast Heaven or not, he would be able to find out after reading the memories of any of the marshals of the heavenly court. Lu Yiping stared in the direction of the heavenly palace as his eyes turned cold. Vast Heaven, let's hope that Xiao Jin's disappearance has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, after the convention of the myriad realms, the heavenly court of the immortal world would cease to exist. As Lu Yiping continued to fly, the heavenly palace of the immortal world gradually appeared in his vision. Right now, it was already noon. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the heavenly palace of the heavenly court. Among the countless palaces in the heavenly court, there were many streets that resembled bridges. This was the heavenly street, and on the two sides of the heavenly street, there were various merchant associations, clans, and sections. Usually, the heavenly street would be extremely lively. It was the most lively place in the immortal world. Now that the convention of the myriad realms was about to begin, the heavenly street was even more lively. Glancing over, there were experts from the various worlds everywhere. There were experts from the immortal world, dragon world, divine world, thunder world, Buddha world. Lu Yiping landed on the heavenly street. Lu Yiping landed on the heavenly street and followed the flow of people. Because the convention of the myriad realms was approaching, the number of heavenly soldiers patrolling the heavenly street increased by several times. Just as Lu Yiping followed the flow of people, he suddenly heard the people in front whispering to each other. Someone is fighting in front. It seems like someone from the Heaven Origin sect has offended Ma Shuai's son. Right now, he is being slapped by Ma Shuai's son. The people from the Heaven Origin sect are really unlucky, they actually offended Ma Shuai's son. The discussion in front entered Lu Yiping's ears. Lu Yiping's expression sank. The Heaven Origin sect was a sect established by his eldest disciple. However, very few people knew about this. Lu Yiping walked to the front and parted the crowd that was so packed that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Ma Rong was Ma Ting's second son. At this moment, he was letting two of his subordinates grab the arms of a disciple from the Heaven Origin sect. After that, he was slapping that disciple's face. Under Ma Rong's frenzied slaps, that disciple's face was completely deformed. Although Lu Yiping's eldest disciple wasn't weak, he was only at the peak of the late-stage Empyrean realm and had yet to enter the Saint realm. Although the Heaven Origin sect's influence in the immortal world wasn't weak, when compared to Ma Ting, who was the head marshal of the heavenly court, they were much weaker. Hence, when that disciple learned that the person he offended was Ma Rong, he didn't dare to resist. He stood there and allowed Ma Rong to slap him. Just as Ma Rong was about to continue slapping, his hand was suddenly grabbed by someone. Ma Rong wanted to pull his hand out, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. He couldn't help but turn his head in anger and cursed, "Who the hell is courting death?" When he turned his head, he saw a blue-robed young man holding his hand and looking at him with an indifferent expression. That gaze caused Ma Rong to feel fear in his heart. Ma Rong roared in anger at the guards beside him, "Are you all dead? What are you all in a daze for? Kill this brat for me." Ma Rong's guards regained their senses. However, when Ma Rong's guards rushed to Lu Yiping, all of them were engulfed in golden flames and were swallowed up in the blink of an eye. Ma Rong's group of guards screamed miserably, but in the blink of an eye, they were incinerated cleanly, not even ashes remained. When the surrounding experts saw this, they were all shocked. Among Ma Rong's 40 to 50 guards, almost all of them were immortal emperors. Moreover, there were a few invincible immortal emperors, but they were all incinerated in an instant. Ma Rong was stunned for a moment before his expression changed. Lu Yiping's eyes were cold. He exerted force and crushed Ma Rong's hand. Then, he grabbed Ma Rong's neck and asked, "Is Ma Ting in the residence right now?" Ma Rong was both shocked and angry. Even in the face of Lu Yiping's murderous gaze, he did not dare to speak harshly. With a frightened expression, he repeatedly nodded and said that he was at the marshal's residence. Lu Yiping flicked his finger and sent Ma Rong flying. In midair, Ma Rong turned into a bloody mist. Everyone was stunned. This included that disciple from the Heavenly Origin sect. Lu Yiping ignored everyone. He soared through the air and flew towards Ma Ting's martial residence. Ma Ting was a Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Court and was also the head Grand Marshal. Hence, his martial residence was located in the central region of the Heavenly Palace. It occupied a vast area and was incomparably majestic, incomparably dazzling. When Lu Yiping arrived at the martial residence, he saw that Ma Ting's residence was extremely lively. There was an endless stream of people who came to pay their respects. As the head Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Court, Ma Ting was also the right-hand man of vast heaven. Hence, when the experts of the various worlds came to participate in the convention of the myriad realms, almost all of them came to pay their respects to Ma Ting. Leaving aside the fact that Ma Ting was at the peak of the late phase of the Saint Ascension realm, just the fact that Ma Ting was extremely popular with vast heaven, who wouldn't want to curry favor with him? At this moment, Ma Ting was currently in the great hall of the martial residence, receiving the experts of the various worlds who came to pay their respects. His face was filled with radiance. Lu Yiping stepped out and walked towards the entrance of Ma Ting's martial residence. When he arrived at the entrance of the martial residence, Lu Yiping was stopped by Ma Ting's subordinates. Ma Ting's subordinate asked Lu Yiping if he had an invitation. When Lu Yiping said that he didn't, the expression of Ma Ting's subordinate sank. Just when he was about to ask Lu Yiping to move aside and not block the path of the people behind him, Lu Yiping suddenly punched out. The fist waves gushed forth, directly blasting the entrance of Ma Ting's martial residence away. After that, the fist waves blasted through numerous fake mountains and courtyards, heading straight for the depths of the martial residence. Ma Ting was currently chatting and laughing with the experts of the various worlds who came to pay their respects when he suddenly heard a thunderous boom. The entire martial residence trembled as a series of screams rang out. He couldn't help but stand up in shock. In the great hall, the people seated there were all peak characters of the various worlds. When they heard the thunderous boom, all of them had looks of shock on their faces. Just as Ma Ting stood up in shock, Ma Ting and the group of experts in the Great Hall saw a massive fist imprint blasted towards the Great Hall at an alarming speed. Ma Ting didn't have time to think. With a loud roar, he punched out with both fists. Saint energy billowed as he met the incoming fist imprint head-on. But in the blink of an eye, the massive fist imprint shattered his fist imprint and wrapped around Ma Ting at an unbelievable speed. Before Ma Ting could react, he was already sent flying by the fist waves. Lu Yiping's fist imprint wrapped around Ma Ting and blasted through the Great Hall. Then, it blasted through layers of palaces, and finally, Ma Ting's martial residence. Originally, in the inner hall, some people like Ma Ting who tried to block the fist imprint with their hands were also sent flying. Looking down from the sky, one could see that Ma Ting's martial residence was plowed into a large empty path. Some of the experts in the Great Hall who managed to escape the calamity stared blankly at Ma Ting who was sent flying. Amidst the billowing dust, Lu Yiping walked into the martial residence. The Saint of Heaven and Earth. Someone in the crowd recognized Lu Yiping and exclaimed in surprise. As soon as the voice rang out, the faces of the experts who came from the martial residence changed drastically. They hurriedly retreated and some even knelt down. Lu Yiping didn't walk very fast. Passing through the billowing dust, he arrived in front of Ma Ting. At this time, Ma Ting, who had been blasted out of the martial residence, was lying on the heavenly street on the verge of death. With Lu Yiping's current strength, even a saint like the Golden Lightning Saint Zhu Ling wouldn't be able to withstand even an ordinary punch, let alone Ma Ting. Although Ma Ting was the Heavenly Court's chief marshal, he was only a peak late-stage saint. Lu Yiping looked at the dying Ma Ting in front of him and picked him up. He then looked at Ma Ting's memory fragments. Indifferent expressions appeared on Lu Yiping's face after reading Massachusetts Ting's memory fragments. Sure enough, Taurus Longjiao was now in Haotian's hands and imprisoned in the Thunder Prison of Myriad Tribulation. The Thunder Prison of Myriad Tribulation was located in the depths of the Heavenly Palace and was also the most important prison in the immortal world. Because it was located in the depths of the Heavenly Palace, it was heavily guarded and guarded by countless experts of the Heavenly Court. Therefore, no one had ever been able to rescue anyone from the Thunder Prison of Myriad Tribulation. After learning that Taurus Longjiao was imprisoned in the Thunder Prison of Myriad Tribulation, Lu Yiping snorted and flicked his finger. A great path of fire flew out and burned Ma Ting to ashes. Then, he stepped into the air and flew toward the Thunder Prison of Myriad Tribulation. Just as Lu Yiping was flying toward the Thunder Prison of Myriad Tribulation, Haotian, who was in the Heavenly Palace, learned that Ma Ting had been killed by Lu Yiping. Haotian's face darkened when he heard that Lu Yiping had killed Ma Ting as soon as he arrived. Lu Yiping, you're courting death. After returning from the ancient cold abyss, Haotian had already completely refined the bell of chaos that he had taken from Yuan Kong. He had been waiting for Lu Yiping for a long time. A moment later, in the main hall of the Heavenly Palace, Haotian rose to the sky and flew toward the Thunder Prison of Tribulation. At the same time, the other 15 doctrine sages who had received Haotian's order also flew up and headed for the Thunder Prison of Tribulation. When the 15 Dao confirming saints flew toward the Thunder Prison of 10,000 Tribulation, all the Heaven Court's Saint Realm marshals led an army of hundreds of millions to seal off all the space around the Thunder Prison of 10,000 Tribulation. Hundreds of millions of heavenly army sealed off the Thunder Prison of 10,000 Tribulation. The murderous aura swept across the entire Heaven Palace, startling the powerful warriors from different realms. Some of them who didn't know about Ma Ting asked about what was going on. Why did the Heavenly Court send so many troops to seal off the Thunder Prison of Myriad Tribulation? Is there anyone who dares to break into the Thunder Tribulation prison? It's the Cosmos Saint. The Heaven and Earth Saint killed Marshal Ma Ting as soon as he arrived. Now go to the Thunder Prison of Myriad Tribulation. What? Heaven and Earth Saint? When everyone heard this, their expressions changed greatly. Ever since Lu Yiping defeated the Confucian sage in an invincible manner at the Immortal Peach Banquet, some busybodies claimed that Lu Yiping was now the #1 expert in the immortal world. However, even if the Heaven and Earth Saint is the strongest person in the celestial world, he's only one person. No matter how strong he is, he can't go against the entire celestial world's heavenly court. The Saint of Heaven and Earth killed Marshal Ma Ting and broke into the Thunder Prison of 10,000 Tribulation alone. His Majesty Haotian won't let him leave. All the experts discussed. In the distance, a vast group of beautiful figures tore through the air and flew over. They were all female immortals, and there were probably 100 million of them. Although the number of female immortals couldn't compare to the hundreds of millions of soldiers of the Heavenly Court, each of them had an extremely powerful aura that far surpassed the heavenly soldiers and generals. The one leading the female immortals was the extremely beautiful Queen Mother of the West. After the Queen Mother arrived, she instructed the female immortals behind her, "If the Heaven and Earth Saint is no match for him, everyone get ready to fight." The group of female immortals agreed. At this moment, Liu Yiping arrived in front of the Thunder Tribulation prison. The lightning chi in front of him was like a sea, rolling endlessly. The lightning chi stretched as far as the eye could see, and within the lightning chi, lightning danced like dragons. Even before he got close, he could feel the terrifying destructive power contained within. Other than the rolling sea of thunder chi, there was nothing else. This was the thunder prison of 10,000 tribulation. From the outside, there seemed to be no one guarding the thunder prison of myriad tribulation, but Liu Yiping knew that there were 100 saints and 100,000 celestial masters in the primal chaos array. These 100 saint realm masters and 100,000 heavenly venerables guarded the primal chaos grand array. Once an enemy invaded, they would activate the primal chaos grand array to kill them all. Liu Yiping looked at the thunder prison of myriad tribulation in front of him with a cold expression. Without summoning the auspicious cloud, he directly punched out. Instantly, a terrifying power surged out. A fist mark swept up layers of air waves, plowing open a golden path of light that was unknown how many tens of thousands of feet wide, and blasted into the sea of lightning energy before him. There was a loud rumble. The sea of thunder chi was instantly sent flying. Those billions of lightning dragons were all reduced to nothingness by the fist wave. The fist wave continued to move forward, and the sea of lightning energy was constantly sent flying. From a distance, it looked like the fist wave was pushing the entire sea of lightning energy back. The heavenly palace was trembling. Above the heavenly palace, the heavenly street for unknown miles was also shaking. In the depths of the sea of lightning energy, the 100 saint realm masters and 10,000 heavenly venerables in the primal chaos grand array frantically activated it in shock and anger. Layers of primal chaos divine lightning surged out, destroying heaven and earth, and collided with Liu Yiping's fist wave. With a loud bang, heaven and earth trembled, and the layers of primal chaos divine lightning were instantly blasted apart by Liu Yiping's fist wave. Liu Yiping's fist wave did not stop and blasted on the chi wall of the primal chaos grand array. The chi wall of the primal chaos grand array exploded. The fist wave plowed through the layers of restrictions of the primal chaos grand array and swept towards the 100 saint realm masters and 10,000 heavenly venerables in the grand array. The 100 saint realm masters and 10,000 heavenly venerables in the grand array were all sent flying by Liu Yiping's fist wave, and then drowned in the rolling thunder chi. As Liu Yiping's fist wave blasted towards the end of the sky, the boundless sea of lightning energy in front of them was completely destroyed by Liu Yiping's fist wave. A wide entrance appeared on the ground of the sea of lightning energy. That was the entrance to the thunder prison of 10,000 tribulation, where Taurus Longjia was imprisoned. Just as Liu Yiping's fist wave flattened the sea of lightning energy, a figure broke through the sky and arrived. It was Haoyan, who had arrived first. Haoyan saw from afar that Liu Yiping had flattened the sea of lightning energy and killed the 100 saint realm masters guarding it. His face turned ashen, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping turned to look at Haoyan. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The other 15 saint realm masters of the heavenly court arrived one after another, forming a circle around Liu Yiping with Haoyan. Then, the saint realm masters of the heavenly court arrived. There were more than 400 saint realm masters in total. The heavenly court's army of hundreds of millions poured in from all directions like the sea, completely drowning the world. As the heavenly court's army of hundreds of millions poured in, dense lightning bolts appeared in the sky above the heavenly palace. These lightning bolts were terrifyingly powerful, covering the sky and the sun. It was obvious that Haoyan had activated the heavenly palace's grand array. The heavenly palace's grand array was not comparable to the thunder prison of 10,000 tribulation's grand array. Liu Yiping looked at the lightning bolts in the sky with a calm expression. Haoyan stared at Liu Yiping, his eyes cold to the extreme. Liu Yiping, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Saying this, a light burst out above his head, and a giant bell appeared. When this giant bell appeared, the space around Liu Yiping was completely frozen in an instant. Above the giant bell, the sun, moon, and stars rotated, and the five-colored light illuminated the heavens. Even across the heavenly court's army of hundreds of millions, the masters of various worlds in the distance could see the five-colored light illuminating the heavens. The Bell of Chaos! The crowd cried out in surprise. Seeing the Bell of Chaos above Haotian's head, Lu Yiping was not surprised. He had already learned from Ma Ting's memories that Haotian had seized the Bell of Chaos. The Bell of Chaos is an invincible treasure in the universe. Haotian looked at Lu Yiping with the Bell of Chaos above his head and said, "It can reflect all weapon attacks and ignore the power of the great Tao. I am invincible. Lu Yiping, you must die today." At this point, Haotian summoned a 17-acre auspicious cloud, filled with holy light and auspicious light. Attack! Haotian poured his saint power into the Bell of Chaos and activated it with all his might. Instantly, the sound of a heaven-shaking bell rang out. This bell rang throughout the immortal realm, and its terrifying power completely locked down the time and space around Lu Yiping. The shocking sound of the bell waves surged toward Lu Yiping in an overwhelming manner. Just as Haotian attacked, the other 15 saints of the heavenly court and more than 400 saints attacked at the same time. The 15 saints of the heavenly court summoned their auspicious clouds and used their strongest attacks. More than 400 saints cooperated with the heavenly palace's formation to trigger the lightning in the sky and attack Lu Yiping. When Haotian and the other saints attacked, all the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals in the heavenly court's army also activated their immortal power and poured it into the heavenly palace's formation. Suddenly, the heavenly lightning that blotted out the sky rumbled and roared, striking down on Lu Yiping. Boundless heavenly lightning rained down from the sky. These heavenly lightning were activated by more than 400 saints and the heavenly court's army at the same time. One could imagine how terrifying their power was. Heaven and earth seemed to be annihilated. In the distance, the experts from various worlds were shocked when they saw the power of Haotian's saints and the heavenly court's army. The Queen Mother was also shocked. Just as she was about to order the female immortals to help Lu Yiping, heaven and earth suddenly trembled violently, as if something terrifying was about to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth. Lu Yiping's body glowed with golden light as great Daos flew out of his body. As the great Daos flew out of Lu Yiping's body, heaven and earth trembled even more violently. Everyone was shocked when they saw the great Daos fly out of Lu Yiping's body. Space-time Great Tao. Immortal Great Tao. Devil Great Tao. Reincarnation Great Tao. Five Elements Great Tao. The experts from various worlds cried out involuntarily. Spacetime Great Tao was ranked 3rd. Immortal Great Tao was ranked 4th. Devil Great Tao was ranked 5th. Reincarnation Great Tao was ranked 7th. Five Elements Great Tao was ranked 10th. Lu Yiping had actually comprehended 5 of the 10 Supreme Great Taos. In the myriad worlds, if any saint comprehended one of the Supreme Great Taos, it would be amazing. However, Lu Yiping alone had comprehended 5. As Lu Yiping's 5 Supreme Great Taos flew out, Lu Yiping's spacetime, which was originally sealed by the Bell of Chaos, cracked inch by inch, like invisible chains breaking apart. Lu Yiping's body was surrounded by immortals and devils. This was the power of the Immortal Great Tao and the Devil Great Tao. When Haotian saw Lu Yiping's 5 Supreme Great Taos, he was equally shocked. After recovering from his shock, his face turned hideous, and the killing intent in his eyes became even sharper. Even though Lu Yiping had comprehended 5 Supreme Great Taos, he was still confident that he could kill Lu Yiping within the Sky Palace array. No matter how strong Lu Yiping was, there was no way he could withstand the combined attack of 16 sages. No matter how strong Lu Yiping was, there was no way he could withstand the power of the Heaven Palace's grand formation, which was powered by billions of soldiers. After the 5 Supreme Great Taos, one Great Tao after another flew out from Lu Yiping's body. In an instant, there were 100 types. 100 Great Taos. Haotian was stunned. During the Feast of Peaches, Lu Yiping had punched the Confucian sage and revealed more than 70 Great Taos. This made Haotian think that Lu Yiping had only comprehended 70 Great Taos. Now that he saw that Lu Yiping had actually comprehended 100 Great Taos, his expression turned ugly. Lu Yiping, so what if you have comprehended 100 Great Taos? Haotian laughed hideously. Today, even the Empress Dowager can't save you. The Empress Dowager had led the female immortals here to save Lu Yiping, and Haotian had already seen it. Haotian didn't take it to heart. Although the Empress Dowager was the leader of the female immortals, the female immortals under her command were much weaker than his heavenly court. Lu Yiping's expression was calm when he heard this, and great Daos continued to fly out. Under the incredulous gazes of Hao Tian and the others, the number of great Daos around Lu Yiping reached 300 in an instant. 300 great Daos. A sage from the heavenly court said in a trembling voice. The experts from the various worlds in the distance were even more shocked. Even the Empress Dowager's beautiful eyes widened to the maximum, and her round chest heaved up and down. After 300 great Daos, the auspicious cloud above Lu Yiping's head flew out. 18 acres of auspicious cloud. Everyone saw the auspicious cloud above Lu Yiping's head and was shocked again. 18 acres of auspicious cloud was almost the limit of the sage realm. The largest auspicious cloud was 19 acres, but since ancient times, almost no one in the celestial world had been able to condense a 19-acre auspicious cloud. Lu Yiping punched out. The power of the 300 great Daos and the auspicious cloud saint power merged into his fist and surged, colliding with the power of Hao Tian's bell of chaos. Boom, the power of the bell of chaos was dispersed, but Lu Yiping's fist did not stop. It met the power of the other 15 sages of the heavenly court, and with a loud bang, it broke open again. In the end, Lu Yiping's fist scattered the power of more than 400 sages of the heavenly court and blasted towards Hao Tian and the others. Dong, Lu Yiping's fist landed on the bell of chaos. Hao Tian and the others were sent flying. The power of the heavenly court's heavenly palace formation, activated by the heavenly court's army, all stopped when it reached the top of Lu Yiping's head. Endless heavenly lightning rolled and roared above Lu Yiping's head, but it could not fall, as if it had encountered an invisible realm wall. Then, the heavenly lightning was lifted up by an invisible giant hand like a tray, and then shattered into billions of pieces, shooting back towards the heavenly court's army. The heavenly court's army was sent flying, screaming in pain. Hao Tian's 16 sages were sent flying into the heavenly court's army, knocking away countless heavenly court soldiers and generals. As for the more than 400 sages, they were directly turned into a bloody mist by Lu Yiping's fist. The Empress, who was about to order the female immortals to attack, stopped in her tracks, her face full of shock. The powerhouses of the various worlds were shocked. Just now, almost all of the heavenly court's strength was blocked by Lu Yiping alone, and the heavenly court was completely defeated. After sending Hao Tian and the others flying with a punch, Lu Yiping took a step forward, and was already in front of Hao Tian. At this time, the bell of chaos, which was shining with 5-colored light, dimmed, and the 5-colored light had dissipated, and Hao Tian vomited blood. Impossible. Hao Tian looked at Lu Yiping, his eyes full of shock and anger. He had comprehended the great Tao of destiny, had the bell of chaos, and the heavenly court's sages, but still lost. Lu Yiping looked at Hao Tian. Although the bell of chaos is said to be invincible, it depends on who has it. You are too weak, you can't use the bell of chaos's power. At this point, a huge mountain appeared in Lu Yiping's hand. Mount Buzhou. Hao Tian's expression changed. Mount Buzhou in Lu Yiping's hand instantly expanded, emitting layers of chaos qi, and suddenly smashed towards Hao Tian and the others. Hao Tian frantically activated the bell of chaos. The light of the bell of chaos increased greatly, and 5-colored light fell, protecting the space around Hao Tian. Dong, Mount Buzhou smashed onto the bell of chaos, and the bell of chaos flew up, while Hao Tian was smashed into the ground by Mount Buzhou. Just as Lu Yiping said, although the bell of chaos was said to be invincible, it depended on who had it. The difference in combat strength between him and Hao Tian was too great. Even with the bell of chaos, he couldn't block Lu Yiping's attack. Just as Lu Yiping used Mount Buzhou to smash Hao Tian into the ground, a heavenly quartz Tao-proving sage suddenly flew up, ignoring his serious injuries, and stabbed at Lu Yiping's back with his holy weapon spear. Clang, the other party's spear stabbed Lu Yiping's back. Everyone was surprised. But before the heavenly quartz people could rejoice, they saw that the sage who attacked was sent flying by Lu Yiping. Everyone looked over in shock, and saw great Tao patterns appear on Lu Yiping's body, and an unimaginably huge towering tree appeared in front of everyone. Tomorrow's update. Looking at this towering tree that was the size of a continent, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't shift their eyes away. Those who came to participate in the convention of the Myriad Realms were all major characters of the Myriad Realms. They had seen countless divine trees before, but this was the first time they saw such a huge tree. The number one divine tree in the universe, the creation tree. It was also known as the creation tree. Creation tree, it's really the creation tree. Lu Yiping actually recovered the vitality of the creation tree. A commotion broke out. Everyone was agitated and even excited. The Queen Mother was also stunned when she saw the creation tree. Not only did Lu Yiping recover the vitality of the creation tree, he even found the main body of the creation tree. When Haoyan, who was smashed into the ground, saw the creation tree, his eyes were also filled with shock. He knew that Lu Yiping had recovered the vitality of the creation tree, but he didn't expect that the creation tree would grow to such an extent. Looking at the creation tree, Haoyan, who originally still had a trace of hope, couldn't help but have a look of despair on his face. At this moment, Lu Yiping controlled the billions of roots of the creation tree and whipped them towards the heavenly quartz army. The billions of roots of the creation tree were like divine whips. The heavenly quartz experts were all sent flying. As for the heavenly quartz army, they were all turned into blood mist. The roots of the creation tree were even stronger than saint weapons. In addition to Lu Yiping's infusion of saint energy, how could the heavenly quartz army defend against it? As the billions of roots of the creation tree swept past, a large portion of the heavenly quartz army was wiped out. This time around, more than billions of soldiers had died. Upon seeing a large portion of the heavenly quartz army being wiped out, everyone drew in a breath of cold air. Lu Yiping's expression was cold. He transformed into a towering giant and held the creation tree in his hand as he directly slammed it towards the heavenly quartz army. A moment later, the creation tree rushed into the heavenly quartz army. A large area the size of a continent was blasted open, extending all the way to the end of the heavenly quartz army. The celestial quartz army consisted of the celestial quartz most elite soldiers and generals. Any one of their legions could destroy a realm. But now, half of them had been wiped out by Lu Yiping in just a few moves. The rest of the heavenly quartz army looked at Lu Yiping in horror. Although they were loyal to Lu Yiping, the power that Lu Yiping had just displayed was simply too terrifying. Suddenly, Lu Yiping's body flickered with lightning, and a sea of lightning condensed around him. The sea of lightning instantly expanded into a boundless sea of lightning, and with a roar, it surged towards the remaining heavenly quartz army. The heavenly quartz army fled in fear. However, the heavenly quartz army was instantly engulfed by the sea of lightning. Within a few breaths, it was completely devoured. By the time the sea of lightning stopped at the end of the sky, the rest of the heavenly quartz army had completely disappeared. At this point, the heavenly quartz army was completely annihilated. Lu Yiping retrieved the Jianshu and Mount Buzhou, then came in front of Haoyan and pulled him out from the ground. Haoyan looked at Lu Yiping, unable to hide the fear in his heart. Lord Lu. Haoyan opened his mouth with difficulty. I know you're looking for the Imba Holy Lord. I can tell you everything I know about the Imba Holy Lord. Oh, the Imba Holy Lord. Lu Yiping looked at him. Seeing Lu Yiping's interest, Haoyan felt hopeful and said, that's right, and I know that the Imba Holy Lord has many creation jade discs. Lu Yiping was not surprised to hear this. As the head of the myriad realms, the immortal realm not only had the strongest army, but also the strongest intelligence network. Therefore, it was normal for Haoyan to know about the Imba Holy Lord. Seeing Haoyan's hopeful eyes, Lu Yiping sealed his power and threw him into the cauldron of heaven and earth. If he wanted to know the whereabouts of the Imba Holy Lord, he could just search Haoyan's memory fragments. Then, Lu Yiping picked up the heavenly quartz saints one by one, sealed their power, and threw them into the cauldron of heaven and earth. Of course, the Bell of Chaos, as well as their sacred artifacts and supreme treasures, were all taken away. That's it, seeing Lu Yiping put away the Bell of Chaos, everyone could not calm down. This outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone thought that Lu Yiping would not be able to escape, but they did not expect that the heavenly court would lose. And lose so completely. More than 400 saints and hundreds of millions of soldiers were all annihilated. As for the saints of Haoyan, they were all captured. After putting away the Bell of Chaos, Lu Yiping turned and flew toward the entrance of the Thunder Prison of Tribulation. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Thunder Prison of Tribulation and flashed in. Everyone looked at Lu Yiping's disappearing figure with mixed feelings. I'm afraid the immortal world is going to be in chaos. An invincible celestial venerable of the immortal world sighed. Now that the heavenly court of the immortal world had lost the saints of Haotian, the heavenly court would definitely be in chaos and the immortal world would definitely be in chaos. Moreover, the Imba race and the demon world had been eyeing the immortal world covetously. Now that the saints of Haotian were gone, the Imba race and the demon world would definitely invade the immortal world en masse. Another invincible celestial venerable said in a low voice, with the heaven and earth saint around, the Imba race and the demon world would probably not dare to invade the immortal world. If news of this battle spread, the Imba race's holy lord would definitely be too scared to come out. How would they dare to invade the immortal world unless they wanted to be killed by Lu Yiping like Haotian? The heaven and earth saint cannot stay in the immortal world forever. The invincible celestial venerable shook his head and said, when the heaven and earth saint leaves the immortal world, the Imba race's holy lord will definitely come out and cause trouble. Then he pointed to the sky and said, I heard that the heaven and earth saint actually came from there. He will definitely go back when the time comes. Everyone's expression changed. You mean, the heaven and earth saint came from the chaos realm? A sex-old ancestor stammered, but the chaos realm is just a legend. Legend? Everyone was silent. Although the chaos realm was a legend, many people believed in its existence. Seeing Lu Yiping enter the Thunder Tribulation prison, the Queen Mother hesitated for a moment. When she was about to enter the Thunder Tribulation prison, she saw that Lu Yiping had already come out of the Thunder Tribulation prison. Behind Lu Yiping was a burly golden retriever, Taurus Longjiao. Taurus Longjiao was imprisoned by Haotian in the Thunder Tribulation prison with layers of restrictions. However, these restrictions were useless against Lu Yiping, so Lu Yiping quickly rescued Taurus Longjiao from the Thunder Tribulation prison. There were many Saint Realm experts imprisoned in the Thunder Tribulation prison, but Lu Yiping did not rescue the others. Seeing Lu Yiping come out, the Queen Mother opened her mouth and was about to call him Little Lu, but stopped. Millions of years ago, Lu Yiping had not yet reached the Saint Realm, so it was appropriate to call him Little Lu. However, the strength that Lu Yiping had just shown was so terrifying that it was obviously inappropriate to call him Little Lu. Should she call him Big Brother Lu, or Big Brother Lu? While the Queen Mother was hesitating, Lu Yiping saw her from afar and nodded to her. The Queen Mother had led the female immortals to help him just now. After greeting the Queen Mother, Lu Yiping turned and flew to the Heavenly Palace's treasury with Taurus Longjiao. When everyone saw Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao flying towards the Heavenly Palace's treasury, they could guess what Lu Yiping wanted to do. Thinking of the countless treasures in the Heavenly Palace's treasury, they couldn't help but feel excited. The immortal world was the leader of all worlds. Hao Tian had been in charge of the immortal world's heavenly court for tens of thousands of years. The treasures in the heavenly court's treasury were absolutely shocking. Should we follow them and take a look? One of the Fire World's experts, the Flaming Emperor, said. The Flaming Emperor was one of the top 10 experts in the Fire World. He was an existence that made people tremble in fear. Forget it. The Lord of the Fire World shook his head. He knew what the Flaming Emperor was planning. He wanted nothing more than to follow Lu Yiping and see if there were any benefits. However, although the Heavenly Palace's treasury was tempting, one had to be alive to take it. Everyone saw Lu Yiping's ruthless methods. He dealt with the Lord of the Immortal World like Hao Tian without batting an eye. Following Lu Yiping to take advantage of the situation was tantamount to courting death. Even so, many experts still followed Lu Yiping from afar, flying towards the Heavenly Palace's treasury. The Heavenly Palace's treasury was guarded by celestial soldiers and celestial generals. When Lu Yiping arrived, he didn't waste any time. He directly destroyed the celestial soldiers and celestial generals with a finger. Then, with a punch, he destroyed the restrictions on the treasury's door and blasted it open. The moment the treasury's door was blasted open, layers of chaotic energy gushed out of the treasury. The auspicious light was astonishing. Clearly, in addition to chaotic items, there were also many sacred items in the treasury. When the experts from various worlds saw the astonishing auspicious light, their eyes burned with passion. Many of them approached the treasury. Taurus Longjiao frowned when he saw the experts from various worlds approaching. He said to Lu Yiping, Master, how should we deal with these flies? Lu Yiping turned around and looked at the experts from various worlds behind him. Those experts who were attracted by the auspicious light and chaos chi inside the treasury and couldn't help but come to their senses when they saw Lu Yiping suddenly turn around and look at them. Their faces changed drastically. Just as these people were about to retreat, they saw Lu Yiping snort coldly. Numerous fire dragons appeared out of thin air. There were probably millions of them, and they shot towards the opposite side. They were extremely fast, and arrived in front of these people in an instant. "Retreat!" someone roared. However, as soon as he roared, he was devoured by the fire dragons. The million fire dragons devoured the tens of thousands of experts in the blink of an eye. After devouring these experts, the fire dragons did not stop and continued to charge towards the experts in the distance who had followed them. The experts who had followed along initially thought that they would be fine as they hid in the distance. But now that they saw the million fire dragons charging towards them, their faces changed drastically. Naturally, these peoples were reduced to ashes as deaths. After killing all these people, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao entered the treasury. After entering the treasury, Huang Xiaolong looked around and saw chaos materials blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao began to collect these chaos materials and sacred artifacts. The two walked and collected as they went. Even though the two of them kept collecting along the way, it still took them half a day to reach the depths of the treasury. In the depths of the treasury, Lu Yiping saw another Buzhou sky sword. Previously, he had obtained one Buzhou sky sword when he destroyed the demon god palace of the firmament mainland. He didn't know the whereabouts of the other one. He didn't expect to see it here. Later, he would be able to find the treasures of the archaic celestial court after merging the two Buzhou sky swords. Putting away the Buzhou sky sword, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao continued to collect treasures in the depths of the treasury. In the end, the two of them left the treasury after emptying the treasury. After leaving the treasury, Lu Yiping merged the two Buzhou sky swords into one. The merged Buzhou sky sword doubled in size and emitted sword light. Under Lu Yiping's command, the Buzhou sky sword tore through the air. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao immediately followed the Buzhou sky sword out of the palace. Now that the two swords had merged, they would be able to find the treasures of the archaic celestial court as long as they followed the Buzhou sky sword. The archaic celestial court ruled the myriad worlds. Therefore, the treasures of the archaic celestial court were far from what Clear Heaven's palace treasures could compare to. Clear Heaven was only the master of the immortal world, while the archaic celestial emperor was the master of myriad worlds. In addition, Lu Yiping suspected that the archaic celestial court's treasures contained the creation jade disc, and there might even be more than one. When the Queen Mother saw Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao coming out of the treasury, she originally wanted to go up and chat with them. However, she saw Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao leaving the heavenly palace. Their figures grew further and further away before disappearing into the horizon. Everyone waited for Lu Yiping to leave before they started to discuss amongst themselves. "Queen Mother, why don't we return to the Kunlun Mountains first?" The maid Little Red saw the Queen Mother standing there unmoving for a long time. She went up and asked carefully. The Queen Mother retracted her gaze, her interest waning. She didn't say anything and flew away. When the female immortals saw this, they followed behind the Queen Mother. After the Queen Mother left, the experts from the various worlds also left with their disciples. The convention of the myriad realms would be held the day after tomorrow. But now, it was impossible for the convention to be held. As the experts from the various worlds left, the heavenly palace became much more deserted. As for Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, they followed the Buzhou sky sword and flew away. Finally, they exited the immortal world and came to a vast starry space. This vast starry space was filled with stars. But other than that, it was completely empty. There was nothing else here. However, the Buzhou sky sword actually stopped here. Taurus Longjiao had a puzzled look in his eyes. He used his divine sense to search, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find anything. Lu Yiping spoke, "You won't be able to find anything like this." As he spoke, his gaze landed on one of the stars. This star was the most inconspicuous one among the hundreds of thousands of stars in this vast starry space. When Lu Yiping's gaze landed on this star, the light from the star suddenly surged. After that, a beam of starlight shot out, illuminating a star on the other side. After that, that star also shot out a beam of starlight, illuminating the star on the other side. Just like this, one star connected to another. The starlight from the stars lit up one after another. When the last star lit up, the starlight in the sky suddenly poured down like a torrential downpour. Under the torrential downpour of starlight, numerous palaces appeared in the originally empty starry space. Very soon, this starry space was filled with countless palaces. Taurus Longjiao stared blankly at the palaces that appeared. Let's go. Lu Yiping flew up and flew towards the palaces. Taurus Longjiao regained his senses and followed after him. Luckily, its master. If others obtained the Buzhou Sky Sword, they wouldn't be able to find the treasures of the supreme ancient heavenly court here. Just when Lu Yiping wanted to speak, the creation jade disc in his body suddenly trembled. Lu Yiping was overjoyed when he sensed the changes in the fortune jade disc. As he had guessed, the fortune jade disc was in the immemorial heavenly court's treasury. Moreover, from the reaction of the fortune jade disc, there was more than one fortune jade disc. Following the direction of his senses, Lu Yiping arrived above a palace in the deepest part of the treasury. Looking down from above, this palace was several times larger than the surrounding palaces. Moreover, it had a different kind of aura, as if it was a king surrounded by a group of people. Lu Yiping and Li Qia landed in front of the palace. Heaven. The word heaven was written above the palace's gate. This word contained the supreme great Tao. Standing before it, people were like ants in the world. Taurus Longjiao felt an invisible pressure pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to move. It seems that the immemorial heavenly emperor had already comprehended the great Tao of heaven. Taurus Longjiao said while looking at the word. Although the great Tao of heaven was not one of the 10 supreme great Taos, it was still one of the top 10 great Taos. Therefore, even if there were no other restrictions in this palace, just the word heaven was enough to stop many saints. Even Taurus Longjiao could not enter. However, a mere heaven was not enough to stop Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping raised his hand and struck the word with his palm. Immediately, the word caved in, sinking deep into the palace's gate. Taurus Longjiao's body lightened, the pressure from before disappearing without a trace. Lu Yiping stepped forward and pushed the palace's gate. The gate opened and the two stepped inside. From the outside, the palace only occupied a few miles, but after entering, it was extremely spacious. There was a huge square in front of them, a square the size of a city. On the square, there were huge jade pillars, carved with all kinds of totems. The two flew forward. After flying for a few minutes, they passed through the square and arrived at a vast hall. The doors to the hall were open, and Lu Yiping went straight in. In the center of the hall was a throne with lifelike carvings of dragons and phoenixes. Whether it was the floor or the surrounding walls, they were all made of the most precious materials of chaos. Taurus Longjiao sighed as he looked at the empty Lingxiao palace that used to be filled with experts from various realms. Lu Yiping's gaze fell on the jade box on the table in front of the throne. The good fortune jade disc was in that jade box. Arriving in front of the throne, Lu Yiping picked up the jade box and broke the restriction on it. When he opened the lid, he saw 4 good fortune jade discs placed in the 4 cardinal directions of north, south, east, and west. Looking at the 4 good fortune jade discs in front of him, Lu Yiping smiled. Over the years, he'd searched almost every realm and only found 7 good fortune jade discs. Including the first one he'd found when he was born, he only had 8. Now that he'd found 4, it was a pleasant surprise. Lu Yiping put away the 4 good fortune jade discs and then went to the treasury of the primeval celestial court with Taurus Longjiao. Lu Yiping wasn't disappointed. The treasury contained the spring of life that he'd been painstakingly searching for. There was quite a bit of it, enough for Lu Yiping to squander for a few years. Over the years, after Lu Yiping's nurturing, the first 3 gourds of the rainbow gourd root had matured. With the spring of life, Lu Yiping could nurture the other 4 gourds to maturity within 1,000 years. Inside the immemorial heavenly court's treasury, there were so many treasures that the dragon horn golden bowl was dazzled. Even Lu Yiping couldn't help but exclaim. Although the treasury of the immortal world's celestial palaces was astonishing, 10,000 of them couldn't compare to the treasury of the primeval celestial court. Because the two weren't on the same level. Although the treasures in vast heaven's collection were precious, they paled in comparison to the treasury of the primeval celestial court. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao began collecting the treasures of the primeval celestial court. Lu Yiping didn't leave after collecting the treasures of the primeval celestial court. He directly refined the 4 good fortune jade discs in the treasury. The refinement went smoothly. Each of the 4 good fortune jade discs contained 100 great Dao. If Lu Yiping's great Dao was included, it would be a total of 2,100 great Dao. However, after refining the good fortune jade discs, Lu Yiping wasn't in a hurry to comprehend the great Dao in the 4 good fortune jade discs. Instead, he released Vast Heaven 16. After Vast Heaven was released, he couldn't help but look around in bewilderment. This is the treasury of the primeval celestial court? Vast Heaven asked uncertainly. That's right. Lu Yiping said. Vast Heaven 16 were shocked to hear that Lu Yiping had found the treasury of the primeval celestial court. Lu Yiping didn't waste any time. He directly pulled Vast Heaven in front of him and began to look through his memory fragments. Soon, Lu Yiping finished reading Vast Heaven's memory fragments. Although Vast Heaven knew a lot about the Imba Holy Lord, he wasn't sure of his exact whereabouts. Vast Heaven could only be sure that the Imba Holy Lord was hiding in the immortal world, but he couldn't find out which sect or clan he was hiding in. Afterward, Lu Yiping looked through the memory fragments of the other 15. Although the other 15 had a lot of information about the Imba Holy Lord, they didn't know where he was either. After not knowing where the Imba Holy Lord was, Lu Yiping summoned Xianxia and threw Vast Heaven 16 for Xianxia to devour. In the midst of their frenzied struggle, the Saint Energy, Great Path Energy, and Saint Body Origin of the 16 people were all completely devoured by Xianxia. Soon, there were 16 more Dao fruits on Xianxia. Lu Yiping sat cross-legged under Xianxia, took Vast Heaven's Dao fruit, swallowed it, and began to cultivate with the longevity incantation. As the Lord of the immortal world, Vast Heaven's Saint Power, Great Dao Power, and Saint Body Origin were much stronger than the Confucian saints. Therefore, his Dao fruit was much more effective than the Confucian saints. Suddenly, the auspicious cloud above Lu Yiping's head shone brightly. The original 18 acres of auspicious cloud began to expand to 19 acres. When Lu Yiping finished refining Vast Heaven's Dao fruit, the auspicious cloud finally broke through to 19 acres. However, after reaching 19 acres, Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud stopped growing. 19 acres of auspicious cloud was the limit of a saint, so no matter how he cultivated, he couldn't break through. Unless Lu Yiping could break through to the Saint King realm. However, due to the rules of the universe, the highest realm was Saint King realm. Therefore, if Lu Yiping wanted to break through to the Saint King realm, he had to go to the Chaos realm. After the auspicious cloud reached 19 acres, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left the Archean Celestial Court's palace and returned to the demonic bull mountain of the immortal world. They went into seclusion to comprehend the great Dao and the 4 creation jade discs. At the same time, Lu Yiping asked the 7 Treasures Chamber of Commerce's president to help him find out everything about the Imba Holy Lord. However, even Vast Heaven couldn't find out where the Imba Holy Lord was, so the 7 Treasures Chamber of Commerce couldn't find out even if they used all their resources. Hundreds of years passed in the blink of an eye. 2 updates tomorrow. Over the past several hundred years, Lu Yiping had fully comprehended the great Daos in the 4 newly acquired plates with the help of Jianshu's primordial energy. As for Taurus Longjiao, he'd refined a Dao fruit in the past few hundred years. With the help of Jianshu's primordial energy, his strength had increased considerably. However, despite refining a Dao fruit, Taurus Longjiao was still a long way off from breaking through to the Sage realm. 1 or a few Dao fruits weren't enough to break through to the Sage realm. Otherwise, the primeval celestial court would have been full of sages long ago. Without Haoyan and the various sages, the celestial court had long since collapsed. The various factions in the world of immortals were in constant conflict, and the flames of war had engulfed the entire world. However, there was no movement from the Imba race or even the demon realm. Lu Yiping's eldest disciple had moved the entire Tianyuan school to the vicinity of Demon Ox Mountain to avoid being affected by the war in the immortal realm. Even Chen Wanli of the Chen family of the Yaya continent had moved his entire family to the vicinity of Demon Ox Mountain. Currently, only Demon Ox Mountain and its surroundings were unaffected by the flames of war in the entire world of immortals. After fully comprehending the great Daos in the 4 plates, Lu Yiping didn't continue his seclusion. He planned to walk around with Taurus Longjiao and see if they could find the Imba Holy Lord. After all, waiting around like this wasn't a solution. Niaoyi entered just as Lu Yiping was about to go out for a walk. "Master Lu, the Queen Mother is outside. Would you like to see her?" The Queen Mother had visited 7 times in the past few hundred years that Lu Yiping had been in seclusion on Demon Ox Mountain. Lu Yiping had used seclusion as an excuse to not see her in the past few hundred years. "Master, why don't you see Big Sister Wang?" Taurus Longjiao smiled with a frown. "It'll relieve her of her lovesickness." Lu Yiping glared at him. "You talk too much. There's no fruit for you to eat in the future." Taurus Longjiao was rendered speechless. However, in the end, Lu Yiping still met Mother Wang. When the Empress saw Lu Yiping, she opened her mouth and said, "My master knows that you like wine and has prepared some good wine at Skygazing Mountain. He wants to invite you over for a chat." Lu Yiping arrived at the peak of Demon Ox Mountain. Looking at the drifting clouds in front of him, he shook his head and said, "I have nothing to talk about with your master." When the Queen Mother heard Lu Yiping's reply, disappointment filled her face. Lu Yiping had tactfully rejected her. A moment of silence. The Queen Mother asked again, "When are you going back?" She was referring to Lu Yiping's return to the Chaos World. Others might not know about Lu Yiping's identity, but she knew that Lu Yiping came from the Chaos World's Lu family. Back then, Lu Yiping had left the Primal Chaos Realm for some reason, but she knew that Lu Yiping would return sooner or later. Lu Yiping said in a low voice, "I'll return after dealing with the Imba Sacred Lord." These days, he had been thinking about returning to the Chaos World, but the matter of the Imba Sacred Lord hadn't been resolved yet. As long as he dealt with the Imba Sacred Lord, it would be time for him to return. When Mother Wang heard that Lu Yiping would return after dealing with the Imba Sacred Lord, she wanted to say something but stopped. A moment later, Mother Wang left Demon Ox Mountain. When she left, her charming face couldn't hide her disappointment. After she left, Taurus Longjiao came to Lu Yiping's side and said in a low voice, "Master, actually, what happened back then wasn't Big Sister Wang's fault." "I know," Lu Yiping said as he looked into the distance. "However, some things have already happened. Since they have already happened, there is no turning back, and there is no way to change them." Taurus Longjiao didn't say anything else. Half a day later, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left Demon Ox Mountain and began to wander around the immortal world. The Imba Sacred Lord had the Creation Jade Disc, so as long as he continued to wander, he would be able to find the Imba Sacred Lord one day. Now that he had 12 Creation Jade Discs, his sensing range had greatly increased. At most, he would be able to find the Imba Sacred Lord in a few decades. Unless the Imba Sacred Lord had already left the immortal world. However, the Imba Sacred Lord had been dormant in the immortal world for many years and couldn't leave so easily. After a few months of wandering, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao received a message from the Seven Treasures Chamber of Commerce's president. After reading the message from the Seven Treasures Chamber of Commerce, Lu Yiping revealed a smile. Taurus Longjiao saw Lu Yiping's smile and couldn't help but take a closer look. He was stunned. The Hylon Immortal Sex Patriarch is the Imba Sacred Lord's eldest disciple? The Seven Treasures Chamber of Commerce's president said that he had found out that the Hylon Immortal Sex Patriarch was the Imba Sacred Lord's eldest disciple. This was a pleasant surprise. Since the Hylon Immortal Sex Patriarch was the Imba Sacred Lord's eldest disciple, then he might know the whereabouts of the Imba Sacred Lord. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao immediately headed to the Hylon Immortal Sect. The Hylon Immortal Sect was a large sect in the immortal world and was quite powerful. The Hylon Immortal Sex Patriarch was a pinnacle saint expert who could enter the immortal saint realm at any time. After arriving at the Hylon Immortal Sect, Lu Yiping didn't waste any time. He directly entered the Hylon Immortal Sect's ancestral ground and captured the Patriarch in front of him, then searched his memories. The Hylon Immortal Sex Patriarch was indeed the Imba Sacred Lord's eldest disciple, but he didn't know the exact whereabouts of his master. After killing the Hylon Immortal Sex Patriarch, Lu Yiping had Taurus Longjiao destroy the Hylon Immortal Sect before heading to the Raoping continent. The Raoping continent was close to the immortal world's heavenly court and was a very prosperous continent. Although the Hylon Immortal Sex Patriarch didn't know the exact whereabouts of the Imba Sacred Lord, Liu Yiping deduced from his memories that the Yinba Sacred Lord was most likely on the Raoping continent. Not long after arriving at the Raoping continent, the fortune jade disc in Liu Yiping's body shook violently as expected. Liu Yiping followed his senses and came to a valley. The valley was quiet like a paradise. In the valley, a young man in a scholarly robe was flipping through an ancient book. Just as he was engrossed in the book, the sky suddenly darkened. He looked up and saw a huge mountain falling from the sky. Mount Buzhou. The young man looked at the huge mountain falling from the sky and didn't have time to think. He immediately flew into the sky. However, as soon as he flew out of the valley, Liu Yiping punched him and sent him flying. There was a loud boom. After smashing through the mountains, the young man stopped at the end. After a short pause, he flew out of the mountain rocks. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was covered in dust. He looked at Liu Yiping gloomily. Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping looked at him. Sacred Lord of the Yinba Sacred Lord. The young man was the Sacred Lord of the Yinba Sacred Lord. He smiled and his eyes were cold. How did you find this place? Liu Yiping didn't answer. There was a cloud above his head, and on the cloud were 12 fortune jade discs. Seeing the fortune jade discs above Liu Yiping's head, the Sacred Lord of the Yinba Sacred Lord understood everything. He said in a low voice, I see. He stared at Liu Yiping. However, Liu Yiping, so what if you found this place? If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Then, the cloud above his head was shocking. The Sacred Lord of the Yinba Sacred Lord's cloud was the same as Liu Yiping's. It was 19 acres, which was the limit of the Saint Realm. Next, the great Tao around the Sacred Lord of the Yinba clan rose and fell. There were exactly 200 great Taos, and many of them were ranked in the top 100. I know you've comprehended the time and space great Tao and can seal time and space. However, I've also comprehended the time and space great Tao like you, the Sacred Lord said coldly. Your time and space great Tao is useless against me. Among the 200 great Taos, there were 2 great Taos. They were the time and space great Tao and the reincarnation great Tao. At this moment, a spaceship appeared around the Sacred Lord. It wasn't big, but it emitted a terrifying aura. Great Void Spaceship, Liu Yiping said slowly as he looked at the spaceship. The Great Void Spaceship was one of the most valuable treasures in the world. It was as powerful as the Chaos Bell. However, the Chaos Bell was both offensive and defensive, while the Great Void Spaceship's power was mainly reflected in its speed. Other than the vast divine boat, the Great Void Spaceship was the fastest thing in the world. No wonder the Sacred Lord said that if he wanted to leave, Liu Yiping wouldn't be able to stop him. That's right, Great Void Spaceship. The Dark Boar race's holy master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were cold. Liu Yiping, I will remember that punch. After saying this, he drove the Great Void flying ship with all his might and tore through the void to leave. However, as soon as the Great Void Spaceship moved, Liu Yiping arrived in front of him and punched out. 1,000 great Taos flew out along with Liu Yiping's punch. Instantly, the Great Void Spaceship was sent flying by Liu Yiping's punch. The Divine Master of the Yinba race was also blasted away. He crashed into the Void Spaceship and was buried by the rolling rocks. This time, the Sacred Lord didn't get up for a long time. After a while, the rocks broke open and the Sacred Lord flew up. He looked at Liu Yiping with fear in his eyes. 1,000 great Taos. Liu Yiping walked toward him. With a flick of his hand, the Great Void Spaceship appeared in front of him. Seeing this, the Sacred Lord of the Yinba race tried to recall the Void Spaceship. However, no matter how hard he tried, the Void Spaceship did not respond. Liu Yiping took a step forward and arrived in front of the Saint Lord of the Yinba race. With a slap of his hand, the Great Void Ship turned into a streak of light and blasted towards the Saint Lord of the Yinba race. Before the Saint Lord of the Yinba race could dodge, he was hit by the Great Void Ship and was sent flying again. The Sacred Lord of the Yinyang Bora race, Qing Yun, had 19 acres of land and 200 great Taos. There was no need to doubt his strength. Unfortunately, he had encountered Liu Yiping. In front of Liu Yiping, he had no chance to fight back. After sending the Dark Vile race's holy master flying, Liu Yiping arrived in front of him. He slammed Mount Buzhou down and blasted the Dark Vile race's holy master into the ground. After a few more strikes, Liu Yiping pulled the Dark Vile Race's Holy Master out. Looking at the dying Dark Vile Race's Holy Master, Liu Yiping first sealed his power and then searched his body for the 3 Good Fortune Jade Discs. The Good Fortune Jade Discs of the Dark Vile Race's Holy Master were hidden in his body. If it was an ordinary saint, even if he knew that there was a Good Fortune Jade Disc in his body, he would not be able to take it out. After taking out the 3 Good Fortune Jade Discs from the Dark Vile Race's Holy Master, Liu Yiping immediately looked at his memory fragments. Then, he summoned the Tree of Creation and began to devour his Saint Power, Great Tao Energy, and Saint Body Origin Energy. Feeling the Saint Power, Great Tao Energy, and Saint Body Origin Energy in his body being devoured, the Dark Vile Race's Holy Master laughed eerily. He said, "Liu Yiping, even if I die, there will be another more powerful Holy Master soon. You can't destroy the Dark Vile Race." "Is that so?" Liu Yiping's expression did not change. He knew what the Dark Vile Race's Holy Master meant. The Dark Vile Race was spread across thousands of worlds, and it was impossible to kill them all. Even the Dark Vile Race's Holy Master only knew the main branches of the Dark Vile Race in each world. He did not even know about some of the smaller branches. However, Liu Yiping was not worried. When the time came, he would kill them one by one. He did not believe that he would not be able to destroy the entire Dark Vile Race. After a while, the Tree of Creation had completely devoured the Dark Vile Race's Holy Master's Saint Power, Great Tao Energy, and Saint Body Origin Energy. A new fruit grew on the Tree of Creation. This fruit was much bigger than Hao Tian's Great Tao fruit. Earlier, Liu Yiping had devoured Hao Tian's Great Tao fruit, and then he had given one to Taurus Longjiao. He had 14 left. Now, with the Dark Vile Race's Holy Master, he had 15. When he returned to the chaotic realm, Liu Yiping would use these 15 Great Tao fruits to break through to the Saint King realm. Then, Liu Yiping used the Great Tao of Fire to burn the Dark Vile Race's Holy Master to ashes. At this point, the most powerful person of the Dark Vile Race had completely fallen. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao found an alternate space that the Dark Vile Race's Holy Master had built in the valley. In the alternate space were the treasures of the Dark Vile Race's headquarters. The treasures inside were shocking. Although they could not be compared to the treasures of the Archean Celestial Court, they were more than the treasures of Hao Tian's Celestial Court. Most importantly, there were many Tree of Creation and Buzhou Mountain stones in the Dark Vile Race's headquarters. Liu Yiping looked at the endless Tree of Creation and summoned the Tree of Creation. He began to devour and fuse with the Tree of Creation. After fusing with these Tree of Creation, his Tree of Creation could almost recover to its peak strength in the Archean era. At that time, he could use the Tree of Creation to travel through the myriad worlds. He could go to any world he wanted. He did not need to travel across the galaxy. Sure enough, after devouring and fusing with the Tree of Creation, the Tree of Creation grew again and transformed. Some of the branches were densely packed with Great Tao runes and connected to form spatial doors. There were exactly 10,000 of these spatial doors that could lead to the myriad worlds. After that, Liu Yiping used Buzhou Mountain to fuse with the Buzhou Mountain stones in the treasury. Buzhou Mountain grew to 100,000 feet tall. Like the Tree of Creation, Buzhou Mountain had almost recovered to its peak strength in the Archean era. In the following days, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao used the Tree of Creation to travel to the immortal, Buddhist, Dragon, Thunder, Devil, and Hell realms. They wiped out the Dark Vile Race in each world. At the same time, Liu Yiping refined the 3 creation jade discs from the Dark Vile Race's sacred lord and comprehended the Great Tao within. In the blink of an eye, dozens of years passed. With the help of the spatial doors of the Tree of Creation, Liu Yiping traveled across the myriad worlds and wiped out all the Dark Vile Race in the myriad worlds. After wiping out a world, Liu Yiping would only go to the next world after confirming that there were no more Dark Vile Race. After wiping out all the Dark Vile Race in the myriad worlds, Liu Yiping once again returned to the demonic Bull Mountain in the immortal world to cultivate in seclusion. In these dozens of years, he traveled across the myriad worlds and found another 5 creation jade discs. From start to finish, he had a total of 20 creation jade discs. He only needed 4 more to collect all the creation jade discs. However, he had only found 5 creation jade discs after traveling across the myriad worlds. The other 4 should be in the Chaos realm. While comprehending the creation jade discs, Liu Yiping saw that the immortal world was in constant chaos. He rebuilt the immortal world's heavenly court to suppress the myriad worlds. After Liu Yiping rebuilt the heavenly court, the immortal world gradually stabilized. Seeing that the immortal world was stable, Liu Yiping decided to return to the Chaos Realm. "Master, can I go to the Chaos Realm with you?" Taurus Longjiao asked when he learned that Liu Yiping was going back to the Chaos Realm. He knew that after this farewell, they would not be able to meet again. Due to the restrictions of the universe, it was easy for a saint to enter the Chaos Realm, but it was difficult to come down from there. Liu Yiping shook his head. "The immortal world still needs you. I can go back to the Chaos Realm by myself." Although he had rebuilt the heavenly court, the immortal world would definitely be in turmoil once he left, so he still needed Taurus Longjiao to guard it. With Taurus Longjiao's current strength and the means he had left behind, it was enough to guard the immortal world. "But Master..." Taurus Longjiao still wanted to speak, but Liu Yiping interrupted and shook his head. "Don't worry, if I surpass the Sage King realm in the future, we will still meet again." Taurus Longjiao nodded. A few days later, Liu Yiping summoned all the powerhouses of the heavenly court he had rebuilt, gave them many instructions, and then left reluctantly. When Liu Yiping left, Taurus Longjiao and Liu Yiping's eldest disciple knelt down. Taurus Longjiao's eyes were filled with tears. Although Liu Yiping said that they would meet again after surpassing the Sage King realm, it was not that easy to surpass the Sage King realm. And even if they did surpass the Sage King realm, they would not be able to break the rules of the universe. Therefore, this farewell was probably the last time they would see each other. After Liu Yiping left, he came to the end of the immortal world. The immortal world was the leader of all worlds, and the entrance to the Chaos Realm was in the immortal world. However, although the entrance to the Chaos Realm was in the immortal world, one had to pass through an extremely long Chaos Realm to enter the immortal world. In this Chaos Realm, there were many dangers. Those below the Sage Realm could die at any time. Even saints could not guarantee that there would be no danger. After arriving at the entrance to the Primal Chaos World, Liu Yiping tore through the space barrier and entered the Primal Chaos World. Everywhere he looked, he was greeted by the grayish chaotic air currents. These chaotic air currents were not chaos spiritual energy. Not only could they not be devoured for cultivation, but they also contained a kind of terrifying innate poison. Therefore, Liu Yiping summoned the auspicious clouds the moment he entered the chaos space. As the auspicious clouds swirled, auspicious light shone down, blocking the chaotic air currents outside. Within the primal chaos space, it was completely silent. Liu Yiping kept flying forward. After flying for nearly a month, Liu Yiping finally saw another exit. Liu Yiping didn't hesitate and flew out from another exit. Suddenly, his body became light, and the gray chaotic airflow disappeared, replaced by a colorful world. In this world, the colors were extremely bright, and even the river water seemed to be suffused with golden light. This was the Chaos Realm. The Chaos Realm was no different from the Immortal Realm, but the Chaos Realm's spatial laws were higher than the Immortal Realm's. The Chaos Realm's space was countless times stronger than the Immortal Realm's. In the Immortal Realm, celestial venerables could shatter space into pieces, but in the Chaos Realm, even the strongest celestial venerables couldn't shatter space. "I'm finally back." Looking at the world in front of him, Liu Yiping had mixed feelings. Millions of years ago, when he left the Chaos Realm, the scene seemed to be vivid in his mind. After stopping for a while, Liu Yiping flew toward the city in front of him. Soon, he arrived at the city called Brilliant City. There were many people in Brilliant City, and it was very lively. Liu Yiping walked slowly with the crowd. When he passed by a restaurant, Liu Yiping stopped. Thousand Dragons Tavern. Looking at this familiar name, Liu Yiping smiled. He wondered how Uncle Yi was doing now. Uncle Yi should have surpassed the Sage King realm by now, right? Although it was extremely difficult to surpass the Sage King realm, Liu Yiping had confidence in this Uncle Yi. This Thousand Dragons Tavern was created by Yi Wuchen, and it was also the #1 restaurant in the Chaos Realm. When Liu Yiping left the Chaos Realm, the Thousand Dragons Tavern had already opened in all the major cities in the Chaos Realm. Therefore, Liu Yiping wasn't surprised to see the Thousand Dragons Tavern in Brilliant City. Liu Yiping walked into the Thousand Dragons Tavern. The Thousand Dragons Tavern was full of people, and as he remembered, business was booming. Lu Yiping finally found an empty seat and walked over. However, just as Lu Yiping was about to sit down, a sword was suddenly thrown from afar. The sword was thrown on the table where he was about to sit, and there was a loud bang. Lu Yiping looked over and saw two women walking over from afar. One of them, who was dressed in green, said, "Sorry, we'll take this seat first." Lu Yiping looked at the sword that had been thrown on the table. With a flick of his hand, he sent the sword flying back. Then, he sat down on his seat. After the sword was flicked away by Lu Yiping, it fell to the ground not far away. The girl in green saw that her flying sword was flicked away by Lu Yiping and her almond-shaped eyes were filled with anger. "You! Little green!" Another young lady spoke up to stop the green-robed young lady. The green-robed young lady walked over to Lu Yiping and smiled sweetly. "My apologies, young noble. My subordinate was rude earlier, please do not take offense." Then, she looked around the tavern and said, "There are no more seats in the tavern now. If young master doesn't mind, we can share a table." Lu Yiping looked around the tavern and saw that it was indeed full. He said, "You can sit, but your maid can't." The girl in green was angry when she heard this. The girl was startled and then smiled. "Thank you, young master." Then, she sat down across from Lu Yiping and said to the girl in green, "Little green, why aren't you apologizing to young master?" The girl in green pouted and said that she was unwilling, but in the end, she still said, "Sorry." Lu Yiping nodded and didn't bicker with this little girl. The girl smiled at Lu Yiping and said, "What wine would young master like to drink? I'll pay for young master's wine later as an apology." Lu Yiping looked at her. At first glance, the girl looked ordinary, but she was very good-looking. Lu Yiping smiled and said, "I want to drink the 10,000 Dragons Tavern's 10,000 Dragons Sacred Wine. Are you sure you want to pay for it?" The 10,000 Dragons Sacred Wine was the 10,000 Dragons Tavern's most expensive wine. It was not something an ordinary person could afford. The girl was stunned for a second, then called the waiter over and said, "Give us 2 jugs of 10,000 Dragons Sacred Wine and a table of good wine and dishes." Then, she gave the waiter over 20,000 Chaos Spirit Stones as payment for the wine and dishes. After the waiter left, Lu Yiping looked at the girl and said, "I didn't expect Miss to be so rich." Someone who could casually take out 20,000 Chaos Spirit Stones was naturally rich. Before the girl could say anything, the maid behind her snorted and said, "Of course our young master is rich. You're lucky to have met our young master and picked up a jug of 10,000 Dragons Sacred Wine for free." Lu Yiping smiled and didn't argue. Soon, the waiter served 2 jugs of 10,000 Dragons Sacred Wine and a table of good wine and dishes. 2 updates tomorrow. After the 10,000 Dragons Sacred Wine was served, Lu Yiping did not hold back. He opened the wine jar, took a deep sniff, and drank a mouthful. The fragrance of the wine filled his mouth. It was still the same taste as before. Back then, he stayed at the 10,000 Dragons Tavern headquarters for a few years and drank the 10,000 Dragons Sacred Wine with Uncle Yi every day. When the maid Xiao Lu saw Lu Yiping impatiently drinking a mouthful and then sitting there with an intoxicated expression, she couldn't help but say, "From the looks of it, this is your first time drinking the 10,000 Dragons Sacred Wine." The girl looked at Lu Yiping and smiled. "This 10,000 Dragons Sacred Wine has a strong after effect. Young master should drink it lightly." Obviously, she also felt that this should be Lu Yiping's first time drinking it. Hearing the girl's kind reminder, Lu Yiping smiled and said, "Although this wine has a strong after effect, I've never been drunk before." The maid Xiao Lu pouted and muttered, "Shameless boasting." Following the conversation, Lu Yiping learned that the girl was called Wang Muling. After knowing that the girl's surname was Wang, Lu Yiping guessed the girl's identity. "You're a disciple of the Black Tortoise royal family?" Lu Yiping asked. Wang Muling was startled. She couldn't help but look at Lu Yiping and smiled. "I didn't expect Master Lu to know about our Black Tortoise royal family." Although the Black Tortoise royal family was the top family in the Chaos realm with a heritage from the Desolate Era, they had not shown themselves for many years. Not many people knew about them. Lu Yiping nodded and asked, "I have a friend from your Black Tortoise royal family." Wang Muling couldn't help but ask curiously, "I wonder who Master Lu's friend is in our Wang family?" She then smiled and said, "If it's a direct disciple, I might know him. His name is Wang Dingtian." Lu Yiping said. "Wang Dingtian? Wang Muling was puzzled. Although there were many direct disciples in the Wang family, she could remember almost all of them. However, she recalled that there was no direct disciple named Wang Dingtian in the Wang family. The maid Xiao Lu also said, Wang Dingtian? I've never heard of him. He shouldn't be a direct disciple of our Wang family, right? Collateral disciple? Lu Yiping smiled. Master Lu is passing by Huang City? Or someone from Huang City? Wang Muling asked Lu Yiping. Passing by Huang City, Lu Yiping said. Then, he poured a bowl of wine. When Wang Muling heard that Lu Yiping was just passing by Huang City, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. He then asked, Master Lu, have you heard of the Night Soul Race? When Lu Yiping heard Wang Muling asking about the Night Soul Race, he asked, why are you guys asking about that group of things that are neither human nor ghost? Wang Muling's face lit up. So Master Lu knows about the Night Soul clan? I know. Lu Yiping nodded. Master Lu, do you know where the Night Soul clan is now? Wang Muling asked. I heard that Huang City used to be the main city of the Night Soul clan. However, the Night Soul clan suddenly disappeared from Huang City overnight. Very few people know where they went. Lu Yiping didn't say anything. He just looked at Wang Muling. Wang Muling hesitated for a moment and said, I want to borrow the Night Soul Pearl of the Night Soul clan. Lu Yiping shook his head and said, the Night Soul Pearl is the most precious treasure of the Night Soul clan. They won't lend it to outsiders. At this moment, the discussion at the tables around the tavern attracted Lu Yiping's attention. Lu family's Lord Lu Yiping has proven his Tao and become a saint. Lord Lu Yiping has only cultivated for 10 million years. He has proven his Tao and become a saint so quickly. He is indeed the most monstrous genius in the history of the Lu family. I heard that other than Lord Lu Yiping, there is another monstrous genius comparable to Lord Lu Yiping in the Lu family. However, for some reason, he suddenly left the Lu family several million years ago. No one knows where he went. There is such a person? Never heard of him. Everyone was discussing. 9 out of 10 tables around the tavern were discussing Lu Yiping's Tao and becoming a saint. Even in the chaos world, proving one's Tao and becoming a saint was a major event that would shake the entire chaos world. If any family's experts proved their Tao and became a saint, they would have to hold a saint conference and invite experts from all over the chaos world. Maid Xiao Lu heard the discussion around her and said, Lord Lu Yiping has finally proven his Tao and become a saint. With such talent, no wonder he is called one of the 4 monstrous geniuses in the chaos world. She then said to Wang Muling, Young miss, Lord Lu Yiping will definitely hold a saint conference in a few days. Shall we go and take a look? Wang Muling nodded and smiled. All right. She also wanted to see Lu Yiping, who was called one of the 4 monstrous geniuses in the chaos world. Lu Yiping of the Lu family, Wang He of the Wang family, Qin Lu of the Qin family, and Zhu Xingjun of the Zhu family. Lu Yiping's hand that was holding the wine cup paused for a moment when he heard Lu Yiping had proven his Tao and become a saint. Then, he drained the wine cup in one gulp. The most monstrous genius of the Lu family, Lu Yiping sneered. Back then, he left the Lu family and the chaos world because of Lu Yiping and his father. Now, he was back. Lord Lu Yiping has a good relationship with the Night Soul clan's patriarch. When Lord Lu Yiping holds a saint conference, the Night Soul clan's patriarch will probably show up. I think Saint Qin Lu will also show up. Someone said. The Night Soul clan's patriarch will attend Lord Lu Yiping's saint conference? Wang Muling's heart trembled. If that was the case, then she must attend Lord Lu Yiping's saint conference. After a while, Lu Yiping and Wang Muling finished drinking the 10,000 Dragons saint wine. The two of them had only met by chance, so they didn't exchange any pleasantries when they parted. After Lu Yiping left, he didn't return to the Lu family immediately. After all, Lu Yiping had proven his Tao and become a saint. There were still some days before the saint conference, so he had to find a place to break through to the Saint King realm. Now, he was already at the peak of the Saint realm and could break through to the Saint King realm at any time. After leaving Huang City, Lu Yiping found a place in the wilderness. After setting up a formation, he summoned the Tree of Creation and plucked the fruit of Tao from the Imba clan's saint leader. Breaking through to the Saint King realm was extremely dangerous. During the breakthrough, the auspicious cloud would transform, and it would require an immense amount of Saint Qi to support it. If he swallowed Saint-level pills and other Saint items, he would need tens of thousands of them. However, the fruit of Tao from the Yinba clan Saint leader contained all of his cultivation. The Saint Qi was shocking, and it was more effective than tens of thousands of Saint-level pills. After preparing, Lu Yiping sat cross-legged under the tree of creation and swallowed the fruit of Tao without hesitation. The fruit of Tao instantly turned into a torrent of Saint Qi, gushing toward every part of Lu Yiping's body. The auspicious cloud above Lu Yiping's head surged, and auspicious light poured down like a waterfall, rolling endlessly. As Lu Yiping channeled the 49th level of the longevity incantation, the Saint Qi from the fruit of Tao was constantly refined by him, and then poured into the auspicious cloud. Under the continuous influx of Saint Qi from the fruit of Tao, the auspicious cloud above his head finally began to transform. The auspicious cloud above his head was originally white, so white that it was flawless, but now it gradually bloomed with strands of yellow light. As the yellow light increased, the auspicious cloud's color began to change. At the same time, Lu Yiping's saint body also began to transform. Lu Yiping's saint body shone with 5-colored golden light, and the surrounding Saint Qi glowed with 5-colored light. As the cloud above Lu Yiping's head transformed, his original 19-acre cloud began to shrink. 18 acres, 17 acres, 16 acres. As the cloud above Lu Yiping's head continued to shrink, the cloud above his head shone brighter and brighter. When the cloud above Lu Yiping's head shrunk to 1 acre, it continued to shrink. Finally, it shrunk to half an acre. When the cloud above Lu Yiping's head shrunk to half an acre, it had turned completely yellow, and it was a yellow that shone with bright golden light. However, the cloud was still shrinking. Finally, it became the size of a grain of rice. The saint power in Lu Yiping's body had also completely transformed, and the saint power in his body had turned into a liquid state. The aura of a saint king spread out from Lu Yiping's body and swept through the surrounding heaven and earth. At this moment, Lu Yiping finally succeeded in breaking through to the saint king realm. Even though Lu Yiping had set up a formation around him, it was still shaken by the impact. It was as if the entire wilderness was about to be overturned. However, after breaking through to the Saint King realm, the saint power and great path power in the fruit of Tao of the Yinba Saint Lord continued to pour into Lu Yiping's cloud. Lu Yiping's originally grain-sized yellow cloud began to expand. Soon, it was the size of a thumb, then a fist, then a head, half a meter, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. When the cloud was almost 100 meters in size, the fruit of Tao of the Yinba Saint Lord was completely refined. Only then did Lu Yiping stop. When he stood up, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. Lu Yiping casually pointed a finger, and the power of his finger easily broke through the restrictions that he had set up before, and then blasted towards the end of the wilderness. After a long time, a sound came from the horizon. It was as if an apocalyptic earthquake had taken place on the ground. The ground kept shaking and cracking. Although Lu Yiping's cloud was only about 100 meters in size, the Saint King power it contained was completely incomparable to the saint power in the saint realm. After a while, Lu Yiping set up a new formation around him, sat down cross-legged, took the second Tao fruit, and continued to swallow it and cultivate. After refining the fruit of Tao of the Yinba Saint Lord, Xianxia now had 14 Tao fruits, enough for him to improve. When Lu Yiping was refining the second fruit of Tao, a group of powerhouses appeared at the end of the wilderness. These experts were from the various large clans and sects in the surrounding cities. They had been alerted by the power of Lu Yiping's finger and had come to investigate. When they arrived, they saw that the mountains in the wasteland had been plowed flat, and that there was a bottomless abyss tens of thousands of miles wide in the ground. They were all dumbfounded. They looked at Yiping. The Saint King Saint Lord, is it a saint realm powerhouse? A sect master guessed in shock. It's definitely a saint realm powerhouse. Invincible heavenly venerables can't be this strong. An immortal emperor said. Could it be the Tower Master of Star Moon Tower? There were only a few saint realm powerhouses on Stellaris continent, and the strongest was the Tower Master of Star Moon Tower. Shall we go up and take a look? In the end, no one dared to approach the abyss. After Lu Yiping refined the second Tao fruit, he went on to refine the third, fourth, and fifth. Now that Lu Yiping had broken through to the Saint King realm, his speed of refining the Tao fruits was much faster. After a few days, he had completely refined the remaining 14 Dao fruits. After refining all the Dao fruits, the cloud above Lu Yiping's head had grown to 1 mu. Although it was only 1 mu, many Saint King Realm powerhouses who had broken through to the Saint King Realm had cultivated for millions or even tens of millions of years. For example, when he was forced to leave the Lu family, Lu Yiming's father, Lu Yuchao, had broken through to the Saint King Realm 6 million years ago, but his cloud had only grown to half a mu. After Lu Yiping's cloud grew to 1 mu, his strength was several times stronger than when he had just broken through to the Saint King Realm. Lu Yiping looked at Jianshu, who was surging with nebulous primordial qi. When Jianshu devoured the Imba clan Saint Lord, Hao Tian, and the others, many of the Dao fruits formed from their Saint energy and Grand Dao energy had been devoured by Jianshu. Therefore, Jianshu grew stronger with every person he devoured. Now, Jianshu had completely recovered his peak strength from the primordial era. It's time to go back, Lu Yiping thought to himself. Little sister, how are you? He still had a younger sister, Lu Jiqing, in the Lu family. Lu Yiping put Jianshu back into his body and left. On the way, Lu Yiping learned that Lu Yiming's sacred assembly would be held in half a year's time. Knowing that there was still half a year to go, Lu Yiping was not in a hurry. He cultivated as he hurried back. Over the years, his immortal Skywood technique had only reached the 17th level. Therefore, he began to cultivate the immortal Skywood technique on the way back. Just as Lu Yiping was rushing back to the Lu family, the entire Lu family began to bustle. Although there was still half a year to go before Lu Yiming's sacred assembly, many patriarchs and sect masters from the chaotic world had already led their experts to the Lu family. As one of the top families in the chaotic world, the Lu family ruled countless territories and continents. Under the orders of the Lu family's higher-ups, the countless territories and continents under the Lu family's rule were lit up and decorated with all kinds of festive items. In one of the palaces in the Lu family's headquarters, Lu Jiqing, who was wearing a plain dress and had an oval face, was holding a blue longsword and wiping it repeatedly. In fact, there was no dust on the Qinghong sword at all. All these years, she had been wiping it frequently because it was a gift from her big brother, Lu Yiping. As she wiped the Qinghong sword, she could not help but think of the scene when her big brother had taught her swordsmanship. Big brother should have already become a saint, Lu Jiqing thought to herself. And she had just become a celestial venerable not long ago. Just as Lu Jiqing was wiping the Qinghong sword, she saw a woman with 2 maids openly push open the palace doors and walk in. When Lu Jiqing saw the woman, her face darkened. What are you doing here? It was Lu Yiming's younger sister, Lu Yu. What am I doing here? Lu Yu sneered. Now, the entire Lu family belongs to our bloodline. I can come and go as I please. Lu Jiqing, if it weren't for the fact that I pity you, do you think you would be able to stay in the Lu family's headquarters? Then she continued, my big brother has become a saint. The entire Lu family is busy, but you're hiding here wiping your lousy sword. Why don't you go out and serve the guests? Serving tea was usually the job of the Lu family's collateral disciples. When Lu Jiqing heard Lu Yu ordering her to serve tea, her face turned cold. Lu Yu, the Lu family does not belong to your bloodline yet. When you become the head of the family, you can order me around. When Lu Yu heard this, she narrowed her eyes and slapped her. Lu Jiqing countered Lu Yu's attack with her own. Their palms collided, causing a loud explosion and shockwaves to roll out. Lu Yu staggered back, only stopping when she was outside the palace gates. The maid behind her was sent flying. You've broken through to the heavenly venerable realm. Lu Yu glared at Lu Jiqing. Indifferent, Lu Jiqing looked at her. Although Lu Yu was also a heavenly venerable, her bloodline was higher than Lu Yu's. Lu Yu was no match for her in the same realm. Lu Yu's eyes turned cold. A long sword appeared in her hand and she slashed at Lu Jiqing. Instantly, a rain of swords shot towards Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing looked at the rain of swords and slashed out with the azure rainbow sword in her hand. Lu Yu's sword rain was sliced apart and the cyan rainbow sword chi was right in front of Lu Yu. Lu Yu was shocked and dodged in a panic. Even so, the cyan rainbow sword chi cut through the divine armor on her chest, leaving a wound the length of an arm. Blood flowed out from the wound. Bitch, you're courting death. Lu Yu looked at the wound on her chest and was furious. She was about to attack again when a voice shouted, "Stop." A white-haired old man flew over. Lu Yu's face darkened when she saw the white-haired old man. Lord Ancestor Snow. Lu Jiqing cupped her fists and greeted the old man respectfully. Lu Yu could only do the same. The sacred assembly is about to begin. All fighting is prohibited in the main manor. Are you going to be sent to the Black Prison? The white-haired old man scolded the two, then turned to Lu Yu. Lu Yu, don't think that just because your father is a Saint King, you can do whatever you want. The Lu family is still yours. Lu Yu lowered her head and opened her mouth to speak. In the end, she nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Ancestor Snow is right. You can leave." Ancestor Snow's expression softened. "If you do this again, you'll be sent to the Black Prison for 1,000 years. Lu Yu nodded and left. Before she left, she glanced at Lu Jiqing discreetly. That look was no doubt saying, "Just you wait." After Lu Yu left, Ancestor Snow looked at Lu Jiqing and said, "I've received news that Lu Yuchao will challenge for the Patriarch's position. As long as the Lu family had a Saint King realm cultivator, they could challenge for the position of Patriarch." Of course, it was not that easy to successfully challenge for the position of Patriarch of the Lu family. Not only did one have to defeat the current Patriarch of the Lu family, but one also had to undergo the test of the Lu family's progenitors. The Lu family now had 7 primogenitors. At least 4 of them had to pass the test. Ancestor Snow continued, "Lu Yuchao has the support of 3 primal ancestors." Lu Jiqing's heart sank. Therefore, Lu Yuchao would definitely be able to pass the test of the 3 primal ancestors. This meant that Lu Yuchao had a 70 to 80% chance of succeeding. If Lu Yuchao became the head of the Lu family, it would definitely not be good news for her. "Ancestor Snow, do you have any news about my father?" Lu Jiqing suddenly asked. Ancestor Snow shook his head. "The desolate region of the universe has changed. No one can enter it now." Lu Jiqing was disappointed. "What about my brother?" Lu Jiqing asked, her voice trembling. Ancestor Snow shook his head and didn't say anything. Lu Jiqing's pretty face paled. All these years, there had been news that her brother, Lu Yiping, had died outside. After Lu Yu left, her face was as dark as water. She said hatefully, "Lu Jiqing, you be *tch. Do you really think that Ancestor Shui can protect you forever? After the sacred assembly, when my father becomes the head of the Lu family, I'll slowly torture you to death." Very quickly, several months passed. As the sacred assembly drew closer, the entire Lu family became even more joyous. Experts from all over came in an endless stream. The Lu family main residence was even more crowded. At this time, there were only 3 days left until the sacred assembly. Experts from all over had arrived at the Lu family main residence. Inside the Lu family main hall, Lu Yiming and his father, Lu Yuchao, were receiving the experts from all over the world. Lu Yiming's face was radiant. Saint King Realm experts rarely appeared, but this time, there were 3 Saint King Realm experts who came to his sacred assembly: Purple Firmament Saint King, Daluo Saint King, Origin Essence Saint King. All of them were unparalleled experts whose names shook the chaos world. Patriarch Qin, Lord Qin Liang, and Lord Qin Lu have arrived. Outside, one of the Lu family main residence's experts suddenly shouted. Lu Yiming, Lu Yuchao, and the rest quickly stood up to welcome them. The Qin family was one of the chaos world's 4 great families. As the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Liang's status was naturally not something other Saint King realm experts could compare to. Just as Lu Yiming, Lu Yuchao, and the rest walked out of the main hall to welcome Qin Liang, Qin Lu, and the other experts, a blue-robed young man walked in from outside the Lu family main residence. Lu Yiping raised his head to look at the bustling Lu family main residence. After several million years, the Lu family main residence, which was already old and weathered, became even older. Lu Yiping followed the stream of people into the Lu family main residence. After entering the Lu family main residence, Lu Yiping spread his soul force and sensed his sister's aura. He couldn't help but smile. Seeing that his sister had already broken through to the heavenly venerable realm, Lu Yiping was gratified. Before he left the Lu family main residence, he and his sister relied on each other for survival, and their relationship was very good. Lu Yiping did not go to the main residence's main hall. Instead, he went to his sister's residence. He wanted to see her first. At this time, a maid entered Lu Jiqing's residence. "Young miss, the Wang family's young master Wang Tao is outside, saying he wants to see you." Lu Jiqing frowned at the maid's words. Wang Tao was the Wang family's patriarch's grandson. Since meeting her several hundred years ago, he had often come to the Lu family main residence to pester her. However, this person's reputation was not good, so Lu Jiqing had rejected him many times. "I won't see him," Lu Jiqing immediately said. The maid complied. Just as the maid was about to go out to inform Wang Tao, a man and a woman walked in. The man was Wang Tao, and the woman was Lu Yu. Seeing Lu Yu bring Wang Tao in, Lu Jiqing's face sank. "Lu Yu, I don't welcome you here, please leave." Lu Yu acted as if she did not hear anything and smiled at Wang Tao. "Young master Wang Tao, if you want to enter the Bihong Palace in the future, just let me know." Wang Tao glanced at Lu Jiqing, then smiled at Lu Yu. "Thank you, Miss Lu Yu. I told you to get out." Lu Jiqing's eyes turned cold, and the Bihong sword in her hand stabbed at Lu Yu. "Get lost." However, just as Lu Jiqing's Bihong sword was about to reach Lu Yu, it was caught between two fingers by an expert behind Lu Yu. Lu Jiqing's expression changed. Lu Yu looked at Lu Jiqing and sneered. "Let me introduce you, this is my new bodyguard, an invincible heavenly venerable." After the previous incident, she had been pestering her big brother Lu Yiming, and Lu Yiming sent her an invincible heavenly venerable. At this time, the invincible heavenly venerable behind Lu Yu flicked his two fingers, and the Bihong sword flew up. Lu Jiqing was pushed back by the opponent's powerful force, and crashed into the stone pavilion behind her, shattering it. Lu Jiqing was a core disciple of the Lu family, thus the invincible heavenly venerate did not dare to be too harsh on her. Even so, when Lu Jiqing crashed into the broken stone pavilion, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and dust covered her body. Lu Jiqing wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, glaring at Lu Yu and the guards. Wang Tao saw that Lu Jiqing was injured, but he did not say anything to stop her. For the past several hundred years, Lu Jiqing had been rejecting him, and this made him very unhappy. Lu Yu looked at the angry Lu Jiqing with a bright smile on her face. She turned to the invincible heavenly venerate behind her and said, "Capture her for me, I have something to tell her." The invincible heavenly venerate respectfully complied. He raised his palm and grabbed at Lu Jiqing. High above in the air, a giant hand appeared, enveloping Lu Jiqing. Before the giant hand could reach her, Lu Jiqing felt her body sinking. Just as the giant hand was about to land on top of Lu Jiqing's head, a ray of light suddenly pierced through the air and pierced through the giant hand. Like a balloon, the giant hand was suddenly pierced through and exploded. Everything happened so suddenly that everyone was stunned. They turned around and saw a young man in a blue robe walking in from outside the palace. Lu Yu was confused, but when Lu Jiqing saw the face in her memory, her eyes widened in disbelief. She pinched her arm, and when she realized it was not an illusion, her eyes reddened. Lu Jiqing's voice trembled. "Big brother, is that you?" Although she knew it was not an illusion, she still couldn't believe it was real. She had waited for several million years, and in these several million years, she had sent people to inquire about her big brother. However, if it wasn't a stone that sank to the bottom of the sea, then she heard that her big brother was already dead. Lu Yu was shocked when she heard Lu Jiqing call her big brother. She looked at the young man in front of her in shock. Could this young man be? Lu Yiping walked into the palace and stopped in front of Lu Jiqing, smiling. "It's me, little sister. Big brother is back." Big brother is back. Hearing Lu Yiping's familiar voice, smelling the familiar scent on Lu Yiping's body, Lu Jiqing's tears flowed down uncontrollably. Tears fell like pearls from a necklace, rolling down her face. "Big brother." Lu Jiqing choked with sobs. "You're still alive." Lu Yiping wiped away the tears on his sister's face and smiled. "Big brother has always been alive." Lu Jiqing suddenly started crying loudly. Just as Lu Jiqing was bawling her eyes out, Lu Yu's voice rang out at an untimely moment. "Yo, your crying is quite touching. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that your parents had died." Just as Lu Yiping finished speaking, she saw Lu Yiping pull her over to him with a single hand. Lu Yiping held the man's neck with one hand, his eyes devoid of emotion. Sensing Lu Yiping's killing intent, Lu Yu was terrified. That invincible heavenly venerable reacted. With a shout, he suddenly sent a palm strike at Lu Yiping. "Big brother, be careful!" Lu Jiqing cried out in alarm. Just as Lu Jiqing was worried, Lu Yiping raised his hand and flicked it. That invincible heavenly venerable flew backward and exploded into a mist of blood. The mist of blood splattered all over Wang Tao's body. Wang Tao's face was wet. He touched his hand and found that it was covered in blood. Lu Yu was shocked. Lu Jiqing, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. "Big brother, you've entered the Saint Realm." "Saint Realm?" Lu Yiping smiled. Just as he was about to explain, he heard Lu Yu sneer. "So what if you've broken through to the Saint Realm?" "Lu Yiping, my big brother has already proven his Tao and become a saint." "He's already a saint. You're just an ant in front of him. Today is my big brother's sacred assembly. You'd better let me go." Lu Yu said, "Otherwise, if my big brother and father sense something amiss and come here, you'll die without a burial place." "Is that so?" Lu Yiping's expression remained unchanged. "If that's the case, I'll kill you in front of your father and big brother when we reach the main hall of the main mansion." Lu Yiping's cold voice echoed in the courtyard. Lu Yu was stunned. Lu Yiping looked at Wang Tao and asked Lu Jiqing, "Who is this?" Lu Jiqing told him Wang Tao's identity and how Wang Tao had been pestering her all these years. When Lu Yiping heard this, he raised a finger and sent Wang Tao flying. Wang Tao flew out of the main mansion and fell to the ground outside, unconscious. "Is Lu Yiping in the main hall now?" Lu Yiping asked Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing nodded and said, "Big brother, Lu Yiping has already proven his Tao and become a saint. You should leave first." Lu Yiping shook his head. "Don't worry. He can't hurt your big brother now." Then, he led Lu Yu to the main hall of the main mansion. Lu Jiqing was stunned. What did big brother mean? Could it be that big brother had also proven his Tao and become a saint? Lu Jiqing's heart pounded, she couldn't suppress her excitement. Of course, she understood what it meant to be a saint. When Lu Jiqing regained her senses, she saw that Lu Yiping's figure had already disappeared. She hurried after him. At this time, inside the Lu family's main hall, Lu Yiping, Lu Yuchao, and the rest had already welcomed the Qin family's patriarch Qin Liang and Qin Lu into the main hall. Lu Yiping cupped his fists at Qin Liang. "It is Yiping's honor to have Lord Qin Liang at the Yiping Sacred Assembly." Qin Liang waved his hand and smiled, "You and Qin Lu are good friends. Of course I have to come to my sacred assembly." He then looked at Lu Yuchao. "Moreover, after today's sacred assembly ends, little brother Yuchao wants to challenge your Lu family's patriarch position. Of course I have to come and help him." Qin Liang was the Qin family's patriarch. If he came to help Lu Yuchao, some of the Lu family's primal ancestors would think twice. Lu Yuchao cupped his fists and smiled, "Many thanks, brother Qin Liang." Qin Liang smiled, "With our friendship, there's no need to be so polite. Moreover, I believe that with little brother Yuchao's strength, you will definitely succeed. At that time, the two of us will need to work together." Lu Yuchao smiled, "Of course." The two of them chatted merrily. While everyone in the main hall was chatting merrily, a series of miserable screams rang in the air. In the next second, people were thrown into the main hall. Lu Yiping, Lu Yuchao, and the rest stopped and looked over. The people thrown into the main hall were the Lu family's primal ancestors. Qin Liang, the Purple Firmament Sage King, and the rest were surprised. Today was the day of the Lu Yiping Sacred Assembly. There were actually people who came to the Lu family's main hall to cause trouble. Before everyone's astonishment, Lu Yiping walked into the main hall with Lu Yu in his hand. Lu Yu looked like a little chick in his hand. Some of the Lu family's experts who tried to stop him were sent flying by an invisible force before they could even get close. Lu Yiping and Lu Yuchao were also surprised when they saw that it was Lu Yiping. "Lu Yiping!" Lu Yiping glared coldly at Lu Yiping. He stood up and glanced at Lu Yu and Lu Yiping's hand. "You're quite lucky, you're still alive." He then added, "However, you attacked my little sister the moment you came back. Did you really think that with Ancestor Snow protecting you, I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Lu Yiping's palm struck down on Lu Yiping. "You shouldn't have come back. Since you're back, die." Lu Yiming's palm struck out. Saint Force surged out, and the auspicious cloud above his head parted, releasing rays of auspicious light. The auspicious cloud above Lu Yiming's head had reached half a mu in size. It was rare for a person's auspicious cloud to reach half a mu the moment he broke through to the true saint realm. Usually, only super geniuses with astonishing accumulations in the true saint realm could achieve this. Therefore, the experts present were shocked when they saw Lu Yiming's auspicious cloud reaching half a mu in size. Lu Yiming is indeed worthy of being called the Lu family's most talented genius. He has just broken through to the true saint realm and his auspicious cloud has already reached half a mu. With Lu Yiming's talent, he will definitely become a true saint king in the future. Not just a true saint king. Lu Yiming has the potential to surpass a true saint king. The great hall was in an uproar. Amidst the uproar, Lu Yiming's palm force slammed down on Lu Yiping's head. Just as Lu Yiping was about to be turned into meat paste by Lu Yiming's palm force, Lu Yiming's palm force stopped above Lu Yiping's head. The crowd was dumbfounded. Lu Yiping looked at the palm force above his head with an indifferent expression. Light flickered from his body, and with a slight shake, Lu Yiming's palm force was shattered. Lu Yiming and the crowd were stunned. At this time, Lu Yiping grabbed at Lu Yiming across the void. A shocking force enveloped Lu Yiming. Lu Yiming's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't have time to think. His palm met Lu Yiping's attack head-on. This attack contained the power of a minor path, much stronger than the previous attack. The power of a minor path. This is the spiritual path. The spiritual path was one of the top 100 minor paths among the 100,000 minor paths. When everyone saw that Lu Yiming had actually comprehended the spirit Tao, they were once again in an uproar. One had to know that Lu Yiming had just proven his Tao and become a saint, but he had already comprehended the spirit Tao, which was ranked in the top 100 of the 100,000 minor Taos. Lu Yiping looked at Lu Yiming's incoming palm force, and his expression remained unchanged. His voice was calm, "It's just a minor path." Hearing this, Lu Yiming's face darkened. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Lu Yiping break through his palm energy, shattering the spiritual path in his palm energy. Lu Yiming's astonishing power continued to envelop him. Lu Yiming panicked, and he roared. Saint energy surged out of his body, and a saber appeared in his hand. This saber was the saint weapon his father had forged for him. Over the past few days, he had already refined it. Annihilation Saber Tao. Lu Yiming suddenly slashed out with his saber. Instantly, the saber light broke through layers of space and illuminated the Jiutian. The entire Lu family's territory could see the saber light illuminating the Jiutian. However, when Lu Yiming swung the Jiutian saber light in an attempt to break through Lu Yiping's power, he heard a muffled sound. Not only did his saber light fail to break through Lu Yiping's power, but it was also repelled by the backlash. Lu Yiming was struck by the saber light. With a muffled sound, his robe was torn to shreds, and he staggered back. Lu Yiping's power followed closely behind. Lu Yiming felt his body tighten, and then the space around him changed. His entire body was lifted up in front of Lu Yiping. Seeing Lu Yiping so close to him, Lu Yiming was shocked. When he wanted to attack Lu Yiping again, Lu Yiping grabbed his hand. With a twist, his entire palm was twisted into a fried dough twist. The hidden force in Lu Yiping's hand contained the power of the Grand Tao of Curses. The Grand Tao of Curses was ranked 13th among the 3,000 Grand Taos. The power of the Grand Tao of Curses entered Lu Yiming's internal organs through his twisted palm and into his soul sea. Lu Yiming, who was engulfed by the power of the Grand Tao of Curses, couldn't help but scream in agony. It was so painful that tears almost fell from his eyes. Even though Lu Yiming was a true saint, he couldn't withstand the power of the Grand Tao of Curses. Looking at the sudden change, everyone was dumbfounded. From when Lu Yiming attacked, to when Lu Yiping captured him, to when Lu Yiping's palm was twisted into a fried dough twist, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Seeing Lu Yiming's palm twisted into a fried dough twist, and he was in so much pain that tears were about to fall from his eyes, everyone was dumbfounded. Who is he? Everyone turned to look at Lu Yiping, their eyes filled with shock. One of the disciples behind the purple firmament Holy King looked at Lu Yiming, who was about to cry, and exclaimed, "What's going on? Why is he in so much pain?" Lu Yiming was a true saint. Even if his body was being cut off bit by bit, he wouldn't feel any pain. The purple firmament Holy King stared at Lu Yiping. This young man has comprehended the Grand Tao of Curses. His disciple was only a peak true saint. He couldn't see the grand Tao of curses in Lu Yiping's hidden force, but it couldn't escape his perception. The grand Tao of curses, ranked 13th among the 3,000 grand Taos. The purple firmament Holy King's disciple and the surrounding experts were shocked. Lu Yuchao stared at Lu Yiping and slowly walked over. Lu Yiping, no wonder you dared to come back. So you've already become a true saint. And from the looks of it, you've been a true saint for quite some time. You've even comprehended the grand Tao of curses. Lu Yuchao's words caused whispers in the great hall. I heard that the Lu family had a monstrous genius in the past. His talent was even higher than Lu Yiming's, but he went missing. Could it be him? Qin Lu looked at Lu Yiping, her beautiful eyes flashing. She was as famous as Lu Yiming, Wang He, and Zhu Xingjun, and she was the only female among the four. She had heard of some of Lu Yiping's achievements in the past. However, so what if you've become a true saint? So what if you've comprehended the grand Tao of curses? Lu Yuchao continued walking towards Lu Yiping. Today, no one can protect you. Lu Yuchao's eyes were filled with killing intent. When Lu Yiping left the Lu family, he and his father had sent several groups of assassins to hunt down Lu Yiping. Who would have thought that after several hundred years, not only was Lu Yiping still alive, but he had also become a true saint. This time, no matter what, he couldn't let Lu Yiping leave this place alive. He was well aware of Lu Yiping's talent. If Lu Yiping was given another 10 million years, he would most likely become a true saint just like him. As Lu Yuchao said this, he suddenly sent a palm strike towards Lu Yiping. When Lu Yuchao's palm struck out, the power of a true saint roared out. The power of a true saint was different from that of a true saint. The power of a true saint was five-colored and filled with the might of a true saint. Within Lu Yuchao's true saint, the power of Grand Tao filled the sky. 1,132 Grand Taos. Seeing Lu Yuchao's power of Grand Tao, the Purple Firmament Holy King, Daluo Holy King, and Origin Essence Holy King were shocked. It was rare for a true saint to comprehend 1,000 Grand Taos. However, Lu Yuchao had comprehended 1,132 Grand Taos. Among them, there were 4 ultimate Grand Taos. I didn't expect Lu Yuchao to have comprehended 1,132 Grand Taos. Qin Lu said to her father, Qin Liang, no wonder Lu Yuchao has the confidence to challenge the patriarch's position. Qin Liang smiled and said, with brother Yuchao's strength, challenging the patriarch's position shouldn't be a problem. Then, he looked at Lu Yiping and said, this Lu Yiping, what a pity. Seeing Lu Yiping's palm strike coming towards him, Lu Yiping's expression was calm as he raised his palm to meet it. I won't be writing a new book this month. The new book will be postponed indefinitely. I'll start writing the Invincible Boss book first. Starting from April 5th, I'll resume 2 updates a day. Tomorrow, I'm at home, and I forgot to plug my laptop in. My laptop still has 2 hours of power left. I wonder if I can update a chapter tomorrow. If I don't update at 8 p.m. tomorrow, everyone doesn't have to wait. Everyone was stunned when they saw Lu Yiping raise his palm to meet Lu Yuchao's attack. This kid can't be thinking of taking on Lord Lu's attack as a sage, right? One of the Wang family's sages, Wang Lin, sneered. Everyone laughed at his words. Although sages were strong, they were nothing before a sage king. Lu Yiping wanted to block Lu Yuchao's attack as a sage? It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Suddenly, everyone froze. They saw Lu Yiping's palm strike and 5-colored light surged out. The intensity of the 5-colored light actually overshadowed Lu Yuchao's 5-colored light. Sage King's power. The Wang family's sage Wang Lin's expression changed greatly as he stuttered. Everyone's expression changed greatly. This Lu Yiping wasn't a sage, but a sage king. Lu Yuchao was also in disbelief. Which sage king in the chaos world didn't cultivate for 100 million years before breaking through to the sage king realm? However, Lu Yiping had only cultivated for a few million years. In just a few million years, Lu Yiping had actually become a sage king? Even Qin Liang, Qin Lu, and the others were shocked. Lu Yiming, who was being held captive by Lu Yiping, was even more shocked. He couldn't believe it. As for Lu Yu, her face was deathly pale and her eyes were filled with fear. She was so frightened that she almost fainted. Shortly after, Grand Daos rushed out from Lu Yiping's palm strike. Lu Youchao's 1,132 Grand Daos became sparse before Lu Yiping's Grand Daos. 2,000 Grand Daos. Holy King Origin Essence exclaimed when he saw Lu Yiping's Grand Daos. He had cultivated for nearly 200 million years and had only comprehended slightly over 900 Grand Daos. Lu Youchao's 1,132 Grand Daos was already shocking enough, but now, Lu Yiping had 2,000 Grand Daos. 9 Supreme Grand Daos. Moreover, among Lu Yiping's 2,000 Grand Daos, there were 9 Supreme Grand Daos: Fate, Time, Immortal, Devil, Karma, Reincarnation, Destruction, Creation, and the 5 Elements. Other than the Great Tao ranked first, Lu Yiping had actually succeeded in comprehending all of the other 9 Great Tao. Lu Youchao, Qin Liang, Daluo Sacred King, Hunyuan Sacred King, and Purple Firmament Sacred King were all stunned. The Chaos Realm had existed for hundreds of millions of years, and there seemed to only be 2 or 3 people who could comprehend 2,000 Great Daos at the Saint King Realm. Bang! Lu Yiping's palm energy and Lu Youchao's palm energy collided. Time and space turned upside down, the sun and moon sank, and the sky changed color as a terrifying force swept out. Retreat! Daluo Sacred King, Hunyuan Sacred King, Purple Firmament Sacred King, and the others cried out in alarm. At the same time, they protected their disciples and retreated in panic. The materials used to construct the Lu family's main hall were undoubtedly the strongest chaos-grade materials in the Chaos Realm. The Lu family's main hall was reinforced by the array formations set up by the experts of the main hall. But just as everyone retreated, they saw the Lu family's main hall being blasted away and reduced to dust in midair. As for Lu Youchao, he retreated again and again, knocking down countless buildings in the Lu family. Finally, he fell out of the Lu family's main hall and crashed into a mountain peak outside the city. The mountain peak crumbled. Rocks rolled down. The dust continued for a long time. Lu Jiqing, who followed behind Lu Yiping, was stunned when she saw this scene. The few Lu family ancestors who heard the commotion and came over were also stunned when they saw this scene from afar. Lu Yiping. Ancestor Snow looked at Lu Yiping and exclaimed in surprise. Lord Ancestor Snow. Lu Yiping nodded. Lord Flame Ancestor, save me. Lu Yiping suddenly cried out to the few Lu family ancestors who came over. Among the Lu family ancestors, an old man clad in scarlet flame battle armor stepped forward. He looked at Lu Yiping with unconcealable fear in his eyes. Although he had been a Saint King for longer than Lu Youchao, his strength was still slightly weaker than Lu Youchao's. Lu Yiping, we are all members of the Lu family. Why must we kill each other? Ancestor Lu Yongji stammered, release Yiping and Lu Yu first. Release them? Lu Yiping smiled indifferent. Back then, Lu Youchao and Lu Yiping sent people to kill me. Why didn't you ask Lu Youchao to let me go? Lu Yongji didn't know how to respond. Lu Yiping flicked his finger and Lu Yu, who was being carried over by Lu Yiping, exploded. Lu Yongji and the others watched Lu Yu explode into a mist of blood with an ugly expression. At this time, Lu Youchao flew out from the mountain rocks. Seeing his daughter exploding from Lu Yiping's finger, Lu Youchao's eyes were bloodshot. In a flicker, his fists punched out at Lu Yiping. As he punched at Lu Yiping, the auspicious cloud above Lu Youchao's head emitted a golden glow as his Saint King aura surged madly. Although Lu Youchao's auspicious cloud was less than 1 mu in size, it was already very close. Close to 100 million units of Saint King aura flowed out from his fists, turning into countless golden dragons that shot towards Lu Yiping. Watching Lu Youchao charging at him, Lu Yiping also summoned his auspicious cloud. In an instant, auspicious golden light illuminated the surroundings. When Lu Yongji, Ancestor Shui, Qin Liang, and the others saw the auspicious cloud above Lu Yiping's head, they were dumbfounded. Lu Yiping punched out with both fists. When Lu Yiping punched out with both fists, Lu Youchao felt a terrifying power that made his heart palpitate through the layers of space and pressed down on him. Once again, Lu Youchao was sent flying. This time, he smashed through a mountain peak and fell to the ground. The experts present sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Yongji, who had just advised Lu Yiping to release Lu Yiming and Lu Yu, felt his legs trembling uncontrollably. Lu Yiping looked at Lu Yiming, only to see the latter looking back at him with fear. It was as if he was scared speechless. However, Lu Yiping did not kill Lu Yiming immediately. Although Lu Yiming had just stepped into Saint King, he was still a Saint King. His Dao fruit would be of great use to his younger sister. Therefore, Lu Yiping sealed Lu Yiming's strength and threw him into the cauldron of heaven and earth for Jianshu to devour. After throwing Lu Yiming into the cauldron of heaven and earth, Lu Yiping took a step forward and arrived in front of Lu Yuchao. Lu Yuchao suddenly turned into a billion rays of sword qi, attacking Lu Yiping once again. Lu Yiping stood there, his hands moving. No matter how the sword qi attacked, as long as it came close to him, it would be deflected. When Lu Yiping finally deflected the last sword qi, Lu Yiping punched into the depths of the void. Lu Yuchao was sent flying out from the void. Then, Lu Yiping swung Mount Buzhou and sent Lu Yuchao flying. Lu Yuchao was sent flying, vomiting blood. Mount Buzhou! Qin Lu exclaimed. There were many Mount Buzhou stones in the Chaos world, and she had collected many of them. However, whether it was her or the other experts in the Chaos world, no one had been able to restore Mount Buzhou's vitality. After Lu Yiping sent Lu Yuchao flying, he took a step forward and arrived in front of Lu Yuchao, swinging Mount Buzhou out once more. Just like that, Lu Yiping swung Mount Buzhou continuously for several dozen times before stopping. Lu Yiping was born with the Fortune Jade Disc. His true identity will be introduced later. After Lu Yiping stopped, everyone looked at Lu Yuchao's injured body, and their faces twitched uncontrollably. After Lu Yuchao was struck by Mount Buzhou dozens of times, the Saint King weapon on his body had already shattered, his face was swollen like a pig's head, and many parts of his body were smashed into a bloody mess, his whole person was unrecognizable. Everyone looked at Lu Yiping with fear on their faces. Even the Purple Firmament Holy King, Origin Holy King, Grand Luo Holy King, Qin Liang, and the other Lu family's primal ancestors felt like their hearts were about to stop. Lu Yongji and the other Lu family's primal ancestors who were supporting Lu Yuchao had lost all thoughts of stopping Lu Yuchao. Among them, the strongest was only on par with Lu Yuchao. Lu Yiping brought Lu Yuchao, who had been tortured beyond recognition, before him. Lu Yiping, aren't you afraid that the solitary ancestor will be angry? Lu Yuchao glared at Lu Yiping, shocked and angry at the same time. The solitary ancestor was the Lu family's strongest primal ancestor. So what if he is angry? Lu Yiping's eyes were cold. Lu Yuchao was about to speak when Lu Yiping punched him in the chest, piercing through his heart. Lu Yuchao screamed in pain. Everyone's eyelids twitched. Lu Yiping sealed Lu Yuchao's strength and threw him into the cauldron of heaven and earth. Lu Yiping appeared in front of his younger sister, Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing's face was filled with shock. Clearly, she hadn't recovered from the scene of Lu Yiping torturing Lu Yuchao. Little sister, let's go. Lu Yiping said. Hearing Lu Yiping's familiar and warm voice, Lu Jiqing responded with an "oh." Then, she followed behind Lu Yiping with a dazed expression, leaving the scene. When Lu Yiping passed by Lu Yongji, he glanced at Lu Yongji. Lu Yongji's heart thumped wildly. But in the end, Lu Yiping didn't say anything. Watching Lu Yiping leave with Lu Jiqing, no one dared to stop them. It wasn't until a long time after Lu Yiping left that the scene returned to normal. What a pity. The head of the Qin clan, Qin Liang, sighed as he watched Lu Yiping's departing figure. He didn't know if it was because Lu Yiping hadn't been able to fight with Lu Yongji, or because of Lu Yuchao's fate. Let's go back. Lu's Lu, and Lu. Lu Yiping. And Lu Yiping. And Lu Yiping himself. Origin, Yong, and the ancestor. The Luluan, and the Luan's Lees, and the Lulu's Lu. Lulu's. Very quickly, the originally bustling Lu family main residence became quiet and desolate. When Lu Jiqing followed Lu Yiping back to her palace, her mind was still in a mess. She couldn't stop thinking about the scene where Lu Yuchao was beaten up by Lu Yiping. If you have anything to say, just ask. Lu Yiping smiled at Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing opened her mouth but shook her head. I just didn't expect Big Brother to break through to the Holy King realm so quickly. Lu Yiping smiled. I also just broke through to the Holy King realm not long ago. Just broke through? Lu Jiqing was stunned. Just broke through, and Qingyun's cultivation had reached 1 mu? Big Brother, Lu Pailan will be alerted about Lu Yuchao's matter. Lu Jiqing suddenly said with a worried face. Lu Pailan was Lu Youchao's biological brother. Although he had left the Lu manor for some years, he knew that Lu Youchao and Lu Yiming would definitely return. Don't worry, your big brother can deal with Lu Pailan. Lu Yiping smiled. Lu Jiqing was stunned. Big brother, you don't understand Lu Pailan's strength. Lu Pailan's Qingyun has already condensed 3 mu. Although Lu Youchao was also a Holy King realm expert, his Qingyun didn't even reach 1 mu. However, Lu Pailan's Qingyun had already condensed 3 mu, more than 3 times. Lu Pailan's strength was obviously more than 3 times Lu Youchao's. Lu Pailan's Qingyun was 3 times Lu Youchao's, but his battle strength was at least 10 times Lu Youchao's. Lu Yiping's Qingyun was only 1 mu. Hearing his sister say that Lu Pailan's Qingyun had already condensed 3 mu, Lu Yiping smiled. Don't worry, Lu Pailan can't beat me. Although his Qingyun was only 1 mu, after devouring Lu Youchao's Dao fruit, his Qingyun had grown to more than 1 mu. Is my old palace still there? Lu Yiping asked Lu Jiqing, changing the topic. Hearing Lu Yiping ask about her old palace, Lu Jiqing smiled. It's still there. I've been cleaning it every few days these past few years. Just like back then. Lu Yiping smiled. Is that so? Afterwards, Lu Jiqing brought Lu Yiping to Lu Yiping's old palace. Lu Yiping's palace was much grander than Lu Jiqing's. Lu Jiqing said, these past few years, Lu Yiming has coveted Big Brother's palace many times, wanting to arrange for his women to move in. Fortunately, Ancestor Shui stopped him. Then, she added, these past few years, if it wasn't for Ancestor Shui, I would have been killed by Lu Yiming and Lu Yu. Lu Yiping nodded and pushed open the palace's doors. What entered his eyes was a small stone pavilion with the word 1 carved on it. The word 1 was inscribed by his father. Looking at the word his father left on the stone pavilion, Lu Yiping asked, is there still no news from father and mother? Before Lu Yiping left the Lu family, his parents had gone to the outskirts of the universe and hadn't returned since. The outskirts of the universe have changed. The airflow is terrifying. Now, even Ancestor Shui and the others can't enter. Lu Jiqing said in a low voice. Lu Yiping didn't say anything. Then, he walked around his palace with his sister. Everything in the palace was still there, no different from what he remembered. Lu Yiping's heart warmed. He said to his sister, it's been hard on you these past few years. Lu Jiqing shook her head. It's not hard on me. It's Big Brother who has suffered outside. The two siblings chatted for a while. It was already late, so Lu Jiqing returned to her palace first. Lu Yiping returned to the stone pavilion, thinking about his parents. In the past, his parents had brought him back from the outskirts of the universe. When his parents brought him back to the Lu family, they said that his mother gave birth to him in the outskirts of the universe. However, many people in the Lu family believed that Lu Yiping wasn't his parents' child. In these past few years, Lu Yiping had merged with the Fortune Jade Disc. He felt that his identity wasn't simple. Therefore, he had to make a trip to the outskirts of the universe. Although his parents had gone missing for many years, he felt that they were still alive. If he could find his parents, he might be able to unravel the mystery of his birth. After staying in the stone pavilion for a while, Lu Yiping returned to his room. He threw Lu Yiming and Lu Youchao out, summoned the creation tree, and began to devour them. While Lu Yiping was devouring Lu Yiming and Lu Youchao with the creation tree, Lu Yongji and the other Lu family ancestors gathered together to discuss Lu Yiping. This Lu Yiping is too presumptuous. Lu Yongji's face was filled with anger. Does he have any regard for the Lu family's rules? Let's report this to the solitary ancestor. Another ancestor, Lu Feng, said solemnly. Yongji, can you still contact Brother Pailan? Lu family's progenitor Lu Bing suddenly asked Lu Yongji. Lu Yongji shook his head, no one can contact Brother Pailan now, but the news about the Lu family will spread soon. Brother Pailan will definitely come back when he hears the news. Lu Feng sneered, when Brother Pailan comes back, let's wait for a good show. After Holy King Primordial Chaos and the others left, the news of Lu Youchao and Lu Yiming spread quickly. Somewhere in the chaos world, an ordinary-looking gray-haired old man heard the discussion in the restaurant. His figure flashed, and he disappeared on the spot, rushing back to the Lu family. One night passed. Two Dao fruits appeared on the tree of achievement. One was white, and the other was yellow. The white one was very small, and it belonged to Lu Yiming. The yellow one belonged to Lu Yuchao. Although it was only the size of a fist, it contained the power of a holy king. It was far superior to the Imba race's holy lord and the ruler of the immortal world, Hao Tian. Lu Yiping killed Lu Yiming and Lu Yuchao with a finger force. He then took Lu Youchao's Dao fruit and began to refine it. Lu Youchao's Dao fruit turned into a torrential heat that flowed into his auspicious cloud and body. Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Lu Yiping finished refining Lu Youchao's Dao fruit, the auspicious cloud had expanded by half a circle, reaching 1.5 mu in size. Coming out from his room, Lu Yiping went to his sister Lu Jiqing's courtyard. Seeing Lu Jiqing practicing with the Jade Rainbow Sword, he couldn't help but smile. "You've been practicing with the Jade Rainbow Sword all these years?" Lu Jiqing smiled sweetly. "The Emerald Rainbow Sword was given to me by Big Brother. I've always kept it with me." Lu Yiping smiled and found a sword in the cauldron of heaven and earth. He passed it to Lu Jiqing. "You've already broken through to the heavenly venerable realm. The Emerald Rainbow Sword's grade is a little low." Lu Jiqing received the sword and asked in surprise, "Is this a saint artifact?" Lu Yiping smiled and said, "This is the sword that Big Brother obtained after killing the sacred master of the Een Bora race in the lower bound. Big Brother refined it again. You can use this sword in the future." Lu Jiqing smiled and said, "Thank you, Big Brother." Afterwards, Lu Yiping took out Lu Yiming's Dao fruit and showed it to Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing knew that the Dao fruit was too precious and wanted to refuse, but under Lu Yiping's insistence, she accepted it. After Lu Jiqing put away the Dao fruit, Ancestor Snow came over. When Ancestor Shui saw Lu Yiping again, he could not help but sigh. He had a good chat with Lu Yiping. In the Lu clan, aside from his parents and younger sister, Lu Yiping was closest to Matriarch Snow. He remembered that Matriarch Snow was his introductory spell formation teacher. Looking at Lu Yiping chatting with him, Ancestor Snow was gratified. He asked Lu Yiping about the outside world in the past few years. While chatting, Lu Yiping also asked Ancestor Snow about the current situation of the Chaos Realm. Lu Yiping frowned when he learned about the current situation in the Chaos Realm. The Chaos Realm was very big, so big that it was boundless. However, there were countless barbarian and demon tribes living around it. The demon tribes in the Chaos Realm had existed since the Desolate Era, or even before that. Ruled by the demon ancestor Rahu, they were very strong, far stronger than the lower world's demons. The barbarian race's ancestor was no less powerful than Rahu. He was also one of the Khanate demon gods, someone who had existed since before the creation of the world. The barbarian and demon tribes often wreaked havoc in the Chaos Realm. In recent years, the barbarian and demon tribes had joined hands, causing the Chaos Realm to be unstable. "The King of Chaos doesn't care?" Lu Yiping asked. The master of the Chaos Realm was called Longqing, one of the Khanate demon gods. He'd once received guidance from Pangu and was now in charge of the Chaos Realm. Ancestor Snow shook his head. "I've heard that Lord Longqing has been in seclusion for many years. His disciples have been in charge of the Chaos Realm for the past few million years." Then he said, "His disciples only know how to fight for power and enjoy. They turn a blind eye to the matters of the barbarian race and the demon race." His words were filled with dissatisfaction with Longqing's disciples. In fact, many patriarchs and patriarchs are dissatisfied with Lord Longqing's disciples, but they don't dare say it out loud for Lord Longqing's sake. Ancestor Snow continued, "Lord Longqing's disciples are fine, but his grand disciples are even worse. They're all bullies." Lu Yiping asked, "What about Uncle Yi?" "Uncle Yi?" Ancestor Snow was puzzled. Lu Yiping reacted. "Lord Wuchen." Ancestor Snow explained, "Lord Wuchen hasn't appeared in many years. Some say he's gone looking for the World Carver Divine Axe. He's not in the Chaos Realm right now." "What? The World Carver Divine Axe?" Lu Yiping exclaimed. Ancestor Snow nodded. "Yes, but no one knows for sure. Lord Wuchen shouldn't be in the Chaos Realm right now. But the World Carver Divine Axe belongs to Lord Pangu. How can it be so easily subdued?" Lu Yiping nodded. "The World Carver Divine Axe, he thought inwardly. In the lower realms, he'd also been looking for news about the World Carver Divine Axe and the Earthsplitter Chisel. Ancestor Snow, have you heard of the Chaos Realm's Jade Disc of Fortune? Lu Yiping asked. Jade Disc of Fortune? Ancestor Snow pondered. I've heard that Lord Longqing has been in seclusion all these years because he obtained a Jade Disc of Fortune. He's been refining it. Longqing has the Jade Disc of Fortune? Lu Yiping was taken aback. Ancestor Snow said, I'm very sure about this. However, you can go and see Pengdong Yuan of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. It's said that Lord Longqing obtained the Jade Disc of Fortune from Pengdong Yuan. The Eternal Chamber of Commerce was the largest chamber of commerce in the Chaos Realm. Pengdong Yuan was its president. Pengdong Yuan. Lu Yiping noted it down. Yiping, how do you plan to deal with Lu Yuchao and Lu Yiming? Ancestor Snow hesitated for a moment before asking. Lu Yiping said, I've already killed the two of them. Killed? Ancestor Snow was shocked. Lu Yiping grunted. This. Ancestor Snow couldn't digest the news. Lu Jiqing's eyes widened when she heard that Lu Yiping had killed Lu Yuchao and Lu Yiming. You're too reckless. Ancestor Snow's face was bitter. He didn't know what to say. He wanted to reprimand Lu Yiping, but Lu Yiping wasn't someone he could reprimand. The news of you capturing Lu Yiming and Lu Yuchao spread like wildfire. Maybe Lu Yongji already knows about it. Ancestor Snow said, if you didn't kill them, there's still room to turn things around. Now that you've killed them, what should we do? He paced back and forth anxiously. Don't worry, Ancestor Snow. Lu Yiping is still not my match. Lu Yiping said. Ancestor Snow stopped and looked at Lu Yiping in astonishment. You're confident? Lu Yiping said, 70 to 80%. Ancestor Snow looked at Lu Yiping for a while. After confirming that Lu Yiping wasn't joking, he relaxed. A while later, Ancestor Snow left. After Ancestor Snow left, Lu Yiping left the Lu residence and flew to the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's headquarters. The Eternal Chamber of Commerce's headquarters was quite a distance away from the Lu family's main residence, but to Lu Yiping, it was only half a day's journey. With Lu Yiping flying at full speed, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's headquarters came into view in half a day's time. The Eternal Chamber of Commerce's headquarters was grand and magnificent, with rows upon rows of palaces densely packed together. It was probably as big as a supercontinent in the lower realm. When Lu Yiping arrived at the entrance of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's headquarters, he was stopped by the patrolling disciples of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. Lu Yiping didn't hide his identity and said that he wanted to see Pengdong Yuan. When the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's disciples learned of Lu Yiping's identity, they jumped in fright and hurriedly bowed in greeting before turning around to report to their president Pengdong Yuan. At this time, inside the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's headquarters, Pengdong Yuan was receiving two young men. These two young men's identities were not simple. They were the King of Chaos's grand disciples. Qin Delan looked at the decorations inside the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's main hall and smiled at Pengdong Yuan. President Peng really knows how to enjoy life. Compared to the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's main hall, our residence is like a dirt nest. Chao Ning laughed. Who doesn't know that President Peng is the Chaos World's wealthiest lord? Pengdong Yuan smiled modestly. How can my little bit of money compare to the King of Chaos? Not to mention the King of Chaos, even Lord Wuchen is richer than me. Qin Delan smiled. The Thousand Dragons Tavern's business is really good. Then, he half-jokingly said, I heard that President Peng has a good relationship with Lord Wuchen. Why don't you talk to Lord Wuchen? We also want to invest in the Thousand Dragons Tavern. Pengdong Yuan paused for a moment, but his smile remained the same. You two must be joking. My relationship with Lord Wuchen is only SOSO. The rumors outside cannot be trusted. Chao Ning did not continue on this topic, saying, President Peng, we won't beat around the bush with you. We're here for the Grand Mist Aura. We know that you have some Grand Mist Aura, you can name the price. Pengdong Yuan's smile disappeared as he looked at Qin Delan and Chao Ning, saying, I believe both of you know how precious the Grand Mist Aura is. It took me a lot of effort to collect it. To be honest, I don't have much on me right now. I only have 3,000 plus strands of primordial aura, which is only enough for me to cultivate for a few dozen years. Therefore, I will not sell them. Chao Ning smiled and said, President Peng, you don't have to reject us so quickly. Let's see what we brought. He took out a golden jade box and opened the restriction on the jade box. Inside the jade box was a small bucket of golden liquid. It glowed with a golden light and was somewhat viscous. It emitted a strange fragrance, and even the layers of space were unable to block this fragrance. Peng Dongyuan's eyes burned with desire. Golden spirit jade liquid. The golden spirit jade liquid was a connate item. Even for a Saint King realm master, it was a great tonic. It was no wonder that Peng Dongyuan's eyes were burning. Chen Delin smiled and said, although the Grand Mist Aura is a treasure, the golden spirit jade liquid is also a rare treasure. These innate treasures are becoming less and less used after splitting open the heavens. President Peng, what do you think? Peng Dongyuan retracted his gaze and shook his head. I'm sorry, I'm not exchanging. Chen Delin and Chao Ning's smiles froze. Although this golden spirit jade liquid is also a rare treasure and is very useful to me, it's still lacking compared to the Grand Mist Aura. Moreover, the amount of golden spirit jade liquid you brought is too little. You want to exchange this small bucket for more than 3,000 strands of Grand Mist Aura? Peng Dongyuan said. Chao Ning pondered for a moment, then said, in that case, we'll exchange for 1,000 strands of Grand Mist Aura. Peng Dongyuan shook his head without hesitation, not even 1,000 strands of Grand Mist Aura. Chen Delin's face sank at Peng Dongyuan's words. President Peng, you won't even give us this little face? Peng Dongyuan glanced at Chen Delin and smiled. This is not a matter of face or not. If the Eternal Chamber of Commerce was all about face, it would have closed down a long time ago. Chao Ning stared at Peng Dongyuan, smiling. President Peng, how many strands of Grand Mist Aura do you think we can exchange for? Peng Dongyuan smiled. Since the two of you insist on exchanging for Grand Mist Aura, then for Lord Longqing's sake, I can exchange for 200 strands of Grand Mist Aura. 200 strands. Chen Delin and Chao Ning's faces turned ugly at Peng Dongyuan's offer. Initially, they had planned to exchange for 500 strands of Grand Mist Aura, but now Peng Dongyuan was only offering them 200 strands. At this time, an Eternal Chamber of Commerce expert strode into the hall, reporting to Peng Dongyuan, Lord President, outside, Lu family's Lord Lu Yiping wishes to see you, saying he wants to discuss business with you. Lu family's Lu Yiping? Peng Dongyuan was astonished. Chen Delin and Chao Ning also stopped in their tracks. Although the Lu family's sacred assembly had happened not long ago, Peng Dongyuan, Chen Delin, and Chao Ning had already heard about it. Invite him in, Peng Dongyuan said after regaining his senses. But just as the Eternal Chamber of Commerce expert was about to leave, Peng Dongyuan called out, no need, I'll go personally. With Lu Yiping's current strength, it was worth it for Peng Dongyuan to personally go out and invite him. Chen Delin and Chao Ning, however, remained seated. When Peng Dongyuan arrived at the Chamber of Commerce's main entrance, he saw Lu Yiping in his blue robe. Peng Dongyuan exchanged some pleasantries with Lu Yiping before inviting Lu Yiping into the Chamber of Commerce's main hall. Inside the main hall, Peng Dongyuan introduced Lu Yiping to Chen Delin and Chao Ning. Chen Delin and Chao Ning did not stand up, merely nodding at Lu Yiping as a form of greeting. Lu Yiping's expression was indifferent towards the two of them. After taking a seat, Peng Dongyuan asked Lu Yiping, I heard from my subordinates that fellow Daoist Yiping wants to discuss business with me? Lu Yiping nodded, then glanced at Chen Delin and Chao Ning. Peng Dongyuan smiled, fellow Daoist Yiping, please speak your mind. I heard that Lord Longqing obtained a fortune jade disc from President Peng? Lu Yiping asked without hesitation. Peng Dongyuan was stunned. Chen Delin and Chao Ning stared at Lu Yiping. The three of them did not expect Lu Yiping to be here for the fortune jade disc. Peng Dongyuan pondered for a moment, then said, there is indeed such a matter. Since this matter had already spread, he had nothing to hide. Fellow Daoist Yiping is here for the fortune jade disc? However, I only have one fortune jade disc in my possession. I want to know where President Peng found the fortune jade disc in the past. Lu Yiping asked, then added, as long as President Peng tells me the details of how you found the fortune jade disc, I will give you 10,000 strands of Grand Mist Aura. 10,000 strands of Grand Mist Aura. Peng Dongyuan, Chen Delin, and Chao Ning exclaimed in unison. That's right. Lu Yiping said. A bright light flashed around his body, and grand mist aura coiled around him. There were exactly 10,000 strands of grand mist aura. Currently, Xianxia was producing tens of millions of strands of grand mist aura every day. These 10,000 strands of grand mist aura were just a hair from 9 oxen to Xianxia. Peng Dongyuan, Chen Delin, and Chao Ning were stupefied when they saw the 10,000 strands of grand mist aura around Lu Yiping. Are you serious? Peng Dongyuan asked without hesitation, implying that if he told Lu Yiping about the fortune jade disc, Lu Yiping would give him the 10,000 strands of grand mist aura. Of course. Lu Yiping smiled. Wait. Chen Delin and Chao Ning hurriedly stood up and stopped Huang Xiaolong. Chen Delin and Chao Ning stared fixedly at the 10,000 strands of grand mist aura around Lu Yiping. Brother Lu, we have some golden spirit jade fluid in our hands, we want to exchange for the grand mist aura. Chao Ning said, then opened the jade box's restriction and took out the bucket of golden spirit jade fluid. Peng Dongyuan's face darkened when he saw Chen Delin and Chao Ning's sudden interruption. Lu Yiping glanced at the bucket of golden spirit jade fluid in Chao Ning's hand, not exchanging. Chao Ning was stunned by Lu Yiping's direct rejection. Chao Ning was about to say something when Chen Delin glanced at Chao Ning's sleeve and shook his head. Lu Yiping ignored the two's little actions and looked at Peng Dongyuan. President Peng, what do you think? Peng Dongyuan smiled, of course. Then, using his soul force, he recorded everything he knew into a communication talisman and passed it to Lu Yiping, smiling, Brother Yiping, I've recorded everything I know in this talisman, take a look. Even the way he addressed Lu Yiping had changed. Lu Yiping received the communication talisman and scanned it with his soul force. He glanced at Peng Dongyuan, then flicked his finger. The 10,000 strands of grand mist aura flew out and landed in front of Peng Dongyuan. Even though Peng Dongyuan was the president of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, looking at the 10,000 strands of grand mist aura in front of him, his breathing became irregular. He carefully put away the 10,000 strands of primordial aura. He, who had always been calm and collected, couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he put them away. After putting away the 10,000 strands of grand mist aura, Peng Dongyuan looked at Lu Yiping with a much more sincere smile. Brother Yiping, it's rare for you to come here. Is there anything else you need? As long as the Eternal Chamber of Commerce has something, I'll give you a 10% discount. Lu Yiping smiled. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. He knew that there were many Buzhou mountain stones in the Chaos Realm. The Eternal Chamber of Commerce was the largest chamber of commerce in the Chaos Realm, so they should have Buzhou mountain stones. After learning that Lu Yiping wanted to buy Buzhou mountain stones, Peng Dongyuan was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, Our Chamber of Commerce does indeed have a lot of Buzhou mountain stones, and quite a lot of them. Then he had people bring all the stones over. Just as Peng Dongyuan said, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce did have a lot of Buzhou mountain stones. When piled up together, they reached several tens of thousands of meters high. Peng Dongyuan smiled at Lu Yiping. Brother Yiping, although these Buzhou mountain stones can't restore vitality, you also know that the Buzhou mountain's origin is extraordinary. Therefore, these Buzhou mountain stones are not cheap. 10,000 strands of grand mist aura. Lu Yiping suddenly said. 10,000 strands of grand mist aura. Peng Dongyuan, Chen Delin, Chao Ning, and the others were dumbfounded. Peng Dongyuan was ecstatic, and he asked in disbelief, Brother, did you just say 10,000 strands of grand mist aura? That's right, 10,000 strands of grand mist aura for these Buzhou mountain stones. Lu Yiping said. Good deal. Peng Dongyuan was afraid that Lu Yiping would regret his decision, so he slapped his thigh with a smile. Thus, Lu Yiping gave Peng Dongyuan another 10,000 strands of grand mist aura in exchange for these Buzhou mountain stones. Peng Dongyuan's heart bloomed with joy after receiving the 10,000 strands of grand mist aura. He looked at Lu Yiping, and the smile on his face widened. Is there anything else Brother Yiping needs? As long as our Eternal Chamber of Commerce has something, I can give you an 5% discount. Lu Yiping smiled at Peng Dongyuan's words. Does your Eternal Chamber of Commerce have Spring of Life? Peng Dongyuan's smile stiffened, and he shook his head wryly. Our Chamber of Commerce has something like the Spring of Life, but we only have several hundred drops. He then added, however, we have Fruits of Life. Does Brother Yiping need them? Lu Yiping shook his head. I don't need Fruits of Life. Fruits of Life were useless to him. After chatting for a while, Lu Yiping said his goodbyes and left. However, just as Lu Yiping was about to leave, Chao Ning reached out and stopped Lu Yiping. Chao Ning smiled. It seems like Brother Yiping has a lot of Grand Mist aura on you. If we leak out the fact that you have a lot of Grand Mist aura on you, how do you think people will react? His words were laced with threat. Lu Yiping's eyes turned cold. Chen Delin smiled. We don't need much, just 20,000 strands of Grand Mist aura. Brother Yiping can easily take out 20,000 strands of Grand Mist aura. 20,000 strands of Grand Mist aura shouldn't be much to you, right? As long as you give us 20,000 strands of Grand Mist aura, we can keep your secret. Peng Dongyuan looked at Chen Delin and Chao Ning with a frown. The two of you. Peng Dongyuan was about to speak when Chao Ning interrupted. President Peng, this matter has nothing to do with you. I advise you to mind your own business. Peng Dongyuan's face sank, looking at Chao Ning. Chao Ning, even your master doesn't dare to speak to me like this. Chao Ning looked at Peng Dongyuan and chuckled. My master is my master, and I am me. Lu Yiping looked at Chen Delin and Chao Ning. Indifferent, believe it or not, I can slap both of you to death with one palm right now. Chao Ning and Chen Delin were stunned. Slap us to death with one palm? Chen Delin laughed loudly. Lu Yiping, you're making me scared. He didn't put Lu Yiping's words to heart. His master ancestor was the king of chaos, the overlord of the chaos world. In the chaos world, who dared to touch him, not to mention Lu Yiping, even Peng Dongyuan, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's president, had to be courteous in front of him. However, just as Chen Delin's words fell, Lu Yiping's hand reached out and grabbed Chen Delin's neck, lifting him in front of him. When Chen Delin was lifted up by Lu Yiping, he felt as if his throat was about to be crushed by Lu Yiping. Shocked and angry, he suddenly punched at Lu Yiping. You're courting death. Lu Yiping raised his hand and caught Chen Delin's fist, then twisted it 360 degrees. Just like how he dealt with Lu Yiping used the Grand Tao of Curses. Chen Delin screamed in pain, the blood drained from his face. Chao Ning's face tightened, he didn't expect Lu Yiping to really hit him. Lu Yiping tightened his grip on Chen Delin's neck, throwing Chen Delin out. Chen Delin tumbled to a corner of the hall. Don't think that just because your master ancestor is Longqing, no one dares to touch you. Lu Yiping's voice was frigid. If there's a next time, die. Then, he strode away. Chen Delin, who was thrown to a corner of the hall, was helped up by Chao Ning. Both of them watched Lu Yiping's back as he left, not daring to say anything. However, Chen Delin's eyes were filled with resentment as he held the hand that was twisted around. After Lu Yiping left, Chen Delin turned to look at Peng Dongyuan. His tone wasn't very pleasant. President Peng, why didn't you stop that surnamed Lu when he attacked me? When Peng Dongyuan heard that Chen Delin's hand was broken by Lu Yiping, he couldn't help but laugh in anger. Kid, according to what you're saying, if you lose a single hair, won't you blame it on me? Even the way he addressed Huang Xiaolong had changed to brat. Chen Delin's eyes burned with anger when he heard Peng Dongyuan calling him a brat. Peng Dongyuan, my ancestor is the Chaos World's king. Everyone in the Chaos World is my ancestor's slave. Including Lu Yiping. That Lu Yiping dared to break my hand, I will definitely destroy him, and the Lu family. Chen Delin roared in anger the more he spoke. Peng Dongyuan's face darkened when he heard Chen Delin say that everyone in the Chaos World was the Chaos World's king's slave. Although the Chaos World's king Longqing was in charge of the Chaos World, he was only in charge of the Chaos World, nothing more. He clenched his fists, wishing he could smash Chen Delin's mouth to pieces, but he restrained himself in the end. He called out to the door, send the guests out. An expert from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce walked in and gestured for Chen Delin and Chao Ning to leave. Chao Ning said to Peng Dongyuan, my junior brother was injured at your Eternal Chamber of Commerce's headquarters. You cannot shirk responsibility for this matter. And then? Peng Dongyuan seemed to have guessed what Chao Ning wanted to say. As expected, Chao Ning continued, give us 10,000 Grand Mist aura strands, and we'll let this matter rest. Or else. Peng Dongyuan chuckled at Chao Ning's blackmail. He had always believed that peace breeds wealth, and it had been many years since he lost his temper. Or else? Peng Dongyuan looked at Chao Ning and Chao Ning. Or else, we'll go back and report to our master that you didn't stop Lu Yiping on purpose. Chao Ning said. Peng Dongyuan stared at the two of them. His gaze was so intense that it made Chao Ning and Chen Delan's hair stand. Scram. After a while, Peng Dongyuan slowly said, "I'll give you 10 seconds to disappear from my sight. If you don't disappear from my sight after 10 seconds, I'll cripple you." Peng Dongyuan's voice was emotionless. Both Chen Delan and Chao Ning wanted to say some harsh words, but sensing Peng Dongyuan's murderous aura, they left resentfully. When they left the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's headquarters, the two of them were somewhat flustered. After sending Chen Delan and Chao Ning away, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's expert returned to Peng Dongyuan and complained, Chief, Chen Delan and Chao Ning's heads must be stuck between a metal wall. They actually dared to threaten and extort you." Indifferent, Peng Dongyuan said, "Relying on the fact that their Grandmaster is the King of Chaos, they think that the entire Chaos world belongs to their Grandmaster. They have always been arrogant. What is there that they don't dare to do?" The Eternal Chamber of Commerce's expert was a little worried, but, if they go back and report to their master that Lu Yiping made a move, Chief, you deliberately did not stop them, with their master's protective nature, I'm afraid it will be troublesome. So what if it's troublesome? Peng Dongyuan said nonchalantly, even Lu Yiping isn't afraid, do you think my Eternal Chamber of Commerce is? After leaving the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's headquarters, Lu Yiping headed back to the Lu family. Just as Lu Yiping was about to reach the Lu family's residence, a gray-haired old man appeared in the air above the Lu family's residence. The gray-haired old man was dressed in ordinary clothes, and there wasn't the slightest trace of vitality on his body. On the contrary, he exuded a terrifying aura of death, as if he had crawled out from a prison of death. When the gray-haired old man arrived, he did not conceal his aura, alerting the Lu family's experts. Lu Yongji, Lu Bing, Lu Feng, Ancestor Snow, and the rest of the Lu family's primal ancestors appeared in the air. When they saw the gray-haired old man, Lu Yongji and Lu Feng exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Brother Pailan." The gray-haired old man was none other than Lu Pailan, who had rushed back after hearing about Lu Youchao's death. Lu Pailan's gaze swept over Lu Yongji, Lu Bing, Lu Feng, and the others. His eyes were the same as his clothes, gray-white in color. There was an indescribable strangeness in his eyes, causing Lu Yongji, Lu Feng, and the others' hearts to pound. "Where's Lu Yiping?" Lu Pailan asked. His voice was calm, but it was laced with a bone-chilling intent. "Lu Yiping went out this morning." Lu Yongji hurried to answer. "He went out." Lu Pailan remained expressionless. "Yes, I think he went to the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's headquarters," Lu Yongji said. Lu Pailan suddenly asked, "Were you there when my little brother got into trouble?" Lu Yongji, Lu Feng, and the others stammered, not knowing how to answer. "Humph." Lu Pailan snorted coldly. His voice rumbled like thunder, shaking the entire Lu family's headquarters. Lu Yongji, Lu Feng, and the others who were close to him felt their souls tremble. Lu Yongji, Lu Feng, and Ancestor Snow retreated several steps, looking at Lu Pailan in shock. After so many years, Lu Pailan's strength had grown even more terrifying. "Since Lu Yiping isn't here, I remember that he has a younger sister, right?" Lu Pailan asked. Lu Yongji's voice tightened. "He does have a younger sister called Lu Jiqing. I'll have someone bring her over." With that said, he ordered his subordinates to bring Lu Jiqing out. Seeing this, Ancestor Snow said to Lu Pailan, "Lu Jiqing is just a heavenly venerable. As a Holy King realm expert, why do you have to make things difficult for a Heavenly Venerable's junior? If this matter spreads out, people will only say that you're bullying the weak." Lu Pailan suddenly raised his hand, striking out with his palm. Death Chi roiled, and his Holy King realm aura surged towards Ancestor Snow. Ancestor Snow was alarmed. He retaliated with all his strength, but Ancestor Snow was still sent flying by Lu Pailan's palm. Ancestor Snow crashed into the ground some distance away, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yongji, Lu Feng, and the others were shocked. Indifferent, Lu Pailan looked at Ancestor Snow. "I know you treat Lu Yiping like half a son, but no matter who it is, if anyone dares to stop me, don't blame me for being ruthless." At this time, Lu Jiqing was brought out from the courtyard by Lu Yongji's disciples. Lu Pailan pointed a finger at Lu Jiqing, sending her flying. Ancestor Snow couldn't stop her in time. Lu Jiqing crashed to the ground, her body covered in blood. She was on the verge of death. Don't worry, I won't kill you so quickly. Lu Pailan looked at Lu Jiqing expressionlessly. When your big brother comes back, I'll kill you with my own hands. I'll let Lu Yiping know that there are some people he can't touch. Half an hour later. When Lu Yongji learned that Lu Yiping had entered the Lu family's territory, he informed Lu Pailan. Lu Pailan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the horizon. Soon, a blue-robed figure appeared on the horizon. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the afterglow of the sun shone on the earth. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yiping arrived in front of everyone. Lu Yiping's gaze turned frosty when he saw his sister lying on the ground on the verge of death. Lu Yiping, where's my brother? Lu Pailan looked at Lu Yiping with an expressionless face. Release my brother, Yiming. He didn't know that Lu Yuchao and Lu Yiming had already turned into Dao fruits. Lu Yiping did not answer. Instead, he strode towards his younger sister. However, just as Lu Yiping was about to reach Lu Jiqing, Lu Pailan suddenly punched out. It was a simple punch. Heaven and earth changed color. Lu Yongji, Lu Feng, and the others retreated in fear of being hit by Lu Pailan's power. Lu Yiping did not even look at Lu Pailan's attack. Instead, he countered with a punch. Rumble, their fists collided. Lu Pailan staggered several steps back from the impact. Lu Yiping, on the other hand, did not stop as he walked towards his sister, Lu Jiqing. What? Seeing this result, Lu Yongji, Ancestor Snow, and the others were dumbfounded. Even Lu Pailan found it hard to believe. Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud was only 1 mu in size, equivalent to 100 million Battle Saint King's energy. Lu Pailan had 300 million Battle Saint King's energy, yet he was actually at a disadvantage. Lu Yiping came to his younger sister's side, took out 10 drops of Spring of Life, and fed them to her. Spring of Life. When Lu Yongji and the others saw that Lu Yiping had actually given a heaven-splitting treasure like the Spring of Life to an Empyrean, they felt their hearts ache. Normally, even if they were injured, they wouldn't be willing to consume the Spring of Life. Giving it to an Empyrean to consume was simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. After swallowing the 10 drops of Spring of Life, Lu Jiqing's pale face gradually regained some color, and her breathing stabilized. Lu Yiping saw that his sister's injuries were stable, so he had his sister retreat to the side. He turned around and stared at Lu Pailan. Then, he walked towards Lu Pailan. Lu Yuchao and Lu Yiming were killed by me. Lu Yongji, Lu Bing, Lu Feng, and the others shuddered. Lu Yuchao was dead? Hearing this, Lu Pailan roared at the sky. His ash-gray eyes stared fixedly at Lu Yiping. Impossible. You're lying. Then, he attacked Lu Yiping in a frenzy. When Lu Pailan attacked madly, the 3 mu of auspicious clouds above his head blossomed with golden light. The Saint Ruler Qi was like a waterfall, constantly roaring and churning. When Lu Pailan punched out with both fists, the power of 300 million Saint Kings poured out wildly. At the same time, the power of the great path that he had comprehended blasted towards Lu Yiping. Although he had not comprehended as many great Daos as Lu Yiping, he had also comprehended more than 1,500 great Daos. 1,500. Lu Yongji and the others were shocked. When Lu Pailan left the Lu clan back then, he had only comprehended 1,300 great Daos. Ancestor Shui was shocked to see that Lu Yiping had comprehended more than 1,500 Grand Dao. Although Lu Yiping had comprehended 2,000 Grand Dao, he only had 100 million units of Saint Monarch force. If they really fought, the loser would still be Lu Yiping. Looking at Lu Pailan charging at him, Lu Yiping's eyes turned cold. Auspicious clouds gathered above his head, and Saint King power surged. 1 mu and a half. Lu Yongji, Ancestor Shui, and the others were dumbfounded when they saw that Lu Yiping's auspicious clouds were actually 1 mu and a half instead of 1 mu. Earlier, when Lu Yiping and Lu Yuchao fought, the auspicious clouds were clearly 1 mu, so how did it suddenly become 1 mu and a half? Some of the Lu clan's grand elders even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. Before everyone's astonishment, Lu Yiping punched out with both fists, meeting Lu Pailan's fist force. The power of great Daos roared. This time it was not 2,000 Grand Dao. Instead, 2,900 Grand Dao. Lu Yongji, Lu Feng, and the others were stupefied when they saw Lu Yiping's Grand Dao. Their faces were filled with shock, and even shock. This was because no one in the Chaos world had ever comprehended 2,900 Grand Dao while in the Saint King realm. Forget 2,900 Grand Dao, even 2,800 Grand Dao had never been comprehended before. Lu Pailan's eyes also widened in disbelief. One had to know that when the King of Chaos Longqing was in the Saint King realm, he had only comprehended 2,700 Grand Dao. Rumble, Lu Pailan felt a terrifying force hit him, and he was sent flying, crashing through countless buildings in the Lu clan's residence before being buried under layers of rubble. Lu Yongji and the others stared at Lu Pailan in shock. One had 100 and 500 million Battle Saint King energy, while the other had 300 million Battle Saint King energy. Yet, Lu Pailan, who had 300 million Battle Saint King energy, was sent flying. Lu Yiping's expression remained the same as he walked towards Lu Pailan. Just as Lu Yiping was walking towards Lu Pailan, the rubble suddenly exploded, and a figure soared into the air, arriving in front of Lu Yiping in the blink of an eye. It was none other than Lu Pailan. A sharp spike had appeared in Lu Pailan's hand, and he aimed it at Lu Yiping's chest. Looking at the strange dark green Dao patterns on the spike, Ancestor Shui exclaimed, "Soul Crusher Spike." "What, Soul Crusher Spike? Isn't that the Devil Race's supreme treasure?" The Soul Crusher Spike was a Chaos-grade supreme treasure. Even a Holy King's soul would be sucked away by this spike. However, this Soul Crusher Spike was the Devil Race's supreme treasure, so why was it in Lu Pailan's hands? The Soul Crusher Spike pierced Lu Yiping's chest in an instant. Seeing that the Soul Crusher Spike had pierced Lu Yiping's chest, Lu Pailan's smile turned sinister. "Lu Yiping, you've been hit by the Soul Crusher Spike. Now, even a Dao Ancestor won't be able to save you." Above Holy King was the Dao Ancestor. "Is that so?" Lu Yiping looked at Lu Pailan's sinister smile and said indifferently. Lu Pailan was stunned when he saw Lu Yiping's calm expression. Lu Yongji, Ancestor Shui, and the others were also stunned. In the next moment, they noticed that Dao patterns had appeared on the surface of Lu Yiping's body. These Dao patterns were tightly linked together, forming an unbreakable defensive barrier. Therefore, the Soul Crusher Spike did not pierce Lu Yiping's body at all, but pierced the defensive barrier instead. Lu Pailan looked at the Dao pattern barrier in bewilderment. Heaven opening grade cultivation technique? After all, only a heaven opening grade cultivation technique could block the Soul Crusher Spike. Lu Pailan's guess was right, it was the immortal Skywood art that blocked the Soul Crusher Spike. Although Lu Yiping's immortal Skywood art had not reached the 49th stage, it was more than enough to block the attack of a low-level Holy King like Lu Pailan. That's right, a heaven-opening grade cultivation technique. As Lu Yiping's words fell, a towering golden bell appeared above his head. Above the golden bell, the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers flowed. Then, a deafening bell sound reverberated through heaven and earth. Horrifying sound waves swept out, shocking Lu Pailan. He wanted to flee, but he was still a step too slow, and was instantly engulfed by the terrifying sound waves. The divine armor on Lu Pailan's body exploded in an instant, crashing into the horizon. Just as Lu Pailan crashed into the horizon, the Bell of Chaos fell from the sky, slamming down. Bang! When the Bell of Chaos fell on Lu Pailan, the ground shook for tens of thousands of li sand and dust flew into the air, covering the sky as far as everyone could see. The sun was blocked by the sand and dust, and the world turned gray. Even from tens of thousands of li away, everyone could feel the Bell of Chaos's unparalleled destructive power. In the Lu family's territory, every expert's ears buzzed, and all of them turned pale with fright as they looked at the towering bell covering the earth. Lu Yongji, Lu Bing, and the others felt their legs go weak. Lu Yiping took a step forward, arriving in the air above the Bell of Chaos. Then, he descended, landing on top of the Bell of Chaos cauldron. He channeled all of his strength into the Bell of Chaos from his feet. Immediately, the Bell of Chaos slammed into the ground. The ground covered by the Bell of Chaos instantly sank. Earth, wind, water, and fire spewed out from the ground. Inside the Bell of Chaos, a deafening chime reverberated for a long time. Destructive energy swirled inside the Bell of Chaos. Lu Pailan, who was trapped inside the Bell of Chaos, was sent flying back and forth. By the time Lu Yiping controlled the Bell of Chaos to fly up, the ground covered by the Bell of Chaos had completely disappeared. Only waves of terrifying energy remained, and only the earth, wind, water, and fire could be seen rushing back and forth. At the center of the energy waves lay a gray-haired old man, Lu Pailan. At this time, Lu Pailan was lying in the center of the energy waves, on the verge of death. Not a single part of his body was intact. His mouth, nose, ears, and eyes were all covered in blood. Lu Yongji, Lu Feng, and the rest paled seeing Lu Pailan's miserable state. Their eyes were filled with uncontrollable fear as they looked at Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping walked up to Lu Pailan. The dying Lu Pailan struggled to open his eyes, looking at Lu Yiping, his voice weak. "Surnamed Lu, I am now under the demon ancestor Rahu. If I die, the Lord Demon Ancestor will come looking for you." Demon Ancestor Rahu. Lu Yongji, Lu Feng, and the rest paled. The Demon Ancestor Rahu was an existence that surpassed the Saint King realm. Even the King of Chaos, Longqing, was extremely wary of him. At the same time, Lu Yongji, Lu Feng, and the rest glared at Lu Pailan. The human race, devil race, and barbarian race had always been like fire and water. Countless human experts had died in the demon ancestors' hands. Even the Lu family's grand elders and elders were killed by the devil race. Now, Lu Pailan had actually submitted to the devil race. Lu Yiping reached out and grabbed the thorn of soul crusher that had fallen to the ground. Lu Pailan looked at the soul crusher thorn and grinned. "This soul crusher thorn was bestowed to me by the Lord Demon Ancestor." Although he did not say it, it was clear how important the demon ancestor Rahu was, otherwise, he wouldn't have bestowed the soul crusher thorn. Lu Yiping waved his hand, sending the soul crusher thorn straight into Lu Pailan's chest. Lu Pailan let out a blood-curdling scream as he stared at the soul crusher thorn in his chest in fear. Then, he glared at Lu Yiping and laughed maniacally. "Lu Yiping, even if I die, you'll come down to accompany me soon. Lord Devil Ancestor will extract your soul and shatter it. You will be even more miserable than me." Lu, Yongji, and the of Huang, Lu Yong, and Lu's Lu, then, and the Lu, Yongji, Lu, and the others. Lu Yongji and the others trembled as they watched Lu Yiping walking towards them. Lu Yiping pointed at Ancestor Snow, and a grand Tao of life flowed into her body. Ancestor Snow's injuries were light, and she recovered quickly. While Lu Yiping was dealing with Lu Pailan, Chen Delan and Chao Ning arrived at their master Kong Qing's cultivation cave. Kong Qing was the King of Chaos, Longqing's youngest disciple, and was doted on by Longqing. Kong Qing frowned when he heard that Chen Delan's hand was twisted by Lu Yiping. "Lu family's Lu Yiping?" Kong Qing asked. "Yes, Lu family's Lu Yiping." Chen Delan snarled. "Lu Yiping was aware of our identities, yet he still attacked us so ruthlessly. It's obvious that he doesn't put Master and Ancestor's family in his eyes." Moreover, Peng Dongyuan was present at the scene. He saw Lu Yiping attacking us, yet he did not stop him. He did it on purpose. Kong Qing's gaze turned frosty. Although he understood his two disciples' natures, and they might have exaggerated, it was a fact that his disciples were injured in the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's headquarters. "Master, that Lu Yiping has a lot of Grand Mist aura on him." Chao Ning said. "We saw him take out 20,000 Grand Mist aura strands to trade with Peng Dongyuan without batting an eyelid." 20,000 Grand Mist aura strands. Kong Qing exclaimed in shock. "Yes." Chao Ning quickly recounted the details of Lu Yiping's transaction with Peng Dongyuan. Kong Qing's eyes glimmered. "When Lu Yiping fought with Lu Yuchao, he used the Buzhou Mountain. It seems like he bought Buzhou Mountain stones from Peng Dongyuan to restore the mountain's power. But, is he also looking for the Fortune Jade Disc? Does he have other fragments of the Fortune Jade Disc?" Chen Delan said. "It's possible that Lu Yiping has other fragments of the Fortune Jade Disc. The Ancestor has been searching for other fragments of the Fortune Jade Disc. If Lu Yiping really has a fragment of the Fortune Jade Disc, we can snatch it and offer it to the Ancestor. Then, Master's position will be as stable as a mountain. Moreover, the Ancestor might even pass on the 9 Revolutions mysterious art to Master." The 9 Revolutions mysterious art was a heaven-opening cultivation technique that Pengu had passed down to Longqing. Kong Qing was tempted. Even if Lu Yiping did not have a fragment of the Fortune Jade Disc, he definitely had a lot of Grand Mist aura on him. Being able to take out 20,000 Grand Mist aura strands, he probably had 200,000, or even 300,000. "Send someone to find out where Lu Yiping is." Kong Qing ordered Chen Delan and Chao Ning. Chen Delan and Chao Ning complied. Soon, they found out about the battle between Lu Yiping and Lu Pailan. Kong Qing was astounded when he learned that even Lu Pailan was defeated by Lu Yiping. I didn't expect Lu Yiping's battle strength to be so strong, Kong Qing said solemnly, but, when he fought with Lu Yuchao, wasn't Qingyan only 1 mu in size? Why did it suddenly increase by half a mu? Chen Delan and Chao Ning were also puzzled. Although Lu Yiping's battle strength is strong, he's definitely not Master's opponent, Chao Ning said. Although Kong Qing was the king of chaos, Long Cheng's youngest disciple, his strength was not weak. He was already a mid-level Saint King, and Qing Yan's size had increased to 5 mu. His strength was 7 to 8 times higher than Lu Pailan's. Kong Qing pondered for a moment, then said, "Pay attention to Lu Yiping's movements. Report to me the moment he leaves the Lu residence." When Lu Yiping was in the Lu residence, it was more or less inconvenient for Kong Qing to attack him, but if he left the Lu residence, Kong Qing wouldn't have so many scruples. At this time, inside Lu Yiping's palace, Lu Yiping was sitting cross-legged under the creation tree. He took out Lu Pailan and controlled the creation tree to absorb Lu Pailan's Holy King Force, Grand Tao Force, and Saint Physique's Origin Energy. Soon, a dazzling golden Tao fruit grew out from the creation tree. This Tao fruit was many times bigger than Lu Youchao's, emitting a dazzling golden light. Lu Yiping swallowed the Tao fruit and began refining it. Ever since he entered the chaos world, he was more eager to increase his strength. Although his current battle strength was comparable to a mid-level Saint King, he was still too weak when facing existences like the King of Chaos, Archdevil Ancestor, and Barbarian Ancestor. He needed to increase his strength as soon as possible, at least to peak Saint King realm. As long as Lu Yiping broke through to peak Holy King realm, with the Chaos Bell, Buzhou Mountain, and Longevity Secret Art, he wouldn't need to fear the King of Chaos, Archdevil Ancestor, or Barbarian Ancestor. Not long after Lu Yiping swallowed the Tao fruit, the Tao fruit turned into roiling waves, rushing to every part of Lu Yiping's body. The auspicious cloud above Lu Yiping's head shone brightly, and the auspicious light flickered in and out. The original 1.5 mu of auspicious cloud soon grew to almost 2 mu. Buzz, when Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud reached 2 mu of auspicious clouds, his body emitted layers of light rings. The night passed. By the time Lu Yiping finished refining the Tao fruit, the auspicious cloud above his head had grown to 3 mu. His auspicious cloud was originally 1.5 mu, but now it was 3 mu, twice the size. Although it was only 2 times, his strength was far greater than 2 times. However, Lu Yiping was in no hurry to leave seclusion. Instead, he continued to cultivate the immortal Skywood technique. Several days later, he came out from his room. Just as Lu Yiping came out from his room, Ancestor Snow walked over, saying, "Yiping, the Wang family's patriarch, Wang Haoxia, is in the main hall. He wants you to go out and meet him." He then added, "Many experts from the Wang family came. Wang Haoxia even brought his grandson, Wang Tao, with ill intentions." Hearing that Wang Haoxia brought Wang Tao over, Lu Yiping knew the other party's intention. That day, Lu Yu brought Wang Tao into his sister Lu Jiqing's courtyard. After he dealt with Lu Yu, he used a finger to cripple Wang Tao. After that, he heard from his sister Lu Jiqing that Wang Haoxia doted on his grandson, Wang Tao. It seems like Wang Haoxia came because of Wang Tao. Lu Yiping headed to the main hall. When he arrived, the main hall was filled with several hundred people from the Wang family. Wang Haoxia was sitting in the center of the main hall. The Lu family's patriarch, Lu Gang, was chatting with Wang Haoxia. Lu Yongji, Lu Feng, and the others were also present. Lu clan, Wang clan, Zhu clan, and Qin clan. Among the 4 great clans, Zhu clan was the strongest, followed by Qin clan, Wang clan, and Lu clan. As the head of the Wang clan, Wang Haoxia was much stronger than Lu Gang, Lu Yongji, and the others. Wang Haoxia was a mid-level Saint King, and Qin Yun had already cultivated to 6 mu, possessing 600 million Saint King energy. However, Lu Yiping now had 300 million battle Saint King battle strength. If he used the immortal Heavenly Wood Art, the Bell of Chaos, and the Buzhou Mountain, he might stand a chance against Huang Xiaolong. When everyone in the hall saw Lu Yiping enter, they all turned to look at Lu Yiping. "Yiping, you're here." The patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Gang, stood up and greeted him with a smile. Lu Yiping nodded his head, not bothering to greet Wang Haoxia as he walked to his seat and sat down. Wang Haoxia stared fixedly at Lu Yiping, neither joy nor anger could be seen on his face as he spoke. On the day of the Lu family's sacred assembly, my grandson Wan Tao came with my Wang clan to congratulate the Lu family. My Wang clan had good intentions, but who would have thought that my grandson Wan Tao would be injured by fellow Daoist Lu Yiping, crippling his foundation? What does fellow Daoist Lu Yiping mean by this? Moreover, as far as I know, Wang Tao did not offend fellow Daoist Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping, please give my Wang clan an explanation. Give me, Wang Haoxia, an explanation. Wang Haoxia's tone became heavier as he spoke. In an instant, the hall became tense. The Lu family's experts felt their palms sweating. Explanation? Lu Yiping remained indifferent, as if he did not see the killing intent in Wang Haoxia's eyes. He asked leisurely, "What kind of explanation do you want me to give you?" Wang Haoxia's face sank when he saw Lu Yiping's carefree attitude, as if he did not take his words to heart. Wang Tao is my most beloved grandson, I have spent countless resources on him. Then, his tone changed, your Lu family has to compensate, right? Before Lu Yiping could say anything, Lu Gang smiled and said, of course. Compensation is a given. Wang Haoxia suddenly said, 20,000 strands of Grand Mist Aura. What? Lu Gang, Lu Yongji, and the rest stuttered, 20,000 strands of Grand Mist Aura. Wang Haoxia looked at Lu Yiping, based on fellow Daoist Lu Yiping's wealth, 20,000 strands of Grand Mist Aura is not a lot for fellow Daoist Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping looked at Wang Haoxia and sneered, Patriarch Wang's information is really fast. Clearly, Wang Haoxia knew about his transaction with Peng Dongyuan at the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, Wang Haoxia wouldn't ask for 20,000 strands of Grand Mist Aura, and only ask for Grand Mist Aura. Wang Haoxia laughed, that's right, I know about your transaction with Peng Dongyuan at the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. Fellow Daoist Lu Yiping can easily take out 20,000 strands of Grand Mist Aura, so I want 20,000 strands of Grand Mist Aura now, it's not a lot, right? Lu Gang, Lu Yongji, and the rest looked at Lu Yiping in shock. They understood Wang Haoxia's words. A few days ago, Lu Yiping went to the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's headquarters to make a transaction with Peng Dongyuan and used 20,000 strands of Grand Mist Aura. Wang Haoxia continued, also, this matter started because of your younger sister, Lu Jiqing. I want your younger sister to kneel and apologize to Wang Tao. Hearing Wang Haoxia's words, Lu Yiping's cold voice sounded, 20,000 strands of Grand Mist Aura is indeed not a lot to me, but I won't give you a single strand of Grand Mist Aura. Moreover, my younger sister will never apologize. Hearing Lu Yiping say that he wouldn't even give him a strand of Grand Mist Aura, Wang Haoxia was angered to the point of laughing. He glared fiercely at Lu Yiping, a sinister smile on his face, so you're saying that my grandson deserves to be crippled? That we're going to let this matter rest? Behind Wang Haoxia, Wang Tao glared hatefully at Lu Yiping. That's right. Lu Yiping's expression remained unchanged. Wang Haoxia stood up angrily. Lu Gang, Lu Yongji, and the rest jumped in fright. Patriarch Wang, it's a misunderstanding, we definitely didn't mean that. Lu Gang hurriedly explained. Wang Haoxia didn't look at Lu Gang, but at Lu Yiping. After a while, he sneered, fine. You won't even give me a strand of Grand Mist Aura, my grandson isn't even worth a strand of Grand Mist Aura. Then, he turned to Lu Gang, since that's the case, don't blame my Wang family for being ruthless. Turning to the group of Wang family experts, he ordered, let's go. Wang Haoxia strode away. The group of Wang family experts followed closely behind. Lu Gang chased after Wang Haoxia, wanting to explain, but Wang Haoxia didn't even turn his head as he sped away. Lu Gang watched Wang Haoxia's group leave in a daze. After Wang Haoxia left, he turned to the experts around him, pass down my order, cripple all Lu family disciples in my Wang family's territory, then throw them out of my Wang family's territory. The group of experts around Wang Haoxia was stunned. Patriarch Wang Haoxia means, now? One of the Wang family experts asked cautiously. Now. Wang Haoxia's eyes were frosty, also, send people to keep an eye on Lu Jiqing. The moment she leaves the Lu family's territory, send people to cripple her. Lord Patriarch, that's not good, right? One of the Wang family grand elders hesitated. I heard Lu Yiping dotes on his little sister, Lu Jiqing, very much. Wang Haoxia sneered, Lu Yiping? That's exactly what I want him to do. I want him to go crazy and lure him to my Wang family's territory. Patriarch is wise. One of the Wang family's grand elders flattered. Indifferent, Wang Haoxia smiled, Lu Pailin has surrendered to the demon race. When the time comes, spread the news that many of the Lu family's people have already surrendered to the demon race. The Wang family's grand elder's eyes lit up. At that time, our Wang family won't even need to do anything. The Chaos World's experts will attack the Lu family together. Wang Haoxia smiled, that's right. After the Wang family's group left, Lu Yiping went to his sister Lu Jiqing's courtyard. Lu Jiqing was practicing her swordsmanship with the holy sword he had given her a few days ago. Sword chi crisscrossed, and within the sword light, there were faint images of the sun and moon. This swordsmanship was also taught to her by Lu Yiping in the past few days. Lu Yiping nodded inwardly when he saw his sister's swordsmanship. Although it had only been a few days, his sister's swordsmanship had improved a lot. Big brother, Lu Jiqing stopped her swordsmanship when she saw Lu Yiping and walked over with a smile. Lu Yiping smiled, your swordsmanship is not bad. However, you need to observe the rhythm of the sun and moon frequently to cultivate this set of sun and moon swordsmanship to perfection. I know, big brother, Lu Jiqing smiled sweetly, then took Lu Yiping's arm and walked to the stone table with Lu Yiping and sat down. Lu Yiping smiled, that Dao fruit, you haven't swallowed it yet? Lu Jiqing smiled, I'm only at the early heavenly venerable realm. Swallowing that Dao fruit is too wasteful, so I plan to wait until I break through to the late or peak heavenly venerable realm before swallowing and refining it. Lu Yiping shook his head, there's no need for that. Big brother still has more of this kind of Dao fruit. You can swallow and refine it now. Big brother will stand guard for you. After your realm stabilizes, big brother will give you another one. Swallow and refine it now? Lu Jiqing was stunned. Lu Yiping nodded. He had learned from Peng Dongyuan that his good fortune jade disc was found in the wasteland of the universe. Peng Dongyuan had given him a message indicating the specific location. Therefore, Lu Yiping planned to go to the wasteland of the universe to see if he could find other good fortune jade discs. Therefore, before going to the outskirts of the universe, he wanted to improve Lu Jiqing's strength as much as possible. Moments later, Lu Jiqing took out the Dao fruit and swallowed it under Lu Yiping's protection. She began to circulate her cultivation method to refine it. Soon, Lu Jiqing's entire body surged with light. Strands of light of the great Dao floated and flickered around her. Lu Yiping was a celestial lord, but he was surrounded by holy qi. It was the holy qi of the fruit of the way, the power of the great path, and the original power of the saintly body. Originally, with Lu Jiqing's strength as a celestial lord, it would be very difficult and slow to refine the Dao fruit of a saint like Lu Yiping. However, under the cover of Lu Yiping's holy qi, Lu Jiqing's refining was very smooth and fast. The holy qi of the great path, the power of the great path, and the original power of the saintly body flowed into Lu Jiqing's divine meridians, sea of qi, and spiritual sea. Lu Jiqing's aura grew stronger almost every few minutes. Only a month had passed. With Lu Yiping's help, Lu Jiqing had successfully refined it. Without Lu Yiping's help, Lu Jiqing would not have been able to refine it in hundreds or even thousands of years. However, Lu Yiping was afraid that his sister's realm would be unstable. Therefore, he left most of the holy qi, the power of the great path, and the original power of the saintly body in Lu Jiqing's body. In the future, as Lu Jiqing cultivated these holy qi, the power of the great path, and the original power of the saintly body would continuously surge out and help her improve quickly. Seeing that his sister had successfully refined it, Lu Yiping planned to head to the outskirts of the universe. However, as soon as he stepped out of his sister's courtyard, he heard the sorrowful and angry cries of many Lu family disciples. When Lu Yiping heard this, he learned that all the Lu family disciples who had entered the Wang family's territory had had their cultivation crippled by the Wang family and thrown out of the Wang family's territory. Although it had only been a month, tens of thousands of Lu family disciples had been crippled. In the Lu family's main hall, Lu Gang, Lu Yiping, and a few others were sitting. Wang Haoxia has gone too far. Lu Gang slammed the table angrily. These crippled disciples were not just the Lu family's ordinary disciples. Many of them were core disciples of the Lu family. Even one of his grandsons had been murdered. Lu Yiping complained, if it weren't for Lu Yiping, so many of our Lu family disciples would not have been murdered by the Wang family. We used to have some friendship with the Wang family, but now it's broken and we have a grudge against them. Lu Bing also complained, if it weren't for Lu Yiping's stubbornness, this would not have happened. Lu Gang did not reply, but he was also very unhappy with Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping had only been back for a month, but the Lu family was already in chaos. Not only did they lose 2 Saint King realm experts, but they also had a grudge against the Wang family. When will the solitary ancestor return? Lu Yiping asked Lu Gang. I've already reported the Lu family's recent events to the solitary ancestor. However, he still needs a month to return, Lu Gang said. Right now, he was also anxiously waiting for the solitary ancestor to return and take charge of the Lu family. The solitary ancestor was the Lu family's #1 expert. He was already a high-level Saint King, and his auspicious cloud had already reached 10 mu. As long as the solitary ancestor returns, Lu Yiping won't be able to do as he pleases. Lu Yongji said coldly, at that time, he will be punished by the solitary ancestor. Killing the family's saint and Saint King, ignoring the family's rules, this alone is enough to warrant the death penalty. The next day, Lu Yiping left the Lu family. Before leaving the Lu family, Lu Yiping reminded his sister not to leave the Lu family's main residence after he left, and to look for the snow ancestor if she needed help. Lu Jiqing memorized Lu Yiping's words. Not long after Lu Yiping left the Lu family, the King of Chaos disciple Kong Qing received news that Lu Yiping had left the Lu family. Kong Qing, who had been waiting for Lu Yiping to leave the Lu family, was excited when he heard the news. Do you know which direction Lu Yiping went? Where is he going? He asked his disciples Chendelin and Chaoning. Chendelin quickly answered, after leaving the Lu family's territory, Lu Yiping went in the direction of the Azure Dragon Sea. Azure Dragon Sea, Kong Qing muttered to himself. A moment later, 8 figures soared into the air and left Kong Qing's palace. This time, Kong Qing didn't bring many people with him. Other than him, Chendelin, and Chaoning, there were 5 Saint Kings. These 5 Saint Kings were all experts under Kong Qing's command. They were loyal to him, and there was no need to worry about them leaking information. Of course, these 5 Saint Kings weren't weak either. One of them was almost as strong as Kong Qing. Kong Qing had already cultivated to more than 4 mu. Kong Qing and the others rushed towards the Azure Dragon Sea. He wanted to reach the Azure Dragon Sea before Lu Yiping did, and then set up an inescapable net. Lu Yiping, the Azure Dragon Sea will be your burial ground. Chendelin spat. Kong Qing could feel his disciples' hatred and said, don't worry, Lu Yiping won't be able to escape. Not to mention his strength, just the 5 Saint Kings under him were enough to kill Lu Yiping. The Azure Dragon Sea was located at the south of the Chaos World, and it was also the only way to reach the southern Desolation City. After leaving the Lu family, Lu Yiping did not stop and soon arrived at the Myriad Dragons Mountain. Not far from the Myriad Dragons Mountain was the Azure Dragon Sea. It was nighttime. Inside a certain valley, Lu Yiping raised a bonfire and summoned the Sun Fusang tree. He then cut the beast meat he had prepared into pieces and tossed them into the Sun Fusang tree. These pieces of beast meat flew through the air in a perfect arc, passing through the Sun Fusang tree's true sun fire before falling to the ground. They were fully cooked and emitted a tempting fragrance. Looking at the beast meat falling from the Sun Fusang tree, Lu Yiping couldn't help but think of Taurus Longjiao. Using the Sun Fusang tree to roast the meat, using the Sun Fusang tree for shade, these ideas were all Xiao Jin's. He wondered how Xiao Jin was doing in the lower realm. In Lu Yiping's long years of cultivation, Taurus Longjiao had spent the most time with him. Even his sister and parents did not spend as much time with him as Taurus Longjiao. While Lu Yiping was eating the beast meat and drinking the 10,000 dragons holy wine, he suddenly heard the sound of whistling wind. However, he had already set up a concealment formation in this valley, so he wasn't worried that someone would discover him. Master, the Azure Dragon Sea is not far ahead. At this time, a familiar voice sounded from afar. Lu Yiping was stunned when he heard Chendelin's voice. Let's speed up. We must reach the Azure Dragon Sea before Lu Yiping and set up the 3,000 Archdevils formation. Another voice sounded, with Lu Yiping's speed, he should be able to reach the Azure Dragon Sea in 3 to 4 days. In the distance, Kong Qing, Chen Delin, and Chao Ning's group of 8 flew over the valley and left. When they were flying over the valley, one of the Saint King experts glanced at the valley, but in his eyes, the valley was empty. Watching Kong Qing, Chen Delin, and Chao Ning's group of 8 flying away and disappearing in the end, Lu Yiping's eyes turned cold. Azure Dragon Sea. 3,000 Demon Gods Formation. Lu Yiping sneered. Kong Qing thought that he would need 3 or 4 days to reach the Azure Dragon Sea. However, Kong Qing probably didn't expect that he had already arrived. After refining Lu Pailan's Dao fruit, his speed increased greatly. Lu Yiping soared into the air, circling around Kong Qing and the others, and then headed towards the Azure Dragon Sea at full speed. Didn't Kong Qing and the others plan to set up the 3,000 demonic god formation in the Azure Dragon Sea to deal with him? Then he would rush to the Azure Dragon Sea first and set up the Immortal Heavenly Wood formation. The Immortal Heavenly Wood array was a heaven-opening array that Lu Yiping had comprehended from the creation tree's great Dao patterns. It could be said to be the strongest wood-type array in the myriad of worlds. However, in order to set up this Immortal Heavenly Wood formation, Xianxia was required to be the eye of the formation. Once the Immortal Skywood array was completed, Kong Qing and the others would definitely die if they entered it. Unless Kong Qing and the others could cut through the creation tree, they wouldn't be able to escape. Under Lu Yiping's swift flight, Lu Yiping soon arrived at the Azure Dragon Sea. The moment he reached the Azure Dragon Sea, Lu Yiping increased his speed to set up the Immortal Heavenly Wood formation. With Kong Qing and the others' speed, it would take them at most half an hour to reach the Azure Dragon Sea. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong had to finish setting up the array within half an hour. If it were just Lu Yiping alone, it would be very difficult to set up the Immortal Heavenly Wood formation in half an hour. However, Lu Yiping had the creation tree. Lu Yiping summoned the creation tree. Under Lu Yiping's control, the creation tree emitted a bright light. Great Dao runes condensed from the tree's leaves one after another, falling from the sky like a rainstorm. How many leaves did the creation tree have? Within a breath's time, countless great Dao runes emerged from the tree's leaves. Even if there were 10 Lu Yiping condensing great Dao runes, their speed was still slower than the creation tree. Several minutes later, the great Dao runes condensed by the creation tree were like stars in the sky. There were trillions of them, covering the entire Azure Dragon Sea. Subsequently, Lu Yiping waved his hands, and these great Dao runes condensed and linked together, forming a giant radiant tree. Immediately after, these giant glowing trees hid in the void. Lu Yiping and Xianxia's body also hid in the void and disappeared. After hiding in the void, Lu Yiping waited patiently. Roughly 20 minutes later, Kong Qing, Chen Delin, and Chao Ning's figures appeared on the horizon. Soon, the 8 of them arrived in front of the Azure Dragon Sea. Kong Qing looked at the boundless Azure Dragon Sea and said, "The Azure Dragon Sea's water is still as clear as before." He then added, "Unfortunately, it will soon be dyed red with blood." Of course, it was Lu Yiping's blood. Kong Qing led the group into the Azure Dragon Sea, arriving in the air above it. "Everyone, make your move." Kong Qing said to the 5 Holy King Realm experts under him, "Set up the 3,000 Archdevils formation, it's faster this way." The 5 Holy King Realm experts nodded. Just as Kong Qing and the others were about to make their move, a giant golden bell appeared in the void. The golden bell fell from the void at lightning speed. Kong Qing and the others raised their heads in shock and saw the giant golden bell falling from the sky. At this time, the sound of a bell reverberated through heaven and earth. Dong, following the reverberating sound of the bell, heaven and earth seemed to be struck. Kong Qing and the other Holy King Realm experts were shaken. Chen Delin and Chao Ning spurted out mouthfuls of blood. In just a split second, Kong Qing and the others' minds were injured. Chaos Bell. It's Lu Yiping. Kong Qing roared and was about to make a move, but at this time, hundreds of millions of tree branches whipped towards the 8 Holy King Realm experts from the void. These tree branches covered the sky, completely covering the sky above the Azure Dragon Sea. Kong Qing and the others were alarmed. In an instant, the auspicious clouds spread out and attacked with full force. 8 people, 6 Holy King Realm experts and 2 Peak True Saint Realm experts, roared with overwhelming power, blasting away layers of tree branches. Even so, Kong Qing and the others were still pushed back by the Chaos Bell. Kong Qing's group of 6 was still fine, but Chen Delin and Chao Ning were only peak true saints. How could they resist the Chaos Bell? While Kong Qing and the others were pushed back by the Chaos Bell, a blue-robed figure appeared in the sky above. Lu Yiping. Chen Delin and Chao Ning were enraged. Kong Qing roared, "Lu Yiping, you're courting death." Since becoming the king of chaos Long Cheng's disciple, no one had dared to kill him. However, just as Kong Qing's words fell, Lu Yiping appeared in front of him in a flicker, and Lu Yiping punched out. Kong Qing's eyes were sharp, and his fist met Huang Xiaolong's attack. Rumble, the azure dragon sea's surface was lifted up. On the other hand, Kong Qing was pushed back again and again, retreating several li before he could regain his footing. What? The others were shocked seeing that Kong Qing was pushed back by Lu Yiping. Kong Qing was also in disbelief. He had estimated Lu Yiping's strength, and it was impossible for Lu Yiping to be this strong. In this 1 month, Lu Yiping's strength had grown even stronger. Moreover, his strength had increased by several times. Just as Kong Qing was bewildered, he suddenly saw an unimaginably huge tree appear behind Lu Yiping's back. Looking at this towering tree that was as thick as a continent, Kong Qing, Chen Delin, Chao Ning, and the rest were astounded. Creation Tree. The moment he saw the creation tree, Kong Qing suddenly understood the reason behind Lu Yiping's sudden increase in strength. So that's the reason. Kong Qing looked at the roiling grand mist aura around the creation tree, and his eyes burned with uncontrollable fervor. No, fanaticism. Chen Delin and Chao Ning knew that Lu Yiping had a lot of grand mist aura on him, maybe even several 100,000 strands. Now, looking at the grand mist aura that numbered in the hundreds of millions, one could imagine how shocked they were. At this time, the 5 holy kings under Kong Qing's command attacked at the same time, attacking Lu Yiping. Just as they were about to hit Lu Yiping, the chaos bell above Lu Yiping's head vibrated, and the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers revolved, forming a bell-shaped defensive barrier. The 5 holy kings' attacks landed on the bell-shaped defensive barrier. A loud boom resounded. The bell-shaped defensive barrier shattered, but Lu Yiping was still standing there, unharmed. The auspicious cloud above his head, and his body was engraved with Grand Dao runes, not moving an inch. Seeing this result, the 5 holy kings were shocked. Kong Qing's face sank when he saw the 3 mu of auspicious cloud above Lu Yiping's head. Suddenly, Lu Yiping took a step forward, arriving in front of one of the holy kings, and punched. This holy king was much weaker than Lu Yiping. How could he withstand Lu Yiping's punch? He was sent flying by Lu Yiping's punch. Kill. Kill Lu Yiping. The creation tree is ours, we'll split the grand mist aura equally. Kong Qing snapped out of his daze and shouted excitedly. A large saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lu Yiping. When the large saber slashed out, an unparalleled golden flame saber light cut through space, reaching Lu Yiping's head. This large saber was called the Golden Flame Saber, a treasure bestowed to him by his master, the King of Chaos. This golden flame saber actually slashed the Chaos Bell's defensive barrier. However, at this moment, Lu Yiping flicked his hands and scattered the saber light. Lu Yiping's finger shot out. Following Lu Yiping's finger attack, Mount Buzhou shot towards Kong Qing, expanding in size as it arrived in front of Kong Qing. Even Huang Xiaolong, Huang's attack. Lu Yiping's Grand Dao energy shone brightly. With a wave of his hand, 2,900 Grand Dao energy turned into a sea of Grand Dao energy, drowning the others. At the same time, under Lu Yiping's control, the immortal Heavenly Wood array was activated. Countless Heavenly Wood fell from the sky, bombarding Kong Qing's group of 8. These Heavenly Wood were condensed from the creation tree's Grand Dao runes. The power of 1 Grand Dao rune might not be much, but the power of 1 million, 10 million, or even 100 million Grand Dao runes gathered together was terrifying. The Heavenly Wood falling from the sky covered the entire Azure Dragon Sea. Kong Qing's group of 8 had nowhere to run, they could only resist. Facing the overwhelming Heavenly Wood, Kong Qing's group of 6 staggered back, battered and exhausted. Chen Delin and Chao Ning couldn't withstand the overwhelming Heavenly Wood. In less than a breath's time, their bodies were pierced through by the Heavenly Wood. Their chests were pierced through by the Heavenly Wood, and they were sent flying. Blood rained down from the sky, dyeing the Azure Dragon Sea surface red. Lu Yiping took a step forward, arriving in front of Huang Xiaolong and Chao Ning. His palm struck their chests, sealing their energy before throwing them into the heaven and earth cauldron. Chen Delan and Chao Ning were both peak true saints. Huang Xiaolong wouldn't let them die so easily. The Dao fruits they had condensed could be given to his sister, Lu Jiqing, to refine. Delan, Chao Ning. Kong Qing bellowed in anger seeing his disciples being taken away by Lu Yiping. He lunged at Lu Yiping in a frenzy, but his attack was blocked by the Holy King of Heaven's mount just as it reached Lu Yiping. Huang Xiaolong's golden flame saber landed on the Holy King of Heaven's Mount Buzhou. After fusing with the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's Mount Buzhou stone, the Holy King of Heaven's Mount Buzhou had reached 140,000 zhong tall, exuding a shocking amount of innate qi. The golden flame saber landed on the Holy King of Heaven's Mount Buzhou, but the Holy King of Heaven's Mount Buzhou only suffered a small dent. To the Holy King of Heaven's Mount Buzhou, this small dent was a drop in the ocean. Seeing that his golden flame saber couldn't even break through the Holy King of Heaven's Mount Buzhou's defenses, Kong Qing was both shocked and angered. "Lord, you must leave quickly." One of Kong Qing's subordinates suddenly shouted, "Inform Lord King of Chaos, ask him to save us." "That's right, Lord, we'll stop Lu Yiping, you escape." Another Holy King agreed. Seeing that he couldn't even break through the Holy King of Heaven's Mount Buzhou's defenses, Kong Qing knew that he couldn't kill Lu Yiping with just the few of them. Thus, he didn't hesitate to flee, leaving the 5 Holy Kings under him to deal with Lu Yiping. The 5 Holy Kings under Kong Qing attacked Lu Yiping. Seeing that Kong Qing wanted to escape, Lu Yiping didn't stop him. Now, the entire Azure Dragon Sea was enveloped by his immortal skywood formation. Kong Qing couldn't escape at all. Since Kong Qing wanted to escape, he would let him escape. Moreover, this way, Kong Qing and the other 5 Holy Kings' forces would be scattered. At that time it would be much easier for him to deal with the remaining 5 Holy Kings. After dealing with the 5 Holy Kings, he would deal with Kong Qing. Seeing the 5 Holy Kings surrounding him, Lu Yiping's figure flashed, arriving in front of the weakest Holy King. With a wave of his hands, a sky full of light condensed, like falling stars, bombarding the other party. While the other party was retreating in fear, Lu Yiping swung the Soul Crusher thorn in his hand. The Holy King couldn't dodge and was stabbed in the chest by the Soul Crusher thorn. The Soul Crusher thorn was the devil race's most precious treasure. In an instant, it pierced through the Holy King's armor and entered his chest. The other party froze. The Soul Crusher thorn. His eyes were filled with fear. Of course, he was clear about the devil race's most precious treasure, the Soul Crusher thorn, and how terrifying it was. Chen Bai. Seeing this, the other 4 Holy Kings shouted in shock and anger, rushing over. But just as the 4 of them rushed over, they were forced back by the sky full of heavenly wood. They couldn't get close at all. Lu Yiping took the opportunity to seal the other party's power and threw him into the cauldron of heaven and earth. After dealing with the weakest Holy King, Lu Yiping looked at the weakest Holy King and attacked. As for the fleeing Kong Qing, he discovered that no matter how he flew, there was always an endless sky of heavenly wood in front of him. There was no end to the sky of heavenly wood condensed from great Tao symbols. He slashed wildly with the golden flame saber in his hand, sending a large swath of heavenly wood flying. But no matter how he slashed with the golden flame saber in his hand, no matter how he flew, he couldn't see the sky beyond the Azure Dragon Sea. He roared angrily, flying into the sky. But he couldn't fly out of the heavenly wood space. "What the F***ck is this great formation?" he roared. Kong Qing's furious roar shook the waters of the Azure Dragon Sea and even killed many small fish and shrimps at the bottom of the sea. However, no one responded to him. What kind of F***king formation was this? In fact, not to mention Kong Qing, even his master, the King of Chaos, would not know what kind of formation this was. This formation was comprehended by Lu Yiping himself from the creation tree. It could be said that Lu Yiping created it himself, and this was the first time he used it. Only Lu Yiping knew what kind of formation this was. On the other side, Lu Yiping quickly dealt with another Saint King. Only 3 people were left. Among the remaining 3, the clouds had condensed above 3 acres, and each of their battle prowess was above Lu Yiping's. However, Lu Yiping was not in a hurry. He had the Bell of Chaos and the immortal Skyward Art. His defense was invincible, and they could not hurt him at all. Moreover, he had the immortal skywood formation, so he was not worried that they could escape. Just like before, Lu Yiping still chose the weakest of the three to attack. In less than half an hour, Lu Yiping dealt with another person. When there were only two left, Kong Qing, who had fled previously, turned back. When the remaining two saw that Kong Qing had turned back and did not escape, they could not help but feel despair after the surprise. Originally, they had pinned their hopes on Kong Qing, hoping that Kong Qing could contact the King of Chaos to come and save them. Now, Kong Qing could not even escape. When Kong Qing, who had returned, saw that only 2 of the 5 Saint Kings he had brought were left, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He was completely flustered. He had never been so terrified before. He could see that Lu Yiping had made up his mind to kill him. Kong Qing, who had returned, looked at Lu Yiping in horror. He did not attack, but said, "Lu Yiping, are you really going to be so ruthless?" Lu Yiping looked at him as if he had heard a joke. Kong Qing's face turned red. He took a deep breath and said, "If something happens to me, my master will definitely use all the forces of the Chaos Realm to find out the reason. He will definitely find you. How about this? How about we make peace? If you let me go, I will be your ally in the future. I control the largest mining business in the Primal Chaos Realm. We can work together and make a fortune in the future." Lu Yiping sneered, "Only a few of you know about your plan this time, right?" Kong Qing choked. Therefore, Lu Yiping was not worried at all that the King of Chaos would find out about him. Lu Yiping asked again, "The biggest mining business in the Chaos Realm? Do you think I'm short of money?" Kong Qing looked at Xianxia's churning primordial qi, which probably contained billions of primordial qi, and choked again. With so much nebulous primordial energy, Lu Yiping really did not lack money. Moreover, Xianxia could continuously produce primordial qi every day. It was no exaggeration to say that Lu Yiping was now the richest man in the chaotic realm. Even Yi Wuchen, who owned the #1 restaurant in the chaotic realm, was not as rich as Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping activated the immortal heavenly wood array. Immediately, the heavenly wood in the sky blasted towards Kong Qing and the other two. Kong Qing looked at the heavenly wood that blotted out the sky and the earth, and his expression changed. He could not hide the fear in his eyes. Although they had been trapped for less than 2 hours, they were truly afraid of this heavenly tree. Their fear had seeped into their bones. The heavenly wood was simply inexhaustible, and it covered the sky. Its power was terrifying, and its attack was extremely strong. If they were not careful, they would be sent flying. Kong Qing retreated in panic while blocking. "Lu Yiping, what kind of array is this?" Kong Qing could not help but ask in shock and anger. He liked to study array formations and boasted that he was proficient in array formations, but he had never heard of the array in front of him. However, the array in front of him was undoubtedly at the level of opening the sky. Immortal heavenly wood array. Lu Yiping was not worried that Kong Qing and the other two could escape. He did not hide it and said, "I comprehended it from Xianxia. If you want to break the array, you can only break Xianxia to escape. Or, you have to kill me." Another half an hour passed, and only Kong Qing was left. Kong Qing had 8 people and 6 sage kings, but now, only Kong Qing was left holding on alone. After Kong Qing was left alone, Lu Yiping felt much more relaxed. He controlled the Bell of Chaos, Mount Buzhou, and Jianshu to attack in turns. Soon, Kong Qing was covered in blood. Looking at the dying Kong Qing, Lu Yiping stopped. Kong Qing suddenly smiled sadly. "To think that I, Kong Qing, have dominated the world all my life. I didn't expect that I would fall at the hands of a small junior of the Lu family." Kong Qing was already famous in the primordial era and had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. To him, Lu Yiping was really a small junior. Blame yourself for being too greedy. Lu Yiping walked towards the other party and punched out, sending Kong Qing flying and smashing into the Azure Dragon Sea. It was as if a super-nuclear bomb had been dropped on the Azure Dragon Sea, causing tens of thousands of waves to explode. Lu Yiping pulled the other party out of the sea with one hand. At this time, Kong Qing had completely lost the ability to resist. Lu Yiping sealed the other party's power, then threw him into the cauldron of heaven and earth, took back Jianshu, removed the immortal skywood array, and wiped away all traces of the battle before leaving. Now, Liu Yiping had to find a place to go into seclusion. This time, when he refined the Tao fruit of Kong Qing and the other 6 sage kings, to what extent would his strength increase? Liu Yiping could not help but look forward to it. A few days later, Liu Yiping came to a primeval forest. After setting up a formation in the primeval forest, he threw Kong Qing and the others out, summoned Jianshu, and began to devour the 8 people's saint power, Tao power, and the origin power of the saint physique. Soon, 8 fruits of Tao were born on the tree of achievement. The 2 white ones were from Chendelin and Chaoning. The 6 yellow ones were from Kong Qing and the other 6 sage kings. Liu Yiping first swallowed Kong Qing's Tao fruit. When Liu Yiping refined Kong Qing's Tao fruit, his auspicious cloud broke through 5 mu, and his Saint King energy finally reached 500 million units. Then, Liu Yiping swallowed the Tao fruit of the Sage King whose strength was close to Kong Qing's. After Liu Yiping refined 4 Sage King grade Tao fruits in a row, his auspicious cloud broke through again and again, reaching 9 mu, infinitely close to 10 mu. When Liu Yiping refined the 5th Sage King grade Tao fruit, his auspicious cloud broke through 10 mu, infinitely close to 11 mu. Whether it was in the Saint realm or the Saint King realm, 11 mu was an extremely important dividing line. Many saints and saint kings were stuck at 10 mu, unable to break through. For example, the Liu family's solitary ancestor had been stuck at 10 mu for nearly 100 million years, unable to break through to 11 mu. However, after Liu Yiping refined the last Sage King grade Tao fruit, his auspicious cloud, which was infinitely close to 11 mu, suddenly expanded and smoothly broke through to 11 mu. The Liu family's strongest powerhouse, the solitary ancestor, had been unable to break through to 11 mu, but now, Liu Yiping had broken through. This meant that from now on, Liu Yiping was the strongest powerhouse in the Liu family. Liu Yiping did not refine Chendelin and Chaoning's Tao fruits after refining Kong Qing's and the others' Tao fruits. At his current realm, Chendelin and Chaoning's Tao fruits were of little use to him. Liu Yiping retrieved Kong Qing's and the others' memory fragments and began to read them. Although Jianshu had devoured several Holy King realm cultivators' Tao fruits, he did not kill Kong Qing's group. After reading Kong Qing's memory fragments, Liu Yiping confirmed that there was no 9th person who knew about the Azure Dragon Sea's matter. Only then did he kill Kong Qing's group with a finger. Liu Yiping stood up, removed the formation, and sped away, continuing his journey to the universe's boundary. In this manner, Liu Yiping practiced the immortal Skywood technique as he hurried on his way. Occasionally, he would stop at night to use the Sun Fusang tree to roast meat and drink wine. After an unknown amount of time, a boundless city appeared in Liu Yiping's line of sight. This was the southern desolate city in the universe's boundary. There were 4 major cities in the universe's boundary, divided into north, south, east, and west. Each city was guarded by hundreds of millions of human troops. It was because of these 4 cities that the devil race and barbarian race could not easily invade human territory. The southern desolate city was huge. Just this city alone was equivalent to several tens of thousands of continents in the immortal world. Although the southern desolate city was close to the universe's boundary, it was not desolate. On the contrary, it was bustling with activity. Residences and shops stood in great numbers inside the city, and there was an endless stream of experts from various sects and families. Moreover, there were many caravans. Beyond the southern desolate city was the universe's boundary. In the universe's boundary, there were rare chaos spiritual herbs and even grand mist spiritual herbs. There were also many creatures from the desolate era and even the creation era. There were endless cultivation resources and business opportunities. Therefore, there were many caravans coming to the southern desolate city. Liu Yiping followed the stream of people into the southern desolate city. In general, those who entered the southern desolate city from human territory would not be interrogated by the army, but if they returned from the universe's boundary, the interrogation would be extremely strict. The Heaven-Earth Dark Yellow Exquisite Pagoda really appeared? How can it be fake? Some people saw it with their own eyes. If it's not the Heaven-Earth Dark Yellow Exquisite Pagoda, how can there be such a shocking amount of yellow qi? That's not necessarily true. I heard that Jianshu can also produce Shenhuang qi. Not long after Liu Yiping entered the southern desolate city, he heard many experts discussing the mysterious yellow Heaven-Earth Exquisite Pagoda. The dark yellow pagoda of heaven and earth? Liu Yiping muttered to himself. The Xian Yellow Heaven Earth Exquisite Pagoda was a chaos treasure in the universe. Its defense was very strong. Its defense was almost the same as the Chaos Bell. Some people said the Chaos Bell was the best defense treasure in the universe, but some people said the Xian Yellow Heaven Earth Exquisite Pagoda was the best defense treasure in the universe. This showed the defensive power of the dark yellow pagoda of heaven and earth. Furthermore, the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth had 9 layers of space, which could trap powerful enemies. From the discussions of some experts, Lu Yiping learned that the mysterious yellow jewel pagoda had only appeared for a brief moment and had already disappeared. However, even so, experts from all over still came after hearing the news. Just as Lu Yiping arrived at southern Desolation City, the king of Chaos Long Cheng's eldest disciple Chen Lingqiao, second disciple Lu Jiang, and third disciple Du Li also received the news of the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda's appearance and rushed to southern Desolation City. Moreover, they had already arrived at southern Desolation City. Still haven't contacted fourth junior brother? Chen Lingqiao asked second junior brother Lu Jiang. He was referring to Kong Qing. Lu Jiang shook his head. There hasn't been any reply. I've sent people to investigate. Fourth junior brother and the 5 Saint Kings under him, as well as Chen Delin and Chao Ning, went missing after leaving their caves a few days ago. No one knows where they went. Chen Lingqiao frowned. Fourth junior brother and the others had gone missing for so many days. This was really unusual. Eldest senior brother, about fourth junior brother's disappearance, should we report it to master? Du Li asked. In her opinion, Kong Qing and the others had most likely been killed. Otherwise, it was impossible for there to be no news for so many years. Chen Lingqiao knew what Du Li meant, but he still found it hard to believe that someone dared to attack their fourth junior brother. Who was so bold as to attack their fourth junior brother? Could it be the devil race? Or the barbarian race? Master is in seclusion refining the good fortune jade disc. He said not to disturb him unless it's related to the Chaos World's safety. Chen Lingqiao said solemnly, fourth junior brother's matter, I think the 3 of us should investigate first. If we really can't find anything, we'll report it to master. Lu Jiang and Du Li nodded. The 3 of them led the group of experts under their command and rushed to the southern Desolation City. This time, the matter was related to the heaven and earth exquisite pagoda. The 3 of them brought a lot of Saint Kings with them. Each of them brought 5 Saint Kings, making a total of 15 Saint Kings. At the same time, somewhere in the outer reaches of the universe, inside the Devil Race's palace, someone reported to Devil Ancestor Rahu that they had found traces of Lu Yiping in the southern Desolation City. Lu Yiping had killed Lu Yiping and seized the Thorn of Scattered Souls. In the past few days, Devil Ancestor Rahu had been sending people to investigate Lu Yiping's whereabouts. Oh, he came to the southern Desolation City. Devil Ancestor Rahu was surprised, for the heaven and earth exquisite pagoda? One of Rahu's Saint King subordinates, Yin Feng, sneered, after killing our Devil Race's people, he actually dares to come to the southern Desolation City, courting death. Although Lu Yiping was only their Devil Race's dog, he was still a Saint King realm dog. The Devil Race naturally couldn't let this matter go, not to mention the Thorn of Scattered Souls was still in Lu Yiping's hands. Rahu glanced at Yin Feng and ordered, you go to the southern Desolation City and bring Lu Yiping back to me. Remember, don't kill him first. Yin Feng respectfully said, Lord Devil Ancestor, rest assured, this subordinate will definitely bring Lu Yiping back. In front of me, he can't die even if he wants to. He was a top-level Saint King with 1 billion battle Saint King battle energy. A while later, Yin Feng sped away, rushing to the southern Desolation City. In the southern Desolation City, Lu Yiping arrived at the 10,000 Dragon Tavern based on his memory. The 10,000 Dragon Tavern also had a branch in the southern Desolation City, and it was an extremely important branch. After arriving at the 10,000 Dragon Tavern, Lu Yiping found an empty seat, then ordered 10,000 jugs of 10,000 Dragons sacred wine, which attracted the attention of many people. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lu Yiping had just come out of the 10,000 Dragon Tavern when he was stopped by someone. The person who stopped him was the Wang family's head, Wang Xianxia, and a group of Wang family experts. This time, the mysterious yellow heaven earth exquisite pagoda had appeared, and Wang Xianxia had also led many Wang family experts over. Fellow Yiping, what a coincidence, we meet again. Wang Haozhe stopped Lu Yiping and smiled. Fellow Yiping is really rich, buying 10,000 jugs of 10,000 dragons sacred wine in one go. If we want to drink a jug, we'll have to think twice. When Wang Haozhe said that Lu Yiping was rich, he was hinting at the fact that Lu Yiping had a large amount of primordial qi. What's the matter? Lu Yiping looked at him and said coldly. Nothing. Wang Haozhe smiled and said, I just saw you and came over to say hello. Then, he led the Wang family experts away. After taking a few steps, he stopped again and said, Fellow Yiping, are you here for the mysterious yellow heaven earth exquisite pagoda? Then you'd better be careful, it's not safe outside the southern desolation city. Hearing Wang Haozhe say that the southern wasteland city wasn't peaceful, Lu Yiping said, Patriarch Wang doesn't need to worry about my safety. Patriarch Wang should worry about your own safety. Just as you said, southern desolate city is not peaceful. If Patriarch Wang leaves southern desolate city and dies in the universe's boundary, Wang family will be in chaos. A Saint King expert beside Wang Haozhe angrily pointed at Lu Yiping, surnamed Lu, what did you say? This time, Wang Haozhe brought 3 Saint King realm experts with him. The Saint King expert who pointed at Lu Yiping just now had cultivated to 400 million units of Saint King realm energy. 400 million units of Saint King realm energy, to the current Lu Yiping, 400 million units of Saint King realm energy was nothing more than a finger. Wang Haozhe raised his hand, stopping the experts around him. Staring at Lu Yiping, he smiled and said, Many thanks for the reminder, I will remember it. Then, he left with the Wang family experts. Lu Yiping watched Wang Haozhe's departing figure with an indifferent smile on his face. Then, he headed to the north gate of southern desolate city. After the Wang family experts left, Wang Haozhe's face was gloomy. Patriarch, this surnamed Lu is simply courting death. That Saint King angrily said, Do you want me to teach him a lesson right now? Let him remember this lesson. Although southern desolate city was guarded by hundreds of millions of human soldiers, and killing was prohibited in the city, the army generally did not care about ordinary fights. As long as no one died, it was fine. Moreover, with Wang family's strength, the army would generally give them face. No need. Wang Haozhe waved his hand, his eyes indifferent, have people pay attention to this Lu Yiping. Once he leaves southern desolate city, report to me immediately. Soon, a Wang family expert reported to Wang Haozhe that Lu Yiping was heading to the north gate of southern desolate city. It seemed like he wanted to leave southern desolate city. Wang Haozhe was stunned, then laughed, surnamed Lu, since you're in such a hurry to die, I can only fulfill your wish. Then, he led a group of experts and rushed to the north gate of southern desolate city. When Wang Haozhe's group arrived at southern desolate city's north gate, a Wang family expert reported that Lu Yiping had just left the city and entered the universe's boundary. Hearing that Lu Yiping had left the city, Wang Haozhe led the Wang family's experts out of the city and chased after Lu Yiping. The southern wasteland city was a scene of prosperity, but outside of the southern wasteland city, it was a scene of desolation, death, and gloominess. Moreover, the cold current was strong, and there was no vitality at all. On the ground, black desolate city. Are you sure Lu Yiping is heading in the direction of MT Black Sea? Wang Haozhe asked as he chased. Wang family expert, Wang. Lu, he left, Lu, and not hiding s right, he leave him leave, he's leave, he, leave still leave, he's leave, he, leaving, not to leave, he's his plan. I don't think so, we've checked, Lu Yiping came to southern desolate city alone. Another Wang family Saint King said, he's in a hurry to leave southern desolate city, could it be because of something important? Or did he learn about the dark yellow heaven earth exquisite pagoda, that's why he's in such a hurry to leave? Wang Haozhe pondered, it's better to be careful. After thinking for a while, he took out a saint artifact and sent it into the void. This saint artifact was a space saint artifact. As long as he felt something was wrong, he could use this saint artifact to escape. This place was near southern desolate city, once he returned, he would be safe. Wang Haozhe and the others continued to chase after Lu Yiping. Half an hour later, when they arrived at Black Sea Mountain, Wang Haozhe saw Lu Yiping's figure. After confirming that Lu Yiping was alone, Wang Haozhe took out a handful of thin needles, and with a wave of his hand, he attacked Lu Yiping's back. The thin needles were dark blue in color, obviously contaminated with poison. This poison was an innate poison, although it couldn't kill a Saint King realm master, it could temporarily numb the other party's body. However, just as the poison needles were about to hit Lu Yiping's figure suddenly flickered, dodging the poison needles. Seeing Lu Yiping dodging the poison needles, Wang Haoxia wasn't disappointed, his purpose was just to make Lu Yiping stop. Lu Yiping dodged the poison needles, then turned around to look at Wang Haoxia. In the time Lu Yiping paused, Wang Haoxia led a group of Wang family masters to Lu Yiping, surrounding Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping's face was calm, looking at Wang Haoxia and smiling. "Wang family patriarch, what a coincidence, we meet again so soon." Wang Haoxia was stunned, looking suspiciously at Lu Yiping's calm face, then he released his spiritual energy. "No need to check, it's just me," Lu Yiping said, then walked towards Wang Haoxia. Deliberately mystifying, bluffing. Indifferent, Wang Haoxia smiled, the auspicious clouds above his head opened, and punched out with both fists. The power of 600 million Saint King realm masters turned into a monstrous sea that blasted towards Lu Yiping. Looking at the other party's fist force, Lu Yiping only used one hand to push the other party's fist force away. Wang Haoxia's powerful attack was pushed far away, causing the ground to crack and mountains to collapse. At this time, Lu Yiping suddenly appeared in front of Wang Haoxia and punched. Bang! With a loud bang, Lu Yiping's fist landed on Wang Haoxia's chest, and the divine armor on Wang Haoxia's body shattered in an instant. Then, Lu Yiping's fist force directly penetrated Wang Haoxia's chest, and Wang Haoxia was sent flying, vomiting blood again and again. The Wang family's experts were dumbfounded. Lu Yiping's figure swayed, and the other 3 Saint Kings of the Wang family were sent flying one after another. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously. The remaining 20 Saint Kings of the Wang family were jolted awake, looking at Lu Yiping with fear. With a flick of his finger, Lu Yiping fixed the 20 Saint Kings of the Wang family in place. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Wang Haoxia flew out from the pile of rocks, looking at Lu Yiping with fear. "Your strength, how can you be so strong?" He had 600 million Saint King realm masters energy, and Lu Yiping's punch easily injured him, so he definitely had 800 million, or even 900 million Saint King realm masters energy. At this time, the auspicious cloud above Lu Yiping's head appeared. 11 Mu. Seeing the auspicious cloud above Lu Yiping's head, Wang Haoxia stuttered, his voice trembling. Lu Yiping's strength was not 800 million, nor 900 million, but 1 billion Saint King realm masters energy. How could this be? While Wang Haoxia was shocked, he found it hard to believe. The other 3 Saint Kings of the Wang family were also shocked when they saw the 11 Mu of auspicious cloud above Lu Yiping's head. Lu Yiping took a step forward, arriving in front of Wang Haoxia. Wang Haoxia staggered back in fear. "How can I be so strong?" Lu Yiping laughed, "You'll know soon enough." With a wave of his hand, his palm landed on Wang Haoxia's chest, sealing Wang Haoxia's strength before throwing him into the cauldron of heaven and earth. The battle just now had alerted others, and Lu Yiping sensed that there were people coming over. Without further ado, he sealed the other 3 Saint Kings of the Wang family and the group of Saint Kings energy, threw them into the cauldron of heaven and earth, and sped away. Not long after Lu Yiping left, a large group of experts flew over. It was the Qin family's patriarch, Qin Liang, and the Qin family's experts. When Qin Liang and the rest arrived and saw the destroyed mountains and land, they were all shocked. As Lu Yiping left in a hurry, he did not clean up the scene, so the space was filled with the terrifying power of a Saint King. What a terrifying power of a Saint King! This is definitely the power of a top-level Saint King, Qin Liang exclaimed. Any Saint King with more than 1 billion Saint King power was called a top-level Saint King. And Qin Liang was the same as Lu clan's lone ancestor, still at 1 billion Saint King power. Hearing Qin Liang say that it was the power of a top-level Saint King, Qin Lu and the rest were all shocked. A top-level Saint King was definitely a terrifying existence in the chaotic world. Wang Haoxia and the rest should be coming in this direction. Clan leader, do you think the Wang clan is fighting with a top-level Saint King? A Qin clan Saint King guessed nervously. When the Qin clan heard this, they were all shocked. The Wang clan was fighting with a top-level Saint King? If that was the case, then the Wang clan's outcome could be imagined. Qin Liang also had a feeling of fear. Although he was at the peak of 1 billion Saint King power now, it was not enough to face a top-level Saint King. Who is it? Qin Lu recalled the top-level Saint King in the chaotic world. Clan leader, shall we continue forward? A Qin clan Saint King asked. Qin Liang's expression was gloomy as he said, continue forward, everyone be careful. They knew that the dark yellow pagoda had just appeared in a forest ahead. If they missed it, they would not be satisfied. In his opinion, as long as they were careful, they should be fine. Thus, Qin Liang and the rest continued to fly towards the forest ahead. After Lu Yiping left the Black Sea Mountain, he flew forward and came to a forest. He set up a formation, summoned the Tree of Creation, and threw Wang Haozhe and the rest out. Tree of Creation! Wang Haozhe and the rest of the Wang clan's experts exclaimed when they saw the tree behind Lu Yiping. Not bad, Tree of Creation. Lu Yiping looked at Wang Haozhe and the rest. He waved his hands, and the Tree of Creation's thousands of roots flew into the air, turning into sharp blades, piercing Wang Haozhe and the rest's chests and started to devour them. Wang Haozhe could feel his Saint King's qi flowing out of his body, and his eyes were filled with fear. He attacked, struggled, and roared with the other members of the Wang family. However, no matter how hard Wang Haozhe and the others struggled, it was futile. Soon, Wang Haozhe and the others were emptied. On the Tree of Achievement, there were 4 yellow Dao fruits and more than 20 white Dao fruits. Lu Yiping plucked the Dao fruits from Wang Haozhe and the others and began to refine them one by one. However, the further one progressed, the harder it was to raise one's Saint Ruler force. As a result, Lu Yiping's Saint Ruler force only managed to break through to 1.4 billion after refining Wang Haozhe's Saint Ruler force. It's only increased by 300 million. Lu Yiping shook his head as he sensed the changes in the Saint King energy in his body. At this time, Lu Yiping had yet to kill Wang Haozhe and the others. When Wang Haozhe heard Lu Yiping shake his head and say that it was only 300 million, Wang Haozhe almost vomited blood in anger. They had painstakingly cultivated their Saint Ruler force for countless years, but Lu Yiping enjoyed the fruits of their labor and actually complained that it was not enough. Subsequently, Lu Yiping extracted the memory fragments of Wang Haozhe and the others. After looking through them, he destroyed Wang Haozhe and the others with a single finger. From Wang Haozhe's memory, Lu Yiping accidentally learned about the earth-splitting chisel, which was a pleasant surprise. The earth-splitting chisel was a supreme offensive treasure comparable to the heaven-splitting divine axe. Although the dark yellow pagoda and the bell of chaos were known for their invincible defense, they absolutely could not withstand a single blow from the earth-splitting chisel or the heaven-splitting divine axe. Otherwise, the Tree of Achievement would not have been killed by the earth-splitting chisel or the heaven-splitting divine axe. The Abyssal Sea. Lu Yiping muttered to himself. The earth-splitting chisel sank to the bottom of the Abyssal Sea. The Abyssal Sea was a terrifying place at the edge of the universe. The water of the Abyssal Sea was extremely special. No matter what fell into it, it would sink to the bottom of the sea and would not float up. Even Saint Ruler Realm Masters could not float up. If they could not float up, they would stay at the bottom of the Abyssal Sea forever until the world collapsed. Therefore, this was also the reason why Wang Haozhe did not dare to retrieve the earth-splitting chisel when he learned that it was in the Abyssal Sea. Lu Yiping stood up. Although he now had the Tree of Achievement and the Bell of Chaos, if he entered the Abyssal Sea, it would be difficult for him to come out. Therefore, he could only wait until he broke through to the Dao Ancestor Realm. In any case, knowing that the earth-splitting chisel was in the Abyssal Sea was good news for him. In the future, when he broke through to the Dao Ancestor Realm, he would enter the Abyssal Sea and obtain the earth-splitting chisel. At that time, even the King of Chaos Longqing would not be his opponent. Lu Yiping removed the surrounding array and was about to leave the forest. Suddenly, in the distant horizon, a shocking yellow light broke through the void. By the time Lu Yiping reacted, he saw a 10,000 zhang tall pagoda rushing towards him. The dark yellow pagoda of heaven and earth? Lu Yiping was pleasantly surprised. Just as Lu Yiping was about to make a move to grab the pagoda, a terrifying wave of blade energy slashed towards him from the distant horizon, carrying the might of a holy king. Brat, the heaven-earth splitting chisel exquisite pagoda is not something you can touch. Scram! A stern voice shouted. Looking at the terrifying wave of saber energy rushing towards him, Lu Yiping's face was calm. He punched out a fist and dispersed the wave of saber energy. His other hand reached out and grabbed the heaven-earth-splitting chisel exquisite pagoda. The heaven-earth-splitting chisel exquisite pagoda burst out rays of light, trying to break free from Huang Xiaolong's suction force, but it was unable to do so. Seeing that Lu Yiping had actually dispersed his wave of saber energy, a cry of surprise came from the distant horizon. A middle-aged man in a green robe broke through the void and arrived in front of Lu Yiping in the blink of an eye. Just as the middle-aged man arrived, a large group of experts flew over from the distance. It was the Qin family's patriarch, Qin Liang, and Qin Lu. When Qin Liang saw the middle-aged man in green robes, his expression changed. Green-robed divine ancestor. The green-robed divine ancestor was an evil ancestor that struck fear in the hearts of experts from all over the chaos world. He had already proven his Tao a billion years ago and was already a saint king during the Desolate Era. Now, he was already a top-level saint king and had already possessed 1 billion saint king realm strength a few million years ago. When the Qin family's members heard that the middle-aged man in front of them was the green-robed divine ancestor, their expressions changed drastically. The green-robed divine ancestor turned his head and looked at the Qin family's group. His gaze landed on Qin Lu and he smiled evilly. "You are the Qin family's little girl, Qin Lu? You are indeed good-looking." When Qin Liang and the others heard that, their hearts skipped a beat. The green-robed divine ancestor's gaze landed on Lu Yiping. He looked at Lu Yiping from head to toe and said, "Brat, your strength is not bad. You were able to withstand my casual attack." Although the green-robed divine ancestor did not even use 10% of his strength in that attack, being able to withstand it was already considered pretty good in the chaos world. That attack was not something an ordinary high-level Saint King could withstand. When Qin Liang, Qin Lu, and the others heard that, they also looked at Lu Yiping with surprise and shock. Previously, during the Lu family's sacred assembly, they had all seen Lu Yiping's strength. It was impossible for him to be this strong. Was this really the same person? One couldn't blame Qin Liang, Qin Lu, and the others for suspecting that they were not the same person. After all, the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. Only a few months had passed since the Lu family's holy assembly. Lu Yiping looked at the green-robed holy ancestor calmly. "Green-robed holy ancestor, right? The number of human experts who died in your hands isn't small." The green-robed holy ancestor was one of the leading figures of the chaos world's evil path. He had an eccentric temperament, and whenever there was a disagreement, he would annihilate an entire clan. The number of people who died in his hands was uncountable. When the green-robed holy ancestor heard Lu Yiping talking about the number of human experts who died in his hands, he chuckled. Staring at Lu Yiping, he asked, "Brat, what do you want to say?" "Kill you." Lu Yiping replied. The green-robed holy ancestor was stunned for a second, then he laughed loudly without restraint. His laughter shook the forest, and the trees in the surroundings were shattered into pieces. When Qin Liang and the others heard Lu Yiping saying that he wanted to kill the green-robed holy ancestor, a strange expression appeared on their faces. "Kill me?" The green-robed holy ancestor couldn't stop laughing. Right at this time, a figure whistled through the air. The other party's devil chi soared to the sky, and when he arrived, the surrounding trees turned black. When the green-robed holy ancestor saw the newcomer, he stopped laughing, and his eyes narrowed. "Yin Feng." Qin Liang's expression changed drastically when he saw who it was. Yin Feng, one of Raha Demon Ancestor's generals, a peak Holy King realm expert. Similarly, he possessed 1,100,000,000 battle chi. However, Yin Feng had broken through to 1,100,000,000 battle chi earlier than the green-robed holy ancestor. Yin Feng glanced at the green-robed holy ancestor and smiled, "So, it's holy brother." Although he had broken through earlier than the green-robed holy ancestor, the latter was born much earlier than him. Yin Feng's face was extremely pale, so pale that it was a little frightening. When he smiled, it sent chills down one's spine. The green-robed holy ancestor smiled, "So, it's brother Yin Feng." "Why, brother Yin Feng is also here for the mysterious yellow pagoda?" "Yes and no," Yin Feng said, his gaze landing on Lu Yiping. "You're Lu Yiping from the Lu family? Your Lu family's Lu Pylon is our demon race's dog. You've got guts, daring to kill our demon race's dog, and even daring to steal our demon race's supreme treasure, the Soul Crusher Thorn." The green-robed saint ancestor had just come into being. So, he hadn't heard of Lu Yiping's recent matters. But, he couldn't help being surprised when he heard that Lu Yiping had seized the demon race's soul-scattering thorn. Hand over the soul-crusher thorn. Yin Feng said to Lu Yiping slowly, when we go back, I can ask Lord Devil Ancestor to leave your corpse intact. Leave my corpse intact. Lu Yiping smiled. Seeing Lu Yiping laughing, Yin Feng frowned. Lu Yiping muttered to himself, after dealing with you two, I should be able to reach the peak of the Holy King Realm. The Holy King Realm was the same as the Sage Realm. The peak of the Holy King Realm was 19 mu. The green-robed Saint Ancestor and Yin Feng were both at 1 billion. If he could refine their Dao fruits, he should be able to break through to 19 mu. Yin Feng and the green-robed Saint Ancestor were puzzled when they heard Lu Yiping muttering to himself about reaching the peak of the Holy King Realm after dealing with them. At this moment, Lu Yiping made his move. Lu Yiping's figure flashed, arriving before the green-robed Saint Ancestor and kicking out. Lu Yiping was too fast. The green-robed Saint Ancestor didn't even have time to dodge before he was kicked. Lu Yiping's kick was full of strength. Boom, the green-robed Saint Ancestor was sent flying by Lu Yiping's kick. After smashing through countless trees, the green-robed Saint Ancestor fell to the end of the forest. Lu Yiping arrived before the green-robed Saint Ancestor at some point in time and stomped his foot down. Boom, the green-robed Saint Ancestor's head was stomped into the ground by Lu Yiping. Everyone from the Qin family was dumbfounded by this scene. Even Yin Feng was shocked. Before coming here, he had investigated everything about Lu Yiping. It was impossible for Lu Yiping's strength to be so strong. Lu Yiping flicked his finger, and a rune of the Great Tao sealed the mysterious yellow pagoda. The green-robed Saint Ancestor roared in anger after being stomped into the ground by Lu Yiping. Light surged from his body, and 1 billion units of Holy King energy poured out. He struggled to get up, but no matter how hard he struggled, Lu Yiping's foot remained firmly on him. Lu Yiping stepped on the green-robed Saint Ancestor's head as if he was stepping on a rock. He looked at Yin Feng and exerted force with his right foot. The green-robed Saint Ancestor's head sank into the ground bit by bit. The green-robed Saint Ancestor roared in anger, but it soon turned into a scream of pain. Qin Liang and the others felt their scalps go numb. Suddenly, Lu Yiping stopped and bent down. He grabbed the green-robed Saint Ancestor's neck and lifted him up like a tortoise. The green-robed Saint Ancestor's eyes turned red as he punched out at Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping grabbed the green-robed Saint Ancestor's hand and twisted it, turning it into a fried dough twist. Qin Liang and Qin Lu paled. During the Lu family's holy assembly, Lu Yiping had also twisted Lu Yiping's hand like this. After twisting the green-robed Saint Ancestor's hand into a fried dough twist, Lu Yiping was too lazy to continue playing with him. He directly punched the green-robed Saint Ancestor's heart, then punched again and again. After several punches, the green-robed Saint Ancestor was reduced to a bloody mess, barely breathing. Only then did Lu Yiping seal the green-robed Saint Ancestor's strength and toss him into the heaven and earth cauldron. Right at this time, Yin Feng turned into a cloud of black mist that drifted into the air. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Indifferent smile appeared on Lu Yiping's face when he saw this. With a wave of his hand, the spacetime Grand Tao turned into billions of heavenly dragons that entered layers of spacetime. In an instant, layers of spacetime were sealed. Yin Feng fell from the void. When Yin Feng fell to the ground, Lu Yiping made a grabbing motion in the air, causing a shapeless and enormous hand to grab Yin Feng, and then he tossed Yin Feng to the ground. Dust and sand flew into the air amidst the loud explosion. Lu Yiping looked coldly at Yin Feng, who was smashed into the ground. To me, you're just a dog. Yin Feng looked at Lu Yiping in shock and anger. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he sneered, your Lu family can wait to be annihilated. Annihilated? Lu Yiping laughed, wait until your devil race unifies the chaos world. With a swing of Mount Buzhou, Yin Feng was sent flying. With Lu Yiping's current strength, even an ordinary 1 billion Saint King would find it hard to block his attack, not to mention a 1 billion Saint King like Yin Feng. A moment later, Lu Yiping threw the dying Yin Feng into the heaven and earth cauldron. Patriarch Qin. Lu Yiping looked at Qin Liang in the distance and said, what happened today? I hope you won't leak it. Qin Liang's body stiffened. He stuttered, Lord Lu, don't worry. No one in the Qin family will leak a single word of what happened today. Lu Yiping flew away, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. For a long time, no one in Qin Liang's group dared to move. Patriarch, Lord Lu has left, Qin Lu said with difficulty. That person, is he really Lu Yiping? A saint king of the Qin family stammered. Qin Liang was just about to speak when group after group of experts swarmed over from all directions. Almost all of the people who came were experts from various super forces in the chaotic world. When they arrived and saw the scene that was destroyed beyond recognition, they were all shocked. Patriarch Qin, did you see the mysterious yellow pagoda? One of them suddenly asked, looking at Qin Liang with an embarrassed expression. The person who spoke was the Zhu family's patriarch, Zhu Kuan. The Zhu family was the head of the four families. Like the green-robed holy ancestor and Yin Feng, the Zhu family had made their name in the desolate era. However, they were stronger than the green-robed holy ancestor and Yin Feng. Qin Liang forced a smile, saying, we also just arrived. Zhu Kuan was still staring at Qin Liang, asking in a doubtful tone, Patriarch Qin should have arrived earlier than us, right? Qin Liang smiled, we did arrive a few steps earlier than you, but the mysterious yellow pagoda was already missing when we arrived. Zhu Kuan frowned, but since Qin Liang insisted that he didn't see the mysterious yellow pagoda, he didn't press further. After all, the Qin family wasn't something he could bully as he wished. More and more people rushed over, but no matter how they turned the forest upside down, they couldn't find anything. In the end, everyone dispersed. After leaving the forest, Lu Yiping came to a barren mountain. He set up a formation and summoned the creation tree, then threw the green-robed holy ancestor and Yin Feng out. Creation tree. The green-robed holy ancestor and Yin Feng had the same reaction as Kong Qing and the others when they saw the creation tree. Not bad, creation tree. Lu Yiping looked at the two of them, after refining your Dao fruits, I should be able to break through to peak Holy King realm. The green-robed holy ancestor and Yin Feng's faces were ashen. They finally understood why Lu Yiping said he would be able to break through to peak Holy King realm after dealing with them. Lu Yiping didn't waste any more words with them. He controlled the creation tree and began to devour them. In an instant, their Holy King realm energy, Grand Dao energy, and Saint Physique origin energy flowed into the creation tree. Before long, 2 yellow Dao fruits sprouted from the creation tree's branches. These 2 yellow Dao fruits emitted a light brighter than Kong Qing's and the others. Lu Yiping first took Yin Feng's Dao fruit and started to refine it. His current Saint Ruler energy was already at 1.4 billion units, and after consuming the Yin Feng fruit of Dao, it quickly broke through to 1.5 billion units, and then continued to rise at an astonishing speed. While Lu Yiping was refining Yin Feng and the green-robed holy ancestors' Dao fruits, news suddenly spread out from southern Wasteland City. The mysterious yellow pagoda was obtained by Lu Yiping of the Lu family. What, Lu Yiping? When the news spread, countless experts who came for the mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda were shocked. Inside a certain mansion in southern Wasteland City, Long Cheng's eldest disciple Chen Lingchao, second disciple Lu Jiang, and third disciple Du Li came out to hear the news. Lu Yiping from the Lu family? Du Li was puzzled. Could this news be fake? At this time, Lu Jiang's communication talisman vibrated. He opened it and his eyes widened in shock. Noticing Lu Jiang's expression, Chen Lingchao asked, what is it? Lu Jiang said, didn't eldest senior brother ask me to investigate who fourth junior brother's group had a conflict with recently? I found out that some days ago, Chen Delan and Chao Ning had a conflict with Lu Yiping at the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's headquarters. At that time, Lu Yiping broke Chen Delan's hand, saying that if there was a next time, he would die. Moreover, I also found out that not long after Lu Yiping left the Lu family, fourth junior brother's group of 8 also left the cultivation dwelling. Du Li was surprised, this should be a coincidence, right? With fourth junior brother's strength, Lu Yiping can't possibly be fourth junior brother's opponent. A light flickered in Chen Lingchao's eyes as he said, with so many coincidences added together, it's no longer a coincidence. Fourth junior brother's group of 8 missing people might really be related to this Lu Yiping. Although Lu Yiping can't possibly be fourth junior brother's opponent, what if Lu Yiping joins forces with others? Lu Jiang said, however, we don't know where Lu Yiping is right now. But Chen Lingqiao said, a monk can run away, but the temple can't. Let's go to the Lu family now. Lu Zhong's eyes lit up, understanding Chen Lingqiao's meaning. Immediately, Chen Lingqiao, Lu Jiang, Du Li, and the rest left the southern desolation city, heading towards the Lu family's headquarters. While Chen Lingqiao, Lu Jiang, Du Li, and the rest were heading towards the Lu family's headquarters, experts from all over the southern desolation city who heard the news also left the southern desolation city, rushing to the Lu family's headquarters. It couldn't be helped, the allure of the mysterious yellow heaven-earth pagoda was too great. Even the Chaos World's first-rate forces rushed to the Lu family's headquarters after hearing the news. In a short time, the Lu family's headquarters became everyone's target. At this time, inside the Lu family's headquarters, Lu Gang, Lu Yongji, Lu Feng, Ancestor Snow, and the rest were gathered outside the main hall, waiting respectfully for solitary Ancestor's return. Lord Patriarch, something bad has happened. While Lu Gang and the rest were waiting for solitary Ancestor's return, a Lu family Grand Elder rushed into the main hall in a panic, shouting anxiously, all the southern desolation city's experts are rushing to our Lu family's headquarters. Lu Gang was confused, reprimanding, what southern desolation city's experts? What's the matter? The Lu family Grand Elder hurriedly explained, it's Lord Lu Yiping who obtained the mysterious yellow heaven-earth pagoda. Lu Gang, Lu Yongji, and the rest were stunned. Mysterious yellow heaven-earth pagoda? The Lu family Grand Elder quickly added, the news has spread, almost all the Chaos World's experts are rushing to our Lu family's headquarters. Lu Gang, Lu Yongji, and the rest paled, finally understanding the Lu family Grand Elder's meaning. Lu Yongji roared at the sky in exasperation, Lu Yiping wants to destroy my Lu family. Such matters were not uncommon in the Chaos World, if not handled properly, the entire family would be annihilated. Even though the Lu family's strength wasn't weak, it couldn't go against the entire Chaos World. Moreover, among the four families, the Lu family was the weakest. Which forces are coming? Lu Gang asked in a trembling voice, unable to calm down. The Grand Elder answered, the King of Chaos's 3 personal disciples are all here. And the Wang family's patriarch and 5 saint kings. And the evil dragon tribe. The devil-slaying palace. With every sentence the Grand Elder uttered, Lu Gang, Lu Yongji, and the rest paled further. In the end, Lu Gang, Lu Yongji, and the rest trembled. Where's Lu Yiping? Lu Yongji roared angrily. Lord Lu's whereabouts are unknown after he obtained the mysterious yellow heaven-earth pagoda. The Grand Elder's voice grew weaker. Lu Yongji's eyes were bloodshot, screaming hoarsely, Lu Yiping caused this disaster, but he went into hiding. When Chen Lingqiao and the others come, we'll hand his sister over. This matter has nothing to do with Yiping, right? Ancestor Snow asked solemnly. At this time, a figure whistled through the air. When they saw who it was, their faces lit up with joy, solitary Ancestor. The gray-haired solitary Ancestor's gaze swept over everyone, and he said solemnly, I already know about Lu Yiping's matter. He continued, this matter was caused by him. When the experts from various forces arrive, I will announce to them that he and his sister are expelled from the Lu family. Ancestor Snow's expression changed, what? Expel Yiping from the Lu family? I don't agree. Solitary Ancestor looked at Ancestor Snow and said, Little Snow, I know what you mean, but only by expelling Lu Yiping from the Lu family can we save the Lu family. Moreover, Lu Yiping killed the Lu family's holy king during the Lu family's sacred assembly. This alone is enough to expel him from the Lu family. Ancestor Snow said, but. No buts, Solitary Ancestor shook his head and said, I've already made up my mind. He then turned to Lu Gang and said, pass down the order. Activate the Lu family's strongest formation to welcome the experts from all sides. Yes, Lord Solitary Ancestor. Lu Gang quickly replied and passed down the order. While Chen Lingqiao, Lu Jiang, Du Li, the Zhu family's patriarch Zhu Kuan, and other experts from the Chaos World were rushing over to the Lu family's residence, Lu Yiping had finally finished refining Yin Feng and the green-robed ancestors' Dao fruits. After refining Yin Feng and the green-robed ancestors' Dao fruits, Lu Yiping's cultivation had reached peak Holy King realm, the 19 mu auspicious clouds above his head surged, and his Holy King realm energy surged like an ocean. A majestic aura enveloped the heavens. Lu Yiping felt the surging energy in his body, and he took a deep breath. Finally, he was a peak Holy King realm expert. One more step and he would be a Dao ancestor. Lu Yiping took out the Xianhuang pagoda and spat out a mouthful of Holy King realm energy, enveloping the Xianhuang pagoda as he began to refine it. With Lu Yiping's current peak Holy King realm strength, it took him less than half a day to refine the Xianhuang pagoda. Then, Lu Yiping urged the Xianhuang pagoda to soar into the sky and land on the mountain range in the distance. The pagoda spun and flattened the mountain range in the distance. Although the Xianhuang pagoda was a defensive treasure, its offensive power was unparalleled. After testing the Xianhuang pagoda's power, Lu Yiping put it away and soared into the sky, leaving the barren mountain. Ancestor, are we really not going to the Lu family's main manor? Not long after Lu Yiping left the mountain range, Lu Yu heard someone's voices up. Right now, everyone in the primal chaos realm is rushing towards the Lu family's main residence. There is only one mysterious yellow jewel pagoda. Even if we go to the Lu family's main residence, we won't get a share of the mysterious yellow jewel pagoda. Lu uses Xian's ancestor Xianhuang clan, Lu, and ancestor's S, he didn't waste his clans. The S? Loses Lu Xian? TSSST? T's? SS? SSSSS's? At that time, only the members of the Qin clan knew that he had obtained the mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda. Now that the news was leaked, it was undoubtedly the doing of the Qin clan. It seemed that he had been too merciful. He should have gotten rid of the Qin clan as well. Lu Yiping hurried back to the Lu residence. Although it had been a few days since the experts from the Chaos World had rushed to the Lu family's headquarters from the southern Desolation City, he was now a peak Saint King. He should be able to reach the Lu family's headquarters before everyone else. Even if he couldn't rush back to the Lu residence before everyone else, he should be able to reach the Lu residence around the same time as everyone else. Lu Yiping tore through the void and pushed the great path of time and space to the extreme. Time and space constantly changed around him. Several days passed. Chen Lingchao, Lu Jiang, Du Li, and the others were the first to arrive at the Lu residence. Next was the Zhu family's patriarch, Zhu Kuan, and a group of Zhu family experts. After the Zhu family, the Evil Dragon clan, the Devil-Slaying Palace, and other experts from the Primal Chaos realm arrived one after another. All the experts gathered in the main hall of the Lu family residence. Chen Lingchao looked at Solitary Ancestor. We don't need to beat around the bush. Lu Kongji, I believe you know why we're here. Have Lu Yiping hand over the mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda. Solitary Ancestor Lu Kongji stood up and cupped his fists. Lord Chen, a few days ago, during our Lu family's sacred assembly, Lu Yiping killed the Lu family's holy king Lu Yuchao. Our Lu family's ancestors unanimously decided to expel Lu Yiping and his sister from the Lu family. Chen Lingchao, Zhu Kuan, and the others were stunned. Lu Kongji's gaze swept over the experts present and he continued, from now on, Lu Yiping and his sister are no longer members of our Lu family. Lu Yiping's matter has nothing to do with our Lu family. Indifferent to Lu Kongji's words, Lu Jiang sneered, you think that by expelling Lu Yiping from the Lu family, your Lu family can stay out of this matter? He paused for a moment before continuing, our fourth junior brother has been missing for quite some time. We found out that his disappearance is related to Lu Yiping. Lu Jiang's words caused an uproar in the hall. What? Lord Kongqing is missing. Zhu Kuan, the Evil Dragon tribe patriarch, Devil-Slaying Palace Master, Lu Kongji, Lu Yongji, and the others were shocked. Lu Jiang went on, with my fourth junior brother's strength, Lu Yiping is definitely not his opponent. Therefore, we suspect that your Lu family's ancestors are his accomplices. Lu Kongji, Lu Gang, Lu Yongji, Lu Feng, and the others' faces tightened. Lord Lu Jiang, we are completely unaware of Lord Kongqing's matter. Lu Kongji hurriedly defended himself, we just found out. Indifferent to Lu Kongji's words, Lu Jiang sneered, whether you are completely unaware or not, we will release all of you after our investigation. Later, your Lu family's ancestors will have to make a trip with us. Lu Kongji, Lu Gang, and the others panicked at Lu Jiang's words. Chen Lingchao ordered, bring little sister Lu Yiping with us. He then turned to a Saint King beside him, go bring little sister Lu Yiping over. That Saint King complied and left. But even after a long time, that Saint King still did not return. Chen Lingqiao, Lu Jiang, and the others felt strange. Right at this time, a figure suddenly fell from the sky, crashing into the great hall with a loud crash. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the Saint King who had left on Chen Lingqiao's order. The Saint King's strength had been completely sealed. He lay there on the ground, barely breathing, like a dying dog. Everyone was stunned. This Saint King's strength was not weak. He was a mid-level Saint King with 600 million battle Saint King energy. Only a high-level Saint King could subdue him. Could it be that other than Lu Kongji, the Lu family had other high-level Saint King experts? Amidst everyone's astonishment, a blue-robed figure slowly walked over. Lu Yiping! Lu Yongji exclaimed in shock. A commotion broke out in the great hall. Experts from various forces stood up one after another, staring at Lu Yiping with burning desire. However, no one dared to make the first move. Chen Lingqiao was the first to walk out from the great hall. He looked coldly at Lu Yiping. You're Lu Yiping? Where's my fourth junior brother? He's dead, Lu Yiping said calmly. Dead? Everyone was shocked. Even Chen Lingqiao, Lu Jiang, and Du Li were in disbelief. Did they hear wrongly? What did you say? Lu Jiang's face was filled with anger. My fourth junior brother is dead? That's right, I killed him. Lu Yiping continued to walk over. You killed him? Lu Jiang laughed loudly as if he had heard a joke. Zhu Kuan, the evil dragon tribe patriarch, the devil-slaying palace master, and the others shook their heads and smiled. Clearly, no one believed Lu Yiping's words. Lu Jiang's eyes flashed with lightning, and he suddenly slammed his palm down on Lu Yiping. Speak. Who is your accomplice? Is it Lu Kongji? Or did you collude with the demon race? No wonder Lu Jiang thought that Lu Yiping might have colluded with the demon race, because Lu Pailin had already colluded with the demon race. Although Lu Yiping had killed Lu Pailin, it was not impossible for him to side with the demon race. Lu Jiang was the king of Chaos Long Cheng's second disciple, and his strength was much stronger than Kong Qing's. Not only was he a top-level holy king, but his holy king energy had reached 1.3 billion units. 1.3 billion units, what kind of concept was that? For a high-level holy king like Lu Kongji with 1 billion units, he could kill him with a single palm strike. Even the green-robed holy ancestor and Yin Feng with 1 billion units couldn't withstand a single palm strike from Lu Jiang. Seeing that Lu Jiang had made a move, all the experts retreated in shock, afraid that they would be affected by Lu Jiang's palm strike. Even people as strong as the evil dragon tribe patriarch and the devil-slaying palace master protected their subordinates as they retreated. Ancestor Shue's expression changed when he saw Lu Yiping suddenly attacking. Seeing that Lu Yiping's palm strike was about to slam Lu Yiping into the ground, Lu Yiping did not even look at the other party's palm strike. He flicked his finger, and a barely visible finger light attacked Lu Jiang. Indifferent smile appeared on Lu Jiang's face when he saw that Lu Yiping did not block his palm strike and even flicked his finger at him. Reckless idiot. He flicked his finger at Lu Yiping's finger force. Dong, Lu Jiang's finger force collided with Lu Yiping's finger force. Heaven and earth trembled. But in the next moment, everyone arrived. Lu Yiping's finger force blasted Lu Jiang's finger force away and landed on Lu Jiang's chest. Lu Jiang let out a muffled groan as he flew up into the air. At this time, when Lu Jiang's palm force was about to land on Lu Yiping's head, a golden bell flew out from Lu Yiping's head and blocked Lu Jiang's palm force. Lu Jiang's palm force landed on the golden bell. The golden bell glowed and remained motionless. Rumble, Lu Yiping smashed through the main hall of the Lu family residence. When he landed on the ground, his chest had already been pierced through by Lu Yiping's finger force. A shocking pillar of blood continuously spurted out from his chest. What? Everyone was stunned. This included Chen Lingqiao, Lu Kongji, Zhu Kuan, and the others. Chen Lingqiao and the others stared in disbelief at Lu Jiang, who was sent flying by a single finger. Lu Jiang wanted to get up from the ground, but just as he moved, he pulled at the wound on his chest. He spat out another mouthful of blood. He looked at Lu Yiping in disbelief, shocked and angry. Lu Yiping can't be this strong. Who the hell are you? He suspected that the person in front of him was proficient in the transformation Grand Dao and had taken on Lu Yiping's appearance. Not Lu Yiping, everyone looked at Lu Yiping in bewilderment. Chen Lingqiao glared at Lu Yiping and growled, "I don't care who you are. Today, you must die." The auspicious cloud above his head rose as his holy king aura roared. Chen Lingqiao's auspicious cloud had reached the limit of 18 mu, just half a step away from 19 mu. Because of this, even though the king of chaos Longqing had been in seclusion for many years, with Chen Lingqiao presiding over the chaos world did not fall into chaos. A terrifying pressure spread out from Chen Lingqiao's body. Even Zhu Kuan, the evil dragon tribe's patriarch, and the devil-slaying palace master, who were 130 million experts, felt suffocated under Chen Lingqiao's pressure. Everyone retreated again and again in fear. Chen Lingqiao took a step forward, arriving in front of Lu Yiping, and suddenly punched out. Chaos Bell? Chen Lingqiao smiled indifferent, "Watch me break your chaos bell with one punch." Seeing Chen Lingqiao's punch coming, Lu Yiping did not panic. He raised his hand and punched out as well. When Lu Yiping punched out, an auspicious cloud appeared above his head, and Holy King aura surged like an apocalyptic sea, shaking heaven and earth. Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud was no longer pure yellow, but a purple-gold yellow. Chen Lingqiao's auspicious cloud was completely overshadowed in front of Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud. It was like the difference between a chicken and a phoenix. Under the light of Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud, heaven and earth became so bright. Chen Lingqiao looked at the auspicious cloud above Lu Yiping's head, and his eyes widened. Then, he turned pale. Boom, the two fists collided. A loud explosion shook the heavens, and earth flickered for a moment. The entire Lu family's territory seemed to have been smashed by an invisible giant hammer. Pieces of land crumbled, and buildings were sent flying into the air, turning into dust. A terrifying force swept out, and some of the nearby experts were turned into dust in an instant. Even experts as strong as Zhu Kuan, the evil dragon tribe's patriarch, and the devil-slaying palace master were sent flying, vomiting blood. Lu Kongji shouted in fear, "Activate the Lu family's strongest defensive formation." But just as he finished speaking, he was sent flying. The Lu family's grand formation shone brightly, and layers of energy enveloped the Lu family's main residence. But it was useless. In front of Lu Yiping's power, the Lu family's grand formation was like a short-circuited circuit. Sizzling sounds rang out continuously, and one formation after another was destroyed. As for Chen Lingqiao, he felt a powerful force that he could not resist at all, and he was sent flying. Dust billowed, and it did not stop for a long time. Lu Yiping's power was still sweeping out. Zhu Kuan, the evil dragon tribe, and the devil-slaying palace's experts were forced to retreat again and again, vomiting blood again and again. Some Dao-proving sages felt their bodies cracking, and terrifying cracks appeared all over them. They could collapse at any time. When Lu Yiping's power finally dissipated, Zhu Kuan, the evil dragon tribe, and the devil-slaying palace's experts, who had been sent flying into the sky, looked at Lu Yiping with fear and shock. They looked at the 19 acres of auspicious clouds above Lu Yiping's head, and were so shocked that they could not speak for a long time. In the chaotic world, although there were very few top-level holy kings, some top forces still had them. For example, the Zhu family, the evil dragon tribe, and the devil-slaying palace all had top-level holy kings. But in the vast chaotic world, there were only two peak holy kings, and these two had been in seclusion for countless years, and they had been trying to break through to the Dao ancestor realm. The third peak holy king. Zhu Kuan's eyes widened in shock. Lu Jiang, who was sent flying again, looked at Lu Yiping with the same shock in his eyes. As for Lu Kongji, Lu Gang, and the others, they were even more shocked beyond words. Lu Yiping looked at Lu Kongji, Lu Gang, and the others coldly. He already knew that Lu Kongji had expelled him and his sister from the Lu family, so he did not have any scruples when he attacked just now. He allowed his power to sweep through the Lu family's main manor. Lu Yiping took a step forward, and arrived in front of Chen Lingqiao. Chen Lingqiao was terrified. He did not even bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth as he said, "Wait. Who are you? Why did you kill my fourth junior brother?" Lu Yiping punched out. Chen Lingqiao raised his hand to block in panic, but he was sent flying again by Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping said coldly as he walked toward Chen Lingqiao. Is he really Lu Yiping? One of the Zhu family's holy kings stammered. Lu Kongji, Lu Gang, and the others paled. Why did you kill your fourth junior brother? Lu Yiping looked at Chen Lingqiao, his eyes cold. He coveted my grand mist aura and wanted to kill me by setting up a formation in the Azure Dragon Sea. Unfortunately, he was the one who died. Just like how you're coveting my mysterious yellow pagoda. Unfortunately, you're still the one who died. Lu Yiping's words reverberated in the air above the Lu family's main residence. With his current strength, there was nothing to be afraid of. Chen Lingqiao sensed Lu Yiping's killing intent, and his face tightened. Lu Yiping, you dare? I don't dare? Lu Yiping smiled indifferent, punching out with both fists. This time, 1.9 billion Holy King energy and 2,900 Grand Dao flew out. Chen Lingqiao sensed the power behind Lu Yiping's attack, and his eyes widened in fear. He fled in a fluster, and at the same time activated the holy armor on his body. This holy armor was something he had collected from the Chaos World's precious materials after he had advanced to True Saint, spending several million years to refine it in lightning fire. After refining it, he had tempered it with his mind every day. It was extremely powerful, and although its defense was not as good as the Chaos Bell and mysterious Yellow Pagoda, it was not far off. Run! Report to Master! Chen Lingqiao roared at Lu Jiang and Du Li. At the same time, he turned to Zhu Kuan, the evil dragon patriarch, the devil-slaying palace master, and the other experts. Why aren't you making a move? If something happens to me, my master won't let any of you off. Zhu Kuan, the evil dragon patriarch, the devil-slaying palace master, and the other experts' faces tightened. Just as Chen Lingqiao had said, if something happened to Chen Lingqiao, the king of chaos Longqing would definitely settle the score with everyone present. Zhu Kuan, the evil dragon patriarch, and the devil-slaying palace master could not care less about anything else. They could only muster up their courage and attack Lu Yiping. At the same time, Zhu Kuan roared at the Zhu family, attack. The evil dragon patriarch and devil-slaying palace master also issued the order, ordering all experts from the evil dragon tribe and devil-slaying palace to attack. For a moment, the power of the holy ruler roared, and the holy saint power turned into a vast ocean, rushing towards Lu Yiping from all directions. Lu Yiping didn't stop attacking as he continued to bombard Chen Lingqiao. The bell of chaos above his head shone brightly, transforming into a bell that held up the sky. The sun, moon, mountains, and rivers rose and fell as though worlds were being nurtured within it. The powers of the worlds connected together, forming barriers. As Lu Yiping's strength continued to increase, the power of the Bell of Chaos became stronger and stronger. As the Chaos Bell transformed into a gigantic bell, a pagoda flew out from Lu Yiping's head. The pagoda emitted layers of light as it instantly expanded to 100,000 feet in size. There were 9 floors in the pagoda, and each floor emitted a different kind of light. The 9-colored light illuminated the world. Under the 9-colored light of the pagoda, the land around the Lu family's main residence seemed to be covered in a layer of 9-colored light. Mysterious yellow pagoda! Someone in the crowd exclaimed. The 9-colored light of the mysterious yellow pagoda formed a 9-colored barrier that revolved around Lu Yiping's body. Boom! Zhu Kuan, the evil dragon patriarch, devil-slaying palace master, and the others' attacks landed on the 9-colored barrier. Even though the mysterious yellow pagoda's defense was shocking, under the combined attacks of Zhu Kuan, the evil dragon patriarch, and the devil-slaying palace's experts, it shook violently and instantly weakened and dimmed. Finally, with a pop, the 9-colored barrier was shattered. After Zhu Kuan, the evil dragon patriarch, and the others' attacks landed on the Bell of Chaos defensive barrier after breaking the 9-colored barrier. The heavens shook. The Bell of Chaos defensive barrier was shattered layer by layer. But in the end, they couldn't break through the last few layers of the Bell of Chaos defensive barrier. On the other hand, Lu Yiping's 1.9 billion Saint King Realm energy and 2,900 Grand Dao energy landed on Chen Lingqiao's body. Chen Lingqiao's saint armor that he had refined for countless years was as fragile as an eggshell in front of Lu Yiping's 1.9 billion Saint King Realm energy and Grand Dao energy. It shattered in an instant, turning into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. After Lu Yiping's attack pierced through Chen Lingqiao's saint armor, it landed on Chen Lingqiao's fist. After shattering Chen Lingqiao's fist, Lu Yiping's attack landed on Chen Lingqiao's chest. Xianxia seemed to hear the sound of his internal organs shattering coming from his body. Pfff, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. When Xianxia was sent flying, Duli was carrying Lu Jiang in a bid to escape. Seeing this, Lu Yiping casually flicked out a finger, sending Duli and Lu Jiang flying. Then, Lu Yiping's palm pressed down on the void. With a loud explosion, Duli and Lu Jiang were smashed into the ground. Lu Yiping turned around, looking at Zhu Kuan, the evil dragon tribe, and the devil-slaying palace's experts. Zhu Kuan, the evil dragon tribe, and the devil-slaying palace's experts were terrified. Quickly retreat! The evil dragon tribe's patriarch roared. Lu Yiping turned into a streak of light, charging into the crowd. In an instant, blood-curdling screams filled the air. Wherever the streak of light passed, the Zhu family, evil dragon tribe, and devil-slaying palace's experts were sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere. Under the sunlight, the scene was exceptionally dazzling. When the streak of light finally stopped, the Zhu family, evil dragon tribe, and devil-slaying palace's experts were no longer standing. Far away, some of the first-rate forces that had come to join in the fun to see if there were any benefits were shocked to see the Zhu family, evil dragon tribe, and devil-slaying palace's experts being sent flying in all directions. Their limbs trembled in fear. Lu Yiping looked at the several 100,000 experts that had come to join in the fun. The several 100,000 experts retreated in panic. Many of them were knocked flying by the people in front of them. Lu Yiping raised the bell of chaos in his hand. The bell of chaos flew high into the air, growing bigger and bigger as it fell on Zhu Kuan and the evil dragon tribe's experts. Zhu Kuan and the others felt the sky darken. Boom, dust rose into the air. Lu Yiping took a step forward, waving the Mount Buzhou in his hand. Xianxia, Lu Jiang, and Duli's several hundred experts were sent flying. Under the sunlight, Lu Yiping stood high in the air, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were like a boundless starry sky, making others not dare to look directly at him. Lu Yiping landed on the ground. He lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. Terrifying waves of light spread out in all directions. Xianxia, Lu Jiang, Duli, and the others who were lying on the ground were sent flying. Lu Yiping clenched his fist, and an invisible hand pulled Xianxia, Lu Jiang, and Duli to him. Lu Yiping took the three of them and flew away, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Tell Longqing that if he wants to avenge his disciples, come to the Azure Dragon Sea. Lu Yiping's voice came from the horizon. The Azure Dragon Sea was the place where Kong Qing had set up a formation to kill him. Everyone present looked in the direction Lu Yiping had disappeared, but no one dared to speak for a long time. Should we report this to the King of Chaos? A Saint King under Xianxiao's command said in a trembling voice. Xianxia, Lu Jiang, and Duli had been captured by Lu Yiping. Adding Kong Qing's death, all four of the King of Chaos disciples had been annihilated. Everyone could almost imagine how furious the King of Chaos, Longqing, would be. Lu Kongji, Lu Gang, and the other Lu family ancestors stared blankly in the direction Lu Yiping had left. For a long time, they didn't move or think, as if they had lost their souls. Lord Lone Ancestor, shall we go and beg for forgiveness? After a long time, Ancestor Snow finally spoke. Lu Kongji remained silent. He understood Ancestor Snow's meaning. He wanted to beg Lu Yiping for forgiveness and allow Lu Yiping to return to the Lu family. Lu Yongji sneered at Ancestor Snow's suggestion. Beg him? Yes, he is a peak Saint King, but he has offended the King of Chaos. Sooner or later, he will die. Ancestor Snow glared at Lu Yongji. Lu Kongji said solemnly, Yongji is right. Although Lu Yiping is a peak Saint King, he is no match for the King of Chaos. Ancestor Snow opened his mouth, but in the end, he couldn't refute. Indeed, although a peak Saint King was terrifying, he was no match for a Dao ancestor. Ancestor Snow couldn't help but worry. At the center of the Chaos world stood a giant Chaos city that pierced through the clouds. This Chaos city was as big as dozens of continents. The reason why it was called a city of chaos was because not only were the walls of the city completely forged from chaos stones, but the buildings within the city were also completely forged from chaos stones. Moreover, these chaos stones were made of the hardest and rarest chaos diamond ores. A single piece of chaos diamond ores was worth several tens of thousands of chaos spirit stones. One could imagine the value of this chaos city that was as big as dozens of continents. The chaos city was where the king of chaos Long Cheng's cultivation cave was located. At this time, in the deepest space of the chaos city, Long Cheng was sitting cross-legged at the center of an altar, absorbing the chaos spiritual energy in the void. As an innate demon god master, Long Cheng possessed an innate demon god physique and innate bloodline. As he absorbed the chaos spiritual energy, a jade-green light surged around him. It was the light of his bloodline power. After cultivating for a while, Long Cheng stopped and stared at the fortune jade disc in front of him with a deep frown. The fortune jade disc was a universe treasure that contained the universe's 3,000 grand Tao. There was no doubt that it was a treasure, but he hadn't been able to refine it for many years. This infuriated him. Right at this moment, hundreds of figures tore through the air and arrived outside the space where Long Cheng was in seclusion. These people were all Long Cheng's generals. They rarely gathered together, but now they had all come to the place where Long Cheng was cultivating in seclusion. After the several hundred people arrived, a saint ruler in golden armor walked out. He bowed and said, "Lord King of Chaos, we have something urgent to report." His voice passed through the layers of space, reaching the surroundings of the altar where Long Cheng cultivated. "What is it?" Long Cheng asked calmly. "Something happened to Ling Chao, Lu Jiang, Du Li, and Kong Qing." That Saint King expert did not dare to hide the truth as he quickly said, "Kong Qing was killed by Lu Yiping from the Lu family. Ling Chao, Lu Jiang, and Du Li have been captured by Lu Yiping." "What?" Long Cheng jumped up from the altar and appeared outside the space in an instant. "What did you say? Qing is dead?" Long Cheng, who was hundreds of thousands of meters tall, looked at the Saint King powerhouse. He was not angry, but a terrifying Tao ancestor's aura blanketed the sky, forcing the hundreds of Saint Kings in front of him to stumble and retreat. After retreating several li, that Saint King respectfully fell to his knees, cold sweat dripping down his forehead as he said, "What this subordinate said is absolutely true. Because this matter is of great importance, we have all come to report to Lord King of Chaos." Long Cheng's gaze turned colder. "Lu Yiping from the Lu family? I don't remember such a person from the Lu family." That Saint King hurriedly said, "This Lu Yiping is Lu Yuan's son. He left the Lu family several million years ago and suddenly returned a few months ago. But the strange thing is, when he returned a few months ago, he was only a low-level Saint King. In just a few short months, for some unknown reason, he suddenly advanced to peak Saint King." "Lu Yuan's son?" Long Cheng was shocked. In just a few short months, he advanced from low-level Saint King to peak Saint King? "Yes, Lord King of Chaos." That Saint King lowered his head and said, "Although it is absurd, many people have seen it with their own eyes. A few months ago, Lu Yiping fought at the Lu family's sacred assembly with less than 100 million units of Saint King energy. Then, he recounted what happened at the Lu family's sacred assembly and how Lu Yiping obtained the mysterious yellow pagoda." "Where is this Lu Yiping now?" Long Cheng asked. "In the Azure Dragon Sea." That Saint King respectfully replied, "When Lu Yiping left the Lu family, he said that if Lord wants revenge, go to the Azure Dragon Sea to find him." "Azure Dragon Sea." Long Cheng looked in the direction of the Azure Dragon Sea and soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Long Cheng's subordinates wanted to speak, but Long Cheng had already disappeared without a trace. "Lord, what should we do now?" One of them asked that Saint King, "Should we send an army to the Lu family?" Meaning to destroy the Lu family. That Saint King pondered and said, "Let's wait for Lord King of Chaos to return first. With his speed, he will reach the Azure Dragon Sea very quickly. Lord King of Chaos only needs a few breaths to deal with Lu Yiping. There is no rush to destroy the Lu family. The Lu family will not run away." After Long Cheng left the Primal Chaos City, he did not bring the city with him and went straight to the Azure Dragon Sea. The Primal Chaos City was his abode and also a chaos treasure. After countless years of refinement, its attack power was no weaker than the Bell of Chaos. However, to deal with a peak Saint King, he did not need the help of the Primal Chaos City. Bell of Chaos. Mysterious yellow pagoda. Long Cheng muttered to himself. It seemed like this Lu Yiping was hiding a shocking secret. He wanted to see what it was that allowed this Lu Yiping to break through from the low-level Saint King to the peak of the Saint King realm in a few months. With the help of Long Cheng's Grand Tao, he crossed through layers of space with every breath. Soon, the Azure Dragon Sea was in sight. Above the Azure Dragon Sea, Lu Yiping stood in the air, looking at Long Cheng who was flying towards him. In the blink of an eye, Long Cheng, who was tens of thousands of feet tall, arrived above the Azure Dragon Sea. Lu Yiping. Long Cheng looked at Lu Yiping, his voice calm. Long Cheng. Lu Yiping looked at Long Cheng and said indifferently. Hearing Lu Yiping call him Long Cheng's eyes shone brightly. Shocking power turned into heavenly tribulation lightning that shot towards Lu Yiping. However, when the heavenly tribulation lightning reached Lu Yiping, it was blocked by the mysterious yellow pagoda and the Bell of Chaos defensive barrier. Even so, the Azure Dragon Sea was still rumbling, as if it was about to be overturned. Long Cheng looked at the mysterious yellow pagoda and the Bell of Chaos and said indifferently, Brat, you think you can block my attack with the mysterious yellow pagoda and the Bell of Chaos? The power of a Tao ancestor is not something an ant like you can imagine. Speaking of this, the auspicious clouds above his head and the aura of a Tao ancestor soared into the sky. Chaos lightning rumbled in the sky and the world turned dark. A terrifying invisible force enveloped Lu Yiping. This terrifying power came from all directions. Long Cheng stood there as if he was the ruler of the world. Under this terrifying power, the nine-colored barrier of the mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda and the layers of barriers of the chaos realm began to cave in, as if they could not withstand this terrifying power and exploded. At this moment, light surged around Lu Yiping's body, and an auspicious cloud appeared above his head. The auspicious cloud and auspicious light fell, and the power of the Holy King surged. The power of the Holy King surged into the mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda and the Bell of Chaos. Immediately, the light of the mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda and the Bell of Chaos increased greatly. The originally collapsed barriers of the mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda and the Bell of Chaos began to expand as if they were injected with vitality. In the end, they slowly recovered to their original state. Long Cheng looked at the purple-gold color of Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud and could not help but be surprised. Purple gold, generally speaking, even a peak Holy King's auspicious cloud would be yellow. It was impossible for it to be purple gold. Only the auspicious cloud of a Tao ancestor was purple gold. When he was a Holy King, the auspicious cloud did not have purple gold color. Long Cheng stared at Lu Yiping. Purple gold auspicious cloud, it seems that you really have a big secret. Then, he slapped at Lu Yiping. However, you are only a peak Holy King after all. If I want to destroy you, it's just a flip of my hand. As Long Cheng's palm came, the auspicious cloud above his head shone with purple gold light, and layers of heavenly Tao power roared towards Lu Yiping. Although Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud was also purple gold, it was not pure. It only emitted purple gold light, while Long Cheng's auspicious cloud was completely purple gold. The purple gold color represented supremacy. And the Tao ancestor realm did not comprehend the great Tao, but the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao began from the great Tao, but surpassed the great Tao. Layers of heavenly Tao power instantly arrived in front of Lu Yiping. With a loud bang, the nine-colored barrier that the mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda had just recovered collapsed and exploded. The layers of the Chaos Bell's barriers were also broken layer by layer. Finally, with a loud bang, the last layer of the Bell of Chaos cracked open. Just as Long Cheng's power of the heavenly Tao tore through the last barrier of the Bell of Chaos, a towering tree suddenly appeared. Long Cheng's power of the heavenly Tao slammed into the towering tree. The enormous body of the towering tree that was as large as a continent trembled incessantly. The light of the great Tao burst forth, and the leaves swayed like a river of stars. However, the towering tree did not back down. When Long Cheng's heavenly Tao power struck it, it only shattered a few pieces of bark. Long Cheng stared blankly at the towering tree that was as large as a continent and the surging grand mist aura. Then, he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Building tree." He looked at Lu Yiping with burning eyes. So that's how it is. So you've restored the vitality of the founding tree. The founding tree is in your hands. You broke through to the peak of the Saint King realm in just a few months because you swallowed the fruit of Tao. Long Cheng smiled and walked towards Lu Yiping. Just as he was walking towards Lu Yiping, his body suddenly shook. The fortune jade disc that he obtained flew out uncontrollably from his body and flew towards Lu Yiping. Longqing was stunned. He reached out with one hand, wanting to take back the fortune jade disc. However, the fortune jade disc shook off his restraints and entered Lu Yiping's body. What was going on? Longqing was greatly surprised. After obtaining the fortune jade disc, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Suddenly, his eyes shone brightly as he stared fixedly at Lu Yiping. You have other fortune jade discs on you? Moreover, Lu Yiping must have refined the fortune jade disc. Therefore, the fortune jade disc in his body was attracted by Lu Yiping's fortune jade disc and flew towards Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping looked at the fortune jade disc flying towards him, but he was not surprised. Now, he had collected 20 fortune jade discs and had comprehended 2,900 great daos. As long as the other fortune jade discs were within a certain range, they would be summoned. After the fortune jade disc flew into his body, it merged with the other 20 fortune jade discs. The fortune jade disc in his body shone brightly. Lu Yiping looked at Longqing. Yes, I have other fortune jade discs on me. Hearing this, Longqing laughed. The heavens have not let me down. I have been searching for other fortune jade discs for many years, but I have not been able to find them. Now, I have finally found them. Then he smiled. It seems that you have refined the fortune jade disc. In that case, you know the method to refine the fortune jade disc. Originally, I came here to kill you, but now, I can let you live for a few more days. He had to search Lu Yiping's memories for the method to refine the fortune jade disc. After Longqing finished speaking, his hand formed a claw and grabbed at Lu Yiping. The heavenly Dao power strengthened again. Lu Yiping punched out. Seeing this, Longqing said indifferently, it's useless. Even if a peak Saint King has 1.9 billion Saint King power, as long as you don't break through to the Dao Ancestor realm, you will never be a match for a Dao Ancestor. Bang! There was a loud bang. The surface of the Azure Dragon Sea exploded. Longqing was forced to retreat several hundred meters, while Lu Yiping was sent flying several miles. Longqing stabilized his body with a look of shock. Originally, he thought that the power of the claw just now was enough to seriously injure Lu Yiping, but just now, it only sent Lu Yiping flying several miles. How can your power be so strong? Longqing could not believe it. Even if he only had 100 million heavenly Dao power now, it was far from what Lu Yiping could contend with. Lu Yiping did not speak. Instead, he moved forward and punched at Longqing. You're courting death. Seeing this, Longqing's eyes were indifferent. He met the attack head-on. 9 rays of light flew out from his body. As the light spun, 9 kinds of power gathered. Boom, the two fists collided. Longqing retreated several hundred meters, while Lu Yiping was still sent several miles away. 9 revolutions mysterious art. Lu Yiping's face was calm. What Longqing just used was the 9 revolutions mysterious art passed down from Pangu. Longqing could not believe it. He had just used the 9 revolutions mysterious art, but still only sent Lu Yiping flying. He stared at Lu Yiping, his face a little ugly. What kind of cultivation technique was that? Just now, the cultivation technique Lu Yiping used was definitely a heaven-splitting cultivation technique, and its power was no weaker than the 9 revolutions mysterious art. It might even be stronger than his 9 revolutions mysterious art. Lu Yiping did not speak. He stepped forward again and fought with Longqing. Although Lu Yiping was a peak Saint King, with the help of the mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda, bell of chaos, building tree, and immortal skywood array, he was evenly matched with Longqing. Although Lu Yiping was always at a disadvantage, Longqing could not do anything to him. Under the power of the two, the Azure Dragon Sea was smashed into pieces of small lakes, and finally, it was flattened to the ground. Even with Lu Yiping's immortal skywood array, the continents around the Azure Dragon Sea were still blasted into nothingness. The two fought from the Azure Dragon Sea to the Firmament Dome, and then from the Firmament Dome to the 9 underworlds. Affected by the two's destructive power, the continents in the Chaos world collapsed one after another. All the sects, families, and forces in the Chaos realm were trembling under the power of Lu Yiping and Longqing, including the Lu family. Lu Kongji, Lu Yongji, and Lu Bing were affected by Lu Yiping's power. Their faces were pale, their limbs were stiff, and they found it difficult to breathe. How long has it been? Lu Kongji asked Lu Gang, the head of the Lu family, about how long Lu Yiping and Longqing had been fighting. It's been a day and a night. Lu Gang stuttered. He couldn't be sure how long Lu Yiping and Longqing had been fighting, but it should have been a day and a night. Previously, they thought that Longqing could defeat Lu Yiping in a few breaths, but they didn't expect that this battle would last for a day and a night. After a day and a night, not only was Lu Yiping not dead, but he was also alive and well. He seemed to be getting stronger as the battle went on. As the battle continued, Lu Yiping's aura was gradually increasing. After a day and a night, Lu Yiping's aura was at least 1/10 stronger than before. Don't underestimate this 1/10, it was 1/10 of a peak Saint King. After hearing Lu Gang say that a day and a night had passed, both Lu Kongji and Lu Yongji paled again. Previously, Ancestor Shui advised them to beg Lu Yiping to return to the Lu family, but they thought that Lu Yiping would definitely die in the battle with Longqing. But now, their heartstrings were trembling, and they were regretting. Of course, they knew what a peak Saint King comparable to a Dao ancestor meant. This was a peak Saint King comparable to a Dao ancestor, but he was expelled from the family by them, Lu Yongji said with difficulty. Lu Yiping will definitely lose. Lord Longqing definitely hasn't used his strongest killing move. But even he didn't believe this. The battle had already lasted for a day and a night. How could Longqing possibly not even use his strongest killing move? Amidst various expressions of shock, disbelief, fear, and fanaticism, Lu Yiping and Longqing fought as they walked. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the wasteland of the universe. Along the way, the primal chaos realm was affected by the two people's power, becoming a scene of desolation. Longqing's expression was as ugly as it could get. He stared fixedly at Lu Yiping. He was a Dao ancestor, and after fighting for a day and a night, he actually couldn't kill a peak holy king, let alone killing Lu Yiping. He couldn't even severely injure Lu Yiping. He discovered that the recovery speed of Lu Yiping's main body wasn't any weaker than the recovery speed of his great Dao body. The recovery ability of a Saint King's Saint body was no weaker than a Dao ancestor's great Dao body. Although he found it hard to believe, it was the truth. Longqing and Lu Yiping stopped in the air above some chaotic place in the wasteland of the universe. Indifferent, Longqing stared at Lu Yiping and said, I didn't expect you to have cultivated two kinds of heaven-opening techniques. One was the longevity incantation from the creation jade disc, and the other was the immortal skywood incantation from the creation tree. The longevity incantation allowed Lu Yiping's recovery speed to be no weaker than Longqing's great Dao body, and the immortal skywood incantation, the chaos bell, the creation tree, and the mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda allowed Lu Yiping's defense to be no weaker than Longqing's Dao body. It was precisely because of this that after a day and night of fighting, Longqing still couldn't do anything to Lu Yiping. It's just that your Dao body is too weak, Lu Yiping said. Although Longqing was a Dao ancestor, his Dao body wasn't strong. There were 3,000 Dao bodies, and Longqing's Dao body couldn't even rank in the top 1,000. Hearing Lu Yiping say that his Dao body was too weak, Longqing's face became gloomier. This was something he regretted his entire life. Back then, because he was in a hurry to break through to the Dao ancestor realm, his foundation wasn't very strong when he was in the Saint King realm. Therefore, when he broke through to the Dao ancestor realm, his Dao body wasn't strong. Lu Yiping didn't speak again. He rushed up again and fought with Longqing. This time, he took advantage of the battle with Longqing to hone his sage ruler power and great Dao. Along the way, he had improved too quickly. Although the sage ruler power was pure, it still didn't meet his requirements. Through the battle with Longqing, he constantly honed his sage ruler power and made it more condensed. This was also the reason why after a day and night, his aura became stronger. Longqing obviously also discovered Lu Yiping's purpose. Thinking that Lu Yiping wanted to use him to hone his sage ruler power, Longqing's heart became even angrier. This time, not only did he fail to kill Lu Yiping, but he also helped Lu Yiping improve his strength. Longqing strengthened his strength, but no matter how much he strengthened his strength, he still couldn't do anything to Lu Yiping. Another day and night passed. Longqing stopped. He looked at Lu Yiping, his eyes filled with killing intent. It seems like I underestimated you. Lu Yiping shook his head. No, you overestimated yourself. Longqing's face flushed red. His expression changed, and he finally sighed, "Where are my disciples?" Lu Yiping looked at Longqing. "Let my 3 disciples go." Longqing said, "This matter ends here." He couldn't kill Lu Yiping, so the result would be the same even if they continued to fight. Lu Yiping stared at Longqing. With a flick of his finger, Chen Lingqiao, Lu Jiang, and Duli were released. Chen Lingqiao, Lu Jiang, and Duli hadn't been devoured by Longqing, so their cultivation was still there. Seeing that his 3 disciples' cultivation was still there, Longqing's expression became slightly better. He didn't say anything, but sent out a force to wrap around his 3 disciples. Then, he tore through the void and disappeared without a trace. After Longqing left, Lu Yiping laid out a grand formation around him and went into seclusion. This time, he benefited a lot from the battle with Longqing. He comprehended some things that he didn't understand in the past, so he could go into seclusion to stabilize his foundation. While Lu Yiping was in seclusion, the result of the battle between Longqing and Lu Yiping spread throughout the Chaos World. The entire Chaos World was shaken and stirred. Lu Yiping actually fought to a draw with the King of Chaos. He's still a peak Saint King. Once he breaks through to the Dao Ancestor realm, how strong will he be? The Lu family actually expelled a Dao Ancestor. Lu Kongji's intestines are probably turning green from regret. Not only his intestines are turning green, I think he's so scared that even his urine is bent. Everyone on the streets and alleys were talking about Lu Yiping and Longqing. Previously, when Lu Yiping returned to the Lu family, he arranged for his sister Lu Jiqing to stay in a safe valley. Lu Jiqing also learned about the result of the battle between Lu Yiping and Longqing. Lu Jiqing held the holy sword that Lu Yiping gave her, tears welling up in her eyes as she said, "Brother." Time flowed by. Several years went by. Somewhere in the desolate region of the universe, Lu Yiping stopped cultivating and removed the grand formation. After thinking for a moment, he flew toward the demon race's territory. Eternal Chamber of Commerce's Peng Danyuan had found the creation jade disc in the demon race's territory. Now, he had collected 21 pieces of the creation jade disc. He was only 3 pieces away from collecting them all. As long as he collected 24 pieces of the creation jade disc and comprehended the universe's 3,000 Dao physiques, he would be able to break through to the Dao Ancestor realm and condense the first of the 3,000 Dao physiques. The chaos boundary was vast and boundless, but the universe boundary was not smaller than the chaos boundary. In fact, it was even larger than the chaos boundary. However, due to the influence of the chaotic airflow, the universe boundary's living conditions were worse than the chaos boundaries. Therefore, it was collectively known as the universe boundary. Heading south from the southern desolate city, crossing mountains, forests, and oceans, one would arrive at the demon race's territory. After passing through the demon race's vast territory, one would arrive at the end of the universe boundary's universe boundary. The reason it was called the end was because it was the end of Pangu's heaven splitting. Some people said that as long as one reached the end of Pangu's heaven splitting, one would be able to obtain Pangu's inheritance. Of course, this was just a legend. Lu Yiping strolled forward, crossing thousands of mountains and rivers with every step. Some Dao-confirming sages would need 1 or 2 months to fly from the southern desolate city to the demon race's territory. However, for Lu Yiping, it was only a matter of minutes. Lu Yiping's current speed was no slower than a Dao ancestor like Longqing. As Lu Yiping approached the demon race's territory, the devil qi in the air gradually increased. This devil qi was not ordinary devil qi, but devil qi with demonic nature. If an ordinary human expert cultivated under this devil qi, it would not take long for them to be demonized. Even human heavenly venerables could not stay in the demon race's territory for a long time unless they were Dao-confirming sages. A few minutes later, Lu Yiping arrived at the demon race's territory. After arriving at the demon race's territory, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lu Yiping concealed his human aura. Devil qi surged around him, turning him into a powerful devil saint expert. After entering the demon race's territory, the demon race's experts sensed Lu Yiping's devil saint aura. They were all alarmed and avoided him. Lu Yiping headed towards the demon race's central region. Peng Dongyuan's fortune jade disc was found in the central region of the demon race's territory, at a place called Black Lotus River. Black Lotus River was a dangerous place for the demon race. It was shrouded in a kind of black cold qi all year round. Ordinary demon race experts could not get close to it. Lu Yiping arrived at Black Lotus River without any trouble. The reason why the Black Lotus River was called the Black Lotus River was because there was a type of black lotus growing in the river. This type of black lotus was extremely poisonous. Although the Black Lotus River was full of poisonous black lotuses and was shrouded in black cold air all year round, there was still an endless stream of devil race experts coming to the Black Lotus River. This was because the core of the Black Lotus River was one of the main ingredients for refining many precious devil race pills. Of course, if he swallowed it directly, it could also increase his strength. Therefore, thousands of devil race experts came to the Black Lotus River every day. However, even though the core of the Black Lotus was a treasure, it wasn't easy to obtain. The Black Lotus River had layers upon layers of restrictions. Moreover, there would often be a cold current that could freeze even saint monarchs. If one encountered this cold current, there was only a slim chance of survival. Therefore, there were very few demon powerhouses who could obtain the Black Lotus heart every day. Most of them were just here to join in the fun. When Lu Yiping arrived at the Black Lotus River, there was a large group of devil race powerhouses surrounding it. Lord Ji Liang is amazing. Today, he has already obtained the 4th Black Lotus heart. Moreover, they are all 10 million years old. What does 10 million years old count as? Lord Ji Liang obtained 100 million years old Black Lotus heart a few days ago. 100 million years old. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Look, Lord Ji Liang is back. Someone in the crowd shouted. Lu Yiping followed everyone's gaze and saw a figure flying out from the depths of the Black Lotus River. It was a young man with long purple hair. Even his eyebrows were purple. This young man's strength wasn't weak. He was at the peak of the true saint realm and could enter the Saint King realm at any time. However, Lu Yiping's heart shook when he saw the young man's attire. Looking at the young man's attire, he was from the Blood Fiend Demon sect. Yin Feng, who was killed by Lu Yiping, was one of the generals of the Blood Fiend Demon sect. His other identity was the founder of the Blood Fiend Demon sect. Right at this time, a terrifying cold current appeared on the surface of the Black Lotus River. Like a hurricane, it swept towards Ji Liang. When the people on the shore saw the terrifying cold current, they were shocked. Senior brother, be careful. On the shore, a beautiful young woman shouted anxiously. Seeing that the terrifying cold current was about to freeze Ji Liang, the devil flames around Ji Liang's body surged. His figure blurred, and thousands of afterimages appeared. Then, the afterimages overlapped, and he dodged the cold current. Ji Liang leaped towards Lu Yiping's direction. The devil clan's experts around Lu Yiping retreated, giving Ji Liang some space. Only Lu Yiping remained unmoved. Ji Liang's face sank seeing this. When he leaped onto the shore, he punched at Lu Yiping. Scram! Holy force surged, turning into millions of devils. Lu Yiping didn't even look at him. Instead, the devil light around him intensified. Ji Liang's fist landed on the devil light around him. With a loud bang, Ji Liang was sent flying. Ji Liang, who was about to jump onto the shore, was sent flying back to the depths of the Black Lotus River by Lu Yiping's devil light. In the end, he was swallowed by the cold air, and there was no echo for a long time. Above the Black Lotus River, the blood mist did not disperse for a long time. Everyone on the shore was stunned. For a long time, they didn't regain their senses. The beautiful young woman also stood there in a daze, her face blank. Lu Yiping took a step forward, breaking through the cold air, and entered the Black Lotus River. Before everyone's eyes, his figure disappeared into the cold air. Holy King expert? Looking at Lu Yiping's disappearing figure, one of the devil clan's experts' throat moved. The beautiful young woman regained her senses and shouted anxiously at the Black Lotus River, "Senior brother." But even after a long time, no one responded, and Ji Liang's figure was nowhere to be seen. Everyone looked at each other. Lord Ji Liang wouldn't give up just like that, right? One of the devil clan's experts stuttered, but he didn't dare to continue. Ji Liang was one of the devil clan's most monstrous geniuses in this generation. Many devil clan's Holy King experts said that he would definitely enter the Holy King realm within 10,000 years. At that time, he would become the youngest Holy King in the history of the devil clan. But now, the youngest holy king in the history of the Devil Clan was going to die just like that. The beautiful young woman was Ji Liang's junior sister, Man Lu. She was also a holy king of the Blood Fiend sect. Seeing that Ji Liang didn't respond for a long time, her eyes turned red, and she tore through the air. It was clear that she was going to look for the Blood Fiend sect's experts. Looking at Man Lu's departure, one of the Devil Clan's experts muttered to himself, "Is a war about to break out?" Ji Liang was a genius nurtured by the Blood Fiend sect, and he would definitely enter the Holy King realm within 10,000 years. In the future, he might even surpass the Blood Fiend sect's ancestor, Yin Feng, and become a peak Holy King realm expert. If the Blood Fiend sect's ancestors knew that something had happened to Ji Liang, they would be enraged. At that time, all the Holy Kings of the Blood Fiend sect would probably turn out in full force. Very quickly, the news of Ji Liang being injured by a mysterious young man in the Black Lotus River and falling into the depths of the Black Lotus River spread like wildfire. The entire Devil Clan was shaken. Not long after Man Lu returned to the Blood Fiend sect, more than 10 figures soared into the air from the Blood Fiend sect's main hall, rushing towards the Black Lotus River. Lu Yiping didn't know what was going on outside. After entering the Black Lotus River, he continued to fly deeper into the Black Lotus River. The Black Lotus River had many layers of space, and each layer of space was a world. Therefore, even Lu Yiping would have to spend a lot of effort to enter the depths of the Black Lotus River. The deeper he went into the Black Lotus River, the denser the cold chi became. In the depths of the Black Lotus River, the cold chi that shrouded the Black Lotus River had almost turned into liquid. It was like black ink, floating in the Black Lotus River space. Even a Tao-confirming sage would find it difficult to move in the face of this ink-like cold chi. Moreover, there were restrictions everywhere in the river. The restrictions grew stronger and stronger. If a Tao-confirming sage accidentally touched these restrictions, they would be severely injured. Lu Yiping continued to fly deeper into the Black Lotus River. In the end, the cold chi in the Black Lotus River had almost solidified. At this point, even a Sage King expert would find it difficult to break through the solidified cold chi. Even Lu Yiping would have to spend a lot of effort to break through it. The resistance of the cold chi grew stronger and stronger. Even though Lu Yiping had the 9-colored barrier of the mysterious yellow pagoda, he could still feel the terrifying cold chi. If it wasn't for the mysterious yellow pagoda and the bell of primal chaos, he would have a hard time moving forward. After a while, Lu Yiping looked at the solidified cold chi in front of him and frowned. Could it be that there are no other fortune jade plates in the Black Lotus River? He was about to reach the depths of the Black Lotus River, but there was no reaction from the fortune jade plate in his body. If there were other fortune jade plates in the Black Lotus River, there would be a reaction from the fortune jade plate in his body. However, after some thought, Lu Yiping decided to continue moving forward. Since he wasn't far from the depths of the Black Lotus River, he might as well take a look at the end of the Black Lotus River. Thus, Lu Yiping circulated the Grand Tao of Fire to incinerate the cold chi in front of him and continued moving forward. Lu Yiping continued walking for a while. Suddenly, the fortune jade plate in his body vibrated. Lu Yiping was startled and then rejoiced. The good fortune jade disc, Lu Yiping took a few more steps forward. Suddenly, the frozen chi in front of him began to vibrate, as if something was about to break out of the ice. Soon, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the frozen chi. In the blink of an eye, the cracks widened and then shattered into countless pieces. Something flew through the air. It was the good fortune jade disc. Lu Yiping reached out and grabbed the good fortune jade disc in his hand. Although the Black Lotus River's cold chi was shocking, the fortune jade disc was warm to the touch. Lu Yiping looked at the good fortune jade disc in his hand that was emitting a halo and smiled. Finally, he had gathered one more disc. Together with his previous one, he now had 22 good fortune jade discs. Only 2 more pieces left. Lu Yiping kept the good fortune jade disc in his body and started to refine it on the spot. After refining the good fortune jade disc, Lu Yiping continued to walk toward the deepest part of the Black Lotus River. Not long after Lu Yiping left, the good fortune jade disc in his body vibrated again. Lu Yiping was stunned and then overjoyed. Originally, he didn't expect to find a second good fortune jade disc. He didn't expect there to be another one in the Black Lotus River. Lu Yiping took a deep breath and walked forward. Soon, the black chi in front of him shattered and another good fortune jade disc flew out from the deepest part of the Black Lotus River and stopped in front of Lu Yiping. Looking at the 23rd good fortune jade disc in front of him, Lu Yiping couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. The 23rd good fortune jade disc, just one more piece, at that time, his good fortune jade disc would be complete. He was born with a good fortune jade disc. He felt that as long as he gathered all 24 good fortune jade discs, he would be able to solve the mystery of his identity. After resting for a while, Lu Yiping sat down cross-legged and started to refine the 23rd good fortune jade disc. After a while, Lu Yiping successfully refined all 23 good fortune jade discs. Lu Yiping stood up and looked towards the deepest part of the Black Lotus River. He was still missing the last piece of the creation jade disc. Would the last piece of the creation jade disc also be in the deepest part of the Black Lotus River? Lu Yiping continued to walk toward the deepest part of the Black Lotus River. However, when Lu Yiping reached the deepest part of the Black Lotus River, the good fortune jade disc in his body stopped moving. The last good fortune jade disc wasn't in the Black Lotus River. Lu Yiping couldn't help but feel disappointed. Although he didn't find the last good fortune jade disc in the deepest part of the Black Lotus River, Lu Yiping found a few black lotus cores that flickered with purplish gold light. These black lotus cores should have existed since the primeval age. 100 million years ago was the primordial era, and 1 billion years ago was the desolate era. Therefore, these black lotus cores should be at least 1 billion years old. Lu Yiping kept the black lotus cores and walked out from the deepest part of the Black Lotus River. It was difficult to enter the deepest part of the Black Lotus River from the outside, but it was much easier to walk out from the deepest part of the Black Lotus River. Soon, Lu Yiping walked out of the area where the cold air had solidified. However, Lu Yiping didn't plan to leave the Black Lotus River immediately. He planned to comprehend the Great Tao in the newly obtained good fortune jade discs. Previously, he didn't have the time to comprehend the Great Tao in the good fortune jade disc he obtained from Longqing. Now, there were 3 good fortune jade discs. There were a total of 99 Great Tao in the 3 good fortune jade discs. If he could comprehend all 99 Great Tao, he would have comprehended 2,999 Great Tao. Lu Yiping arranged several grand arrays in the depths of the Black Lotus River and sat down cross-legged. He started to comprehend the Great Tao in the 3 good fortune jade discs. Just as Lu Yiping was comprehending the creation jade disc's Great Tao in the depths of the Black Lotus River, more than 10 figures broke through the air and arrived at the shore of the Black Lotus River. Every one of these figures exuded a shocking aura. They were the Blood Fiend Gate's primal ancestors, and all of them were Saint King Realm experts. Because of Ji Liang's mishap, the Blood Fiend Gate's primal ancestors came out in full force, leaving only one person to guard the sect. When Yinyu arrived, he looked coldly at the Black Lotus River. He was Yin Feng's younger brother, and he was also the second strongest person in the Blood Fiend Gate. His Holy King Realm cultivation had reached the peak of 1 billion units, and his strength was second only to Yin Feng. Find Ji Liang first. Yinyu said, find Ji Liang first, then find that blue-robed brat. He broke through the frigid chi in the Black Lotus River and entered it. The other Blood Fiend Gate's primal ancestors followed behind him and entered the Black Lotus River. With Ji Liang's mishap, more and more devil races experts rushed to the Black Lotus River. More than 10,000 people had already gathered near the Black Lotus River. When everyone saw Yinyu and the other Blood Fiend Gate's primal ancestors entering the Black Lotus River, a commotion broke out. I didn't expect Lord Yinyu to come this time. I wonder how young noble Ji Liang is doing now. It's hard to say. The frigid chi in the Black Lotus River is terrifying. Young noble Ji Liang is heavily injured. If he encounters the frigid chi in the Black Lotus River, he won't be able to survive. Several days passed. More and more devil race experts rushed to the Black Lotus River. In the end, the Black Lotus River was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. While everyone was waiting in anticipation, Yinyu and several primal ancestors of the Blood Fiend Gate flew out from the depths of the Black Lotus River. Yinyu was carrying a young man whose entire body had turned black, and his expression was gloomy. It's Lord Ji Liang. When the crowd saw the young man in Yinyu's arms, an uproar broke out. Ji Liang, who was in Yinyu's arms, was as black as ink, and he was on the verge of death. A terrifying frigid chi was exuding from his body. Everyone was shocked when they saw Ji Liang being frozen by the black cold air of the Black Lotus River. Ji Liang was at the peak of the True Saint realm, and he was half a step away from entering the True Saint realm. Yet, he was still frozen to this extent. One could imagine how terrifying the frigid chi was. After Inu carried Ji Liang out of the Black Lotus River, he came to the shore and circulated his fire Grand Dao to expel the black poison from Ji Liang's body. At the same time, he ordered the Blood Fiend Gate's primal ancestors, seal the Black Lotus River and find that blue-robed brat. I want to refine him into a devil corpse. The Blood Fiend Gate's primal ancestors nodded. In an instant, the Blood Fiend Gate's primal ancestors formed hand seals and set up a grand formation to seal the Black Lotus River. Soon, balls of blood-red light covered the sky above the Black Lotus River. It's the Blood River Grand Formation. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. The Blood River Grand Formation was one of the heaven-splitting grand formations, and it was passed down from the Blood River Archdevil Lord. The Blood Fiend Gate's founder, Yin Feng, was the Blood River Archdevil Lord's disciple. After the Blood River Grand Formation was set up, the Blood Fiend Gate's primal ancestors flashed and entered the Black Lotus River to search for Lu Yiping. As for Inu, he continued to circulate his fire Grand Dao to expel the frigid chi from Ji Liang's body. Under Inu's holy king energy, the frigid chi in Ji Liang's body started to disperse. Inu's expression was gloomy. The frigid chi in the Black Lotus River had already invaded the depths of Ji Liang's soul, and even he couldn't expel the frigid chi from his body. But in the entire devil race, only Archdevil Lord Luoho was a Dao ancestor. How noble was Lord Luoho's status? Even if his big brother Yin Feng was seriously injured, Lord Luoho might not waste the Dao ancestor's power to heal his big brother, let alone Ji Liang, who was merely a disciple of the Blood Fiend Gate. If every disciple of the Devil clan who was seriously injured begged Luoho to treat them, then Luoho wouldn't even be able to open a clinic. The more Inu thought about it, the more annoyed she became. The more she thought about it, the stronger her killing intent became. Several days later, Inu barely managed to suppress the frost poison in Ji Liang's body. However, there were still no signs of the Blood Fiend Gate's ancestors emerging from the Black Lotus River. Several days passed, and Inu saw that the Blood Fiend Devil Gate's ancestors had yet to appear. A frown formed on her face, and just as she was about to enter the Black Lotus River, she saw the Blood Fiend Devil Gate's ancestors flying out. However, there was no sign of Lu Yiping. Inu said solemnly, no matter where he is hiding in the Black Lotus River, he will come out sooner or later. We will guard the shore and wait for him to come out. Thus, the Blood Fiend Devil Gate's ancestors stood guard at the shore of the Black Lotus River, waiting for Lu Yiping to appear. At this time, Lu Yiping sat cross-legged in the depths of the Black Lotus River with the Dao ancestors tree above his head. He was immersed in a profound state, and Grand Dao energy floated around him. Strands of Grand Dao turned into Grand Dao dragons that coiled in the space around him. With the help of the Grand Mist aura from the Dao ancestor and the 2,900 Grand Dao he had comprehending the Grand Dao from the 3 pieces of Fortune Jade Disc went smoothly. Even so, comprehending the 99 Grand Dao from the 3 pieces of Fortune Jade Disc wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Even after several years, Lu Yiping had only comprehended a few Grand Daos. Inu, who had been guarding the shore of the Black Lotus River for several years, didn't see Lu Yiping coming out. His expression became uglier and uglier. During this period of time, he and the Blood Fiend Devil Gate's ancestors had entered the Black Lotus River twice, but they still couldn't find Lu Yiping. Lord Inu, could he have died in the Black Lotus River? One of the Blood Fiend Devil Gate's primal ancestor couldn't help but ask. If a Saint King Realm expert encountered the terrifying frigid currents of the Black Lotus River, there was a possibility of dying. Let's wait a little longer. Inu said solemnly. Another few years passed. Seeing that Lu Yiping still hadn't come out, Inu finally left, leaving behind one of the Blood Fiend Devil Gate's primal ancestors to guard the shore. In the blink of an eye, several decades passed. Sitting cross-legged in the depths of the Black Lotus River, Lu Yiping's body was surrounded by Grand Dao light. Golden lotuses emerged from the bottom of the Black Lotus River, and auspicious flowers fell from the void. Lu Yiping opened his eyes, and heaven and earth seemed to brighten. An invisible force exuded from Lu Yiping's body, causing the frigid black qi in the Black Lotus River to roil endlessly. After several decades, he had finally comprehended the 99 Grand Tao from the Fortune Jade Disc. The auspicious cloud above his head emitted purplish golden light, and it was almost the same as the Tao ancestor's auspicious cloud. However, Liu Yiping was still at the peak of the Holy King realm. He had yet to break through to the Tao ancestor realm. In fact, with Liu Yiping's current cultivation, he could definitely break through to the Tao ancestor realm. However, he wasn't in a hurry to do so. He had already comprehended 2,999 Grand Tao, and there was only one Grand Tao left. It was the number 1 Grand Tao among the 3,000 Grand Tao, the Grand Tao of Strength. When he gathered the last piece of the Fortune Jade Disc and comprehended the Grand Tao of Strength, he would break through to the Tao ancestor realm. At that time, Longqing wouldn't be a match for him. The last piece of the Fortune Jade Disc. Liu Yiping muttered to himself. He felt that the last piece of the Fortune Jade Disc was also in the Devil Race's territory. Liu Yiping kept the creation tree and walked out of the Black Lotus River. Although he was still at the peak of the Holy King realm, he was completely different from before he entered the Black Lotus River. In a short while, Liu Yiping saw the shore of the Black Lotus River. Since several decades had passed, many of the Devil Race's experts who had come to join in the fun had left. However, the Blood Fiend Gates Wei Quan was still guarding the shore. Wei Quan's strength wasn't weak. He was a mid-level Holy King Realm expert, and he possessed 600 million battle Holy King Realm energy. Since the Blood River Grand Formation was still enveloping the Black Lotus River, Wei Quan knew that Liu Yiping had come out. Wei Quan sensed that Liu Yiping had come out, and he got to his feet. His aura locked onto Liu Yiping, and he crushed the transmission talisman to notify Yin and the others. The other Devil Race's experts on the Black Lotus River's shore looked over when they saw someone coming out. It's him. Someone recognized Liu Yiping. Several decades ago, many people had witnessed the battle between Liu Yiping and Ji Liang. Wei Quan walked over slowly, and he looked coldly at Liu Yiping. You've been hiding for a long time. We entered the Black Lotus River several times, but we couldn't find you. I thought you were hiding in the Black Lotus River and didn't dare to come out. Didn't dare to come out, Liu Yiping took a step forward and arrived on the shore. At this time, sounds of whistling wind could be heard as Yin rushed over with a large group of Blood Fiend Gates experts. In the past few years, Yin and the others had been in the vicinity. The moment they heard that Liu Yiping had come out, they rushed over with all their might. Ji Liang followed beside Yin, and when he saw Liu Yiping coming out, hatred filled his heart. It's him? Yin asked Ji Liang. He wanted to confirm again. It's him. Ji Liang nodded. He stared at Liu Yiping and gritted his teeth. After getting Ji Liang's confirmation, Yin brought the Fiend Blood Demon Sex experts to Liu Yiping. You've been hiding for decades. We've been waiting for you here for decades. You've finally come out. Yin's eyes were cold. Scram. Liu Yiping only said one word. His voice rumbled and reverberated throughout the Black Lotus River. Not only the people around the Black Lotus River, but even the experts in the distant cities heard it. Yin was stunned. Then, he laughed sinisterly. Brat, say it again. Say it again, Liu Yiping raised his hand and flicked a finger. Before Yin could react, she was bounced up by a terrifying force. Then, she passed through the crowd around Black Lotus River and shot toward a city in the distance. Rumble, the sound did not stop for a long time. Ji Liang, who was originally standing beside Yin, looked at the empty space beside him. He was stunned when he heard the rumbling sound from far away. Wei Quan and the other experts from the Fiend Blood Demon sect were also stunned. The experts in the Black Lotus pool were silent. Peak Holy King. In the crowd, an ancestor from the Fiend Blood Demon sect said in a trembling voice. He looked at Liu Yiping with fear in his eyes. To be able to easily send a high-level peak stage Holy King flying with a finger, only a top-level Holy King could do that. Peak Holy Kings were peak existences in the human race, demon race, and barbarian race. Even in the demon race's peak forces, there were very few peak Holy Kings. Liu Yiping raised his hand and pulled back Yin, who had crashed into the city far away. Everyone looked over and saw that the awe-inspiring Yin was covered in blood. She was on the verge of death, and it seemed like she was having difficulty breathing. Everyone was shocked when they saw Inyu's miserable state. Even an ordinary peak holy king wouldn't be able to injure a high-level peak holy king to such a state with a single finger. Could it be that this young man possessed 2 billion dou, or 3 billion dou? Lu Yiping looked at Inyu, whose chest was heaving up and down weakly like a dead fish. I told you to scram. Do you have a problem with that? Inyu looked at Lu Yiping with wide eyes filled with fear. He struggled to open his mouth. I was wrong. He still wanted to say something, but blood kept coming out of his mouth, blocking his throat and preventing him from making a sound. Wei Quan and the others trembled. Lord, our blood fiend Devil Gate's ancestor is a subordinate of the Lord Devil Ancestor. Please spare us for the sake of the Lord Devil Ancestor. Wei Quan trembled as he pleaded. Lu Yiping looked over with a calm expression, but Wei Quan and the rest of the blood fiend Gate's ancestors felt their hearts skip a beat. Especially Wei Yiping, his face paled. In the past few decades, more than half of the black cold poison in Ji Liang's body had been expelled. Normally, he did not feel anything wrong with his body, but now, he only felt his entire body turn cold. The black cold poison in his body seemed to be acting up? In Feng? Lu Yiping sneered. Wei Quan lowered his head, not daring to look at Lu Yiping. Yes, our blood fiend Devil Gate's ancestor In Feng is a battle general under the Lord Devil Ancestor. But before he could finish his sentence, Lu Yiping's hand tightened. Inyu was squeezed by an invisible force, and he screamed in pain. Wei Quan and the rest of the blood fiend Gate's experts paled. So what if he's a battle general under the Lord Devil Ancestor? Lu Yiping's voice was calm. Presumptuous. At this time, the sound of whistling wind could be heard, and a middle-aged man enshrouded in purple flames shot through the air. He was clad in a purple devil armor with various ancient divine beasts engraved on it. Lord Ziqing. Wei Quan and the rest of the blood fiend Gate's experts were pleasantly surprised when they saw the middle-aged man. The crowd in the distance stirred. Chang Ziqing was Yin Feng's sworn brother, and he was also one of the battle generals under the Lord Devil Ancestor Rahu. However, Chang Ziqing's strength was much higher than Yin Feng's. He was already a Saint King realm expert, and his status in the devil race was much higher than Yin Feng's. Because of this, Wei Quan and the rest of the blood fiend Gate's experts were so excited when they saw Chang Ziqing. Chang Ziqing got Wei Quan and the rest to stand up, and said, I'm just passing by, so I came to take a look. I beseech Lord Ziqing to save my blood fiend Inyu. Wei Quan pleaded. Chang Ziqing nodded, I've already heard about this matter. Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen. After saying that, his gaze landed on Lu Yiping. He glanced at Inyu, who was covered in blood, and said, let her go. His tone was unquestionable. Lu Yiping chuckled, hearing your tone, I almost thought that the Lord Devil Ancestor Rahu was here. Hearing the mocking tone in Lu Yiping's words, Chang Ziqing's face sank. She walked towards Lu Yiping, and the auspicious cloud above her head suddenly punched out at Lu Yiping. Looking at Chang Ziqing's attack, Lu Yiping didn't make a move. Instead, the Grand Dao light around his body shook. Chang Ziqing's fist landed on the Grand Dao light around Lu Yiping. Suddenly, a terrifying force rebounded. Chang Ziqing was shocked, and she couldn't dodge. She was sent flying. Behind her, Wei Quan and the rest of the blood fiend Gate's experts couldn't dodge in time, and they were all sent flying. In the end, Chang Ziqing crashed into the crowd in the distance, plowing through the crowd. Chang Ziqing smashed into a barren slope in the distance. The barren slope was smashed into pieces. Dust and sand flew everywhere. Wei Quan and the rest of the blood fiend Gate's experts fell to the ground. When they got up, they saw Chang Ziqing, who had smashed a huge hole in the barren slope, and their eyes widened in shock. The devil race experts, who were excited about Chang Ziqing's arrival, froze. Some of the devil race experts turned pale as they looked at Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping's expression was calm. A long time later, Chang Ziqing crawled out from the hole. But just as she got up, she was sent flying by Lu Yiping's finger. This finger sent Chang Ziqing flying high into the sky. In the end, she turned into a small black dot, disappearing into the horizon. The devil race experts present raised their heads. High in the sky, devilish clouds drifted. The dim sunlight was dazzling to the eyes. A long time later, the crowd saw Xianxia falling from the sky. Boom, Xianxia slammed into the ground, and the ground cracked as if there was a huge earthquake. Lu Yiping took a step forward, arriving in front of Xianxia. Xianxia looked up at Lu Yiping, and her eyes were filled with fear. Who are you? When did such a powerful figure appear in the devil race? 4 billion dough, barely enough. Lu Yiping looked at Xianxia and said. When he broke through to the Dao ancestor realm, he would need to devour a huge amount of energy. Xianxia's Dao fruit was barely enough. Xianxia was puzzled by Lu Yiping's strange words. Suddenly, Lu Yiping's palm landed on her chest. The Grand Dao of Seals activated, sealing her holy force. Then, carrying Xianxia and Inyu, he tore through the void and left. When Wei Quan and the rest regained their senses, Lu Yiping's group of 3 had already disappeared without a trace. Everything happened too fast, and no one had expected it. Quick, contact the Devil God Palace and report to Lord Devil Ancestor. Wei Quan reacted and shouted anxiously. The news of Lu Yiping capturing Xianxia and Inyu spread like wildfire. Hundreds of millions of miles away from the Black Lotus River, a group of palaces stood on a mountain range. Devil Chi filled the air, and above the palaces, Devil Chi condensed into Chaos Devils. These Chaos Devils sat cross-legged above the palaces, absorbing Devil Chi to cultivate. This group of palaces was the Devil race's holy land, the Devil God Palace. In the center of the palaces, the pitch-black Devil ancestor Rahu sat cross-legged on a giant black lotus. The black lotus emitted a faint purplish-black light that enveloped Rahu's body. Rahu looked down at an extremely tall minotaur. The Minotaur's name was Niao Hao, and he was Rahu's strongest general. His cultivation was already at 1.9 billion Saint King realm. Niao Hao was Rahu's right-hand man. Usually, when Rahu was in seclusion, Niao Hao was the one in charge of the devil race. Lord, how was your seclusion this time to comprehend the infinite devil Dao? Niao Hao asked Rahu respectfully. Rahu shook his head, and his voice was faint, difficult. In fact, with Lord's strength, even if you didn't comprehend the infinite devil Dao, Longqing and the barbarian ancestor are still not your match. Niao Hao said. Rahu looked in a certain direction, and he recalled a scene from many years ago. You don't understand. Niao Hao was stunned. Don't understand, Rahu continued. In fact, in this world, there are more than just me, Longqing, Yi Wuchen, and the barbarian ancestor. Niao Hao trembled, and he asked, Lord, do you mean there are other Dao ancestors in this world? Rahu looked at Niao Hao and said, that's right. Niao Hao was shocked. Right at this time, another general under Rahu, Qin Bai, rushed in. He bowed to Rahu and reported, Lord Devil Ancestor, we just received news that something happened to Xianxia in the Black Lotus River. Rahu and Niao Hao were stunned. What happened? Rahu asked doubtfully. Xianxia was captured by someone in the Black Lotus River. Qin Bai quickly said. Captured? Niao Hao was shocked. Was it done by the barbarian race? I don't think so. Qin Bai went on, according to the people at the scene, that person's entire body was covered in devil qi. He shouldn't be a barbarian. He then went on to tell Huang Xiaolong about the conflict between Lu Yiping and the fiend Bloodgate. Blue-robed young man. Niao Hao frowned. Then, he looked at Luo Ho. Lord Demon Ancestor, what do you think? Luo Ho said in a low voice, pass down my orders. Use all forces to search for this person and find him. Niao Hao and Qin Bai acknowledged respectfully and retreated. Meanwhile, after Lu Yiping captured Xianxia and Inyu, he found a place and used his tree of creation to devour the two of them. Half a day later, Lu Yiping arrived at Ancestral Fiend City. Ancestral Fiend City was one of the largest cities of the Fiend race. It was also the first city that Fiend ancestor Rahu had created. Ancestral Fiend City was extremely close to the Fiend God Palace, almost right next to it. The Fiend God Palace was less than 1,000,000 li north of Ancestral Fiend City. Due to Luo Ho's orders, there were many patrolling troops in the Fiend race's cities, coming and going, interrogating people everywhere. There were even more patrolling troops in Ancestral Fiend City. However, these devil troops existed in name only to Lu Yiping. Even if Lu Yiping walked past these devil troops, they wouldn't be able to sense his presence. Liu Yiping felt that the last piece of fortune jade disc was also in the fiend race's territory. Therefore, he came to ancestral fiend city to inquire about it. The Heaven Sorrow Chamber of Commerce was the fiend race's largest chamber of commerce, and their headquarters was located in ancestral fiend city. After arriving at the Heaven Sorrow Chamber of Commerce, Liu Yiping did not waste any time. He took out a spatial ring and told the person in charge that he wanted to see their Heaven Sorrow Chamber of Commerce's president. The person in charge was shocked when he saw the spatial ring. Inside the spatial ring were 10,000 strands of grand mist aura. Soon, Liu Yiping met the Heaven Sorrow Chamber of Commerce's president. Knowing that Liu Yiping wanted to inquire about the good fortune jade disc, the Heaven Sorrow Chamber of Commerce's president was startled. He stared at Liu Yiping, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I know about the good fortune jade disc, but I don't know if it's true or false." Liu Yiping looked excited. "President Yan, please say it. Whether it's true or false, these 10,000 strands of grand mist aura are yours." The Heaven Sorrow Chamber of Commerce's president looked at the 10,000 strands of grand mist aura and said, "Actually, this is not a secret. Many people knew about it. Millions of years ago, Lord Demon Ancestor entered the Black Lotus River." Liu Yiping was shocked. "You mean, the good fortune jade disc is in the hands of Lord Demon Ancestor?" The Heaven Sorrow Chamber of Commerce's president looked at Liu Yiping in surprise and said, "Yes, Lord Demon Ancestor entered the Black Lotus River and obtained a treasure. Some say it's the good fortune jade disc. However, some say it's the heaven-opening Black Lotus heart. Therefore, I'm not sure what kind of treasure Lord Demon Ancestor obtained." Moments later, Liu Yiping left the 10,000 strands of grand mist aura behind and left the Heaven Sorrow Chamber of Commerce's headquarters, heading straight for the Demon God Palace. Whether it was true or false, he had to make a trip to the Demon God Palace. After arriving at the Demon God Palace, Liu Yiping carefully concealed his aura and operated the spacetime Grand Dao of the 3,000 Grand Daos, changing spacetime. He carefully passed through layer after layer of restrictions and flew deeper into the Demon God Palace. At the same time, Liu Yiping sensed the changes in the good fortune jade disc in his body. The Demon God Palace was as big as Long Cheng's primal chaos city, with many layers of space and countless experts. Liu Yiping did not dare to be careless. Just as Liu Yiping passed through layer after layer of restrictions and avoided the patrolling demon race experts, the good fortune jade disc in his body suddenly vibrated. Liu Yiping stopped, pleasantly surprised. What Luo Ho obtained from the Black Lotus River was indeed the good fortune jade disc. In fact, after leaving the Heaven Sorrow Chamber of Commerce's headquarters, Liu Yiping had already guessed that what Luo Ho obtained back then was not some heaven-opening Black Lotus core. Liu Yiping sensed for a moment and looked towards the depths of the Demon God Palace. The good fortune jade disc was in the palace where Luo Ho usually cultivated. Liu Yiping spread out his divine soul and eye of lightning punishment, carefully arriving at the palace where Luo Ho cultivated. Luo Ho's palace was unguarded, but the restrictions were the strongest. There were actually 2 heaven-opening grade grand arrays. Fortunately, Luo Ho was not in the palace where he usually cultivated. Liu Yiping spent a lot of effort to pass through the restrictions and enter the palace. Inside the palace, there was a jade box with the last piece of the good fortune jade disc inside. The jade box also had restrictions set up by Luo Ho. Therefore, the last piece of the good fortune jade disc was unable to break free from the jade box's restrictions and automatically flew into Liu Yiping's hand. Liu Yiping arrived in front of the jade box. Just as Liu Yiping was carefully removing the restrictions in the jade box, Demon Ancestor Luo Ho flew out from the conference hall and returned to the Cultivation Palace. Sensing Luo Ho's aura, Liu Yiping could not help but increase his speed. In the end, Liu Yiping even summoned the Creation Tree and activated the Creation Tree's Great Dao Talismans. Great Dao Talismans floated out from the Creation Tree's millions of leaves like golden flowers blooming in the sky. These floating Great Dao Talismans poured into the jade box. Immediately, the jade box radiated light. Under the Creation Tree's Great Dao Talismans, the restrictions within the jade box were penetrated layer by layer and torn apart layer by layer. Because Liu Yiping had set up a space-time array in the surroundings, the movements of the jade box did not attract the attention of the demon experts. Seeing that the restrictions within the jade box were about to be completely destroyed, Luo Ho, who was returning, suddenly sensed something amiss and roared angrily, "How dare you! Someone actually dared to enter his cultivation palace to steal. Luoho's roar was like chaos thunder exploding in the air, causing all the demon experts in the demon god palace and ancestral devil city to turn pale with fright. Everyone looked in Luoho's direction in shock, all of them trembling in fear. Who was it that made the demon ancestor so angry? Immediately, countless demon experts from the demon god palace flew up into the air, rapidly flying over. After Luoho's roar, he suddenly slammed his palm towards the palace. In an instant, demon waves surged into the sky, billions of gods and demons howled, covering the sky and earth, as if wanting to destroy the world. The terrifying demon power caused the demon god palace, ancestral devil city, and even the cities further away to instantly darken, as if the world had fallen into a terrifying black abyss. Lu Yiping controlled the creation tree to continue attacking the jade box. At the same time, he suddenly turned around, 19 acres of auspicious clouds appeared above his head, and punched out with all his strength, meeting the Luoho demonic palm. This was Lu Yiping's full-strength punch, the purest of 1.9 billion Saint King's power, in addition to the power of 2,999 Great Tao, collided with the Luoho demonic palm. Rumble, the sound of the explosion spread for tens of thousands of miles. The cities even further away from the demon god palace could hear the heaven-shaking explosion. The earth shook. Even the sky was distorted. The shockwaves of the terrifying power swept out in circles. The demon god palace masters, who had lost their sense of hearing due to the explosion, fled in panic when they saw the shockwaves spreading out. Even the Saint King realm generals under Luoho's command were no exception. The buzzing sound continued. Under the terrifying shockwaves, the buildings in the demon god palace were all shaken to the point of collapsing. Fortunately, the demon god palace was protected by Luoho's formation. Otherwise, under the shockwaves of their attacks, the buildings would have long been reduced to dust. Luoho was knocked back several hundred meters, while Lu Yiping was sent flying backwards, crashing into a stone pillar in the palace. The stone pillar collapsed. Lu Yiping felt the blood and qi in his body churning. He couldn't help but be shocked. Since the battle with Longqing, he'd comprehended another 99 grand daos, and he'd tempered the energy of a Saint King to an even purer state. Yet now, he was still lightly injured by a single strike of Luoho's palm strike. Demon ancestor Luoho was so much stronger than Longqing, Lu Yiping didn't have time to think. He urged the Tree of Creation to attack the jade box again. Now, it would take at most 2 strikes to completely break open the jade box's seal. Luoho couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw that he'd actually been knocked back several hundred meters. Not only had his opponent received his palm strike, but he'd also been knocked back several hundred meters. This was truly beyond his expectations. Peak Saint King. Luoho's eyes turned cold. Speaking of this, his body suddenly expanded by 2 times, and he sent another palm strike at Lu Yiping. Even if you're a peak Saint King, you'll still die. Great Obliteration Demonic Art. Luoho's cold voice resounded through the world. A demonic palm several hundred times larger than the previous one pressed down on the palace Lu Yiping was in. The demonic palm covered the sky and spun continuously like a huge demonic disc. Every time it landed, the palace would be flattened a little. The Great Obliteration Demonic Art was a heaven-opening demonic art. It was also known as one of the strongest demonic arts in the Chaos Realm. Lu Yiping looked at the Great Obliteration Demonic Art crashing down and didn't dare to be careless. Light surged all over his body, and the power of a Saint King was pushed to the limit. The auspicious cloud above his head shot out layers of auspicious light. At the same time, he activated the Immortal Skywood technique, fusing it with the Tree of Creation, and sent out another palm strike. When Lu Yiping's palm struck out, rays of green light flew out from all the surrounding divine trees, converging into Lu Yiping's palm strike from all directions. After the battle with Longqing, Lu Yiping had benefited greatly and comprehended this move. Lu Yiping's palm strike grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it was even slightly larger than Luoho's Great Obliteration Demonic Palm. The 2's palm strikes collided again. A loud rumble shook the heavens. The collision of palm strikes produced black light that illuminated the world. Everything in the surroundings was lifted into the air. Even Luoho's restrictions in the Demon Divine Palace were lifted. Under the Tree of Creation's frenzied attacks, the restrictions in the jade box were finally blasted open. Immediately, the fortune jade disc in the jade box was attracted by the fortune jade disc in Lu Yiping's body. It flew out of the jade box and entered Lu Yiping's body. Lu Yiping took advantage of the momentum to soar into the air, fusing with the tree of creation, and was about to leave. Want to leave? Stay. Luoho's murderous voice sounded from behind Lu Yiping. A demonic spear appeared in Luoho's hand, the supreme treasure of the demon race, the god-slaying spear, a supreme treasure comparable to the Bell of Chaos. Luoho's spear stabbed out. Immediately, a spear radiance blasted through the layers of demonic chi in the demon divine palace and arrived behind Lu Yiping. Just as it was about to pierce through Lu Yiping's back, the 9-colored light spun and the bell rang. The mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda and the Bell of Chaos appeared above Lu Yiping's head. The spear radiance carried an astonishing demonic power as it blasted against the 9-colored barrier and the Bell of Chaos. The 9-colored barrier and the Bell of Chaos exploded. Behind Lu Yiping, the Tree of Creation appeared. The spear radiance struck the Tree of Creation. The Tree of Creation's great Tao radiated resplendent light, as if millions of fireworks had exploded. Previously, Long Cheng's full-powered attack had blasted off a few pieces of bark on the Tree of Creation. This time, the demon ancestor Luoho's god-slaying spear had blasted a shocking hole in the Tree of Creation. The hole was the size of several footballs. However, several football-sized holes were negligible to the Tree of Creation. Because the Tree of Creation was the size of a continent, it was at most a small scar. After the god-slaying spear's attack, Lu Yiping operated the great Tao of time and space with all his might. In the blink of an eye, he had already left the demon divine palace. In a breath, he had already disappeared into the horizon, submerging into the billowing demonic chi. Demon ancestor Luoho snorted coldly as he tore through the void. His figure flashed as he gave chase. His speed was even faster than Lu Yiping's. Lu Yiping's current speed was comparable to an ordinary Tao ancestor powerhouse. However, demon ancestor Luoho was no ordinary Tao ancestor. Seeing demon ancestor Luoho give chase, the demon powerhouses of the demon divine palace also gave chase. However, not long after Qin Bai and the others left the demon divine palace, they completely lost track of Lu Yiping and Luoho. Even the peak Saint King Niu Hao could not catch up to Lu Yiping and Luoho. Unable to catch up, Niu Hao, Qin Bai, and the rest could only return to the demon god palace. Lu Yiping frowned when he sensed the archdevil ancestor Rahu chasing after him, but he didn't mind. He had the Bell of Chaos and the mysterious yellow pagoda. Rahu couldn't break through his defenses. Lu Yiping didn't leave the demon god palace's territory, instead, he flew around it. Since Rahu wanted to chase after him, he would let him chase until he was satisfied. Thus, the two of them flew one after another, chasing after each other, exchanging blows. Just as Lu Yiping had said, although Rahu was strong, he couldn't injure Lu Yiping, just like when Longqing fought Lu Yiping. Longqing had 100 million units of Tao ancestor strength, and Rahu was stronger than Longqing, but his Tao ancestor strength was only 200 million units. The two of them fought as they flew. Destructive power swept through the demon god palace's territory. As the two of them fought, the demon god palace's cities were reduced to dust. The demon god palace's experts fled in panic. In less than half a day, the demon god palace's territory was devastated. Rahu chased after Huang Xiaolong, his face growing darker and darker. He knew that Lu Yiping was deliberately following the demon god palace's territory. Half a day later, Rahu stopped in front of Lu Yiping, blocking Lu Yiping's path. Lu Yiping, hand over the fortune jade disc. Rahu's eyes were cold. Otherwise, I will enter the demon god palace's territory and wipe out your Lu family at the risk of a war between the demon god palace and the human race. Lu Yiping sneered, I've been expelled from the Lu family, the Lu family has nothing to do with me. Rahu's face was gloomy, his eyes burning with anger, but you still have a younger sister, right? When I find her, I'll make her suffer a fate worse than death. Lu Yiping was calm. Do you think your demon god palace can find my sister now? Rahu choked. Lu Yiping muttered, 100,000 strands of grand mist aura. Luoho was taken aback, and his eyes flickered with uncertainty. He understood Lu Yiping's meaning, 100,000 strands of grand mist aura in exchange for his fortune jade disc, and the matter would end here. Lu Yiping said, I will enter the Tao ancestor realm sooner or later. Luoho did not speak. He stared at Lu Yiping, glanced at the sea of grand mist aura behind Lu Yiping, and said in a low voice, 500,000 strands of grand mist aura. Lu Yiping waved his hand, and 500,000 strands of grand mist aura flew out from the creation tree and landed in front of Rahu. The creation tree could continuously produce grand mist aura. To Lu Yiping, even 5 million strands of grand mist aura could not compare to the good fortune jade disc. After handing over 500,000 strands of grand mist aura to Luoho, Lu Yiping tore through the air and left. Looking at the direction Lu Yiping disappeared in, Luoho's face was gloomy. In the end, he sighed. However, he knew that with Lu Yiping's current strength, it was impossible for him to snatch the creation tree from Lu Yiping's hands. Luoho collected the 500,000 strands of grand mist aura and returned to the demon god palace. When Luoho returned to the demon god palace, Niu Hao, Qin Bai, and the rest came to greet him. Lord Demon Ancestor, is that Lu Yiping? Niu Hao guessed. They had all seen the battle between Lu Yiping and Luoho, and it wasn't difficult to guess Lu Yiping's identity. Luoho grunted an acknowledgement, and arrived at his original cultivation palace. Seeing that his cultivation palace had been reduced to dust, his face turned ugly. He had never been so angry. Lord Demon Ancestor, should we go to the Lu family and annihilate them? Niu Hao asked. Lu Yiping first killed Lu Pailan and stole the demon god palace's supreme treasure, the Thorn of Scattered Souls. Lu Yiping then killed Yin Feng, and now he had sneaked into the demon god palace, provoking the demon god palace again and again. Luoho said solemnly, Lu Yiping's matter ends here. Zhu Hao, Qin Bai, and the rest were stunned. After Lu Yiping left the demon god palace, he arrived at a certain valley. He laid out a grand formation and began refining the last piece of the fortune jade disc. Soon, Lu Yiping refined the last piece of the fortune jade disc. 24 pieces of the fortune jade disc merged into one, emitting layers of green light. Strands of grand Tao flew out, exactly 3,000 grand Tao. At the same time, something inside Lu Yiping's body began to awaken. In a trance, Lu Yiping seemed to have returned to a time before the heavens and earth were created and before the primordial chaos was decided. At this moment, the world was filled with chaotic energy. Amidst the endless chaotic energy, he saw a green lotus. This azure lotus flower bloomed with multicolored light, illuminating the endless chaos space. When Lu Yiping saw this green lotus, some memories that he had never seen before appeared in his mind. So it's like this. Lu Yiping looked at the azure lotus flower and understood his origins. It turned out that he was the reincarnation of the Genesis green lotus. In a certain sense, he was the Genesis green lotus, and the Genesis green lotus was him. Was this the reason why he could refine the fortune jade disc while others couldn't? Because the fortune jade disc was formed from the Genesis green lotus seed. After Lu Yiping understood his origins, he began to comprehend the grand Tao in the last piece of the fortune jade disc. There was only one grand Tao in the last piece of the fortune jade disc, and that was the grand Tao of strength, which was ranked first. Although there was only one great Tao of strength, Lu Yiping still used several decades to successfully comprehend it. After decades, Lu Yiping successfully comprehended the grand Tao of strength. At this point, he had completely comprehended all 3,000 grand Tao. Lu Yiping began to merge the 3,000 grand Tao one by one. To surpass the Saint Realm, one must merge with the grand Tao. Only then could one break through to the Tao Ancestor Realm. Of course, merging with the grand Tao was not easy. Otherwise, some peak Saint Kings would not be stuck at the peak of the Saint King Realm and unable to break through. Lu Yiping was the reincarnation of the Genesis green lotus and had the complete fortune jade disc. Therefore, merging with the grand Tao was not difficult for him. In one day, Lu Yiping successfully merged the first grand Tao. Then, the second. The third, the fourth. However, the further he went, the harder it was to merge with the grand Tao. Even Lu Yiping gradually slowed down. When he merged with the 1,000th grand Tao, Lu Yiping spent a full year to merge with the grand Tao. When he merged with the 2,000th grand Tao, Lu Yiping spent decades. Time flowed by, and hundreds of thousands of years passed. Suddenly, the valley where Lu Yiping was located shook violently. The tremors continued to spread, and finally spread to the Devil Race territory. One continent after another in the devil race territory began to shake. What's going on? A devil race saint realm expert exclaimed. Why is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth so violent? The devil race experts flew out one after another, and some saint kings who lived in seclusion were also alarmed. Then, suddenly, the wind and clouds changed color, and lightning filled the air, enveloping heaven and earth. A terrifying pressure towered over the heavens. This is a Tao ancestor? A top saint king expert was shocked. Someone is breaking through to the Tao ancestor realm. Who is breaking through to the Tao ancestor realm? The news that someone was about to break through to the Tao ancestor realm quickly spread to the human territory of the chaos realm. All the experts in the human territory were shocked. In the chaos city, Long Cheng also received the news. Long Cheng's eldest disciple, Chen Lingchao, asked, Master, could it be Lu Yiping? Many people are saying that Lu Yiping is about to break through to the Tao ancestor realm. Long Cheng shook his head. It's definitely not Lu Yiping. Although Lu Yiping is a peak saint king, it takes hundreds of millions of years for him to reach the Tao integration stage. Even if Lu Yiping has some achievements, it will take millions of years. Therefore, it can't be Lu Yiping. Lu Jiang said, Master, if it's really Lu Yiping, then... Long Cheng narrowed his eyes. Even if it's really Lu Yiping, he's just a Tao ancestor. There's nothing to worry about. I was careless back then and didn't bring the Chaos City with me. If he dares to come here, I'll make him regret it. In the Lu family, Lu Kongji, Lu Gang, and Lu Yongji were also sitting in the same hall. Ancestor Snow glanced at them and said, There are rumors in the outside world that Lu Yiping is about to break through to the Tao ancestor realm. Lu Kongji, Lu Yongji, and the others didn't look good. Lu Bing hesitated and said, Ancestor Solitude, why don't you ask Lord Lu for help? Lu Kongji was silent. Ask Lu Yiping for help? Lu Kongji's eyes were empty. What's the use of asking Lord Lu for help now? The hall was silent. Back then, Lord Fiend Patriarch Rahu's Tao integration took hundreds of millions of years. Lu Yiping's Tao integration can't be that fast, right? Said Lu Yongji. Some say that the Tao integration this time is Sacred Ancestor Yin Yang. Saint Yin Yang ancestor was a peak saint king and had been there for 600 to 700 million years. At this moment, the valley Lu Yiping was in was filled with all sorts of lights. Lu Yiping's figure was completely submerged in these lights. Just like when he had broken through from the saint realm to the saint king realm, the auspicious cloud above Lu Yiping's head began to shrink continuously. It shrunk from 19 mu to 18 mu, 17 mu, 16 mu, and finally to 1 mu. It was still shrinking. However, when it shrunk to 10 mu, its speed became slower and slower. The glow of the auspicious cloud gradually dimmed, as if it was going to be stuck. At this time, Lu Yiping flicked his finger and Chang Ziqing's Tao fruit fell down from the creation tree. He then swallowed it. Immediately, the auspicious cloud above his head shone brightly and continued to shrink. This time, there were no more obstructions and the auspicious cloud successfully shrunk to the size of a grain of rice. When Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud was as small as a speck of dust, it began to blossom with layers of purple gold light. The Saint King power in Lu Yiping's body also transformed into Tao Ancestor power. When Lu Yiping's Saint King power completely transformed into Tao Ancestor power, Lu Yiping's originally unstable aura gradually stabilized. As his aura stabilized, the auspicious cloud above his head gradually expanded. His Tao Ancestor power grew stronger and stronger. After he had completely refined Chang Ziqing's Tao fruit, Lu Yiping also swallowed Yin Yu's Tao fruit. However, even after refining Yin Yu's Tao fruit, Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud didn't even reach half a mu. He had broken through to the Tao Ancestor realm, so the Tao fruit of a Saint King expert was no longer of much use to him. Only the Tao fruit of a peak Saint King expert would have an obvious effect. Lu Yiping stood up and felt the changes in his body. Although a Saint King was stronger than a saint, his body was still a saint physique. Now, his body had completely transformed from a saint physique to a Tao physique. Moreover, it was the creation Tao physique, which ranked first among the 3,000 Tao physiques. The creation Tao physique was the strongest among the 3,000 Tao physiques in terms of defense, power, and speed. It was no exaggeration to say that even if he didn't use the creation tree now, his defense was much stronger than when he used the creation tree. Lu Yiping tore through the air and left. Now that he had broken through to the Tao Ancestor realm, it was time to go to the Abyssal Sea to get the earth-splitting chisel. With Liu Yiping's current strength, he didn't fear the Abyssal Sea at all. The Abyssal Sea was in the depths of the universe's wasteland, extremely far away from the demon race and the barbarian race. If Liu Yiping was a peak Saint King, it would take him several days to reach the Abyssal Sea. However, with Liu Yiping's current speed, he would arrive at the Abyssal Sea in half an hour at most. In the wasteland of the universe, the deeper one went, the more violent the chaotic airflow became. However, this chaotic airflow was nothing to Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping didn't defend himself and directly tore through the air. The chaotic airflow was plowed away by Liu Yiping continuously. In less than half an hour, a pitch-black ocean appeared in front of Liu Yiping's eyes. This ocean wasn't on land, but it was suspended in the wasteland of the universe. It was unknown how high it was, and one couldn't see the end of it. Its depth was unfathomable. This was the Abyssal Sea. The Abyssal Sea existed before the creation of the sky, but no one knew how long it had existed. This was because the Abyssal Sea existed before Luo Ho and the rest of the demon race appeared. Liu Yiping took a step forward and arrived in front of the Abyssal Sea. The Abyssal Ocean continued to churn like a vast and boundless mirror that blocked the view of the world. What surprised Liu Yiping was that when he arrived in front of the Abyssal Sea, he saw many experts from the human race, demon race, and even the barbarian race standing in front of it. From these people's conversation, Liu Yiping found out that the Abyssal Sea had been rising in the past few days. Since the creation of the sky, countless experts had been swallowed by the Abyssal Sea, and the treasures of these experts had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Every time the tide rose, some treasures would float to the surface. However, when the tide rose, although the treasures would float to the surface, if someone took the opportunity to enter it, they would still sink to the bottom of the sea. Liu Yiping ignored these people and directly broke through the surface of the Abyssal Sea. He entered the Abyssal Sea and was swallowed by the water in the blink of an eye. Many people on the shore were stunned when they saw Liu Yiping enter the Abyssal Sea. Who is that young man in blue? How dare he enter the Abyssal Sea? A tall lady in the crowd asked in surprise. This tall lady was more than 3 meters tall. She was the princess of the barbarian race, the daughter of the barbarian race leader, and the granddaughter of the barbarian ancestor. The barbarian race was generally taller than the human race. Is that Master Liu Yiping? A human race expert looked at the spot where Liu Yiping disappeared and said in a trembling voice. What, Liu Yiping? The crowd was in an uproar. At this moment, after Liu Yiping entered the Abyssal Sea, a shocking devouring power came from the bottom of the Abyssal Sea. The devouring power was so strong that even Liu Yiping, who was already a Tao ancestor, was shocked. Originally, when he was a peak sage king, he wanted to try entering the Abyssal Sea to see if he could find the earth-splitting chisel. Now, he could not help but feel lucky that he did not enter the Abyssal Sea before. Otherwise, he might really be trapped at the bottom of the Abyssal Sea. Liu Yiping resisted the devouring power from the bottom of the Abyssal Sea and slowly went down to the bottom of the Abyssal Sea. The deeper he went, the stronger the devouring power became. Just like that, after flying down for a few days, Liu Yiping arrived at the bottom of the Abyssal Sea. What Liu Yiping did not expect was that as soon as he arrived at the bottom of the Abyssal Sea, a giant rock attacked him. This giant rock's body was extremely large. It was a Saint King, and a top Saint King at that. Its strength was even stronger than Chang Ziqing's, possessing 1.7 billion Saint King energy. The giant Leviathan swept its tail over and the violent Saint King energy caused waves to roll on the Abyssal Sea, creating a terrifying tsunami. Liu Yiping's expression was normal as he casually pointed at the giant Leviathan's tail and sent it flying. The giant Leviathan was sent flying in the Abyssal Sea, crashing into countless rocks and flying ships before finally crashing to the ground. From the outside, the Abyssal Sea did not seem to be on land, but after entering, there was land at the bottom of the Abyssal Sea. The giant Leviathan crashed to the bottom of the sea and sand was sent flying. The bottom of the sea was turbid. Liu Yiping took a step forward and came to the top of the giant Leviathan's head. He then punched and smashed the giant Leviathan into the bottom of the sea. In a short while, Liu Yiping had subdued the giant Leviathan. This giant Leviathan had 1.7 billion Saint King energy. After subduing it, he could keep it by his sister's side and protect her. After subduing the giant Leviathan, Liu Yiping learned a lot about the Abyssal Sea from the giant Leviathan. The bottom of the Abyssal Sea was vast and boundless, and there were many holy lands. From the opening of the sky until now, countless experts had been swallowed by the Abyssal Sea. Among these experts, some were saints and some were saint kings. These people did not die. Although they could not leave, they survived at the bottom of the Abyssal Sea. In the long years, these saints and saint kings became partners and had children. After many years, many holy lands were formed. Have you heard of the earth-splitting chisel? Liu Yiping asked. The giant Leviathan shook its head and said no. Liu Yiping looked at the endless abyssal sea and frowned. It seemed that it would not be easy to find the earth-splitting chisel. Liu Yiping asked the giant Leviathan a few more questions and then flew forward on the giant Leviathan. The earth-splitting chisel should not have been found by others yet. Therefore, he was mainly looking for places outside of the Holy Lands. There were several danger zones at the bottom of the Abyssal Sea. Among them, even peak saint kings could not enter. One was called the Cave of Despair and the other was called the Light of Reincarnation. Liu Yiping decided to enter these two danger zones to take a look. He felt that the earth-splitting chisel should be in one of these two danger zones. Under the giant Leviathan's lead, Liu Yiping. The entrance to the Cave of Despair was only 2 to 3 meters wide. Only 2 to 3 people could enter at the same time. The cave gave off a heart-palpitating aura and a whimpering sound that made people panic. Even the giant Leviathan, which had 1.7 billion Saint King power, looked at the Cave of Despair in fear. This Cave of Despair was no laughing matter. Many Saint King realm experts had entered, but it was hard for them to come out. Even if some top-level Saint King realm experts were lucky enough to escape, their souls would suffer heavy injuries, and they would lose their minds. Top-level Saint King realm cultivators could be said to be the peak existence in this world, yet they had actually become insane. It was hard to believe, but that was the truth. There were more than one top-level Saint King realm cultivator who had become insane after entering the Cave of Despair. Wait for me outside. Liu Yiping said to the giant Leviathan. The giant Leviathan relaxed and said, Lord, be careful. I heard there are terrifying noises inside the Cave of Despair. As for what kind of noises they were, the giant Leviathan did not know. Liu Yiping nodded and entered the Cave of Despair. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the dark airflow. The giant Leviathan looked at Liu Yiping's disappearing figure and its heart tightened. Although Liu Yiping was a Dao ancestor, it was said that even a Dao ancestor could not stay in the Cave of Despair for long. Moreover, the Cave of Despair had the power to injure a Dao ancestor. After Liu Yiping entered the Cave of Despair, the whimpering noises at the cave entrance became 100 times louder. It was like a raging wind, but also like the wailing of thousands of ghosts. The whimpering noises contained a terrifying demonic power that could drill into people's minds. Liu Yiping felt the terrifying demonic power of the whimpering noises. No wonder it was said that peak Saint King realm experts could not withstand the whimpering noises. The whimpering noises contained the world's grand Dao and a trace of heavenly Dao's power. Liu Yiping continued to fly deeper into the Cave of Despair. Although he had broken through to the Dao ancestor realm, he did not dare to be careless. He summoned the Tree of Creation. The Tree of Creation stood behind Liu Yiping. Grand Dao light surged, illuminating space after space. Under the Tree of Creation's power, the whimpering noises were blocked outside. However, as Liu Yiping continued to fly deeper into the Cave of Despair, the whimpering noises became stronger. Even the Tree of Creation's Grand Dao power could not completely block the whimpering noises. The whimpering noises passed through the Tree of Creation's Grand Dao power and kept drilling into Liu Yiping's mind. In the beginning, it was nothing. However, towards the end, Liu Yiping also felt a heavy feeling in his head. However, Liu Yiping did not return to the cave entrance. Instead, he continued to fly deeper. The Cave of Despair was filled with an aura that made him feel uncomfortable. Therefore, Liu Yiping wanted to investigate. This aura might be the earth-splitting chisel. After flying for a while, the whimpering noises became louder and louder. The terrifying whimpering noises came from all directions. People who were in the middle of it felt like they were completely drowned by the sound waves. Even Liu Yiping felt a headache coming on. Just as Liu Yiping felt a splitting headache, he suddenly saw a faint light in front of him. Within the light, he could vaguely see a chisel that was several feet long. Lu Yiping's mind shook as he increased his speed. When Lu Yiping arrived in front of the chisel, he finally saw the true appearance of the chisel. This chisel was covered in mysterious runes. Even Lu Yiping could not recognize these runes. These runes seemed to be condensed from some kind of power of heaven and earth. The despairing aura that pervaded the cave of despair came from these runes. The earth-splitting chisel. Although Lu Yiping had never seen the earth-splitting chisel before, he knew that this was the earth-splitting chisel that was as famous as the heaven-splitting divine axe. Lu Yiping found it hard to suppress his excitement. He reached out and grabbed the earth-splitting chisel. The moment he held it, the earth-splitting chisel exploded with a terrifying light. The mysterious runes on the chisel were constantly circulating with light. A terrifying aura surged out like a boundless sea. Lu Yiping felt a sense of suffocation when he was hit by this terrifying aura. The earth-splitting chisel was shaking. Lu Yiping's hand was almost shaken off. The auspicious cloud above Lu Yiping's head urged the power of a Tao ancestor with all his strength. Only then was he able to hold the earth-splitting chisel tightly in his hand. Even so, the earth-splitting chisel was still shaking. One man and one chisel persisted for several days before the earth-splitting chisel finally calmed down. Lu Yiping put away the earth-splitting chisel. He did not linger and left. Before long, Lu Yiping returned to the entrance of the Cave of Despair. But before he came out of the cave, he heard the sounds of fighting outside. Lu Yiping came out of the cave and saw the giant Leviathan being besieged by two people. Unknowingly, Lu Yiping broke through to the Tao ancestor realm. Originally, he wanted to write a longer book, but at this rate, he should finish it next month. After this book is finished, he will release a new book in the middle of next month. The two people besieging the giant Leviathan were not weak. They both had a strength of 1.7 billion Saint Kings. One of them was a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe. The other was an old man in a grey divine armor. Both of them wielded saint artifacts. Under their joint efforts, the giant Leviathan was forced to retreat, and there were many sword wounds on its body. However, although they had the upper hand, they could not defeat the giant Leviathan immediately. "Old Yellow, fight me one-on-one if you have the guts." The giant Leviathan roared at the old man, "What's the point of teaming up?" The old man sneered, "It's enough to kill you. What's the point of having guts?" The long sword in his hand swung out, and thousands of sword rays pierced through the air, forming a shocking sword rain that attacked the giant Leviathan's eyes. Just as the giant Leviathan was about to retreat, the thousands of sword rays suddenly stopped in front of the giant Leviathan. They were stunned and looked over. A young man in a blue robe slowly walked out of the Cave of Despair. When the giant Leviathan saw Lu Yiping, it smiled in surprise. "Lord, you're out." Lu Yiping grunted in acknowledgement. The other two looked at each other in surprise. "Who are you?" the old man asked Lu Yiping in a deep voice. "Lu Yiping." Lu Yiping replied. The middle-aged man and old man were puzzled. Lu Yiping? Obviously, the two of them had never heard of Lu Yiping. The sea abyss was isolated from the outside world. Therefore, the sea abyss world did not know about the outside world, let alone Lu Yiping's name. "We're from the Sky Pillar Holy Land." The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "This is between us and Taikuan. Please don't interfere. Otherwise, no one in the sea abyss can save you." Although the Sky Pillar Holy Land was not well known in the outside world, it was the #1 holy land in the sea abyss world. There were many experts in the Holy Land, and their forces covered the entire sea abyss world. Although the Sky Pillar Holy Land did not have any Tao Ancestor Realm experts, they had more than 40 Saint Kings. Their strength was stronger than the Zhu family, the head of the Chaos World's 4 major families. Lu Yiping looked at the two of them and said, 1.7 billion Dou, not bad. Although the two of them weren't peak Saint Kings, if he consumed their fruit of the way, his Tao ancestor power should be able to break through to 200 million units. Not bad. When the two heard Lu Yiping's words, they were puzzled. Then, they saw Lu Yiping grab them with one hand. "You're courting death." Seeing this, the old man slashed out with the sword in his hand. The power of 1.7 billion Saint Kings slashed towards Lu Yiping with heavy sword rain. However, Lu Yiping's hand remained the same. He clenched his fist in the air, shattering the heavy rain of swords. Then, he continued to grab at the two people. The two of them were taken aback and attacked Lu Yiping at the same time. The sword in the old man's hand burst forth with incomparably resplendent sword light. Layers upon layers of sword chi surged forward like the waves of the deep sea, bombarding Lu Yiping. The middle-aged man used a saber, and his saber chi was thousands of feet long. Its power was even stronger than the old man's. However, Lu Yiping flicked his hand in the air, and the two people's sword chi and saber chi exploded again. The two of them were shocked and wanted to retreat, but they were one step too slow. Lu Yiping's power enveloped them and lifted them in front of him. "Who are you?" The old man looked at Lu Yiping in horror. Lu Yiping was too lazy to talk to the two of them. He sealed their power and threw them into the tree of creation space. "How is this Atlas holy ground?" Lu Yiping asked the giant Leviathan. At the mention of the Atlas holy ground, the giant Leviathan's face was filled with anger. "The Atlas holy ground covers the sky in the abyssal ocean world and bullies the weak. If some weak sects offend the Atlas holy ground, it's common for them to be annihilated. The men are killed directly, and the women's fates are even worse. They are tortured to death." Lu Yiping knew what the giant Leviathan meant by torture. However, the Atlas holy ground is big. Many holy grounds in the abyssal ocean world dare not speak out. The giant Leviathan said angrily, "There are many cultivation paradises in the abyssal ocean world. However, 9 out of 10 paradises are occupied by the Atlas holy ground. Moreover, some of the ancestors of the Atlas holy ground cultivate the great Tao of the devil. They are ruthless and cruel." The giant Leviathan listed the evil deeds of the Atlas holy ground one by one. After listening for a while, Lu Yiping asked the giant Leviathan to bring him to the Atlas holy ground. The Atlas holy ground was quite far from the Cave of Despair. However, with Lu Yiping and the giant Leviathan's speed, they arrived at the Atlas holy ground in less than half a day. The Atlas holy ground was very big. Although it was not as big as the demon territory, it was still half the size of the demon territory. One continent was connected to another. On the continents, there were many cities and hundreds of millions of flying ships. Disciples were coming and going on their flying swords. These disciples were not weak. Many of them were golden immortals of the great all-embracing heaven. The giant Leviathan said, "The Atlas holy ground has a total of 10,800 continents. Each continent is a formation. These formations are all connected together to form a sky-splitting formation called the Abyssal Ocean Formation. This Abyssal Ocean Formation is very strong. It is the first formation in the Abyssal Ocean world. It is almost one with the entire Abyssal Ocean. Even if 10 peak Saint Kings attacked the Atlas holy ground, they would not be able to break this Abyssal Ocean Formation. It is also because of this Abyssal Ocean Formation that no one in the Abyssal Ocean world can shake the Atlas holy ground." Lu Yiping's expression was normal. He clenched his fist and punched out. Suddenly, a golden fist print thousands of miles wide broke through the air. Boom! The golden fist print instantly blasted open the Atlas holy ground's defensive boundary. The world exploded. The entire Atlas holy ground shook violently. On the central continent of the Atlas holy ground, the 43 Saint King ancestors of the Atlas holy ground rushed into the sky. As soon as they did, they saw a terrifying golden fist print with rolling golden waves. "Quick, fully activate the Abyssal Ocean Formation." The strongest ancestor of the Atlas holy ground, Duoilon, roared. Following Duoilon's words, the continents of the Atlas holy ground lit up one after another. The light soared into the sky, illuminating almost every corner of the Abyssal Ocean world. The waves in the Abyssal Ocean world surged, alarming the other holy grounds. The Atlas holy ground has fully activated the Abyssal Ocean Formation. What's going on? When the Abyssal Ocean Formation was fully activated, Lu Yiping's golden fist print continued forward, blasting open the Abyssal Ocean holy ground's continent's defensive formations. Every time a defensive formation was blasted open, the Atlas holy ground would shake violently, and the Abyssal Ocean would become turbulent. In the end, the Atlas holy ground shook more and more violently as if it was about to collapse. When the 43 Saint King ancestors of the Atlas holy ground saw that even the Abyssal Ocean Formation was unable to block the golden fist print, their expressions changed. "It's a Tao ancestor?" A Saint King from the Atlas Holy Ground trembled. A Tao ancestor, the 43 Saint Kings of the Atlas Holy Ground, who had always been calm, panicked. We have the Abyssal Ocean Formation. What's there to be afraid of? Everyone, attack together and activate the Abyssal Ocean Formation. We might even be able to fight a Tao ancestor. The strongest ancestor of the Atlas Holy Ground suddenly shouted. He flew into the sky and clapped his hands. 1.9 billion Saint King power poured into the Abyssal Ocean Formation's core. Seeing this, the other 42 Saint Kings also made their moves, pouring their Saint King power into the Abyss Ocean Formation. The Abyss Ocean Formation shone brightly like never before. Streaks of black light gathered from all directions of the Abyss Ocean, pouring into the Abyss Ocean Formation. The power of the formation rippled and grew stronger. Liu Yiping's golden fist was obviously slower as it broke through the Atlas Sacred Lands formations. It was not as smooth as before. However, even so, Liu Yiping's golden fist was still able to break through the Atlas Sacred Lands formations. Every time a formation was broken, the Abyss Ocean Formation's light dimmed a little. The Abyssal Ocean Formation, which had been shining brightly with the power of 43 Saint Kings, quickly dimmed. Even though the strongest primogenitor of the Sky Pillar had activated his 1.9 billion Saint King power, it was useless. Finally, the golden fist reached the central continent of the Atlas Sacred Land. The central continent of the Atlas Ocean Formation was the last major formation of the Abyss Ocean Formation. Its defense was also the strongest. However, Liu Yiping's golden fist was still unstoppable and broke through it. Seeing the golden fist breaking through the central Abyss Ocean Formation, the Atlas primogenitor roared angrily. His body expanded, and he punched out with both fists to meet the golden fist. At the last moment, he still did not want to give up. However, as soon as he punched out, he and the other Saint Kings were sent flying by Liu Yiping's golden fist. The golden fist tore through layers of space, sending the 43 Saint Kings flying to the end of the sky. Loud rumbling sounds came from the end of the sky. The giant Kuan looked at the Abyss Ocean Formation and the 43 Saint Kings that had been sent flying. It felt its mouth go dry. Was this the power of a Tao ancestor? This was the power of a Tao ancestor. In front of the power of a Tao ancestor, the power of a Saint King was weak. Even a pinnacle Saint King could not withstand it. After all, the strongest primogenitor of the Atlas Sacred Land was not Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping stepped into the air and walked into the Atlas Sacred Land. None of the continents in the Holy Land were intact. On the continents, huge fissures crisscrossed the ground, mountains collapsed, and forests collapsed. The cities on the continent had also collapsed. In the city, the disciples of the Sky Pillar Holy Land looked at Liu Yiping in fear. Some had already prostrated themselves on the ground. Liu Yiping arrived at the central continent of the Sky Pillar Holy Land. Since the central continent had the strongest defensive formation, it was still relatively intact. Liu Yiping waved his hand and pulled the Sky Pillar Holy Land's 43 primogenitors back. Sky Pillar's 43 Saint Kings looked at Liu Yiping, and they could not hide their fear. May I know how our Sky Pillar Holy Land has offended your excellency? Sky Pillar's strongest primogenitor asked. It's not that I've offended you. I just don't like your Sky Pillar Holy Land, Liu Yiping said. It was as simple as that. I am a subordinate of Lord Demon Ancestor Luoho. Please forgive us for Lord Luoho's sake, Sky Pillar's strongest primogenitor suddenly said. Luoho's people. Liu Yiping was expressionless. Yes, I entered the Abyssal Sea in accordance with Lord Luoho's wishes, Sky Pillar's strongest primogenitor said. Liu Yiping slapped him and sent him flying. Then, with a flick of his finger, he sent 43 streams of power into the bodies of the 43 primogenitors, sealing their powers and throwing them into the creation tree space. Among the 43 Saint Kings of the Sky Pillar Holy Land, 1 was a peak Saint King, 14 were top-level Saint Kings, and 4 had more than 1.7 billion Saint King power. In addition to the 2 from before. At that time, after Liu Yiping refined their Tao fruits, to what extent would his strength rise? Thus, Liu Yiping cultivated in seclusion in the central continent of the Sky Pillar Holy Land and took the opportunity to refine the Earth-splitter chisel. As for the other disciples of the Sky Pillar Holy Land who escaped, Liu Yiping left them to the giant Leviathan. Without the 43 Saint Kings, the Sky Pillar Holy Land's disciples were no match for the giant Leviathan. In an instant, blood rained down from the sky. Sitting cross-legged in the palace, Liu Yiping first took out the earth-splitter chisel and began to refine it. The earth-splitter chisel was a heaven-splitting divine artifact. It was harder to refine than Liu Yiping had imagined. Even with the help of the Fortune Jade Disc and his status as a Dao ancestor, it took Liu Yiping several hundred years to refine the earth-splitter chisel. After refining the earth-splitter chisel, Liu Yiping breathed a sigh of relief. The earth-splitter chisel was comparable to the heaven-splitting divine axe. Now that he had the earth-splitter chisel, even demon ancestor Luo Ho was no match for him. Next, Liu Yiping began to refine the Dao fruits of the Sky Pillar Holy Land Saint Kings. Liu Yiping first refined the power of peak Saint Kings, followed by 1.8 billion power of Saint Kings, then 1.7 billion power of Saint Kings. Soon, Liu Yiping's Dao ancestor strength broke through 100 million, then 200 million, 300 million, 400 million. When Liu Yiping finished refining all the Dao fruits of the 40+ Saint Kings of the Firmament Holy Land, his Dao ancestor power broke through to 700 million parts, 700 million buckets. It meant that Liu Yiping had entered the high-level Tao ancestor realm. As for Fiend Patriarch Rahu, he only had 200 million units of Dao Father power. As for Longqing, he only had 100 million. Liu Yiping did not stay in the sea abyss any longer and left the sea abyss world. When he left, Liu Yiping brought the giant Leviathan with him. The giant Leviathan came out of the sea abyss world and breathed in the fresh air outside. Looking at the roaring chaotic airflow outside, it felt particularly familiar and cheered loudly. The roar shook the surrounding sand and dust into the air. On the sea abyss coast, some human and demon experts from the Chaos Realm were scared pale by the giant Leviathan's roar. I wonder how my little sister is now, Liu Yiping thought to himself and then flew back to the human territory of the Chaos Realm on the giant Leviathan. It took him hundreds of thousands of years to reach the Tao Ancestor Realm. After hundreds of thousands of years, his sister should be at the peak of the Celestial Venerable Realm, right? She might even have entered the Saint Realm. With Liu Yiping's Dao ancestor strength, the giant Leviathan was very fast and returned to the human territory in less than half a day. Liu Yiping came to the valley where he had let his sister hide. The valley was still there. When Liu Yiping arrived, his sister was practicing swordsmanship. His sister had always been obsessed with swordsmanship. After hundreds of thousands of years, Liu Jiqing's swordsmanship had improved countless times, and her cultivation had reached the Saint Realm. Liu Jiqing, who was practicing swordsmanship, heard footsteps and turned around. When she saw Liu Yiping, she was pleasantly surprised and rushed over. "Big brother." Liu Yiping nodded and smiled. "Your swordsmanship is not bad." Liu Jiqing smiled sweetly. "Of course." Her pretty face was full of pride. Then, Liu Jiqing brought Liu Yiping to her valley. Over hundreds of thousands of years, the valley had been well decorated by Liu Jiqing. The brother and sister had a good chat. The next day, Liu Yiping brought his sister out of the valley and came to a nearby city. Now that he had broken through to the Tao Ancestor Realm, his sister naturally did not need to hide in the valley anymore. "Brother, do you have news of father and mother?" Liu Jiqing asked. End of chapter 472. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.